Chapter 101, Slaughter, Conspiracy, and Root. Now, Minato and Kushina didn't know what to think at first. They expected a big fight, they expected to witness a large-scale conflict, to get a taste of the war without actually being deployed in it yet. The last thing they expected was a one-sided slaughter. In all fairness, all the signs were there. Since the beginning, Ken hadn't even flinched when faced with that many shinobi. He tore through men and women alike with ease, his hands moving so fast that blood barely even stained his fingernails. Well, they seemed more like claws now. The opposing shinobi had tried to fight back, some using water jutsus, creating a small lake and numerous water dragons, which forced Minato to grab Kushina and jump further away. He hadn't let go of her from the moment the terrain around them started getting destroyed. He was faster, so he was able to help her dodge any stray attack. Kushina also didn't seem to dislike it, so she didn't say anything about it, she just continued watching from the distance, while in Minato's arms. The water dragons looked a bit intimidating to her, but they didn't even seem to faze Ken. He just ran through the powerful streams of water without any issues, without even stopping or slowing down. The two genin also noticed the scales covering Ken's skin. He had turned into a monster completely, and his tail also started tearing through his enemies. And when he grabbed a sword from one of the fallen shinobi, well, the scene became even more chaotic, as he seemed to be more skilled with a blade than with his hands. Moonlight reflected off of his dark, jade-green, scales. He looked like a moon-bound monster, an abomination that thrived while soaked in the blood of his enemies. But strangely, neither Minato nor Kushina felt intimidated or scared by the sight. It was unnerving at first, sure. They weren't quite used to seeing that much blood. Although they weren't exactly strangers to death. But at the end of the day, the person they were looking at fought to protect them. He had shown them respect, kindness. If they were to fear him, then they truly would have been ashamed. They had found him creepy at first, but that was before they understood that he had good intentions. Regardless, the fight was over very quickly. Be it fire, water, earth, or lightning, nothing seemed to actually injure Ken. The lightning seemed to be the only thing managing to slow him down slightly, but he seemed to be able to force his muscles to move even if slightly paralyzed. Even so, the shinobi didn't get the time to try their hands at more powerful jutsu, as he was too fast for them. The entire fight had only taken 1 minute, and that entire part of the forest was ruined, but Ken was the only one left standing, sighing while atop a pile of dead bodies. His clothes were a bit wet, a bit burnt, a bit dirty. They were more like tattered rags now, but they still held up. Ken's hair was pristine, however, not even a speck of dirt or blood on it. It also still perfectly hid his face. It was clear from the beginning that he would win. There was never any doubt or fear in his mind, just a strange sense of melancholy and regret. Did that mean he would feel bad for killing so many people from now on? Maybe. But he certainly wouldn't feel bad for killing some people. But could he stop killing? Not really. The entire world was still at war, despite his efforts to stop it. He was still caught in quite a bloody conflict. Maybe after things calm down, I'll be able to lay down and relax for a bit. It was a nice thought, ideal even. But as things stood, it was nothing more than a pipe dream. Ken didn't like getting involved in the shinobi wars, but one couldn't avoid them when making deals with shinobi. They were inevitable. It was apparent that breaking the strongest alliance in the war didn't do anything to stop it as he had hoped. So the assassin was a bit stuck on what he could do to quell the thirst that some shinobi leaders had for carnage and profit. It seemed impossible really, to the point of making Ken feel dejected. At first, he only felt bad for civilians. But now, because of Minato and Kushina, he didn't even know if he was right in thinking all shinobi had it coming. It might have been a strange thought from him all along. Sure, some shinobi did deserve to die, as the mist swordsman did. But not everyone chose to become a shinobi with a clear and conscious mind, most shinobi were likely brainwashed by the adults around them to become like that. So much for peaceful ideas and not harming innocents. How does one even decide who is innocent and who isn't? The assassin could only shake his head and turn around towards the two genin he fought to protect. They seemed to be staring at him in awe. He hadn't expected that. He was expecting more fear, or at least something similar. He had let out all of his frustration on the unfortunate group of shinobi that was lying dead underneath his blood-soaked sandals. It was certainly a gruesome scene. Then again, Minato had killed before, and Kushina didn't seem that fazed about it even then. I guess things will never be as simple as black and white. The assassin slowly stepped over the bodies and walked back to the duo, who were still observing him with stars in their eyes. That was amazing. Kushina huffed as she was still held in Minato's princess carry. I'm glad the two of you enjoyed the show. Ken just sighed and gave up on trying to judge the character of the people standing in front of him. Show indeed, I doubt even teacher Jiraiya is that strong. Minato also seemed impressed, the name he mentioned also made Ken turn his head towards him slowly. Jiraiya? The Seinen. The assassin tilted his head as he flicked some blood from his hands on the ground. Yep, teacher is pretty amazing. Minato nodded as Kushina tapped him on the shoulder, likely finally realizing her situation and getting embarrassed. The young man seemed to get the message and finally allowed her to stand up on her own. Kushina patted the dust off her clothes as she looked up at Ken once more, smiling with some shyness. Well then, I guess this is fate. I am currently staying in the leaf because I've commissioned him for a mission. Minato's eyes seemed to widen once more. He scratched his chin as he tried to remember if he had been informed of such a thing. That's unusual. Usually, teacher is the one to choose his missions. Minato wasn't unhappy, just a bit confused from what Ken could feel. It is a special circumstance, I brought the Hokage a deal he couldn't quite refuse. Ken smiled a bit as he remembered the Hokage's face when he had claimed to ruin the Cloud Rock Waterfall Mist Alliance. It was an amusing reaction, even the small scroll, disguised summon, on the Hokage's desk had reacted oddly. I see. Well, I doubt the teacher can refuse a direct request from the Hokage, and I'm sure he'd be more than glad to help you, you seem like a nice person. Minato clapped once as his gaze wandered back to Kushina. Seriously. Thank you for helping us. Maybe we could have dealt with 2 more shinobi, but I doubt we would have been able to do much against their reinforcements. The young man then bowed to the assassin/monster, there was no shame in showing his gratitude after all. Kushina was startled for a moment though, before she also bowed her head. To her, it was even less shameful as he had even agreed to ask her brother to visit her faster. It truly wasn't a big deal. These types of fights bore me more than they inconvenience me. Ken just waved them off with one hand before crossing his arms and turning his head back towards the ruined battlefield behind him. Besides, I don't even know if they were related. They were acting weird throughout the fight, but they weren't panicked. They clearly didn't fear death. This will be something that the Hokage has to investigate, however, as I have no desire to find out more. Ken ended up just shrugging and walking forward, away from the battlefield. Kushina and Minato stood there for a few seconds, looking at each other and at the broken corpses that were strewn across the field. The possibility of the shinobi belonging to different factions hadn't occurred to them, they had just assumed that they were. Granted, it was the logical assumption to make. But Ken had a bit of extra knowledge that they weren't quite privy to. All the shinobi I just killed had a strange seal on their tongues. I'll tell the Hokage about it, but I don't recall any organization that is known to do that. Granted, it was difficult to find public information about hidden shinobi organizations. Even the Anbu were filled with secrets. But Ken had been around plenty of Anbu, and he hadn't felt that seal on any of them. If he had, then he would have recognized it. He could guess its purposes, and he'd probably even be correct about a few guesses, but without actually studying it closely he wouldn't be able to find its actual functions. Unfortunately, my involvement in this matter will have to end here. The seal seems to disappear upon death, so there's nothing to study in this group anyway. As he was pondering those things, Minato and Kushina started following his steps. They walked behind him, looking at his long ponytail which swayed in the wind, and at his wide back. They proceeded to ask the assassin a few more questions. Some the assassin answered honestly, some he kept vague. He didn't outright give his identity to the two children. But he was sure they'd learn about it regardless. Neither boy nor girl was upset about the man avoiding answering their questions fully. They were still very thankful for his help. Eventually, the three of them returned to the village, going directly to the front gate, where panicked shinobi greeted them. Well, they greeted Minato and Kushina, quickly taking them into the village and to the hospital to run a few checks on her. They were clearly concerned that the kidnappers had done something to the Jinchuriki, at least that was how Ken saw it. But he knew everything was fine with her, so he had no reason to worry. Now, what about him? Well, he was treated about as well as any foreigner in a hidden village during war times was treated. At first, he was suspected of plotting something. A few Anbu even suggested he be incarcerated and interrogated by their top torturer. They were also odd. As in, Ken could feel the same seal on them. In the first place, the seal could be felt because it affected how one's chakra moved inside their body to a minimal extent. The seal itself was well hidden, Ken couldn't properly sense it unless the target's mouth was open and uncovered. He had the opportunity of making some of the shinobi he fought scream in pain after breaking their masks, so he was able to notice the seal. With the Anbu he met now, he could only say they felt similar and speculate at best. Regardless, something foul and shady was going on, and Ken wanted to have nothing to do with it, at least not yet. So, the assassin kindly refused the incarceration suggestion, telling them to fuck off and take him to the Hokuga. He also dispelled his clone which was still lounging about in his temporary residence there. And identified himself by taking out his mask from his wrist and putting it on. The Shinbai were a bit flabbergasted when seeing a stranger claim to be one of the most powerful assassins alive, but there was someone there to vouch for him. And it was surprisingly the young leader of the Uchiha. All of you, retreat for now, I'll make sure to take him to meet the Hokage. Fugaku huffed as he told off the gate guards and shinobi that had gathered. They had no other choice but to listen to the leader of the military police force. Even the Anbu backed off. Fugaku sighed as he proceeded to look back at the assassin, shaking his head a bit. I don't know what you did, but you seem to have caught the attention of the root. It's better if we meet up with the Hokage, I'll ask him to stop whatever else he has been doing. Ken was a bit surprised to receive the man's help, but it was clearly a matter of great importance. The assassin also somewhat understood that the root was some sort of organization within the leaf. This is looking shadier than I thought. Chapter 102, Meeting, Message, and Departure. Danzo growled as he punched the desk in front of him with unrestrained fury. That goddamned assassin! He was currently underneath Konoha, resting inside the root's operational base built underneath the cage building. In front of him were two masked Anbu, kneeling on the ground after having reported the situation with the Jinchuriki savior plan. It was a rather simple scheme, to allow the Sand Village to attempt a kidnapping, and send one male root agent to save her. The strategy was to slowly sway her in order to have feelings towards said male member, and also make her join the root. That way, Konoha had assurance that their foreigner Jinchuriki would be completely tied to their village, and Danzo himself would also have complete control over the Nine Tails. It was a flawless plan. He had even placed dozens of root members to stand by and surround the place in case one root member failed. The kidnappers had no real chance of escaping. Their entire operation was only possible because Danzo took a risk and asked one of his disposable agents to take down the barrier for a minute. Said agent was already dead. He had committed suicide on Danzo's orders. He was already titled a traitor to the village anyway. There was no point in him living as he had outlived his usefulness. The problem was that his death was now in vain. Not only had his plan failed, it had failed miserably. To add another problem to the mix, Kushina was saved by another genin that used to be her classmate. Said genin also just happened to be Jiraiya's student, who was both a Seinen and Hiruzen's student, so Danzo couldn't act against him. At the very least there's a chance she'll be tied to Konoha with this. The bigger worry was the Jinchuriki starting to look up to Ken, who had killed all of his men in cold blood. The route would need a few good years to make up for the losses it had occurred in just 1 minute. The route members had likely thought Ken was one of the kidnappers, or maybe they wanted to get rid of an unknown third party. It was hard to tell for Danzo. The leader of that squad had made the decision to engage Ken on his own. He couldn't really be blamed either, as Ken was wearing a civilian disguise at the time. That didn't mean Danzo didn't resent them for wasting their lives so easily. What a waste of resources, those lives could have been better spent doing something more productive for the village. Danzo was somewhat ignorant of the fact that it was his plan all along that had gotten the agents killed. They had only acted on orders and worked to save the Jinchuriki after things took a weird turn. But Danzo didn't actually care for their lives. To him, they were nothing more than mere resources, so he didn't even feel the need to take the blame for their deaths. I need to get rid of that annoying assassin as soon as possible, but there's nothing I can do for now. I'll have to bide my time. Before, he could have just ignored the assassin's machinations and tried to steer clear of him, keeping to himself and tending to the village. But now? Danzo couldn't possibly forgive the assassin for killing that many root members. And even more importantly, he couldn't allow there to be even a slight chance that their Jinchuriki fell for him. It was a possibility, after all, the mind of a young girl worked in mysterious ways. Minato may have saved her initially from the reports they gave, but it was Ken to clean everything up and actually save them both in the end. So now Danzo needed to take care of Ken, or at least build some scenario to make the little girl hate Ken. This just gave me a lot more work than I thought it would. As Danzo sat there, lamenting on his ever-increasing workload, Ken and Fugaku were already reporting the situation to the Hokage. Well, Ken was doing the reporting, and Fugaku was just listening with a serious look plastered on his face. Though the blind assassin assumed that was his default expression. So you're telling me those shinobi might have been unrelated? The Hokage stood in front of Ken as he took in the report. He no longer felt the need to sit down. He cupped his beard in one hand, his face showcased a grave expression. At least it felt grave to Ken, who nodded to answer his question. They most likely are unrelated. They didn't wear clothes that were all that dissimilar, but that seal on their tongue gives away the fact that they weren't the same group. His words caused the Hokage to nod once more. Now, let us not jump to conclusions too quickly. There is currently no physical evidence of this seal ever existing. The corpses are still being examined, but you did say they disappeared. Fugaku decided to interject at that point. His input was also not exactly helping Ken all that much. I guess you'll just have to trust me on this one. I am only here to warn you in the first place, I have no relation with this whole situation. Ken shrugged, not willing to argue much with the Uchiha leader. But Fugaku seemed to have taken some issue with his words. Now, I wouldn't claim that you are that trustworthy. You did leave your home unannounced at an undisclosed time, you are very much suspicious. Fugaku scowled slightly at the assassin. Ken was honestly surprised to hear such a forward accusation. Usually, shinobi tended to keep things more on the down low. But it seemed Fugaku didn't care much about talking politics with Ken. Thankfully, the blind assassin had already prepared himself for questions regarding his integrity. I only left my home when after the barrier fell, I wanted to check things out myself. I couldn't have left unnoticed earlier because of the number of people keeping an eye on my temporary residence. It's not like I ran into that Jinchuriki and that Minato brat by mistake, I was tracking them down before your shinobi even noticed Kushina was missing. Ken's words were certainly logical, a thought-out response. Fugaku only narrowed his eyes at the assassin's words. He realized that he was now unable to try and pin any more blame on Ken under those circumstances unless he was also willing to claim that their shinobi were beyond incompetent and Ken was lying about the time he had left his residence. There was also the possibility of Ken doing something more besides tracking down the kidnappers due to curiosity. But Fugaku had no way of proving that. In the end, the Uchiha leader just sighed, looking back at the Hokage who shook his head. The small black scroll / the transformed Monkey King, Inma, on Hiruzen's table also trembled slightly, signifying that their guest seemed to be telling the truth. Fine then. We'll leave this issue at that. This is an internal matter, so I'll personally thank you for your help. The Leaf Village is indebted to you. Hiruzen was the one to end the discussion once and for all, bowing slightly towards Ken. Fugaku also sighed, bowing his head slightly as well. He needed no introduction about how important the Jinchuriki was for their village. Although Fugaku was a prideful and skeptical person, he wasn't foolish. Ken had also helped him by making sure she came back safe. The intruders making it that far into their village was a huge oversight on the part of Uchiha's military police. The Red Dot had helped clean up their mess, which was something he did of his own volition. I appreciate the Leaf's gratitude. I hope that you are able to see this investigation through to the end. Ken received their bows with a nod, signaling the both of them to raise their heads quickly, which Fugaku appreciated greatly. Well then. I will get to work with the investigation, Lord Hokage. After that matter was over, Fugaku also left. He had only taken Ken to see the Hokage because the matter of the infiltration was something he was very much invested in. But he knew that the Hokage had other matters to discuss with Ken as well, matters that didn't concern him in any form or way. The Hokage understood that, so he just sighed and nodded to the Uchiha leader, who left in a hurry. Ken didn't react much to him leaving, he was still very much split on what to think of the Uchiha leader. But he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he turned to the Hokage. I've heard that Jiraiya has already arrived back in Konoha. Earlier than expected. Ken was told that he'd have to wait a bit more for the Toad Seinen to arrive back in Konoha, which was why he was given a residence in the first place. Well, he did make his way here a lot faster after hearing that I had a personal request for him. Hiruzen also finally walked around his desk and went towards his chair, sighing as he did so. He had a lot of things on his mind, he just hoped that the matter with Ken wouldn't bring the Leaf Village further issues. Although he did have the feeling that the favor they now owed him could prove to become an issue in the future. The Hokage shook his head as he was about to sit down, only to be stopped by Ken, who grabbed his wrist. His eyes widened as his other hand already prepared a hand sign. Inma, his summoned beast, was also reacting, preparing to jump into action at that very instant, but Ken's next words managed to almost floor the two of them. Lord Hokage, your skin is strangely smooth, how old were you again? Ken's tilted head and strange question weirded out the Hokage greatly. Inma had to stifle his laughter but stopped himself when noticing something strange. Ken was rhythmically tapping the Hokage's wrist, seemingly writing something there. The Hokage's eyes also widened as he felt that. He quickly started making out the words as he responded to the odd question. I am only 48, so my skin hasn't gotten to the point of wrinkling yet. Do I look that old to you? His answer was honest, but he was more so focused on the meaning of Ken's written words. Oh, you don't look like anything at all to me, Lord Hokage. You just sounded older, I think. Ken then let go of the Hokage's hand, before taking a step back and tilting his head once more. The Hokage nodded, both to the message he received and to Ken's actual words. He could feel the Anbu above them stirring slightly, all of them had likely noticed Ken's approach and were placed on alert by it. But Ken's tall body had likely obstructed them from seeing what he was actually doing. Inma was just lucky to get a good angle on it. As Hiruzen contemplated on those things, as well as the message itself, someone else entered the room. Teacher, I came as fast as I could, is he here already? A rambunctious and lively voice entered Ken's ears as he also turned his masked face around to greet the newcomer. A man with long spiky hair, and a leaf headband on his forehead, he was also dressed as a regular jonin. He wore clothes that he had reportedly worn into the war against the Rain Village and Hanzo. While they were at least similar, Ken hoped the Seinen had more than one pair of clothes. Although he was hearing his voice for the first time, Ken needed no introduction to know who he was looking at. It was Jiraiya, in the flesh. Jiraiya. I'm glad you made it back so quickly. Our client was expecting you already. Sarutobi quickly got over his musings, quickly pretending that the previous exchange with Ken had not happened at all. Greetings Jiraiya of the Three Seinen, my name is Ken, most people know me as the Red Dot, however. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ken still decided to greet the man, as he was unsure whether or not he would be recognized. He had already looked up who Jiraiya was as a person and knew more about him than he knew even about the Hokage. So he assumed Jiraiya wouldn't be able to recognize him on sight alone, as he wasn't the smartest person in his group of three. Surprisingly, Jiraiya seemed to instantly know who Ken was. Oh, the bounty hunter. You are the one asking for my help, that's unusual. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head with a confused face. I guess I shouldn't trust rumors so much. Ken sighed as he crossed his arms and turned back towards the Hokage. I believe it is for the better that we do the mission briefing here, Lord Hokage, you may need to convince him after all. Ken said as he walked over to the Hokage's desk and leaned on it. Jiraiya looked a bit confused, but he didn't protest, he just also crossed his arms and walked over to the Hokage's desk, prepared, and somewhat excited, to hear out what someone like Ken could ever need from him. Long story short, I need to meet the Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku. And you are the only person that I know of able to make such a thing happen. The assassin got into business right away, not wanting to waste the time of any party involved in the mission briefing. Jiraiya was visibly surprised. He blinked a few times before opening his mouth and asking the obvious question. And why do you need to meet him? You seem to have mastered Sage Mode already. Jiraiya was certainly intrigued, he could feel nature's energy around Ken. He could feel it revolving around the assassin constantly, which was strange, to say the least. Jiraiya himself had yet to master Sage Mode properly, he was already at the point of sensing nature energy. I need to learn more about myself, and this Sage Mode you speak of. Ken's answer managed to almost make Jiraiya fall backwards. Are you fucking kidding me? The most perfected sage I've ever seen, so perfect that I'm sure he'll blow the pants off of Ma and Pa, needs to learn more about Sage Mode. Needless to say, Jiraiya was more than intrigued at this point. To the point where the Hokage's word of approval wasn't even needed. Although, just by him being there, he provided Jiraiya with the assurance that Ken didn't have any nefarious plans. Which was the whole point of requesting the mission through him. The assassin had banked on the fact that Jiraiya trusted his master/teacher. And that seemed to have paid off, as the Toad Seinen smiled and accepted the request. Okay. I can get you there, to Mount Maiboku, I mean. I'll speak to the Toads to let you meet the Great Sage too. Jiraiya immediately patted the assassin on the back, hooking his arm around him and pulling him out of the office while waving back at his teacher. Teacher. I'll be off for a few days I think. Take care of your health. Jiraiya shouted while still pulling the assassin out of the room. Ken hadn't expected such a casual interaction, but he didn't resist, as he did want to go to Mount Maiboku, and that was exactly where Jiraiya was dragging him. So the assassin also just decided to wave back to Hiruzen, also pointing up for the Hokage to see before Jiraiya slammed the door to his teacher's office. And just like that, Hiruzen was left alone in his office. Well, as alone as he could have been with a squad of Anbu hiding on the wooden posts above his head. Hiruzen just sighed as he turned his head to his paperwork. His mind was not focused on it however, he was now back to thinking about the message Ken had sent him. Anbu possibly with seal above us, hey. Hiruzen didn't need more context to understand what Ken meant. They had just been talking about the kidnapping incident after all. He also didn't think Ken had any reason to lie to him. He wasn't quite as skeptical of Ken, especially not after the assassin had proven to not have any bad intentions by saving Kushina. Now, the Hokage had a few things he could suspect were happening. 1. Foreign shinobi had infiltrated the ranks of their Enbu and were still there despite the failed kidnapping. It was a rather stressful thought. 2. It was also possible that Ken had felt it wrong. He didn't write in a confident language, which was most likely deliberate. The red dot didn't strike Hiruzen as a person that did things without them being deliberate. So that meant Ken was only informing him of suspicion. But Ken was also renowned as a really good censor, so it was a credible source in a sense. And there was also the third and last possibility, which made the Hokage feel much more tired. Danzo is up to no good, hey. The Hokage couldn't help but sigh, pretending to be slumped in more and more paperwork that was already piling up on his desk. The next few weeks will be very busy, won't they? Chapter 103, Senen's Curiosity and the Toad's Mountain. Jiraiya was confident in himself. Even though he and his team had lost to Hanzo, they weren't discouraged. Hanzo was a person close in strength to the current god of shinobi, their teacher. It was already impressive that they didn't die fighting him, although that was mostly thanks to Tsunade managing to make an antidote to his poison. Although, Tsunade herself was not the same after the war. Jiraiya understood her, she had lost too much in it, and no longer wanted to have anything to do with it. She was off on her own now, which was a bit concerning to Jiraiya, who knew her habits, but he also knew she was strong, so he trusted she'd be safe in the end. He also trusted his teacher. Which was why he didn't even think about Ken having bad intentions with the Toad Sage. Ken's whole reputation could only really be summed up by the world infamy after all. Jiraiya found his exploits to be quite frightening. He was a figure at least on par with Hanzo when it came to status, and he wasn't believed to be any weaker than anyone by the world at large. Overall, he was a person that warranted both fear and respect. Therefore, Jiraiya decided to treat him casually, to see how he would react. To better judge his character on his own. Much to his surprise, Ken didn't seem to care at all, he even allowed himself to get dragged out of the cage's office. The assassin did start walking by his side after leaving the office, but it was already enough to establish that the assassin wasn't a violent man, or at least he wasn't stuck up and impulsive. Jiraiya was pleased with that conclusion, so he proceeded to go outside with the assassin, who followed him without exchanging many words. No one stopped them, and no Anbu came after them either. Ken was still dressed in his tattered civilian clothes, so he took out a coat and covered his body with it. Jiraiya didn't react much to that, he just started speaking about their next steps. So, first of all, I want to go and talk to my team. I have to inform them that I'd be away for a while. You can come with me, we'll leave right afterwards. The Toad Senen's words rang out as they left the large doors of the cage building. I can stick around. I don't have anything else going on right now. The blind monster simply nodded and continued following the Senen, who quickly increased his pace after they left the courtyard. The two of them jumped from roof to roof at a moderate speed for Ken. Jiraiya then stopped suddenly, prompting the assassin to do the same. What is the matter? The assassin asked as he spread out his senses slightly and turned his head in the same direction, trying to find what the Senen was looking at. Lo and behold, it was a bathhouse. With, presumably, women in it. Ken could feel their bodies through the steam, but he didn't care to focus on them hard enough to make out their exact shapes. Jiraiya was a lot less reserved, he took out what Ken assumed was a pair of binoculars, and laid on his belly signaling the assassin to do the same. Can you see it? One of life's many beautiful treasures. The perverted Senen didn't even bother checking if Ken had tried to hide himself, he was just too enraptured by the sights. Ken didn't bother crouching or anything, he only stood there with his hands hanging by the side, too stupefied to even know how to react. I am a blind man. That seemed to be enough to make Jiraiya exclaim in surprise. What? Loudly. Obviously, someone down in the bathhouse heard the commotion and decided to look up. Ken immediately turned into a blur when he felt her move. He landed directly on a different roof and proceeded to observe the scene that ensued with his non-eyes from the distance. First, the Seinen didn't realize he was noticed by the women below, too surprised by what he had just heard. Then he inevitably noticed when they started throwing whatever they could find at him. Soap, brushes, shuriken and water dragons? There were apparently some shinobi among the women inside. Jiraiya may have been a pervert, but at the very least he was skilled. He managed to dodge most of them after the first bar of soap hit him in the face and broke the binoculars he was using. After that, he turned into a puff of smoke and evaded the rest of the attacks. Ken decided not to comment on the incident and just went forward to the training grounds where Jiraiya's students were already waiting. He recognized Minato from the moment he had spread out his senses in the village. "Hello children, my name is Ken. I am also known as the Red Dot by many." The assassin's gruff voice broke through the silence as he appeared in front of the children, standing tall with his arms crossed. Minato almost instantly recognized him, putting two and two together as his eyes shined. But he decided to not speak out. It was the smart choice on his part, as he didn't exactly know how much was public about the situation. They were matters that greatly affected their village's well-being, and they couldn't be spoken about in the open. The children each introduced themselves, including Minato, who claimed he'd become the Hokage in the future with pride in his voice. "Hokage, hey? Is he trying to impress me or something? Regardless, he does seem to have the talent for it." Ken sighed as he spoke to the children a bit more, and after a few minutes, Jiraiya also showed up, looking completely fine, if not a bit out of breath. "Apologies. I got lost on my way in life." The Seinen didn't seem to look any different than he did when he entered the Hokage's office. Minato and the other children immediately started speculating about what he was doing. "I bet he was off peeping into the bathhouse again." They hit the nail right on the head. It likely wasn't even close to the first time, though Ken didn't need any confirmation for that. Jiraiya also didn't confirm nor deny it. He merely glanced at Ken with what the assassin assumed to be a bit of embarrassment before coughing into his own hand and looking at his students with a serious gaze. "The three of you will have to do some self-studying today. I have a personal mission, and I'll be away with Lord Ken. I don't know when exactly we'll be back, so don't be surprised if you don't hear from me in a day's time or so." The students quickly stopped speculating and immediately nodded at their teacher's words. It seemed that they still respected their teacher, despite his odd habits. Ken still found it difficult to take the Seinen as seriously as before. Well, let's hope he doesn't try peeping on the toads or something like that. He just hoped the Seinen would be able to salvage whatever was left of his professionalism, to at least last him till the end of the mission. All he needed to do was take him there anyway. Ken could leave on his own or ask the toads for help. The assassin didn't quite know why Jiraiya claimed he'd be spending a long time there. Maybe he's trying to gain an alibi in order to do something shady. Immediately, thoughts of Jiraiya disguising himself as a woman and entering the bathhouse appeared. Ken immediately thought of warning the Hokage as well. Well, Jiraiya seemed awfully casual earlier. It's safe to assume this isn't the first time that happened, so the Hokage should be aware of it. Ken ended up just shaking his head and deciding to mind his own business. Jiraiya was likely relatively tame if no one had done anything about it yet. After Jiraiya was done giving a speech to his students, they all nodded and went off to train. Minato only looked back once, giving Ken one last look before leaving for good. "Now, that was interesting." The perverted Seinen spoke out, either referring to what had happened earlier with the bathhouse or Minato. Ken couldn't quite tell. "Let's just forget about earlier." Ken shook his head, knowing there was no point in talking about it in the first place. Jiraiya seemed to agree, as he nodded with a stupid smile on his face before biting his finger and placing his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A seal spread on the ground and a giant puff of smoke appeared where the Senen's arm touched the ground. Ken took a few steps back as he felt a larger being appearing underneath Jiraiya's hand. The blind assassin could feel it through the smoke, a gigantic toad with a scar over its left eye. Its tongue had a series of stud-like piercings on both the upper and lower side. It also wore a large open vest and carried a massive blade at its hip. In its gigantic toad mouth was a large pipe from which Ken assumed all the smoke was coming from, as the one from the jutsu should have dispersed at some point. Gamabunta. I'm glad you could make it. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the toad's head with his arms crossed. He raised his head to the sky and gave a deep laugh, as he did his best to look cool. What do you want, you brat? The toad's deep voice reverberated throughout the entire training field. Ken just tilted his head from the side when hearing the gigantic summon speak out. Its size was easily as great as a tailed beast. I need you to take me and my friend to MT. My Boku. Jiraiya exclaimed with a proud look on his face, as he turned his head towards Ken, who was still observing the giant toad. Gamabunta turned its head towards Ken, eyes shot wide open as it finally noticed the assassin's presence. Hey? A brat like you can even hide from M. No, you're not normal. Gamabunto sniffed the air around Ken as it brought his face closer to him. He was impressed at first, a man with such skill that he could even hide from a sage. But then he noticed that Ken's entire body was shrouded by nature energy, making him indistinguishable from his surroundings. A cloak of nature energy. Is he a sage? No, this doesn't even feel that natural, to begin with. Humans shouldn't ever have this type of control over nature energy. I'm glad you can already tell that I'm not normal, it means I was right in reaching out to the toads. But the one I need to speak to is the great toad sage. Unlike Gamabunta, the regular turtle summons, no matter how big, usually couldn't tell that he was much different from other humans. Only the elder turtle could tell the difference, unless he used his scaled sage mode, of course, but he didn't even look human in those moments anyway. Meanwhile, Gamabunta sniffed him out right away. You want to speak with Great Geezer? Fine. The giant toad huffed some smoke, while Jiraiya on his head started complaining about getting ignored for too long. He didn't get to do that for long though, as Gamabunta acted quite fast. His tongue extended at unexpected speeds, coiling around the blind monster as it brought him into the toad's mouth. Ken didn't struggle nor bother to dodge, he merely allowed himself to be pulled into the toad's mouth. Jiraiya followed him soon after that, apparently being pulled into the frog's belly, screaming at it to stop. He patted off the toad's saliva while spitting in its mouth a few times and cussing at it, which made the stomach of the frog morph and punch him in the stomach? Ken just watched silently as the Seinen recovered his composure. Sorry you had to see that, Gamabunta likes to play jokes on me. Jiraiya patted his stomach with a smile on his face, while Ken just turned his head towards him. Well, you can rest assured, I didn't see anything, I never do. But why are you coming with me again? Ken's words made the Seinen awkwardly scratch the back of his head before he clapped his hands together and said, I want to meet the great toad sage too. Maybe he'll give me some pointers on how to better enter sage mode. Ken just nodded at his words, while he felt their surroundings on the outside completely change in an instant. It was a strange way to confuse and overload one's senses. A reverse summoning will always leave me a bit dizzy. Hey! We're here, come out. Ken could feel the ripples in his surroundings as the giant toad spoke out. The assassin merely chose to follow Jiraiya and exit the toad's mouth. After coming out, the Seinen turned around and looked at Ken with quite a bit of excitement. Welcome to Mount My Boku. Chapter 104, My Boku, Gamamaru, An Origin of Beasts. Welcome to Mount My Boku. The Senen's words rang out as he spread out his arms in a flamboyant fashion. Ken's head tilted to one side as he felt his surroundings with great interest. Nature energy was abundant, more so than ever. No amount of forestry and green pastures could ever compare to what he was feeling now. And he felt his body morphing subconsciously, filling with power. He could feel hundreds of toads, varying sizes and ages, all wandering about in their day-to-day lives. All of them wore clothing, and they all spoke to each other. It felt jarring, as if he was looking at just the usual human civilization, thriving and prancing around happily. Besides Gamabuntat, there were plenty of others of similar sizes, toad warriors, the size of small villages. If I remember correctly, Konoha is allied with the toads. I guess I can understand why they are considered the strongest nation. After all, it wasn't just the toads. Besides having the strongest tailed beast, the current god of shinobi, and several cage-level entities, they also had all three great summons contracted with them. It was simply unfair to compare them with the other nations. Even so, they were unable to help the Uzumaki when they were on the brink of destruction. And they were unable to win the war against the great alliance that opposed them single-handedly. Despite having all that strength, they were still spread out too thin. Too few allies, too many enemies. The current Hokage was also said to be against the nuke option, which meant that losses would accumulate over time as the war progressed. At least the destruction of the alliance gave Konoha some time to breathe. But it wasn't going to last forever, the war was still ongoing. This raised one very important question. Why aren't the toads providing more support to the Leaf? Maybe their alliance was not that strong. Or maybe they just didn't wish to get involved in the conflicts of humans unless actually summoned by their contractor. But they also didn't give out their contract freely to Konoha shinobi, so few people had access to it that only one person was ever accepted, that person being Jiraiya. I guess I will never fully know unless I ask the toads or the Hokage. I don't think they'll ever answer to this specific curiosity, unfortunately. Ken ended up just sighing and focusing more on the landscape around him. Then he felt it, something he didn't even think possible before. He instinctively turned his head towards it, tilting his head. A waterfall and fountain imbued with pure nature energy, surrounded by toad statues sitting in meditative positions. The fountain seemed to be made of a substance heavier than water, likely oil. Ken could feel it constantly moving and pulling in nature energy, seemingly endlessly. Impressive, hey? Gamabunta asked, likely noticing him stalling for a few seconds. Indeed. One doesn't get to see such a beautiful land with their own eyes often, nor do they get to smell such clean and blessed air. Ken sighed, not bothering to specify that he was more sensing the sights than seeing them. Jiraiya seemed to have noticed that, which made him give the assassin a weird look. Aren't you a nice child? A much smaller toad approached Ken, with another one following behind her. The one that spoke up had the voice of an aged woman, she also had small curly hair. She wore a coat which covered most of her body. The small toad that followed behind her was dressed similarly, it also had a tuft of hair on the top of its head, and another one on its chin, forming a pointed beard. He was also holding onto a small cane. Ma and Pa. Jiraiya immediately became excited upon seeing them, he ran up to them with a wide smile on his face. Both smaller toads looked up at him with what Ken could only describe as disappointment. Brat! Talk to me when you start taking your training more seriously. Pa, the one with the beard, spoke out as he smacked his cane onto Jiraiya's shin. The blind assassin sighed as he began to realize that Jiraiya felt like the butt of every joke with the toads. But it was also rather apparent that they cared for him. They cared enough to not let him recklessly practice Sage Mode unsupervised, they cared enough to answer his summons in the first place. Really, calling those two toads Ma and Pa might have been accurate, as they did seem to have a familial bond with the toad Seinen. Gamabunta also seemed to care about the Seinen, especially since it stuck around with them even now instead of going off on its own. Ma, Pa, our visitor is here to meet the great geezer. The gigantic smoking toad addressed the two smaller ones with respect. Ken quickly started realizing that the hierarchy amongst the toads didn't have anything to do with size, but age. This was a tad different for the turtles, but they did only grow bigger as they got older. Meanwhile, the toads seemed to not all grow as big. At least that was the case from Ken's limited understanding. Some toads appeared to get really big, Gamabunta being a good example. But there were also smaller ones that seemed to be younger. The older ones were with more wrinkles on their skin, they also had a more powerful feel to them. Ma and Pa were a good example, but Ken could feel plenty of others among the rocks. They were certainly beings with power. While they couldn't use their size like Gamabunta, they appeared to be extremely agile, and very much capable when it came to chakra and especially senjutsu. Oh, the kind young sage wants to meet Honorable Gamamaru. Ma turned her small face towards Ken, a motherly smile still plastered onto it. Some skilled sage at that. I'm sure the Honorable Geezer will be curious about him. Pa also smiled as he scratched his beard. It seemed that both Ma and Pa were able to tell that he was a sage at the very least. Gamabunta, we can lead them if you are busy with training. Ma looked up at the gigantic frog with that same smile plastered on her face. Gamabunta laughed a bit, taking the pipe out of his mouth and putting it in his stash, likely out of respect for her. I want to see what this whole thing is about before that. The toad smiled as he lowered his palm. Ma and Pa quickly got on, Jiraiya also jumped on, still clutching onto his leg for a few seconds. Ken received the message and quickly stepped onto the gigantic frog's palm as well. They walked for a minute at the very least, Mt. My Boku may have been a sacred site, but it was also an extremely vast one. Eventually, they reached a rather large shrine, one which Ken's senses couldn't quite get into, at least not at first. It was like a mass of senjutsu inside, it was simply impossible for him to make out the shapes inside. But the closer he got, the better an image of the inside he built. And before they entered the gigantic shrine, Ken already knew what to expect. Gamamaru was a giant frog, sitting on a chair to match its size. It felt wrinkled and old, and its eyes seemed to be almost permanently closed, at the very least Ken had yet to feel them open. Gamamaru wore a gigantic professor's hat with tassels and an orb on top of it. He also wears a necklace around his neck. That was about the extent of what Ken could feel appearance-wise. But one thing stood out, and it was somewhat obvious considering Gamamaru's title. His nature energy is simply insane. The gigantic toad seemed to be somewhat similar to Ken, as in it seemed to always have nature energy within its body. But it wasn't passively absorbing it, that was the only difference. There were also two smaller frogs in front of the great sage, they stood to the left and the right, each having its own small chair. Gamabunta opened the doors with one hand, before placing the ones he was holding on the ground in front of the old toad sages. Ma, who Ken learned was also called Shima, and Pa, who was called Fukasaku, both went forward while he and Jiraiya stood back. But Gamamaru and the other toad sages present had already noticed them. Oh, young Jiraiya and... It was at that point that the great toad sage finally got a good look at the blind assassin. And its eyes shot wide open. Oh! Ken could hear some of the people around him exclaiming in surprise, but he was so transfixed on the great sage that he didn't even care about what they were saying. I see that another one has been born, but you seem different too. The great sage's eyes remained open. Ken could feel an ungodly amount of nature energy radiating off of the gigantic toad. Another one? So you know what I actually am. Ken crossed his arms and turned his head towards the toad sage, making it look as if he was staring him in the eyes. Oh, I certainly know what you may be. The great sage then did something even more unexpected. He stood up, hopping over to Ken in an instant, towering over him. Well, even that is helpful. I've yet to meet someone that can make heads or tails of my existence. Ken's words sounded a bit discouraged, but he couldn't really be blamed. He didn't hold some great importance over being a human. He had long since stopped caring about that. He only treated people right based on his beliefs, not because they were human. But while being human wasn't important, not knowing anything about himself just felt inadequate. Since you are already this intelligent, it's safe to assume you aren't the exact same. But I'll tell you nonetheless. Gamamaru huffed as his aged eyes turned to the rest of the people in the room. It was a clear sign, all of them nodded and left, only Jiraiya took one last look before also leaving. As soon as the doors behind him closed, Ken turned back towards Gamamaru, who sat down in front of me. Do you know the origin of the tailed beasts, young one? Gamamaru's eyes were still open, it blinked slowly as it asked that question. Ken couldn't help but tilt his head at that question. Unfortunately, no. I've not been able to find anything regarding that. The assassin answered truthfully, there was no point in lying to someone that was helping him. Well, I can tell you how they appeared, and why. Gamamaru sighed as he realized he had to tell the tale from the start. Then, Ken heard the tale of something he didn't quite expect. The 10-tailed beast. A monstrous entity, one born out of the world as if spawned by nature itself. And its nature was capricious, it fed off of the energy of others, and it trapped the entire human world within an eternal dream. Gamamaru then spoke of two brothers, the Sage of Six Paths, Hago Romo and Hamura, head of the progenitors of the Hyuga, the Otsutsuki. They were the two that rose up to seal the beast. Being able to resist the dream because of the strength of their bloodlines. And Gamamaru was the one to teach them Senjutsu, the art of controlling and manipulating nature's energy. Their task was arduous, and they had fought for countless nights to kill the beast. And they had done so triumphantly at first. But not even 1 year later, the beast had risen again, spawned from the earth once more. After its death, it reformed in a different place within the elemental nations. And the two brothers were after it again. The cycle repeated again and again and again. But after a while, they realized that trying to actually kill that beast was fruitless. And so, they sealed it within Hago Romo, hoping for that to halt its reappearance. In exchange, Hagoram became the first Jinchuriki and became godlike. But he was not immortal. And upon reaching old age, he decided to permanently split the chakra of the tailed beast within him into 9 parts. So that's how the 9-tailed beasts came to be, hey? It's certainly an interesting piece of history, unheard in human lands at the very least. Ken sighed as he mulled over the information he had just received. The thought of such a powerful being existing scared him slightly. It certainly helped him understand that he was not as powerful as he thought he was. At the very least, it opened up the possibility of there being even more frightening beings out and about in the world, which meant he couldn't simply rest easy and stop taking his training seriously. But throughout the story, Ken still had one question. And how exactly does this relate to my predicament? Chapter 105, A Natural Beast, Mix of Bloodlines and Sage Training. And how exactly does this relate to my predicament? The assassin's question was rather forward, he clearly found the tale that Gamamaru spun interesting. Your correlation to this story? To the story of the beasts and their creation. The great toad sage huffed when hearing the assassin's question. It had likely thought Ken would draw his own conclusion when hearing that story, and in truth, he had already drawn quite a few of them. But that didn't mean he would be satisfied without actual confirmation. To put it simply, you are a being similar in nature to the 10 tails. You are not exactly the same, of course, but one with knowledge of the 10 tails would easily make that mistake. At least that is the way you seem to be now, constantly evolving, taking in more energy from nature, making it bend to your will. The great toad sage decided to not hold back on the explanation. The blind monster could only nod, finally getting the confirmation he had so badly wanted. But did that clear up all of his questions? No. But I am certain that I started human. At the very least I was born from a human couple. The blind swordsman could still remember the voices he had heard at birth, claiming they wouldn't be able to raise him due to his birth defect. The loving parents, the ones to leave him for death on a snowy mountain that fateful evening, when the group of samurai deserters just happened to pass by. It was a bit of sad irony, how a group of deserters were the ones to show him the warmth of a family, while his real family showed him nothing but coldness, quite literally. But still, those brief memories with them were proof that Ken was still human. And Gamamaru was also surprised when seeing how sure of that fact Ken was. He could quite refute it either. Indeed. You are not exactly the same as the 10 tails. But within you is a mix of bloodlines that makes you frighteningly close to it. Do you have any ideas what those bloodlines may be? Ken hoped to get more information, but Gamamaru simply shook his head. I don't know what could possibly spawn such curiosity. But it's safe to assume there is none other like you. Normally, there is a rhyme and reason within nature, a law, if you will. The sages that use nature's energy must abide by that reason if they wish to do so. But you. Gamamaru's eyes shined a bit as he looked over Ken's body one more time. He studied the energy coming off of the blind monster. He looked over it for a few more seconds before he opened up his gigantic mouth again. Not only do you not have to concentrate and meditate to gather it, but you are also more akin to a vacuum constantly sucking in nature's energy. And you don't even need to try and struggle to balance your chakra and nature energy. Although he didn't outright state it, the great toad sage pointed to one very obvious thing. Something that the turtle sage had also told him about before. You make your own rules as you go. It wasn't like Ken was ignorant of the dangers of nature energy. The fact that even he could turn into a statue meant that normal humans likely had a high chance of dying while practicing to become a sage. Thanks to his conversation with the Gamamaru, Ken now also gained a bit more understanding of what sage mode truly was for the regular human. Complete harmony and balance between someone's chakra and the nature energy they absorb from the outside through meditation. It was an arduous process for humans to achieve. But for the blind swordsman? Well, his very existence was an abnormality. Not only did his powers evolve with time, but his body also shifted subconsciously according to his will. It was, by every definition, an adaptability that went completely against the rules of nature. After all, no one being was supposed to be able to thrive in all living environments. One could make the argument that humans in general were insanely adaptable to their surroundings. But Ken was taking that to a whole new level. In the end, the assassin now had some answers. But there were still plenty of questions to be had. Things like, am I really the same as a tailed beast? Does that mean I will reform randomly in the world after I die? There was also the question of what bloodlines combined within him to make such a mutation. He'd have to look into that as well, but the great toad sage didn't even seem to know, so it was certainly not going to be an easy task. In the end, the assassin still got closer to finding out what he actually was. And that was already good enough. Thank you, great toad sage. The assassin brought his hands together, saluting the toad sage with a monk's greeting. It seemed fitting, as they were essentially in a shrine. The toad sage also seemed appreciative of the gesture. A polite youngster is always welcome in these halls. The toad laughed a bit as it gestured for the assassin to stand up straight. So, what's the plan now, child? The great sage looked at Ken with curiosity. He was clearly invested in the blind monster's story, wanting to know more. Plan? I guess I don't have much of a plan anymore. Ken shook his head as his senses bent around the hall he was in. His mind tried to paint a picture of the future, some goal on the road for him to follow. But there was really nothing he could think of anything besides striving to learn more about himself. And growing the Brotherhood, his new family, into a force to be reckoned with. Silently, he did also decide on another goal for himself. One that would take much more time and overwhelming power. One that seemed unlikely to ever happen in his lifetime. But still, it was good to strive for the impossible, right? At least in that way, one would at least have a chance of achieving a piece of it. Wandering aimlessly may be dangerous for someone like you. Gamamaru couldn't hear his thoughts, however, so he was mostly just concerned. At least he seemed to be. Aimlessly? Don't misunderstand, great sage. I have no plans to become a stagnant pool of water. I don't want to rot in this world. The blind monster shook his head and slowly turned towards the door. He slowly started walking away, his steps light and unheard. Gamamaru huffed a bit when seeing his back. I see. It's good in that case, take care of yourself, child beast. I hope you stick around a bit longer. I will ask Fukasaku to prepare a parting gift for you, a trinket you can use to remember us toads. Ken stopped for a moment, turning his head back towards the great sage. He didn't exactly know how to respond, nor was he able to judge Gamamaru's intentions. So, instead of saying anything, he merely nodded and waved towards the great sage, before turning around and leaving. The gigantic toad returned the gesture before the assassin closed the doors to his shrine. The second that happened, Gamamaru's aged eyes narrowed as he watched the closed doors, still feeling Ken's figure getting further and further away. This world really is fortunate that someone like you was born, instead of another beast like Hago Romo predicted. Then again, you may just become that beast. I'll make preparations regardless of that. His silence didn't last long, as the other toads that were usually with him entered the shrine almost as soon as Ken departed. Fukasaku also entered the room, rubbing his pointy bears as his small body appeared before the great sage, who had already returned to his gigantic chair. I assume the talk went well, Sir Gamamaru. The old toad addressed the great sage directly as he sat down in front of its gigantic chair. It went about as well as you'd expect. He's an interesting character, young, but not hostile. He could prove quite dangerous if he ever gets a change of perspective. Gamamaru's answer made most of the toads present nod. So, what must we do? Do we get rid of him? Fukasaku asked, his yellow eyes shining slightly at the mention of violence, the easiest approach to dealing with any issue. No. I'm afraid he's already grown too much for any of us to handle. For now, we need to keep an eye on him. Say, which contracted species were indebted to us toads? Gamamaru didn't exactly entertain the notion, however. The great toad sage had already felt the blind monster's power. Out of all the toads within Mount Maiboku, only the great toad had any chance of dealing any real damage to Ken. So fighting him was simply foolish. Especially if Ken truly turned out to be more like a tailed beast, and couldn't actually die. Fukasaku didn't try to insist on his idea either. All toads respected the judgment of the great sage. There was no going against his words, so Pa obliged and started listing the contracted beasts that they could ask to work for them. Well, there were the bats, the vultures, the ravens. There are many, Sir Gamamaru. There were indeed far too many beasts that had made contact with the toads. The great sage had imparted his wisdom to many, and they had also allowed some other species to use the sacred oil fountain in the past. They had many they could call upon. I would have suggested giving him a contract scroll for us toads, but our deal with the first Hokage prevents that. For now, let Ken choose, give him the contract scroll for one of those three you listed. They will be our gift to him, as well as our eyes. Gamamaru didn't take too long to think about it, he merely waved his hand and told Fukasaku what to do. The small toad only nodded and disappeared. Some other toads went to contact the three species, to inform them of this development. Gamamaru was now left alone, sighing as his aged eyes opened once more, looking at the entrance to his shrine with a wary gaze. There's no reason to make an enemy out of him for now. I just hope that doesn't change in the future. And as he was pondering on those thoughts, Ken was off exploring Mount Maiboku. He was quite interested in the place, but more specifically, he was more interested in the sacred oil fountain. He had already heard of its name from Gamabunta, who was still sticking around with him for now. It wasn't like he was a trusted ally of the frogs or anything. They left the gigantic toad with him to act as supervision. But Gamabunta was quite friendly all things considered. It answered any questions Ken had about the place without withholding any information for the most part. At the very least Ken was unable to tell if he was hiding something. Now, the two of them were making their way steadily towards the oil fountain. The place was about the same as Ken remembered it to be, a small waterfall of oil falling down into an oil fountain surrounded by hundreds of toad statues, likely failed sage art practitioners. Gamabunta was also able to confirm his suspicion. This place is a sacred ground, tread carefully. But as sacred as it is, it's also a burial ground for those that tried to walk the arduous path of a sage. Not everyone is as cut out for this as you are. Just further confirmation that sage arts and senjutsu were not exactly meant to be used by humans. But even so, nature still enabled them to try it. At their own risk, of course. Jiraiya was now also practicing, sitting in a meditative stance near the fountain, with Ma right beside him. Silence stretched in that clearing near the fountain. The Seinen was surrounded by reminders of what failure would lead him to. It was not an option. Dying was not an option for him. But it was an inevitability, it seemed. Ken felt the Toad Senen's body blowed up badly, taking on frog-like features as the Seinen failed to balance the two energies within him. In that instant, Ma acted quickly. And beat the Seinen with a stick? It was a strange image to Ken, and he couldn't even see it. But feeling one of the so-called legendary shinobi get beaten by a small motherly toad was amusing. There was also the fact that Ma's beating seemed to be working to help Jiraiya. That stick she's using. It's oddly effective in pushing out nature energy. Ma's beating quickly allowed the Seinen to return to his human form, but it still left him panting and tired on the ground. Jiraiya, you won't get far if you get scared of nature energy. Let it flow through you freely, but at the same time be careful of how much you intake. Ma did her best to instruct the Seinen on his failings, and he seemed to be listening, but he was still not any closer to reaching sage mode, which was simply discouraging. He's really hopeless, hey. Gamabunta also sighed. Ken stood on the giant toad's shoulder as he observed the scene. I have some free time. Should I help him out? It would be a good way of testing out if I can try to teach the others in the Brotherhood about senjutsu. The assassin scratched his chin before nodding and jumping to the ground, surprising Gamabunta slightly. But the giant toad didn't try to stop him from approaching Jiraiya, who was still sprawled on the ground. Hey! Do you need help with that? Chapter 106, Sage Teaching, Nature Energy and Departure. Hey! Do you need help with that? The assassin's question seemed to take just about everyone present by surprise. Jiraiya himself hadn't even noticed him approaching, which startled him and made him almost fall into the oil fountain. Shima, or Ma, was thankfully there to catch and berate him for his stupidity. The oil was apparently dangerous for humans, which made sense. It seemed to naturally attract nature energy. They were most likely using it for training, but in very small doses. And to someone that couldn't even control nature energy normally, using such a thing was almost suicidal. At the very least Ma had a stick that repelled the nature energy out of Jiraiya. Still, that stick begged the rather obvious question of how exactly did so many people fail at becoming sages? Why were there so many toad statues around? Were the toads purposefully not assisting the trainees perhaps? It was hard to tell, but it was better to not make assumptions randomly. Hell, Ken knew he needed to stop just assuming the worst of people. Unfortunately, that habit was going to take a while to get kicked out. But that was fine. Ken was still young in that life, and he still had time to grow as a person. Ma eventually finished berating the Seinen for his clumsiness, and the sage apprentice was now able to look at Ken and ask for clarifications. Why you want to help me with mastering sage mode? Jiraiya's voice was still stunted, his mind startled, either because he didn't expect Ken to offer such a thing, or because he had almost died by falling into oil. Well, I don't know about mastering sage mode. But I can help you regulate and control nature energy. Ken's answer seemed to confuse Jiraiya even more, but the Seinen still seemed to be truly considering it. Ma also rubbed her chin. I mean, with your level of control I guess you could stop his absorption before he loses control over it. But can you claim to be able to manipulate nature's energy while it is within someone else? The small grandmotherly toad seemed to be intrigued as well. She could tell that Ken's control over nature energy far exceeded even her own. The only being she knew that she could compare it to was the Grand Toad Sage, and even then, she had no way of telling who was better. This was a good chance for her to test Ken's limits in a sense. She wasn't worried about Jiraiya as she was still there, nature energy dispelling stick in hand. Well, I've never tried it before, but trying now can't be that harmful. I can at least assure you that he won't be turning into a toad statue in my hands. Ken tilted his head to the side as he spoke, somewhat bluntly referring to the meditating statues that surrounded them. Well then, feel free to try. Shima crossed her small toad arms and huffed. Certainly not appreciative of the small jab Ken took at the results of their past training methods. Jiraiya looked back and forth between Ma and Ken, unsure if he even wanted to accept the blind assassin's help anymore. There was, after all, a rather dangerous possible result of him just dying in Ken's hand. The Seinen doubted Ken had such intentions, but this was his first time teaching someone senjutsu, so it wasn't like he couldn't make a small mistake to cost his first student's life. Nature energy seems to be an extremely fickle thing. That oil helps you attract it in your body at first, right? Ken pointed towards the fountain before walking to it and reaching for it. Wait, it's dangerous. Jiraiya immediately reached over to stop him, but couldn't do so in time. He watched the assassin's hand sink into the oil, then he watched the assassin's muscles bubbling strangely. Shit, he's turning into a Toa. What? Instead of the image he expected, Ken didn't grow into a toad at all. Instead, his muscles seemed to try and grow, then compress. His body, entire hand and every visible part of the assassin's body was also covered in azure scales, shining a deep green in the sunlight. An interesting liquid, what is this exactly? Ken turned his head towards Ma, still clenching his hand within the toad oil. It's called the sacred fountain for a reason. I cannot tell you what it is exactly, but it can only exist in this environment, in Mount Maiboku. It can't be taken outside. Shima was also somewhat taken aback by his transformation, but she seemed to have expected something similar at the very least. Meanwhile, Gamambunta didn't even react. The giant toad just started smoking a bit, going further away from the fountain to not bother Ma. Ken only nodded before slowly standing up and flicking the oil in his hand back into the pond. In less than a second after that, his body seemed to turn to normal, surprising Jiraiya once more. Such unprecedented control. Maybe he really is qualified to teach. The Senen's mind was immediately filled with thoughts of that nature. Figures, this place is essentially a treasure trove of nature energy. I guess I'll have to make do without it for any future senjutsu student I might take in. It was a shame, as it seemed to help others sense nature's energy as well. It seemed like an essential tool for a training sage. Maybe I can replicate that. Okay, let's get on with this, Jiraiya, sit cross-legged in front of me. The assassin's tone was determined, commanding. The Seinen looked over at Ma, who simply nodded before he followed instructions. We won't be using the oil. Instead, I want you to focus on the inside of your body, feel your chakra pathways properly, visualize them if you will. Ken sat down right behind Jiraiya on the cold ground, adopting a meditative position as he placed both of his palms on Senen's back. Jiraiya's lower lip trembled slightly as he felt the assassin's cold palms on his hair and back. He nodded before he turned his focus inward, as instructed. At first, he couldn't feel anything different. He started wondering if Ken expected him to be able to feel nature's energy by himself. But I've not reached that stage yet. The Seinen felt dejected for a second. Then, just as he relaxed and was about to tell Ken he couldn't sense anything, he felt a very warm and familiar energy enter his body. This. A strand of nature energy. It was the furthest from what he had expected. Every time he used the toad oil, he was able to both perfectly feel the energy around him, and to attract it towards him. But the energy that entered his body was always abundant, always too much for him to manage. His chakra reserves weren't meager either, it was just that nature energy was too demanding. At first, the strand of energy was controlled by an external force. Jiraiya could feel that it wasn't moving of its own volition. So this is the power of a true sage. Bending nature to his will? That's not what the toads taught me. I'll leave you to play around with it. Be careful. As soon as the assassin mouthed those words, Jiraiya panicked. He braced himself, expecting nature energy to flood into him like it usually did during his training. Every time there was nature energy within him, he couldn't help but try and attract more and more. His lack of control was what drove him to do that. He couldn't even judge his limits properly yet. But to his surprise, he wasn't even able to attract any nature energy, not even by mistake. He sweated a bit as he finally noticed it. A vortex of nature energy surrounding him. Even Ma had taken a few steps back and covered her eyes from the dust storm that was rising up around him and Ken. It was a vacuum of nature energy, a bubble revolved around the two of them constantly, keeping all nature energy at bay, even in the energy-rich Mount Maiboku. And then he felt that hair of energy within him wriggling uncontrollably. It was now in his hands. It was just as wild as he remembered it to be. Nature energy was never going to not be volatile and dangerous for a human unless they were somehow monsters with infinite chakra. Or like Ken. Feel that strand of energy within you, get used to it, learn to control it. His new senjutsu teacher had a calming voice, its tonality helping the Senin's mind relax. Ken sighed internally as he stood behind Jiraiya, his hands still stuck to the man's back to make sure he wouldn't hurt himself or something. Jiraiya's control over nature energy was pitiful in Ken's lack of eyes. He had more control over nature energy as a toddler. Then again, it was a wholly unfair comparison since he was apparently closer to a calamity-causing tailed beast than a human. From the way Ken felt things progressing, Jiraiya would need at least another year or two to master and control nature energy. He was struggling to control a strand properly. Ken had planned to slowly increase the amount of nature energy and let him gradually get used to it at every stage, before helping him balance out his chakra and nature energy. But he had underestimated the difficulty of senjutsu for the common man, so at most, the blind assassin would only be able to give Jiraiya a taste of it. I didn't anticipate how long this might take. But at least I understand how I would be able to teach someone senjutsu. It's something I'll have to do personally, for each student I decide to take in. Ken and Jiraiya stood like that for an hour. Ma had already retreated into Gamabunta's palm, waiting for the training to be over. It was already obvious that Ken wasn't going to allow Jiraiya to overflow and turn into a toad statue. After a while, Ken tapped the Seinen on the back and sighed. That's going to be the end of it for now. It was a nice experiment. Ken then forcefully extracted the nature energy from Jiraiya's body, much to the Seinen's surprise. The student sweated heavily as his eyes were wide and staring at the ground as if he had just been awakened from a nightmare. His mind was reeling, trying to understand what had just happened. He can extract nature energy out of someone. It was a frightening thought. Jiraiya had absolutely no power to even resist it. Even Ma from a distance seemed to have noticed what had happened, and she decided to make her way over alongside Pa, her lifelong companion who had arrived at some point in the training. Jiraiya continued staring at the ground for a while, still trying to remember that lingering and weak feeling of control he had over nature energy. He did so while ignoring what was happening around him. He tried to remember and revisualize that small strand of energy within him. He started thinking of more ways he could have improved, of ways he could also try to get any semblance of control over it. At the same time, he felt weird. Does mastering Sage Mode really make a difference if you run into an opponent that can instantly ruin your perfected Sage Mode? It was a foolish thought. Both because there was only one person like Ken in the world from the way it seemed, and because he had no way of knowing if Ken would even be able to do the same thing to an experienced Sage Mode practitioner. Eventually, Ma tapped him on the back, taking him out of his thoughts. What's wrong, Jiraiya? You've not said anything for a while. Hey? No, nothing. I was just wondering about some stuff. The Seinen shook his head and slowly stood up. When he turned around he noticed that Ken was no more. He left already. Pa and Gambuntia helped him with a reverse summon after he chose his gift. Ma sighed as she jumped and stood on Jiraiya's shoulder. Now, no need to feel too discouraged, Jiraiya. Ken's control over nature is not natural, he's simply a monster, don't compare yourself to him. He is also unique, so I don't think there's any use in worrying about running into people like him. Her words were certainly comforting, but Jiraiya still felt weird hearing them. As always, Ma was great at reading his thoughts and mood, she was able to tell what bothered him instantly. I hope not. He seems relatively peaceful, but if someone with a more hostile mindset was to have that kind of power. Jiraiya shuddered just thinking about the possibilities, what one could do with that much power. The number of lives that would be in the palm of his hand if he so wished. It's better not to think about that, Jiraiya. I'd recommend trying to not make an enemy out of him anyway. Shima shook her small head while looking at Jiraiya's face with a smile. He's certainly not enemy material. But if possible, I'd want him to teach me again. Jiraiya then looked in the distance, a smile rising on his lips. Well, that's a conversation you'll have with him, not with me. Hurry up, maybe you'll catch up to him. Ma then jumped down and took one last look at Jiraiya, before she started making a few handsings. I don't think I'll catch him. But it's worth a try. The Seinen smiled widely as he quickly started stretching, while Ma tapped him one last time on the shin. The Seinen then disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Ma alone in the field of toad statues. I should inform the Gamamaru how Jiraiya's training went. Ma only sighed before she hopped off. Chapter 107, Impressions, Gift, and Returning Home. Ken dashed from tree to tree as his hair blew in the wind. His head snapped back in the direction of the Leaf Village for a second, his mind wandering back to his departure from that place. He hadn't bothered to go and say goodbye to the Hokage, the assassin assumed that the Leaf Village leader had enough on his plate for now. Instead, he took off right after Pa helped him return to the training grounds. The shinobi of Konoha had likely already been instructed to not try and stop him, as no one even reacted when he left. Overall, the assassin's time on Mount Maiboku was not quite what he had expected. He certainly wanted more answers than he had gotten. But at the very least he had the basics of what he was down. In a sense, he hadn't always been the same. Back in his early years, his body wasn't the way it was now, he was more human. It's fair to say I'm slowly becoming less and less human. The great toad sage said that I am like that beast, the 10 tails. It was a bit concerning, as Ken couldn't even feel much difference from how he was before. He felt no difference in his body, besides the scaled sage mode. Although, one could say that him being able to modify his body even when outside of the scaled sage mode, meant that his body was no longer normal. Small things like hiding the tenketsu, or adjusting his height, essentially growing his muscles and bones. It all hinted that his body had already become more than human. He just hadn't really thought of himself as a tailed beast in the past. Then there was also the aspect of his mind. The great toad sage had led him to believe that the 10 tails was more or less a mindless beast. So did that mean he was also predisposed to slowly losing his humanity and becoming a mindless beast? But his thoughts were just as clear, if not clearer than before. Clear enough to see his past hypocrisy in a different light although he had no eyes. Just meeting Minato and Kushina alone was enough to give him a bit more perspective regarding shinobi, and that perspective led to him looking back on his actions in a more critical manner. But at the end of the day, he always did what he thought was necessary, so he wasn't going to regret the past. After all, he had killed thousands upon thousands. There were some he didn't regret killing. People like the brainwashed cultists, and even the warmongering shinobi from the alliance he had taken down. Although some of them might have been faultless, fighting someone else's war, they were still going to war. They had gone out prepared to kill others in a merciless offensive. But then there were the samurai and guards that he had killed back in the day. Did they truly deserve to die for doing their jobs? Not really. Ken had no way of knowing how innocent they were, or if they were innocent at all. But was he truly the most qualified to act as their judge, jury, and executioner? That was a bit more difficult to answer. But one thing was for sure. Ken wasn't going to be judging the innocence of others anytime soon unless he sensed their intentions personally. I should strive to work for a better future instead of living with uncertainty or regret. In the end, the reason that so much blood was being spilt was exactly because the world was still a messy place, filled with war. I need to work harder if I want to create my very own slice of heaven. As we are now, our peace can still be ruined if the other villages decide we are too big of a threat. Ken knew that he needed to grow even stronger, and he also needed to train his students to grow even stronger. After all, he would need strength to carry out any of his future plans. He needed overwhelming strength, and freedom to act without worrying about the Dark Brotherhood being harmed. We are on a good track already. Here's hoping we keep up with this pace for the foreseeable future. Ken shook his head as he decided not to think too deeply about the future while in the middle of traveling. Although there were some concerns on his mind still. Things like, why exactly did the Toads give me a contract as a gift? The first thought was that they had done so to keep an eye on him, but they had allowed him to choose the animal he preferred most. But there was always the possibility that all of the contracted beasts they had offered were going to act as spies. Ken didn't quite like the idea, but at the same time he didn't really feel like the Toads were his enemies. They hadn't quite done anything to even suggest they were hostile towards him. Maybe his suspicions were just unfounded, but the old assassin just couldn't help himself but be paranoid about such matters. The choices he got were rather interesting too. Vulture summons, raven summons, and bat summons. It was a tough choice for the assassin. For one, he felt that Vulture was what described him best when it came to the mindset and strategies he used as of late. He was a scavenger, someone that stood by the sidelines most of the time and reaped the rewards with as little danger involved as possible. Although he was not against getting his hands dirty, he did enjoy indirectly reaping benefits from the actions of others. He also felt that ravens suited him in the sense that they were an extremely smart species of birds, and they were mostly known for being sneaky. But in the end, Ken chose something that wasn't quite what he had expected at first. The bat. A species of bird that could be more aptly described as flying rats. Yet they shared many similarities to the blind assassin. They saw through echolocation, a method that Ken could also use to see. They were by far the fastest bird from the list that Ken was given. They weren't anywhere near as fast as a falcon, sure, but they were at least twice as fast as the other two. They were also a mostly nocturnal race, which fit the assassin best as he also preferred carrying out most missions at night if possible. It was not what he would have gone for if he had been given that choice a few years back. In the past, he likely would have chosen a race with a great vision. Something that could help him read in a pinch. But now there was no longer a need for that. He had the Brotherhood, and if truly needed he could always summon one of them to his place and ask for help. It was virtually the exact same thing, but with people he knew he could fully trust. He had yet to open up and sign the contract with the bats, but he planned to do so later after he got back home. But for now, he wasn't home yet. He was in a place devoid of warmth. A cold mountaintop, a forest broken but healed, skeletons and strewn across a clearing, incomplete, eaten and played around with by the local wildlife. The assassin's pace slowed down as he walked those mountain roads, winding, natural and overgrown. His feet dragged through the snow, his sandals and toes sinking into it further with every step. The assassin sighed as he eventually reached it, the broken-down walls of a ruined temple. "I'm back home, hey." After all that time, the blind monster returned to his home. Empty and desolate. He walked further into the courtyard, stepping over the skeletal remains of a man wearing samurai armor. "Now that I think about it," He was my first successful assassination in this world, wasn't he? The first high-ranking samurai he had killed. The Hatamoto that had cut down his home. As an odd twist of fate, Ken had used that same blade to cut down many enemies that had stood in his path. He took it out of the seal on his wrist. He sighed as he allowed the blade to slide out of its hilt. He ran his finger over the blade. It was chipped in places, blunt in others. It had held up well over the years. It was what allowed him to fight so efficiently at first. Acquiring a good weapon was only the start of his journey. But I can't use this one much longer, can I? The blade was strong, but it was slowly approaching its deadline. It was expiring, much like the lives he had taken with it. He wasn't worried regardless. Even without it, he still had an assortment of blades he could use. So, he found its final resting place. He took the hilt from the ground and walked forward. A small, dilapidated shrine was now in front of him. Corroded by wind and snow, frozen solid by time. On it were 10 small wooden planks with names written on them. On each plan stood a different item. On one plank lay a hairpin, on one lay a small sheathed blade, on one a pair of sandals, a necklace, a pair of broken glasses and so on. Various items and trinkets the samurai that raised him held dear to them. Ken waved his hand towards the altar, the force of which created a small shockwave that blew away all of the snow from the small makeshift memorial. After that, the assassin sheathed his long blade, placed it on the ground, and slowly crouched down. You know, I first wanted to build something bigger. I was thinking of building a shrine in the Dark Brotherhood with the help of the others. He spoke to no one in particular, his gruff voice reverberated through the wind, which responded with a hollow breeze. But at the end of the day, I don't think there ever will be a better place for this shrine other than here. The blind monster reached for the shrine and he picked up one of the items on there, a particular hairpin. He gently clutched it in his hand as he heaved a sigh. Daisuke, I wonder if any of you can hear me now. Would you be proud of me if you saw the man I have become? Would you think less of me if you knew more of the things I did? Why did the world have to cut our time so short? He once again spoke to no one in particular. He had never been a sentimental person, he also didn't used to put much value on human life. But it was the samurai from the altar in front of him that taught him the value of life. More specifically, it was their deaths that taught him a valuable lesson. Still, the blind swordsman couldn't help but feel bitter. A hatred for the world that took them away, a hatred for the ones that had killed them. But the ones that had done so had already met their end. Ken was also bitter towards the Land of Iron, but he saw no sense in pursuing them for revenge. He no longer saw any meaning in it. He had also heard about the afterlife in that world. The belief in the Pure Lands. The world was mystical enough for the skeptical assassin to believe such a thing as possible. So to him, there was a chance that the samurai were watching over him. Maybe. He wanted to have proper closure, which was why he had returned there, to his old home. The blind monster stood motionless as he listened to the wind a bit more. He hoped for a whisper, to find a different pattern than what was natural. But no such thing happened. He eventually placed the hairpin back on the altar, before slowly reaching into his cloak. I grew out of it a long time ago. And it's a lot more broken down than when I received it. But I think it's better if I leave this here with you. And in front of the altar he placed a wooden mask, stitched together with glue, cracked in many places. It was the mask that Koji, their resident doctor, had originally gifted him with. I wore this when I first sought revenge blindly. I'll close that chapter of my life with this. Ken then picked up the long blade from his side and placed it on the ground in front of the altar as well. This blade was stained with the blood of those that killed you. I'll also leave it here to soothe you in the afterlife. I never got to say this, but I'm sure all of you knew it. You were all my family, and I treasured you greatly. After that, Ken sighed, sitting down for a few more seconds before slowly standing up, and nodding towards the altar one last time. He then turned around and started walking off. It was only then that it happened. An odd gust of wind blew towards the altar, throwing off the hairpin that Ken had just touched. The assassin immediately turned around when sensing that. He followed the hairpin as if it was in slow motion, his senses trying to find a source for that gust of wind, unsuccessfully. Then, the hairpin landed on the mask. And the assassin smiled. Before chuckling and turning back around and leaving. "Rest well, father. I have plenty of children to take care of myself now." Chapter 108, True Home, Family and Reassurance. Ken took a deep sigh as he walked the winding roads of the Dark Brotherhood's mountain range. He exhaled, his hot breath coming in contact with the cold air and turning into steam. The assassin had taken off his mask a while back. He didn't like the feeling of steam turning to water within his mask and getting his hair mask and face wet. Out of principle, he had once again overgrown 2 bangs of hair to completely cover the upper part of his face. Most of the children didn't know what he looked like without his mask. Not even Yu or Tatsuksho. And Ken didn't want to give them a scare first thing in the morning. He could already feel them. The walls of the place that was now his home. The Dark Brotherhood compound had grown significantly over the years. Its now impressive stone walls stood tall and protected them perfectly against any wildlife. The walls were adorned with watch spots, in which Saburo's clones resided 24/7. There were also plenty of seals around the walls and beyond. Ken stepped into the range of their detection array long before he had even reached the walls. The Brotherhood knew he was coming. The blind swordsman could feel the children bustling and doing their best to form some sort of greeting after Tasho had most likely let them know of his approach. Feeling their excitement when returning home had become somewhat of a therapy session for the blind monster. But this time, that excitement and happiness were tainted by different emotions as well. Anguish, fear, jealousy. Several of the children, especially the older ones, were starting to lose their excitement. Ken had somewhat expected that to happen at some point. After all, the children were bound to grow up. But not in this way. He didn't want their happiness to turn into bitterness and jealousy. He wanted it to remain unchanged if possible, only change their excitement into respect. He had fostered an atmosphere within the Brotherhood that he had hoped would hold out without any issues. But now? I guess teenagers are more prone to senseless drama. In truth, it was Ken's mistake to not have expected that. He didn't have much experience in raising children, nor did he have any examples he could use when it came to raising teenagers. Tasho wasn't much better, as he was a child soldier turned village drunk turned bounty hunter/assassin. Akira was also an orphan, with plenty of issues and not a lot of maturity. And Saburo? Well, it was unlikely that the strawman even cared for the well-being of the children enough to help, if he even knew how to. Maybe we should look into someone that has more experience with raising children. But where do I even find that? The nature of the Dark Brotherhood was already shady enough. Essentially scouting out only young orphans to join them most of the time. Where exactly was Ken supposed to find someone trustworthy enough to want to join such an organization and have parental instincts and knowledge good enough to take care of multiple children? Well, it was more realistic to think about hiring several people. But that only made things worse. There was also the fact that Ken didn't like the idea of an untrained person joining the Dark Brotherhood. It was simply going against his ideals. Even if he was trying to work towards changing his thoughts regarding shinobi, he still didn't think that it was wise to allow civilians to join his organization and potentially put them in danger. So the list of requirements for a caretaker was growing larger and larger, and the list of potential candidates became near non-existent. There was also the option of inviting the caretakers and training them, but there also existed chances that other villages would take advantage of that recruitment and send spies to attempt to join. After all, most civilians in nearby villages just wanted to live a calm life, unbothered by shinobi and their wars. It certainly didn't help that the Brotherhood had already created a safe zone for the villages, so it was unlikely that any of them saw the need to join the bounty hunting organization. so the Brotherhood would have to look further out. Things were complicated overall. Well, I can think more about that after we recruit the next batch of children. For now, let's see what worries the children have. The assassin stepped through the gates with confidence, his mask hanging off his belt, visible as he had opened up his coat. As soon as the children's eyes landed on him, he could feel many of their doubts and worries fading away. Oh, abandonment issues. I guess that's to be expected. But there were still some worries in the air, all of which were replaced by surprise, as they finally witnessed their father's face. Well, half of it anyway. But seeing his warm smile seemed to be enough to calm all of them down. You almost squealed when seeing it. She was thankfully able to contain herself, but her thoughts were running wild. Yes. I knew the teacher would be handsome. No way he wouldn't be, he's my teacher after all. A strange and misguided sense of pride seemed to fill her. It was the same for Umi and most of the girls that idolized their usually masked father figure. Meanwhile, the boys were looking either intrigued, like Tatsuksho and Morita. They were both curiously trying to peer through the bangs that hid the rest of their father's face. But the hair seemed to be impossible to see through. Lord Ken. Tasho stepped forward, being the first one to formally greet Ken as he bowed respectfully to him. Tasho, I'm glad to see you've made it here without any troubles. I can see that the children are doing fine as well. Ken's head turned towards the recruits, making many of them smile warmly when hearing his voice. All of a sudden, it almost seemed like they no longer had any complaints. The children are doing fine, yes. But there have been some misunderstandings lately. I'm sure they'll be glad if you could clear things up for them. The first blade rose slowly, his warm smile directed towards Ken's face. I guess you're right. Let's address them right away, no use in letting our frustrations fester over time. Ken crossed his arms, his smile not vanishing for a second as he once again turned his head towards the children. They looked at each other for a while, before their eyes settled onto Morita. The one that had been the most outspoken about his misgivings. The child in question seemed to have lost most of his boldness now, as he could be heard audibly gulping. This roused a strange and confused hum from the blind assassin. Why would any of you be anxious to speak out your minds? You are here by choice, and you were never restricted in thoughts. It doesn't matter what any of you say to me, you are not going to lose your place in this family. Ken decided to hammer in that point, while also giving the children a few seconds to take it in. In the first place, we would never force you all to bear with something you didn't wish. The training is the only thing that is truly mandatory in this brotherhood. The assassin still drew the line at training, which was the only real requirement for the children, the only thing really asked from them. The willingness to improve was necessary, but even then, improvement was never forced onto them. At any point, a child could give up in their training, and return to their previous lives. Now, sure, their lives as orphans weren't much to return to, but they still had that choice. At the very least, they needed to put in enough effort to be at least as powerful as Genin or Chunin from the hidden villages. The children were smart enough to see that, even the youngest among them like Umi could understand just how lucky all of them were. And thanks to Ken's words and reassurance, Morita finally gained the courage to speak out. I have a few concerns, father. His voice was still shaky, and the child couldn't help but call Ken father to his face. Go ahead, Morita. The assassin nodded to the recruit, once again surprising most of the children nearby. Wait. You know my name? Morita seemed utterly surprised. Now, most of the children were surprised alongside him. Sure, Morita was a high-ranking recruit, number 2 even. But Ken had never once interacted with him directly. There were after all, over 80 children in total. Although it was a bleak thought, most of them realized that the father they idolized likely didn't even know their name. Of course, I know it's silly. The assassin stepped forward and ruffled the young child's hair with a wide grin on his face. I guess this is confusing for some of you children. But as long as you are within this compound, even if it feels like I am distant, I am always with you. This once again gained quite a few confused gazes from the children nearby. The only ones that weren't confused were Yu and Tatsuksho, who were instead smiling widely, mirroring their teacher. Maybe this might sound a bit strange at first. But every move you make, I feel it, every word you speak, I hear it. Even when you cry in pain, or in joy, or when you laugh in satisfaction when you eat and talk to each other. At this point, most of the children were staring at Ken with wide eyes. Be it budding romance? As he said that, the assassin pointed towards two of the older children, Kura, a 13-year-old young boy, and Yuka, his 14-year-old girl counterpart. The two of them couldn't help but blush, as their hidden relationship was immediately revealed to the rest of their family. Their reactions alone told the rest of the children that Ken was actually speaking the truth. Seeing them turn red like tomatoes was both amusing and shocking. Or a hidden rivalry. He then pointed to two of the other children. One of them was a 12-year-old little girl called Yuta, while the other was another 12-year-old girl called Kaoru. They both scratched their heads at about the same time, both looking to the side sheepishly. Although you cannot see me or hear me, I am there with you, and I am proud of you. Whether it's your progress in training, or in making friends with everyone else. Honestly, just sensing you all interacting with each other is always enough to warm my heart. I can't help it. You are all my children at the end of the day. That last statement seemed to seal the deal for them. Many of them, especially those mentioned, ended up tearing up as well. Even Morita, who seemed to have been repressing it for a while now. But he was, at the end of the day, just a 14-year-old child. He felt comfort as his father's rough hand ruffled his hair. Maybe to some, Ken's watch would feel invasive. Maybe it even sounded creepy. But to them? It was the furthest thing from that. They trusted their father enough to not even think of it as creepy. No, they were all moved by his passion, by his warmth, by his smile. In the end, the little attention they were constantly fighting for as of late. They all had it. Their father was always watching. Be it through good or through bad. He was there. The only people not surprised by this were Tasho, Yu and Tatsuksho. They all smiled warmly when seeing the happy cries of the children. Tatsuksho and Yu both learned of his watchful eye during their training. Their teacher would occasionally stop and look to the side, and tell a random Saburo clone the state of one child that needed help. Tatsuksho still remembered the first time it happened. He had just finished sparring with Ken when they were developing the flash step. And Ken stopped abruptly and spoke out. Saburo, Yuemi just tripped and scraped her knee on the ground. Go take care of her. It was only later that Tatsuksho learnt that Saburo and his clones, the man that he thought was always helping them, were normally too preoccupied to pay attention to them. And the only reason he was tending to them with such care, the only reason why most of the time he would reach an injured child before they even got off the ground, was because Ken was ordering him to. Of course, there were also times when the second blade was attentive. But they mostly only happened when Ken was away, as the scientist trusted Ken to look after the children and inform him most of the time. Yu had found out in a rather similar manner. Needless to say, their teacher was a monster. But he was also a good father, or at least he tried to be. Morita seemed to have forgotten any complaints he might have had, so he ended up just wiping his tears away and looking at Ken with a resolute gaze. Thank you, father, was all he could muster before the blind swordsman just patted him on the shoulder and chuckled. No need to thank me, you've all worked hard enough to deserve this much. But if you ever happen to have a complaint while I'm away, never be afraid to tell me. Fear has no place in this family. Ken left the children with that line before he turned and started walking towards his office. No one stopped him. Tasho ended up just nodding to the children before following his leader's steps. Needless to say, morale was now at an all-time high. Chapter 109, invitation, break and side project. The children didn't linger in the courtyard for too long. Motivation was at an all-time high, but they didn't start training right away. Instead, they were allowed to have a free day, to celebrate their progress up to that point. Even with that free day and celebration, many still chose to do some light sparring at the very least, as at that point training had become their most enjoyable pastime. Once physical effort became part of their routine, it simply felt wrong to skip it, even for a single day. Even so, they weren't all that focused on it, for now, all of them were far too happy to even focus properly. Instead, they were going around, laughing, playing, beating each other with sticks, the usual child shenanigans. All good and friendly fun. Ken was pleased to feel the atmosphere was no longer strained. He wasn't sure if it would be like that forever, but at the very least he would be there to help them. At that point, even if the children were to no longer want to be assassins, Ken would simply create a different division within the Brotherhood and let them stay together. Seeing such a close-knit group get separated was not something he wanted to witness in his lifetime. He had plenty of heartbreak and hardship, all that he wanted now was to be able to see a bright future ahead of him. But it wasn't like he could turn a blind eye to the past and his actions up to that point. There were some relationships he couldn't quite sever, nor could he fix. And he had one such example facing him right now. A letter from the wreckage. Hey! The blind assassin cracked his neck as he listened to his first blade's report. Indeed. An invitation to the formal burial of the late wreckage's son, A. You were specifically invited there as a family friend. Tasho sighed as he looked over the invitation once more. The fate of the wreckage and his son was truly somewhat tragic. To that day, the leader of the Cloud had no idea just how involved Ken had been in his son's death. And he would never learn either. To him, Ken had played an important role in helping them take revenge for their killer. Even if the Tsuchikage slipped by them, and managed to hold on to his life, the wreckage still appreciated Ken's efforts. He had done a lot more than he had been hired for that day anyway. Ken's job had simply been to hold off the Mizukage after all. But the wreckage had gotten frustrated at the time and even dared to lash out at him, something that he was now very much ashamed of. That invitation was sent alongside Ken's payment for his help in that incident. And it was likely also where the wreckage planned to apologize for his outburst. That was if Ken decided to show up in the first place. But the blind assassin wasn't sure if it was right for him even to show up. He still didn't know if he could keep a straight face at the funeral. And at some point, he also started feeling a bit of pity for the wreckage as well. But it wasn't too much pity. At the end of the day, the wreckage had been one of the main actors in starting the Third Shinobi War, which was essentially a world war at that point. Even if things had calmed down slightly due to their alliance breaking down, the war was still raging on. Now the smaller nations that had previously formed an alliance were at each other's throats for whatever resources they could scrounge up. Now, one couldn't possibly blame the wreckage for the greed of the other parties participating in the war. But he was still the one that had started it. In the end, Ken decided to accept the invitation. Keeping an overall friendly relationship with the wreckage was good. It would help make sure that the Reike never grew too suspicious of Ken. It had other benefits as well, such as the fact that the wreckage was very generous with his payments. So he would start making his way over to the Land of Lightning the very next day, or well, whenever he felt like it. But for now, he just sat in his office and twirled a pencil around his fingers. Eventually, like usual, someone entered his office. It wasn't unexpected or anything either, no one could really escape Ken's senses. Well, the blind assassin was unsure if a fully fledged sage could manage to hide from him and blend into nature, but there weren't that many of them in the first place. Even if there were, Ken could likely kill them with one touch just due to his overwhelming control over nature energy. Regardless, the person that came in was by no means a sage. His churka was so massive that it was difficult to hide in any way. "Kazue, what brings you to my office?" The blind assassin asked as he slowly reached down onto his desk and put his mask on. The Uzumaki that entered the room was dressed in civilian clothing, covered by a long coat very similar to what the other members of the Dark Brotherhood were wearing. He had hidden his headband and had somewhat blended in with the rest. But he was still not a member of the Brotherhood. His loyalty lay with his clan. Lord Ken. I want to take a few weeks off of my mission in order to visit my sister. Kazue bowed towards the leader of the assassins. He felt ashamed to ask such a thing of Ken. But after hearing that his sister was lonely in Konoha, he couldn't quite stay still or even concentrate on teaching the second batch of children that were assigned in his Fuinjutsu class. His mission details were frankly quite vague at first. He was to be the Fuinjutsu instructor of the Dark Brotherhood in general, for an unspecified amount of time. The mission was essentially an S-rank mission, and it was going to take a few years at the very least. That was a few years of teaching the young and the executives of the Dark Brotherhood constantly. Now he was essentially asking for a break, something not at all within the code of a respectable shinobi. Normally, an employer would laugh at such a suggestion. But Ken was neither a shinobi nor a normal employer. Fine, I did promise your sister that I'd tell you to go visit her sooner. Take the month off, the children need to do some self-study anyway. Ken didn't hesitate for even a second, just waving off the stunned Uzumaki while resting his legs on the table. Kazue didn't even know what to say, he stood still for a while, before nodding and smiling. Thank you, Lord Ken, I will make sure she knows you made our meeting possible. The Uzumaki bowed once more, pleased with the outcome of that extremely short conversation. Ken just scoffed. Don't do unnecessary stuff. Just go. The blind monster wasn't feeling like he was doing Kazue or Kushina that big of a favor. He wasn't lying when saying that the children needed to do some self-study. Currently, Kazue was spending most of his day lazing around with the exception of 1 or 2 hours where he answered questions that the books he had brought with him could have answered as well. So Ken didn't see his absence as all that crucial. He'd have to be present for the more advanced courses, but the second batch of students was still quite far off from that level. After showcasing his gratitude a few more times, Kazue bowed once more and left the room. Ken felt him wasting no time in leaving, apparently not bothering to bring much with him besides whatever he carried in his seals. Saburo also already knew of the situation since his clones were right at the door, so his clones guarding the gate didn't get in Kazue's way. After he felt the Uzumaki getting further and further away, Ken sighed and slowly stood up from his chair. He didn't bother taking off his mask as he slowly walked over to the door and opened it. He turned his head towards one of Saburo's clones and opened his mouth. Saburo, I need your help with a little side project. The clone simply nodded and Ken then proceeded to make his way towards the strawman's laboratory. He gave him a proper warning as he knew that Saburo liked to be in control of things, so keeping him updated on what he did was one way of giving him some sense of control. It was one of the many ways that Ken kept Saburo in line. The strawman was by far one of the most suspicious people within the blind assassin's employ. He couldn't even be counted as family. It was a purely business relationship, one that needed to be managed accordingly. The assassin tracked the corridors of his large building, heading directly for the basement. He opened up a set of 2 doors, undoing the seal on both of them as he walked in. Even within the compound, Saburo was a cautious man, so he always set up seals to keep him and his experiments protected. The strawman's laboratory and what was happening in it wasn't exactly a secret to Ken regardless of how many seals were placed on its doors. The inside of the laboratory had still seen some redecoration since Ken had last stepped foot in there. It was filled with Saburo's clones now, all of them working on his main project. The effects of genjutsu on a person's body. It was a seemingly endless quest for the strawman, as it wasn't exactly easy to pinpoint. Thankfully, his list of lab rats grew was quite expansive, hand-picked scum of the earth that no one would ever miss, of course. Leader. You grace me with your presence. The real Saburo stepped forward, dressed in casual clothing. He was also not even wearing his mask. But he was essentially in his personal space, so it wasn't exactly required. No need for the formalities, Saburo. As I've said, I have a project for you. Ken's senses scanned over the laboratory around him. He scanned over its pieces of equipment. It was strangely modern, but then again, the world he was in was strangely evolved in terms of medical science. It was only left behind culturally and in weaponry. One could say that the world was simply evolving on a different path than his original one, as it was inhabited by people capable of what was essentially magic. Saburo had a wide, fake smile on his face. Even though he wasn't wearing a mask, Ken could still feel that he always put on a porcelain mask over his face. Even with that smile, Ken could feel some repressed frustration from the scientist. But he didn't care. He was Saburo's employer, and he gave him prime working conditions. If he told Saburo to do something, then he was going to do it. I want you to build a database. Ken crossed his arms as he resolved himself and turned his attention away from his thoughts and back towards the original Saburo. A database. The strawman rose an eyebrow in confusion, his face morphing slightly. Yes, a database of bloodlines from every single clan that you can find. The strawman's eyes widened when he heard that. He scratched his chin with a more genuine smile on his face. It's certainly an intriguing side project. But I must ask, why exactly do you feel the need to have the database of DNA from so many clans? Creating a comprehensive database like that would take both time and resources. So Saburo hoped to at least hear a reason from his employer. The strawman may have been a bit frustrated at first since he was interrupted while at work, but Ken had never really disappointed him when it came to interesting ideas and plans. I want to find out more about my own clan and bloodlines. We need DNA from as many of the clans within and surrounding the Land of Iron. The strawman nodded, scratching his chin for a few seconds as he tried to think if such a project was even feasible. Besides collecting blood samples on the field, which was a bit problematic, there was also the option of ordering and buying vials of blood from clans. It should be possible, both options are feasible. It all depends on how much Ken is willing to spend. Saburo had already started calculating a proper cost for the operation. And even at worst, it was all within their budget. As a budget, you are allocated half of our current treasury. Make use of it well. Ken then waved his hand and walked off, leaving behind a smiling Saburo. Good. So he's willing to spend as much as possible to get this done quickly. The strawman immediately started on the task. He appropriated some of his clones to build the station where the database would be. He would need proper storage for the blood, and proper testing machines for it as well. Storage he had, but the blood testing machine was going to be costly as well. Thankfully, money isn't an issue. And so, the strawman got to work. At that same time, Ken decided to slowly start making his way towards the Land of Lighting as well. To visit the Cloud Village and pay his respects to the deceased. Well, at least on paper anyway. Chapter 110, Casualties of War, Greeting and Age. Ken sighed as he felt the walls of Kumagakura approaching. The Land of Lightning was a lot harder to traverse now, as more and more surrounding lands were starting to encroach on its borders due to its lack of action as of late. They all likely figured that the Land of Lightning was weakened after the last incident with the breakdown of the alliance, but they were all currently stuck at its borders. Even those that had made their way there on boats were now stuck, as the shinobi of the Cloud Village weren't at all weakened. They had lost only a few people in that incident, so they still had a lot of troops and capable men. It ended up being mostly a stalemate, only breaking up whenever the Jinchuriki of other nations got involved. But B was still there to quell any attack from other tailed beasts. He had recently routed the third-tailed Jinchuriki back towards the sea, making them flee back to the Land of Water. But Ken was able to slip past their war zonies unnoticed regardless of the massive scale that the conflicts reached. It was rather tragic. The loss of life in the Third Shinobi War was already wrapping up to be on par with the second one, and that was not even counting the thousands that had died right at the beginning of the war on the failed invasion of the Uzumaki clan. Child soldiers were now just as commonly used as they were during the Warring States period, which made the achievements of the first Hokage even more moot. His entire purpose for establishing the hidden villages was for there to be order and peace, for children to no longer tread the battlefield and lose their short lives. But Ken now walked past corpses that were at best the same age as him. A few of them didn't even feel like they were over 13 from the size of their bodies. Maybe before, he wouldn't have cared much about them, as he considered all shinobi the same regardless of age in the past. But now that he had met people like Minato and Kushina, and actually gotten to know them even on a surface level, he felt a bit conflicted. With every corpse he passed by, he couldn't help but think, what if that was Minato or Kushina? Would my reaction be the same? And it became even worse after a while when his thoughts changed to, what if these were children within the Dark Brotherhood? That train of thought had left a really sour taste in his mouth. But right now there was nothing he could even do about it. The entire shinobi world was now participating in that war. Even if he somehow convinced the Reikage to not use child soldiers, the rest weren't going to stop out of the goodness of their own heart. It became even worse when he thought back to villages he had killed lots of shinobi. Like the Grass Village, or some of the smaller villages that had participated in the alliance against the Uzumaki. They were likely employing the most child soldiers due to their numbers being dwindled right before the war. It was laughable to think that somehow, he might have had a hand in children seeing the battlefield earlier than intended. But it wasn't like Ken was blaming himself. It wasn't a direct result of his own actions. It wasn't something he had caused. The hidden villages simply refused to stay out of conflict and rebuild slowly, they all insisted on continuing the war. Even now that the Land of Lighting, one of their main aggressors, had mostly changed their strategy into that of a turtle, they were sending shinobi to attack them and continue the war. In the end, Ken's interference meant nothing, his presence changed nothing. It just hurried things along. As things stand, nothing will ever change unless someone like the first Hokage shows up again. It was a pretty thought. The only real period of peace was had only when there was a man strong enough to completely pacify every nation in the world. Ken had done some more research into the man and his past after visiting Konoha and meeting the third Hokage in person. It made him curious to find out more about the former god of shinobi. As it turned out, Hashirama put the fear of God into the other villages, and he was therefore called the God of Shinobi. His strength was truly godlike, there was no other way to go about it. But Hiruzen, although said to be more powerful than the second Hokage, was not strong enough to have the same effect on the world as Hashirama Senju. Was there ever even going to be another man like him? Ken maybe had hopes of growing strong to match Hashirama one day. But for now, he had given it his all to defeat a tailed beast, one that was far from being the strongest, but still up there. But Ken was still unsure if he could defeat the Nine Tails even if he could give it his all. Meanwhile, Hashirama was said to have toyed around with the tailed beasts in general. The Nine Tails was also one of the tailed beasts he was said to have defeated, and he wasn't touted to have had much trouble sealing it back even after it somehow broke out one time. Still, Ken understood that Hashirama wasn't alone in stopping the wars. The forces he had amassed under him were also a great deterrent, same for the tailed beasts he decided to hand out. But underneath Hashirama were gathered some of the strongest clans in the world. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were among them as well. Uchiha Madara was a prime example of someone almost on the level of Hashirama that still worked underneath him to bring world peace for a period, before reportedly having a fight to the death with him. If Ken wanted to become like Konoha in the old days and put a stop to the shinobi wars, then he needed to have at least that much power. If he was to do it alone, then he'd likely need as much as the two of them, Madara and Hashirama, combined. And that goal seemed a bit difficult to achieve. But considering that he was essentially a tailed beast, and his strength at his current age was already vast, it was fair to say he was on the right track. He just had to play the waiting game and keep up with his training with as little distractions as possible. Attending a funeral was certainly not a great use of his time. But he did it anyway. There was no need to completely burn the bridge he had built with the wreckage by refusing to attend his son's funeral. By the time he arrived there, the scene was pretty much already set. It was a closed casket burial, as they only really had one piece of him to bury anyway. The hole was dug, a large stone casket was neatly placed in front of the hole, and flowers grew around it from all sides. It stood right underneath the shadow of a large mountain peak, not that far away from the cage building, which was still the same way Ken remembered it. Looking like an upside-down version of the one in Konoha but much bigger and going up a mountain. Ken wasn't stopped at any point of the way. He wore his mask as he walked through the large gates of the Cloud Village, and the shinobi at the gate just nodded towards him with appreciation. By that point, most Cloud shinobi and villagers considered Ken an ally. They all knew that he had greatly assisted the wreckage in many matters. They were not all aware of the specifics, as those were classified. But the wreckage made sure to spread the news that Ken was a friend at the very least. It was also well known that he was a blind man, so although it felt redundant since he was essentially a bloodhound that could likely smell the wreckage from kilometers away, he was still given a guide. Ken just figured they sent someone to make sure he kept in line and didn't do anything suspicious, like planting a reverse summoning scroll in their village. In all honesty, Ken had already hidden one right outside their village, so he wasn't going to bother hiding one inside as well. At the very least, he got to meet a familiar face, as his guide turned out to be none other than Mabi. She appeared to have grown a bit during the time they hadn't seen each other. She also seemed to have changed her choice of attire, from regular jonin garb to a nice dress. She also now wore her hair in a bun behind her head. She seemed rather classy in appearance and demeanor now. At least Ken felt she looked nice and classy. He would much rather refrain from offering his opinion on that if asked. Not that his opinion would count for much since he was still blind. Calling things beautiful was difficult for him since he only ever felt shapes. And shapes, no matter how specific, always needed him to use his imagination to piece everything together which wasn't perfect. Mabi, it's certainly been a while. Ken was the one to greet her first after entering the village's gates. She seemed to have been waiting there for him, but she was also quite shocked to see him remember her. Ken. You really have grown, hey. She scratched the back of her head and extended her hand towards him. She blinked a few times before realizing she may have done something wrong. They still didn't know how exactly Ken saw the world. She was about to apologize, but the blind assassin just shook her hand. I have grown a bit, yes. Hitting a growth sprout does that to you. Ken laughed a bit as he dropped that bombshell on her. Mabi was flabbergasted, unsure what to say in that situation. Growth sprout. It was strange to hear about the growth sprout of a well-known assassin that was believed to be an adult. Ken had decided to hint at the fact that he was just young to avoid any suspicion that he could alter his own height without any form of transformation jutsu. Yet another cover to separate him from the Grey Fox and a way for him to hide that facet of his powers. After all, it was only a matter of time before people put the pieces together and realized his height had changed drastically over the past few years. Say, how old are you exactly, Sir Ken? Mabi couldn't help but ask that question, her voice trembling a bit as Ken could feel her palm, which was still within his grasp, also becoming a bit sweaty. Oh, I did lose track at some point. But I should be somewhere around 13 and a half? I've not reached 14 yet at the very least. Ken decided to just be upfront about that. Keeping his age a secret at first seemed more necessary if he wanted people to take him seriously. But now? Who in their right mind wouldn't take the man that had bisected a tailed beast seriously? Well, the child that had bisected a tailed beast. But it was all the same for Ken. I see. Suddenly, Mabi's eyes seemed to be filled with emotions. Ken could sense them, he could sense her aura shifting a bit as she struggled through them. A mix of disbelief, wonder and pity? The blind assassin decided to not think too much about it. He simply shook his head and opened his mouth to speak again. No need to dwell on it too much. Just take me to the funeral. I think the wreckage is waiting on us. The young monster's words seemed to break Mabby out of her stupor, as she stumbled an apology and quickly turned around and gestured for Ken to follow her. She then began guiding him through the city, her mind still trying to process that information, still trying to make sense of it. One thing was for sure. The wreckage must be informed about this as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Funeral, Send-Off and Request. Ken's figure attracted quite a few gazes as he made his way towards the funeral. He trailed behind Mabby without making any sound, but many civilians still seemed curious about him. No one approached them, however. All of them were aware that Ken was likely headed for A's funeral. They even kept their children away to avoid them asking strange questions and delaying the red dot. Ken found their gazes strange from afar, his body twitched as he also felt something strange in the village. A second-tailed beast. He didn't turn his head towards it, but he studied the Jinchuriki with his senses. He just sighed and shook his head when he realized it was just a plain young girl, even younger than Kushina. Her tailed beast also felt weaker than B's 8 tails. I guess she's the one that houses the two-tailed beast. I did hear that the cloud had 2 of them, I just didn't know what to believe since I never felt it before. He didn't dwell on it for too long, however, but he did feel the Jinchuriki's gaze on his back for a few moments, and he also felt her trailing him and Mabby. He didn't react in any way, as there were already other Enbu trailing him just in case. But he still found it odd. He doubted the wreckage would have asked a child to trail him after all. I guess children will be children regardless of orders and indoctrination, hey. Ken shook his head as they approached the large crowd that had gathered to attend A's funeral. All of the shinobi parted ways and formed a straight path for Ken and Mabby when they saw them approaching. The 2 of them only stopped when they stood in front of the closed casket. The wreckage and B were both there, looking at it with solemn expressions. They had finally gotten their closure. It wasn't a happy ending by any stretch of the imagination. No. The wreckage had lost a son and a successor, and B had lost a brother and a close confidant. Things were never going to get much better in that regard. But, now that they had closure, at least they would be able to heal with time. The situation was even more tragic in retrospect since they unwittingly invited A's killer to the funeral, and even considered him a friend. But that was neither here nor there. They had no way of knowing, even A himself didn't know who really killed him. Onaki also certainly was the one to pull the trigger, even if Ken was the one to pull him in front of the bullet. To B and the wreckage, the incident was already solved. They didn't need any more evidence than what they already found. The fact that A's remaining arm had the mark of a tail on it wasn't exactly too big of a red flag for them either, since he was supposed to be fighting the Grey Fox, who was touted to have a tail too. The fact that the Grey Fox and Ken came from the same clan did seem a bit suspicious at first, but they had already received Ken's help and found their son's remains. In their eyes, he had already redeemed himself. Erased any doubt that they had in their minds. And to Ken, he had already washed his hands of the situation, successfully breaking any connection that could have been made to link him to the incident. Ken cracked his neck to the side as Mabby bowed to the wreckage and B before retreating into the crowd. "Thank you for choosing to come, Ken." The wreckage was the first to speak out, turning around and facing the assassin with an uncharacteristic warmth in his eyes. Ken studied him for a bit. He had already healed from his injury, but his arm was still missing. He didn't exactly have any arm to reconnect at the end of the day, so it was truly lost. "No need to thank me. A was an ally and friend to me too. We had our disagreements, but I hope to see him grow further as a man." B sniffled a bit when he heard Ken's answer, and the wreckage sighed as well. Meanwhile, Mabby in the crowd was completely mortified to hear a 13-year-old boy calling A, who had been in his mid-20s, immature. She was having a hard time even believing that he was a child at that point. But his age did match the changes in height that she observed. Both now, and the last time she had seen him in the Cloud Village. "It's clear enough that he is young. I doubt he lied to me actually, He had nothing to gain from it. But what kind of life must someone live to reach such a level of maturity at such a young age? It was a frightening question that she currently had no answer to. It was even more frightening to think that Ken must have been around 9, maybe 10 at most when he started building his reputation as a feared assassin. Hell, he was likely only around 10 when he saved her life back when they met. But she didn't rush and tell the Reikage of that. They were in the middle of a funeral, and she knew that it wasn't appropriate. He did have a lot of growing left to do. I hope to be able to see him overcome his temper and become prepared to take my mantle in the next few years. Now. The Reikage shook his head as he turned his gaze to the stone coffin. Now it's far too late. The Reikage closed his eyes, his head hanging down as he gritted his teeth. Ken sighed as he slowly uncovered his body, letting his long coat hang from only one of his shoulders and showing half of his body. He was wearing black clothing, similar to that of an authentic ninja, but it looked a lot more casual. He also wore a pair of black sandals. One of his hands then moved upwards, slowly but surely grabbing his mask and taking it off, before taking a few more steps forward and standing right beside the Reikage. B and the Reikage both looked at Ken with surprise, as the two of them finally caught a glimpse of the red dot's face. And they both winced. It was exactly what they expected to see after hearing that he was blind. If he was just unable to see, then he likely would have gotten his eyes replaced at some point. But he didn't even have eye holes. They only got to see his full face for all of 3 seconds, before bangs of hair fell down and covered the upper part of his face. Apologies, it is disrespectful to wear such a thing during a funeral. Ken then stuffed his mask within his coat before crossing his arms and tilting his head at the stone coffin. Standing in front of it, feeling the grief and sadness rolling off of everyone present. He couldn't help but feel even more conflicted. But despite knowing how fucked up the situation was, and how much kindness the people around him had shown him, the Reikage especially, he still couldn't bring himself to feel bad about what he had done. Have I truly fallen so far? No. The Reikage's son died only as a result of his father's desire to start a war. Even if I was the one to physically take him out, he became a potential casualty of war the moment his father acted out. Ken steeled his mind as he avoided showing any of his conflicts outward. But surprisingly, the Reikage, who was already used to his expressionless mask, was able to tell that Ken was conflicted, just from a small twitch of the mouth. But it was thankfully a common feeling to have during a funeral, especially when someone died young and before their time. Even if A was technically an adult, he was strong, and he was set to have a long life ahead of him before he ran into misfortune and got caught in the Tsuchikage's devious plot. He had no way of knowing that Ken was conflicted in a completely different way. And it was better that he didn't know such a thing. The three of them stood in front of the crowd. The Reikage was the first one to speak up. Now that everyone is gathered here, I want to thank you all. To thank you for coming to send off my son. I'm sure he would have been happy to see all of you here. The Reikage gave the crowd a warm smile, tears were going all around. Many of the Jonin and shinobi present were people that had worked directly with A, people that knew and valued him. They had lost many due to the wars, but that didn't mean they liked losing even more. I never got to tell him, you know. I never got to tell him how proud of him I was. That is one of my greatest regrets. The Reikage patted his son's coffin, his warm smile turning a bit hollow. But he kept his composure. He was the Reikage, the pillar that held up the Cloud Village. He needed to be strong for his people, even if it involved the death of his son. But, at the very least, I know that he can rest easy now. I'll still be able to tell him. In the afterlife. The Reikage ended his speech on a more positive note, albeit a bit grim. Then came B's turn to give a speech. When I first met Big Brother, I didn't know what to think of him. His speech was a lot less ideal. He spoke as if he was telling another one of his drunken stories. But he wasn't rapping. His mouth was curled upwards in a warm smile as he remembered the way he and A met. How the Reikage introduced them. I thought he was rude, belligerent. He was the one that helped put discipline in my life. Some people weren't pleased to hear the first part, but no one dared to speak up either. Everyone knew how close B and A were. They were quite literally inseparable. For the rest of my life, there won't be a day I won't miss him. That was how he ended his speech, also ending it on a warm note. That entire time, Ken had stood to the side, giving the two of them the podium to give their speeches. Thankfully, they didn't expect Ken to give a speech as well. The assassin hadn't even prepared one. He didn't expect to stand in front of so many people, he expected to just stand by in the crowd and speak to the wreckage afterwards. After the two family members gave their speeches, there was time to lower the stone casket to the ground. The wreckage and B did so without the aid of any jutsu. They just grabbed it by two large ropes and dangled it atop the hole, before gently lowering it inside. Then they both took a handful of earth and threw it on the coffin. "May you rest in peace," they both shouted out at the same time. Then, they both looked at Ken, who nodded. He walked forwards, grabbed a handful of dirt as well, and threw it in. "May you rest in peace." His voice was a lot more restrained, like a quiet whistle of the wind, but there wasn't one person present that couldn't hear it. The scene then repeated with all of the people present, all of them walking up and grabbing a handful of dirt, and throwing it in. Until eventually, the hole was completely covered up. After that, the funeral was over, flowers adorned the newly built tombstone and many had already started walking away. Mabi walked in the opposite direction, however, staying at the wreckage's side and whispering some things in his ear. Whatever she said to him, it seemed to completely shock the large man. His eyes widened as his gaze turned towards Ken, whose back was already getting further and further away. Yep, the blind assassin had also decided to not stick around for too long. He had already shown up, there was no need for much else. Or so he thought. In a moment, he felt a large figure rushing towards him. It was none other than the wreckage, who passed him by in a flash of light and appeared in front of him, his entire body radiating lightning chakra. "Ken, do you mind if we talk a bit before you leave?" Chapter 112, Concern, Perspective and Departure. Ken stopped just short of bumping into the wreckage. No one had really stopped him or even tried to talk to him after the funeral was over, which was to be expected. Although he had helped the wreckage and he was still technically an outsider. It wasn't like he would have had it any other way. He wouldn't have minded if he wasn't invited to the funeral at all, but life had its own ideas. Just like the wreckage seemed to have his own when stopping Ken with a hurried/worried look. "Sure. We can talk a bit." Ken ended up just nodding to the wreckage's request for a conversation. The wreckage then looked around, realizing that their interaction had attracted quite a few gazes before his attention settled on the blind assassin in front of him. "It might be better if we do this in my office." To that, Ken only nodded and felt the wreckage sprint towards the cage building. Before anyone around them could even react, he also turned into a blur and followed the wreckage's steps. Ken paid no mind to the reactions of the people that had attended the funeral, he just rushed into the wreckage's office without any worry. None of the NBO guarding the building stopped him either, and the wreckage was already inside waiting for him. He wasn't sitting in his chair, he was merely leaning on the table, one hand on the back of his neck while the other was still missing. Ken walked into the office without bothering to put his mask back on, his face wasn't displaying any emotions, however. He could somewhat guess why the wreckage was wanting to speak with him. He appreciated the fact that Mabi had at least waited since after the funeral, but it was likely just done out of consideration for the event. Ken cracked his shoulder as he slowly walked up to the wreckage and crossed his arms. "So, what is it? Do you have a job for the Brotherhood?" He still decided to start the conversation in a light tone. Throw the ball in the wreckage court, so to say. Ken was curious about what the man would feel. He didn't think his age was that big of an issue personally. But that was because he knew he was way older physically than mentally. Outwardly, it certainly looked a lot worse. The entire shinobi world had been shaken up by a child. Which was why the Reikage had to confirm it, to make absolutely sure that Mabi wasn't making any mistakes. I think you already know what this is about. The conversation you had with Mabi before coming to the funeral. The Reikage seemed determined to get right to the point. Ken just nodded when hearing that. Figures. The blind assassin would have rolled his eyes if he had any. The Reikage didn't seem to be in the mood for jokes, however. So it's true then? Are you really only 13? His serious tone only got a tired sigh from Ken, who decided to just confirm it in the end. He did consider playing around with the Reikage and gaslighting Mabi for fun, but he decided that it would ultimately be a waste of everyone's time. He had revealed his age for a reason in the first place. It was about time that the world learned about his talent. They already knew of his power, now they were to learn of his potential for growth, far exceeding that of regular humans. Yes. I hope that reveal won't be an issue for any future cooperation, right? Ken crossed his arms and tilted his head towards the Reikage. All of a sudden, his mannerisms started looking childlike in the Reikage's eyes. And he slowly pieced together the puzzle that had been unfolding in his mind. Childlike or not, the Reikage couldn't bring himself to look down on Ken, who was by all accounts one of the strongest people alive at that time. And his services had also never let the Reikage down in the past. So it was safe to say that his answer was going to be obvious. It won't affect our cooperation in the future. But your age does raise quite a few concerns regarding your mental state and upbringing. The Reikage sighed as he now no longer tried to hide the concern in his gaze. You shouldn't be concerned for me, Lord Reikage. I've been operating for years without any issues. Ken's gruff voice sounded reassuring to the Reikage, but what he said still seemed strange. That's part of the issue. You've been operating for years, but you're only 13. Did you even have a childhood? My past should be of no concern to you. Ken was going to say a few more things, but he stopped himself at some point. He felt the Reikage's genuine emotion, and even to him, it felt weird simply letting it go. He could put that to good use. But I did have a childhood. All the way up till I was 8 even. Much more than some other children, I would say. Ken sighed as he remembered those early days. It wasn't like he experienced actual childlike wonder. Nor did he have the mind of a child. But he still had felt the protection of parental figures, something that he had sorely lacked in his past life. You started making a name for yourself at 10, right? Usually, children at that age are still in the academy. Even genin are usually only given simple missions, so they get to enjoy their childhoods to some extent. It was a bit concerning that Ken was already hunting down S-rank shinobi when he was 10. Sure, the chances that he encountered a true S-rank were slim, but he had still hunted down plenty of elite jonin in that time. The S-rank was a rank given to high-profile criminals or threats to a land. But only the strong got to live while having that rank. The reward from A rank to S rank rose exponentially, so one could guess that there were countless shinobi and bounty hunters going after them at all times. Ken had started off as one of those bounty hunters, at the age of 10. That was concerning in of itself, but he had also faced off against an entire hidden village at around that age. All in all, the Reikage had to face a rather bitter truth. Ken has the potential to grow exponentially stronger than I am. Hell, he may already be stronger than me. The Reikage could face off against the 8 tails and win repeatedly, sure. But he was not confident in cutting the 7 tails in two with one strike alone. Maybe he could pierce through it, but it was always annoying to deal damage to tailed beasts. They technically couldn't die if they still had chakra. Somehow, Ken had managed to overcome that regeneration and killed it in one strike. As the Reikage was pondering on how Ken might have been able to do that, the blind assassin decided to latch onto something that the village leader had claimed. Oh? Children and even genin get to have a childhood. The Reikage perked up once more when he heard that question, confusion etched in his eyes and soul. He was about to open his mouth and reaffirm his previous statement, but Ken didn't even give him a chance. Would you like to wager a guess? Regarding the number of dead child soldiers I've run into on my way to this funeral. Ken's words seemed to have caught the Reikage off guard completely. The large man opened his mouth for a few seconds, before closing it. Suddenly, he became unsure of what to say. Ken didn't continue, however, letting the awkward silence hang in the room as he kept his arms crossed and waited for an answer. It wasn't a rhetorical question after all. I don't want to answer that one. I know that whatever answer I give, the true answer will always be one too many. But such is war. We are fighting on multiple fronts, we can't even afford to keep our young ones safe. It was shameful to admit, but he couldn't lie to Ken. He had seen the corpses with his own eyes. Well, he had felt them or smelt them. The Reikage didn't quite know how the blind assassin was able to see. But he knew one thing for sure. There was no fooling Ken's eye. So lying was pointless. Then why exactly did you even start this war? And while the children were dying out there, why were you holding such a big funeral for your son? Ken's questions seemed to be getting on the Reikage's nerves. Especially the last one. The worst part was that he had no good excuse for that last question. He wanted to give his son a proper farewell, and he had gone against his morals and put his own feelings above the safety of the village. It was something that he could only lament and regret now. It was an odd feeling, conflicting for sure, to regret giving your son a proper funeral. But the circumstances didn't allow him to paint it in any better of a light. I can't argue with you on the last one. I can only apologize for my mistake. The Reikage shook his head and lowered it in shame as he spoke to the assassin. But you are mistaken in your assumption. I was not the one that started this war. The leaders of our lands are the ones pulling the string at the end of the day. They handle our budgets, they have a chokehold on all of us. We are mere soldiers at the end of the day. Even me. Ken tilted his head a bit when hearing that answer. He found it odd that the Reikage and the others were letting themselves be at the beck and call of the daimyo of their respective nations. Budget? That is the issue? You'd think the shinobi would have the power to overthrow the daimyo after all these years. Ken was genuinely confused. He had been under the understanding that the daimyo were mostly just figureheads. That was certainly the case for most of the small nations. So were the 5 great ones any different? Things aren't as simple as that. If we are to rebel, then we certainly have the power to do so. But no noble family would give us work from that point forward, we would become no better than criminals. We would slowly but surely run out of resources, and we'd end up resorting to war to make up for that anyway. So it would seem. The world seemed to be built on an extremely stable system. One that put the power not in the hands of those that had actual power, but the hands of those that had the most money. Ken couldn't help but sigh as he realized just how much that reminded him of his old world. So it was the daimyo's idea to attack the Uzumaki clan as well. Ken gulped a bit internally as he realized the implications of what the Reikage had said earlier. Depending on the answer he received now, his guilt and feelings over A's death would certainly shift. Well, I'll admit that it was mostly us the Cage spearheading that invasion. Fuinjutsu is simply too valuable to ignore even for us. Thankfully there was no need for that. That's understandable. Thank you for giving me more perspective in the way the 5 great nations operate. Ken nodded towards the Reikage, choosing not to go further into it. He now knew that ending the war wasn't something he could do through the Reikage, that was enough knowledge. No problem. It's not exactly public knowledge, only those within our circle know this, but I don't see any reason why I shouldn't tell you. You are a friend after all, though a bit young. The Reikage just sighed and walked over to his chair, finally sitting down while running a hand through his hair. A friend. Well, thank you, Lord Reikage. Both for the invitation and concern. You don't have to worry about me, however. But if I ever need help, I'll reach out to you. Ken smiled as he addressed the Reikage in a warmer tone now. It made the man in question smile, some of the frustration and concern in his mind dissipating in the process. "Thank you for trusting me enough to do so, Ken." The Reikage muttered as he looked at Ken's back, getting further and further away before the door closed. On the other side, Ken's smile immediately fell. The Reikage had really helped Ken a lot. The information given should have been obvious in retrospect, but he may have overlooked some things in his thought process before. He had been too fixated on blaming everything on shinobi. But it seemed humans in general were rather faulty at their core. Well, at least those that became corrupted by power, greed, and any other desire. The world was complex at the end of the day. And Ken was now finally opening up his mind to observe that complexity. "My plans will have to be changed greatly. But at least now I know what I need to do." Ken then cracked his neck, put his mask back on, and vanished from the Reikage's hallway. Chapter 113, New Moniker, Wildfire, and Visitors. Ken took the scenic route back home. He decided to take his time and get accustomed to his new summons, the bats. They were all seemingly capable of human speech, at least the ones he had summoned. They seemed more than eager to help him out too, unlike the turtles. They asked for nothing in return. They seemingly instantly bonded with Ken due to the similarities they shared. Ken at one point even grew wings and flew amongst them, surveying his surroundings from high up into the sky, feeling the wind directly on his skin. Not that it made that big a difference to him or even the bats. They were both as blind as well. Bats. But it was nice to have idle conversations while in mid-flight. Of course, he had to slow himself down to match their speed, but it was otherwise just relaxing. At some point, Ken even stopped flapping his wings and the swarm of bats he had summoned just carried him forward, as it was more convenient for them too. The leader of the bats was called Blitz. He was significantly larger than a regular bat, his body being almost the size of Ken with his wingspan only falling a bit short. He could apparently fly 3 times faster than the others, which was surprisingly quick even by Ken's standards. Of course, Ken and even the deceased seven-tail Jinchuriki were faster, but it was still impressive, certainly faster than Onaki's flight speed. As he was taking his time getting to know the various bats that were now to become their messengers, some news started spreading around in the shinobi world. It seemed that the Reikage decided not to keep Ken's age a secret. The Cloud Village leader had likely figured out that Ken had told him the truth for him to spread it to the rest of the shinobi world as well. At the very least, he figured Ken didn't care about hiding it. And he wanted the world to find out just how talented the Red Dot actually was, just how much potential he had. At first, no one really wanted to believe the Reikage's report. They thought that it was a preposterous notion. For a child to be so overwhelmingly powerful, it was simply unheard of, and they thought that the Reikage was just planning something and misleading them. They had no way of knowing what exactly the Reikage was gaining from spreading such misinformation though. Hell, they had no reason to believe Ken himself was gaining anything either. But after a day of the news being out, Konoha and the Hokage by extension, also put the pieces together and realized that his age matched a lot with his growth that had been observed throughout the years. And when the two villages that were enemies agreed on that thing, everyone else in the world had no choice but to come to the conclusion that Ken was actually only 13. This immediately brought even greater shame to the Grass Village, now that it was a well-known fact that they had been almost dismantled by an 11-year-old child. But the Grass weren't the only ones ashamed. Just about every village that had been aiming for Ken and had failed in doing so felt the same. People like Danzo immediately thought about ways they could try and indoctrinate him. His age indicated that it maybe wasn't too late. But in reality, most also realized that he was far too mature for that to even be a possibility. He was essentially an adult. Cold-blooded, callous, powerful, and even was reported taking care of other children within his organization. So in the end, not much had changed regarding the stances others took towards Ken and his organization. But it did earn him a new title. It was about time. By now his monstrous scales and appearance were all but infamous to the entire world. And the writers of the bingo book had already been cooking up a new nickname for Ken. His titular red dot title was already known worldwide, but his monstrous feats and appearance deserved more in their eyes. The Dragon Cub. It was doubtful for the new nickname to catch on too quickly, however, as the name of the red dot was already etched into the mind of both the shinobi and the mundane worlds. Regardless, this reveal managed to send some of the people Ken had interacted with on a rather wild spiral. Especially Mifune and Yuichi, the news got to them last, as they were stuck dealing with training the youth and paperwork respectively. 9011. At first, neither of them could wrap their head around the fact that Ken was even younger than you. Hell, Mifune had thought that he was likely older than Yuichi, as he had been able to give them the advice that saved his future relationship with his daughter. He helped Yuichi accept her newfound talents and bloodthirsty nature and helped him understand that only by doing so would he be able to keep being a father to you. Without his advice, Mifune was sure that Yuichi would have become a jailer for you more so than a father. Especially if she did as Ken predicted she would, and spiraled out, taking her frustrations out on servants or animals. At that moment, in helping the Daime, he had become a trusted advisor of his. From that moment on, Yuichi had essentially become a shield for Ken within the Land of Iron and even beyond. And Mifune was all for it. While he didn't know if he could ever fully trust Ken, he at least believed him to be a great man with an impressive amount of life experience and sound judgment. A shady character, but also helpful when he needed to be. He had also treated you very well from all of her reports to the point where she had found a second home within his organization. But no. He was no great man. That advice was unironically given by Ken, who was likely around 12 years old at the time. Yu's training and conditioning were personally handled by someone younger than even her. Who, technically, should have had less life experience than even her. It simply didn't make sense. At least it didn't until they finally forced themselves to come to the realization that Ken most likely never had a childhood, to begin with. His understanding and being able to train you spoke levels of his maturity. But the experience was personal. Mifune now finally remembered the assassin claiming that Yu was a natural sadist. Exactly like he was. So, in the end, they reached the conclusion that Ken was most likely raised in an extremely dangerous environment with little to no room for humanity. But he had developed afterwards, either with the help of someone or by himself, into a respectable human being as he grew older. He was still a child, and by that consensus, he had still gone through a lot. But there was really no other way for them to think of the situation. That made them feel quite conflicted. For one, a child was scared and treasured in their culture. But they had been plotting against a child in the past. And Mifune had even drawn his sword at the said child. It felt almost insulting. The conflicting part was that thinking of the blind assassin as a child was almost impossible. Even when he knew that Ken was a child. It was the same for Yuichi. Neither of the leaders of the Land of Iron were able to get much sleep that night. But one thing was for sure. We need to have a talk with him. By the time the blind assassin reached his compound, the news had already reached every corner of the known world. Even the Mizukage wasn't even fazed by that information. To him, it made no difference what age Ken was. He just wanted nothing to do with him for the rest of his life, however long that may be. It didn't matter if others were to try and mock him for losing to a child. At the end of the day, no one would have done any better than he did against Ken. Except maybe Hiruzen, the god of shinobi, the Reikage, and the Tsuchikage. But if only 3 people in the whole world came to mind, then he did pretty goddamn well in his opinion. And that was really all that mattered. He was likely the only hidden village leader that was completely unfazed by the news. For now, the rest of the world was still trying to wrap its heads around the existence of Ken. Many were now hoping to find more about his past, anything really that could give them an indication of where he popped up from and why he did what he did. As for the blind assassin himself, he just observed from the side. Tasho and Akira both made sure to inform Ken of the messages they got and the reactions from the world. It had only taken Ken 3 days, yet the Dark Brotherhood had already received a lot of invitations from several shady characters. Included but not limited to, a few of the nobles in the Land of Iron, a lot of hidden villages and even some other bounty hunting groups that had sprouted up in other lands that mimicked the Dark Brotherhood's modus operandi. They all asked for formal meetings with the leader of the Dark Brotherhood, maybe in hopes of taking advantage of Ken's age in some way. Maybe they thought that Ken was just playing around as the leader of a group out of fun. I somewhat expected this to happen, but I guess they really are taking me for a fool. One thing was for sure. The people messaging him surely were bold. They seemed to have balls of steel. All of them seemed to conveniently forget that Ken hadn't only crushed a hidden village at 11 years of age, but that he had also just recently crushed the Mizukage and murdered the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Well, it was unlikely that they forgot, his reputation was still just as frightful. People were likely just hoping to take advantage of the Dark Brotherhood's perceived neutrality. They likely felt safe in their attempts as they knew that the Dark Brotherhood wouldn't act out against all of them. It's almost as if someone is pulling the strings here. I doubt so many invitations coming in at once is a coincidence. The blind assassin scoffed as he rested his tired legs on the desk in front of him. A bat came inside from the small window behind him, it flapped its wings before landing on his legs. Ken. More messages for you, insistent humans, Land of Iron. It was a small bat that went by the name of Fidget. It had a constant stutter and had some trouble making full sentences at times. He also happened to be the direct son of Blitz, which was why Ken decided to keep him around for now as he seemed to be faster than a normal bat while being just as small. Good genetics seemed to play a big part, but he was also extremely skilled in flight. It was an inborn ability for all of them, but Fidget seemed to be able to take mid-air maneuvering to a new level. It went to the point where Ken considered asking the small bat to train him. But for now, he had essentially become Ken's companion only. Fidget. Did they send a delegation or just a message? The small bat wasn't carrying anything, so it had likely just observed some interactions at the gates and overheard some things before coming to report to him. It wasn't like he needed to. Ken only needed to concentrate for a second to tell what was happening beyond the walls of his compound. He kept his senses to only his compound to avoid overstimulating himself needlessly. They already had formations set up for intruders as soon as they stepped into the mountain range, so he didn't need to be as hung up on that anymore. Well, unless he was looking for something specific, like right now. And as soon as his senses expanded, he immediately turned his head towards the gate and tilted it. Mifune and the Daime are visiting personally. Chapter 114, Titles, Atmosphere, and Discussion. Yuichi and Mifune were both invited in the compound at Ken's orders. No grand welcoming party was prepared for them, but they didn't seem to mind. They had come uninvited at the end of the day. They hadn't even given the Dark Brotherhood or Ken any notice of their visit. The blind assassin was somewhat expecting them to want to meet him. But he hadn't really expected them to come in person. I guess they don't feel right summoning a child to their palace. Ah well, it matters not. One less trip for me to make. Ken just shook his head and took his legs off the table. He didn't bother wearing his mask as he was in his home. Not having an identity to protect sure felt liberating. He did wonder if he could build a second identity without his mask at some point, but he was too eye-catching anyway. Unless he constantly hid half of his face, he would definitely stand out. And not in a good way. Especially now that the world knew he was essentially a blind child. No one knew exactly what his face looked like. Well, with the exception of a few people within the Leaf and Cloud villages. They hadn't exactly shared his appearance around, however. It was most definitely because they realized that Ken wouldn't be outright pleased with that. They probably figured that he wore a mask for a reason, which was why even the likes of Danzo weren't trying to publish more about his appearance. Since they likely figured Ken would be able to tell who spread the information and would come after them. Even if his real age turned out to be very young, he was still a huge threat within the shinobi world. No one really wanted to cross him directly. And he doubted Yuichi or Mifune would want to cross him in any way. If anything, Ken doubted that the visit of the Land of Iron's officials was going to come with any bad intentions. In the first place, his relationship with the Land of Iron had been nothing but cordial thanks to the bloody Princess Yu. Yep. Yu had, at some point, received a nickname in the bingo book. It was after she went on a few missions using the sewing needle that she took from Ken's office. The princess part stemmed from her rather refined, regal, and childish way of speaking. A stark contrast to her actual nature and means, which was where the bloody came from. People realized that Ken was likely rebuilding the 7 Mist Swordsmen within his own organization, and so everyone that was spotted with such a blade was given a nickname. Yu was considered an A rank in the bingo books, considered an actual threat to even some jonin. Of course, it was only speculation from the bingo book creators in the Land of Iron and surrounding lands, as they had no way of knowing how she'd fare against an actual jonin. The Dark Brotherhood only really went after bandits and criminals at the end of the day. Tatsuo had received one as well, the one-legged devil. He was also considered an A-rank threat, but his ranking wasn't boosted in any way because he didn't possess any special sword. He was only ranked based on skill. His title was also self-explanatory. He was a reminder to all that the Dark Brotherhood which the Red Dot had created housed many monsters in it. He was known for his speed, rivaling elite jonin at a very young age. Well, compared to Ken he didn't seem all that talented now. But he was still essentially one of the best in his generation. Even geniuses from the 5 great ninja villages could hardly compare with him. And he wasn't the only one. Plenty of youngsters from the Dark Brotherhood had managed to build some name for themselves, though only those above A rank received a proper nickname. The others were just called by numbers. One could guess that their reputation rising also meant the standing of the Dark Brotherhood rose exponentially, as it became evident to the world that Ken wasn't the only one of relevance within the organization. Of course, to the wider world, the blades under Ken were still a mystery. But it wasn't a mystery for Mifune and Yuichi. The two of them already knew about the internal structure of the Brotherhood, and they were also clued in about the blades and their identities. The man that came to greet them at the gate was the first blade, easily recognizable by his mask. He led them both through the compound and towards Ken's office. But not before Yu spotted them and rushed to them. Ken felt that from his office and just smiled at her eagerness. It was a heartwarming scene, a little girl rushing to hug her father after a rather long period of separation. Well, it wasn't that long since she had visited him, but it was still a bit of time spent apart. But the most heartwarming part about Yu and Yuichi reuniting was the reaction of the other children. One would expect them to feel at least a smidge of jealousy, as they had all lost their families. But instead of feeling jealousy, those that witnessed Yu's bright smile were only happy for her. Yet another example of the type of atmosphere that the Dark Brotherhood had managed to foster. Mifune, although nowhere near as sensitive as Ken, could still tell that the children were all happy for Yu just from their reactions, which earned a small smile from him. He was a bit disappointed that he wasn't all that included in a family hug, as he saw Yu as a granddaughter and Yuichi as a younger brother, but he decided to not intervene. Instead, his eyes settled on the largest building within the compound, his eyebrows raised a bit as he felt a gaze on him. Mifune was not a censor by any means, but he was still a highly experienced samurai that had even butted heads with the likes of Hans of the Salamander, who was touted to be as strong as the current god of shinobi. Though he had lost that fight, he had still scarred the legendary shinobi's face in the process. Which was a testament to his skills, further vouching for his instincts. Even then, that feeling of being watched was faint, but he could tell that it was most likely Ken. He had no reason to hide himself in his own home after all. His scouting technique sure is terrifying. It's likely what he uses to see. Mifune narrowed his eyes at the large building that Ken was most likely in. Yu and Yuichi's reunion and heartwarming hug didn't last for much longer after that. But the little princess did decide to tag along with them. The first blade didn't stop her as she was Yuichi's daughter at the end of the day, and the children were all in a period of self-training. Well, there was the exception of the children still training in the blind caves, but they were accompanied by Saburo's clones at all times, and Ken was also keeping an eye on them. Yu had plenty of free time, and that free time now led to her visiting her teacher and mentor's room for the first time in a few weeks. The first blade was still the first to enter the room. He didn't bother introducing the newcomers to Ken, he already knew that nothing escaped his vision within the compound and even beyond. Tasho merely nodded before walking over to the right of Ken's chair and crossing his arms. After him came Yu, skipping happily into the room with a huge smile plastered onto her face. "Teacher. Daddy dropped by. Grandpa Mifune is also with him." She spoke out in a cheerful tone, momentarily forgetting her teacher's abilities in her excitement. "Of course, thank you Yu." Ken responded, his lips turning upwards as he then tilted his head at the last two people to enter the room. Mifune and Yuichi. Mifune was seemingly dressed in his usual samurai attire, his long hair caught in a bun and flowing down his back. Yuichi was also dressed in rather regal clothing, his face covered by a veil which he proceeded to take down the same second he stepped into Ken's office. The other samurai that had accompanied them all waited outside of the compound, under the watchful eye of the strawman's clones. "I am glad to sense the two of you in my presence today. But what brings on this sudden visit?" Ken crossed his arms, his head still tilted to the side causing his hair to flow to the side. This, in turn, revealed his full face to the two men and Yu, who was momentarily stunned by it. Mifune and Yuichi recovered quickly, as it was a face they had seen before, though they had doubted it was his real face in the past. At least now they had assurance that it was indeed his face. Ken had no reason to be guarded against them anymore, especially not in his own home. And especially not when he could likely fight the entire land of iron on his own. "Well, recent news has made us wish to seek you out. I'm sure you know what I am talking about." Yuichi spoke out as some concern reached his face. Mifune merely nodded along to his leader's words, studying the face of the assassin he had been dreaming about fighting for years. It had been a fantasy of his, managing to duel the world's strongest bounty hunter, testing his mettle against one of the finest fighters in the world. Now that fantasy felt dishonorable as well. With the reveal that Ken was still just a child, Mifune's entire view of him shifted. He was still a strong figure, at the very top of the world even. But he also still had a lot of potential to grow. This meant that he, as an older man that had already likely reached the end of his talents, was not qualified to step into the same arena as Ken. No one really was. No fight against Ken would be a fair fight between adults. And by the time he becomes an adult, he won't be the type of person that anyone, tailed beast or man, can fight. It was discouraging. But also the undeniable truth. I can understand how recent news may have been a bit concerning due to this nation's view on children. I can assure you that I am not being controlled by any mysterious force if that is what you fear. Ken decided to start addressing their concerns right away. Although they hadn't voiced it much, both Mifune and Yuichi had thought about that possibility before. But that simply didn't fit with what Ken had displayed in the past. He wasn't a child that could be controlled. It was too difficult to even hold negotiations with him due to how shrewd he was. Although I admit that the thought had crossed our minds, we aren't exactly concerned about you being controlled. A force capable of controlling you would have already taken over our land of iron. Mifune scoffed a bit as he spoke those words out loud. Yuichi gave Mifune a surprised glance, likely not expecting him to blurt out such a thing. Neither man liked hearing those words, but they knew that it was the truth. Ken alone was likely enough to assassinate all nobles within the land of iron, and that was enough to upturn the current rule of law completely. I understand. So your concerns lie more on your view of children then? Ken slowly tilted his head onto the other side, Tasho behind him also seemingly relaxing. Tasho had his own concerns about the way the talk would go. He had expected something to happen since Mifune, the strongest samurai in the land, had appeared personally. Of course, he wasn't tense out of concern for Ken. He didn't think anyone would be able to defeat his leader. But to get to the king, one must face his blades first. He wasn't about to let anyone touch Ken under any circumstance. But it seemed no such thing was needed. Yes. Mainly, we were a bit concerned for you, so we decided to check on you personally, and apologize for the way we had been treating you as well. It was at that moment that both Yuichi and Mifune looked at each other and bowed. They both slightly lowered their heads towards Ken, much to the surprise of everyone still present in the room. The blind assassin acted in the exact second they bowed. He waved his hand and told them to stand straight, that there was no need for such things in his office. But both Mifune and Yuichi were adamant about bowing for at least 10 seconds. No honest apology is done with one's head raised up high. That was their reasoning. Yet, I believe you've not done anything that you need to apologize for. Ken was still confused by their need for forgiveness. He always treated them as equals on a political scale, so their plotting against him was just normal. Of course, it all stopped after he started being used teacher. But that was just a bout of good luck on his side. But unfortunately for Ken, his age being revealed also meant something else. None of my old associates will be able to see me as an equal, hey. It was a bitter realization that had been on his mind for a while. He had hoped it was just a senseless worry, as the Reikage seemed to still treat him as an equal of sorts. Unfortunately, that realization was just the unavoidable truth. Alas, it matters not. Those that would look down on me and try to use me would have never been worthy of my trust anyway. As for the two people in front of him, they seemed genuinely apologetic, and even ashamed, at having schemed against a child. It was dishonorable in the culture. And honor meant everything to them. Eventually, after Ken confirmed that he forgave them, and had no ill will against them, they calmed down. And eventually, the topic of his past came into question as well. What type of upbringing would bring one as young as you to such a position in life? The question lacked a bit of tact maybe, but it was asked in a friendly manner. They weren't in the middle of diplomatic discussions after all. I guess I can tell them a bit about my past. Who knows, maybe they can even help me track down my biological parents. Chapter 115, Honor, Story and Alliance. Ken sighed as he decided to finally talk about his past for the first time in quite a while. The only person that really knew of his past even within the Dark Brotherhood was Tasho, and even he didn't know much when it came to details. They all knew that the 7 swordsmen of the mist had taken something dear from him in the past, which made them the subject of his bloody revenge, but they had no idea what that was. Ken had somewhat refrained from ever mentioning his age, and part of his backstory was his age. The only reason that the 7 swordsmen of the mist had lived that long was because he was too young and weak at the time to kill them at the time. Ken's revenge had stretched out for so long, and ended up involving the Dark Brotherhood as well, exactly because he was unable to do it alone at the time. Afterwards, he had just decided to hunt them down in more sadistic ways with the help of the Brotherhood. I guess it's time that the others learn about me as well. Ken was sure that his age and story would reach the children within the Brotherhood too. He was somewhat worried about how it would affect their view of him. After all, there were plenty among the children in the Brotherhood that were physically older than him. He had already created and maintained the image of a father figure, but now he did run the risk of losing it. Well, I had already figured that this would be the price of showing my talent to the world. But even if I am no longer a father figure to them, they will all still be part of the Brotherhood. With that said, the blind assassin was not that concerned with the way the rest of the world viewed him. But he needed the fact that he was a child to be known. So sharing his story with the others was no longer that big of a deal. All of the people present were surprised to hear Ken actually getting into his story. More specifically, the story of his birth. The story of a blind and disfigured infant left to die eaten by wolves and frostbite in the middle of a cold mountain somewhere in the land of iron. The tale of how 10 honorable samurai of the Land of Iron discovered him and saved his life. Mifune felt a bit proud to hear that their land's samurai were truly following their codes of conduct properly and that their honorable nature was kept even in the wild. Yuichi also felt a bit proud, a slight smile reaching his lips as he thought of how he would have wanted his own child to be helped in such a situation. Ken's next words did feel like a bucket of cold water over their heads though. The 10 samurai that saved me were deserters, running away from certain death after being ordered to go visit several hidden villages. Mifune blinked a few times, before looking at the ground with a bit of shame. The man valued honor above all else. For one second, he didn't even want to believe that deserters would be capable of such commendable and selfless actions. But he knew that Ken had no reason to lie to them. He had nothing to gain from it, at least nothing that Mifune could see. Yuichi seemed to think the same, although his view on deserters was a bit less radical. He was still taken aback by the fact that the citizen of their land had abandoned a child. His own parents were more immoral and unhinged than a group of criminals. Yu was also surprised to hear that her teacher had had such a past. She still didn't know the full picture, she only understood that her teacher was a lot younger than he seemed. She was also still processing her thoughts after seeing his true face, but his story now had enraptured her attention completely. Ken's story continued from that point on. The blind assassin spoke in a melancholic tone, as he told the story of how the group of 10 slowly but surely shrunk to a group of 6. He didn't go into too much detail about the way he was raised, but he did mention the struggles of constantly having to run around from place to place. All until they finally decided to settle into an abandoned temple in a random mountain range. And how that ultimately turned out to be one of the reasons for their demise. They had a rather thorough escape plan, and they had a lot of tracks that went all over the mountain range and those around it. But a group of experienced jonin were still able to pinpoint some places that they were constantly hunting around in. And one day, when Ken urged all of the samurai to leave the temple to make them a sweet surprise in the form of a memorial for those that had fallen. That was when it happened. The explosion, the madness, the anger, the failed revenge. Mifune, Yuichi, and Yu all couldn't help but give Ken a rather tragic look. But Mifune's eyes also widened in recognition. Don't tell me. The mountain hyenas. He blurted out loud as he remembered the group of bandits that had been taken down by the 7 swordsmen of the mist all those years back. Indeed. That was the nickname that was given to us at that time. Well, my involvement was unknown as I wasn't ever seen or heard from, but I was the one to track different paths for retreat and create a comprehensive map of the area. Ken mused a bit as he remembered how weirded out the samurai was at his accuracy when drawing maps. Those 6 samurai were the first ones in that world to understand just how scary Ken's perception was. Still, their fate was somewhat tragic. It was unusual, Mifune still remembered it. The Mist Swordsmen had been traveling the world on some secret mission for the Mist Village, and they were hunting down bounties all over the world to build a name for themselves. And it seemed that the people that had raised Ken were on that list. It was simply bad luck. It wasn't like the mountain hyenas were the most dangerous group either. Mifune hadn't bothered to dispatch a full battalion against them exactly because they mostly minded their own business. It was just pure bad luck. I must admit, my mind was not in the best of places back then. Ken sighed as he remembered just how close he was to going mad all over again. The guilt he felt, although he had never wanted to admit it or even think about it, subconsciously he did also somewhat blame himself for their deaths. The only people he had cared about till that point in his life. It was a wonder that he didn't spiral back to his old way of coping with reality. Which was killing people. Well, he essentially did do that, but he justified it by completely dehumanizing a group of people. It was still better than becoming a mad dog and biting at everyone that came close to him. The only thing that kept him sane was the knowledge of how those he had lost would react to his madness and the promise he had made to them. Well, to their corpses anyway. How would those who had put in the effort to raise him react to him becoming a madman in his second life as well? Even so, he had done his fair share of things he wasn't proud of. And he wasn't shy about admitting his sins either. One of your higher-ranking samurai had reached our former home by following my bloody tracks that had barely been covered by snow. He acted quickly, cutting apart the temple that was my former home. I killed that man in cold blood, and all those that were sent with him. Neither Mifune nor Yuichi knew how to react to that information, that much was a given. Yet, the squad we sent back then never returned. I think I remember reading a report about their corpses being found and brought back for burial. Yuichi mused a bit as he remembered the situation quite clearly despite the time that had passed. It was considered an unsolved case. Well, not anymore. They had the culprit. But it wasn't like they could do anything about it. It was hard for the two of them to even blame Ken for what had happened. He was nothing more than a child in their eyes, even if his situation forced him to adapt and mature faster than the rest. In the first place, it was also their nation that had put a bounty on all deserters. It was them that had sent those 10 samurai on a suicide mission. It seems our nation has wronged you quite a bit. Yuichi sighed as he shook his head, deciding not to bother bringing up the Hatamoto that had died at Ken's hands. There was no point to it. How could he, in his right mind, try to hold a child accountable for something he had done at the age when most were still learning how to play tag? I've no reason to blame anyone for what has happened. Not anymore. I played the blaming game, and it didn't bring anything of value to my life. Well, we did get some nice swords out of it, but overall it wasn't worth the hassle and preparation. Ken shook his head before sighing deeply. This is the gist of it anyway. This organization was originally born as a way for me to have some eyes in the world. It grew to what it is today as my aspirations grew with it. I understand. Thank you, Ken. For sharing your past with us. For trusting us enough to do so. Mifune spoke out this time, closing his eyes and bowing his head slightly towards Ken once more. Yuichi nodded at his gesture and followed suit, also thanking Ken and bowing. Yu at their side seemed to mimic her father. She smiled warmly at her teacher and thanked him with a strange glint in her eyes. I've already said this, but there's no need for that. Ken would have rolled his eyes to the back of his head if he had any. Instead, he just waved his hand dismissively at them. The two leaders of the Land of Iron eventually straightened up once more. They were preparing to leave after that, having already received more than enough information to think about. But before they left, Yuichi turned to Ken one last time. Just so you know, people will start aiming for you now that your age has been revealed. It's surprising how many are willing to forget your strength in the empty hope of being able to take advantage of you due to the perceived naivety your age gives off. That is fine. That's what I was hoping for anyway. Let them come, and when they do, I will crush them into the earth. The forests at my doorstep are in need of some fertilizer after all. Ken smiled eerily, silently thanking the daimyo for the warning he gave. Yuichi himself smiled widely at Ken, and Mifune narrowed his eyes. If push comes to shove, then know that you will always find an ally and shield in the samurai of our Land of Iron. If you wish for shadow, then our Land of Iron will be the tall tree to provide you with it. Mifune vowed with a serious gaze as he nodded to Ken one last time before both he and Yuichi left the room. Ken couldn't help but smile as he felt their back getting further and further away. The meeting had gone a lot better than he had expected. Who knew that revealing his past would lead to their alliance being completely solidified? Ken's smile did die down a bit, as he turned his head towards Yu, who was still in the room. Now then. Anything on your mind, Yu? Chapter 116, Great Idea, Feelings and Representative. Is something the matter, Yu? Ken's relaxed voice rang out in the room as he crossed his arms and swung his legs back onto his desk. The young girl just blinked a few times and gave the blind assassin a gigantic smile. After spending enough time dwelling on it, Yu had finally reached a conclusion. One that might have already been expected of her. Teacher really is gorgeous. In her mind, she had always imagined a conventionally attractive face for her teacher. But what she saw that day was 100 times better in her eyes. Morbid beauty. A concept that she was now all too familiar with. It was her strange propensity to find the beauty and elegance in what most would find morbid and grotesque. It was no conventional standard of beauty, Yu was well aware of that. But to her, it felt oh so right. But her teacher's morbid beauty was enhanced because he truly seemed to be good-looking. His mouth and overall facial shape were smooth, conventionally handsome even. It was a stark contrast with his mangled upper face. It was such a beautiful cacophony that it stunned Yu the moment she laid her eyes upon it. Well, it was beautiful to her, to the point where she was constantly gushing over it mentally. But it wasn't just seeing her teacher's face that led to her remaining in that room even after her father, and Mifyun, had left. Teacher. Are you actually around my age? She smiled widely, her eyes shining slightly as Ken tilted his head to the side once more. I guess so. But I don't see how that makes a difference. Not that I see much of anything really. Ken smiled a bit as he joked around with his condition a bit. He had truly become comfortable around the people within the Dark Brotherhood, to the point where he was joking with them in a similar fashion to how he was joking with the samurai that raised him. Unfortunately for him, Yu seemed to not pick up on his humor, instead she was getting giddy over something completely different. The blind assassin's smile receded a bit when he noticed that. He had somewhat expected Yu to react in some way to the fact that he was around the same age as her. It was good enough that she didn't know Ken was slightly younger. Still, as always, it was somewhat difficult for him to tell exactly what was on the young demented girl's mind. This time around, Ken thankfully didn't need to wonder for too long. Yu immediately dashed towards the blind assassin's desk, planting her hands on it as her eyes shined with excitement and happiness. Tasho, the first blade, couldn't help his finger twitching as he reacted instinctively to her sudden movement. The same hata on his back also wriggled slightly. But there was no need for him to intervene, he already knew that it was impossible for Yu to wish harm upon Ken. Besides, she looked like she had just gotten the brightest idea in the world. Teacher. Will you marry me? Now, if Ken had been drinking water, he likely would have spat it into her face to try and cool her down. Tasho himself scowled underneath his mask. Although he knew his master's real age all along, he never once thought Yu would get any feelings for Ken. Alas, he had never been great at reading the hearts of girls or women in general. But he did know his master very well. Although he was a child in age, he was more akin to an old man in thinking. His level of maturity was well above his peers, to the point where he might as well have been an adult. It was unlikely for Ken to have developed any feelings for Yu, who was still very much childish in all aspects. Wait a minute. Even if he is mature, I doubt he had the chance to gain much experience with love. Will you be able to tear down his walls, I wonder? Tasho blinked a few times underneath his mask as he wondered what his master's response would be. Fuck off, no. And it certainly didn't disappoint him. Well, it was not exactly what he expected. He had hoped for his master to let the girl off a bit more gently, but at the same time. This is you we're talking about. No, no. Listen to me, it's like the best idea ever. Like, you and I end up practicing our art together, and you get to lead the Land of Iron too after Daddy retires. You didn't even flinch once at her teacher's rejection, despite the fact that it was swift and with zero hesitation. She didn't seem hurt at all, far too excited by finding her teacher's appearance and finding out that he was actually great marriage material. Unfortunately for her, Ken saw her as the least marriageable material. The hell's this kid on about? Did she already reach puberty or something? He knew just how much hormones could screw with one's head, but he didn't expect you of all people to go into a frenzy. Although, if he was to be honest with himself for a moment, the signs were always there. From always getting excited during training when she was bound in wires, to always looking for ways to get trapped by him. Yet, the signs were right in his face. Too bad he was blind to them, huh? Well, he could no longer ignore the obvious. She's also developed an infatuation with me. It was a fear that had somewhat crossed his mind before. After all, Yu was more than infatuated with an art that Ken had introduced in her life. One way or another, there was always the possibility that her feelings would develop for him as well. But Ken had always hoped that her feelings were mostly just summed up by admiration for him due to the mastery he showed over the art she admired. First off, the type of art we practice is very different. Your strings are more elegant and standoffish. Meanwhile, I prefer ripping the heads off of people, ripping limbs apart and cutting people limb from limb. I very rarely practice your preferred art. The blind assassin decided to tackle the girl's points directly. He wanted to dismantle her great idea right in front of her. Well, I also like your way of doing things. Besides, don't you think my elegance and your brutality would match really well? She was still relentless, however. Ken was thankfully prepared for any comeback she might have made. No, they wouldn't. In the first place, your elegance already has brutality ingrained into it, adding more onto it would just make it messy, make it lose its elegance. Now, Ken didn't actually think of killing people as an art. He knew that there were creative ways to do it and even artistic ways to do it, but he didn't consider it an art like you did. But over the months that he knew you, he managed to upgrade his vocabulary to match her craziness. He sometimes had to explain things in artistic terms to help her understand things better. It wasn't that difficult, as one of the people he had taken after in his past life was also a self-proclaimed artist. Ken was the one who had taught you how to use said artistic terms in relation to assassination as well, so he had an edge over her. She couldn't even argue against her teacher, as doing so would be arguing against all that she had learned in the past as well. It was true that while her preferred methods of assassination were still brutal in a way, they still contained some elegance, at least she executed them with elegance. If she were to be paired up with her teacher on a mission, then things would certainly become more messy. Now, making a mess was Ken's way of doing things most of the time, so essentially pairing up with her teacher would lead to her losing what she liked the most about her own art. She ended up just shaking her head and looking back up at Ken. Still. If you marry me you can get this whole country. Just think about it, okay? She sounded a bit less lively, it made Tasho a bit sad to hear her. But Ken was still expressionless. He merely shook his head and denied her once more. I have no need for absolute political control over the Land of Iron. Your father and Mifune are both allies and friends of mine. There is no point in trying to dethrone either of them. I am not able to return your feelings, please understand that. Ken slowly stood up, as the little girl recoiled slightly, seemingly hurt. She looked down, her eyes tearing up slightly. She was a princess, she was a beautiful young girl, and she was not used to rejection. And she didn't want to be rejected either. Not by her teacher, not by Ken. Not right after her feelings had bloomed in such a way after witnessing his beauty. But she had no choice in the matter. Ken was steadfast in his views. And to him, she was only a little girl. Although he was younger than her in body, his mind was already that of an old man. He couldn't, in his right mind, accept the feelings of a vulnerable little girl who knew next to nothing about romance and the real world. She was no longer the same spoiled princess she was when she first came into the Brotherhood, but she still had a long way to go. And her tears hitting the ground were a sign of that. But the blind assassin was not the type to just stand by and watch one of his students, one of the children he cared for, cry. He slowly walked to her side, while tilting his head slightly. He raised his hand in a swift motion. You flinched at that moment, only to completely relax as she felt her teacher's calloused palm land on her head. It was soft, gentle, just as she remembered it. It was a touch filled with love, but it wasn't the love she was looking for. No, it was the love and affection that her teacher displayed for all of his students, and all of the children within the Brotherhood. No need to feel sad. I'm sure you already expected this outcome, you just weren't ready to accept it. Even if I won't marry you, that doesn't mean I don't care for you. Now get back to training, or having fun, whichever you prefer. Ken's warm smile shined in the room as Yu's tears seemed to dry up quite quickly at his warmth. A sweet smile slowly rose to her lips as she wiped the last of her tears off, before looking up at her tall teacher with renewed vigor. She nodded before she clenched her fists and ran off, loudly thanking her teacher as she headed back to her training, or maybe to see her father off. She was free to do as she pleased. What a mess! At least you handled it well enough, Tasho said just as the door closed behind her. What? You don't think I was a bit too harsh? Ken sighed as he jumped over his desk and sat back into his comfortable chair. No. Knowing you, this might not have been harsh enough for her to forget her feelings for you. Tasho spoke with a tad bit of concern etched into his tone. Ken just shrugged. They're just feelings of childhood love, they will fade away one day. The blind assassin dismissed that concern without any hesitation. Maybe. Yet. Tasho spoke out, but his mind was a bit more concerned. Or they may just fester and turn further into an obsession. Ken just shook his head when he felt his subordinate's concern. There was no reason to be concerned at that point in time anyway. It seems we have another visitor. Ken turned his head back towards the gate as he scowled a bit. Who is it? Tasho asked as he tilted his head, slightly mimicking his master's mannerisms. A representative of the Leaf Village it seems. Chapter 117, Request, Deal, and New Class. So, did Hiruzen send you here, Jiraiya? The blind assassin sighed as he stared at the man before him. The toad Seinen was sheepishly standing in front of his desk, rubbing his neck and spiky long hair with a stupid smile on his face. Well. I actually was the one to ask for a mission leading me to you. Jiraiya stopped rubbing his neck and started rubbing his palms together, his smile turning a bit strange as he eyed the assassin with great interest. Is that so? I'm assuming this is related to our little training session back on Mount Maiboku. The blind assassin sighed as he rested his face on his palm and crossed his legs. How did you know? The Seinen blinked a few times as he went back to scratching the back of his neck in nervousness. It's the only reason I can think of as to why you would bother contacting me personally, Jiraiya. It wasn't that hard to figure out. Ken just shook his head as he observed Senen's mannerisms getting a bit more restrained. It seemed that Jiraiya was somewhat more of the flustered type when it came to facing off against people with authority. Either that or he was just acting in order to gain sympathy. Which wasn't working, by the way. Neither Ken nor Tasho seemed to care much for Jiraiya. Tasho just stared at him with a bored gaze. He didn't know the full details of what had occurred at Mount Maiboku, but he could piece some things together as the conversation went on, so he didn't bother interrupting his master's conversation. Well, in that case, I'll get straight to the point. Jiraiya immediately straightened up, coughing into his clenched fist before crossing his arms in a confident manner. He pointed at Ken with a smile on his face as he made the following proclamation. I want to make a deal with you, God of Bounty Hunters. The Senen's smile was radiating with light, and the title he used also made Tasho tilt his head. Since when was he known as that? Well, I guess it's fitting, but still. Tasho sighed internally as he continued listening to the conversation silently, both participants ignoring him to some extent. And what would this deal consist of, Toad Sage? Ken scowled a bit as he also used a title for the person in front of him, making the conversation seem a lot more diplomatic in nature. They were making a deal at the end of the day, at least Jiraiya was attempting to make one anyway. Well, whatever he seemed to be lacking in tact, he seemed to make up for in enthusiasm. Of course, I want you to become my senjutsu teacher, as you are the most qualified human alive for that position. Jiraiya crossed his arms and laughed in a rather boisterous manner. Ken visibly sagged into his chair as he released a sigh. I hate it when people say their demands first. Start with what you're offering, you have 10 seconds to impress me before I throw you out. Jiraiya immediately stumbled at the blind assassin's words. He gulped a bit and his behavior immediately became more tame as his confident smile trembled. My bad. Honestly, I was very much relying on the fact that you are young during this negotiation. In exchange for your teachings, I am willing to offer you my own guidance and expertise. Jiraiya quickly got to the point, but also left things ambiguous enough for Ken to ask him for clarification. Guidance in what exactly? Are you providing courses on how to peep at bathhouses efficiently? Well, I can't make much use of those since I have no eyes. Ken did take that opportunity to mock the Seinen, poking fun at his rather unlawful and creepy behavior from when they had first met. And nothing related to that. But I do have a wealth of experience that I can use to help you and guide you. Ken's face was just emotionless as his eyes bore into him. It was creepy seeing his face for the first time in person in such a hypostasis. Tasho to the side did the same, confused at what the Seinen was trying to get at. Jiraiya thankfully still had a few seconds left to clarify his words before Ken chastised him for wasting both their times. I mean, you are still young, surprisingly so there must be things that you still need help with. So it was that type of guidance, hey? Ken interrupted the Seinen with a deep scowl on his face. Jiraiya was about to confirm the assassin's rhetorical question, but Ken was already a few steps ahead of him. Let me make one thing clear. I built this empire from the ground up, I struck deals with the most powerful nations in the world, destroyed a village, subjugated and defeated several kage, plotted against entire nations and even killed a Jinchuriki. There is nothing that someone like you can teach me, no matter your age. Ken's scowl deepened more so than ever before. Tasho this time couldn't help but sigh audibly. He had somewhat feared the conversation would steer in that direction. It was bound to be the case, not everyone was going to be able to see him the same after finding out his age. He was impossibly young for what he had accomplished after all, which somewhat made others question his credentials. But his achievements were both well documented and frighteningly impressive. There was nothing about Ken that wasn't remarkable. Well, his love life may have needed some work, but it was not a matter of importance for now. Youth meant that Ken had plenty of time on his powerful and sometimes inhuman hands. I mean, even though you are incredibly powerful, to the point where it's difficult to believe that you are even human. You're also clearly smarter than me, you even managed to dismantle the Cloud Rock Waterfall Mist Alliance in a matter of days. But I'm sure there is something that my experience can account for. Even if I am not as skilled diplomatically, or even in skill and jutsu, I'm sure there is still something I can do for you. Jiraiya's voice certainly sounded honest. He seemed convicted, convinced that he at least had something to offer. It wasn't like he was looking down on Ken due to his age. No, he knew better than that. He had seen how the toads treated Ken, even the ones that were teaching him about senjutsu seemed to now either fear or respect him. He couldn't, for the life of him, think that Ken was weak in either mind or body. The control that he exerted over nature energy alone was simply impossible for anyone to replicate. That type of control likely took training and discipline that required years. So Jiraiya wasn't about to deny Ken's hard work. You're either desperate or honest and stupid. Perhaps all of the above. Jiraiya didn't answer. His mouth simply trembled as he clenched his fists and stared at the ground with a bit of shame. The Seinen had failed to account for Ken's refusal being as strong as it was. If anything, he should have prepared a more satisfactory reward. His experience as a Seinen was sure valuable to some, but for someone like Ken, it really didn't seem like much. He needed to get it into his mind that Ken was already at the level of his teacher, who was the god of shinobi. He had failed to prepare properly for the negotiation, so that was why it failed. The worst part was that he had likely blown his chances of getting the best possible sage training in existence. Now, I do have something in mind for you, something I need you to do. If you become my informant within the leaf, then I would certainly agree to train you. At the start of the assassin's words, Jiraiya was very excited. But the rest was more like a bucket of cold water being thrown onto his head. The very notion of spying on his own village made him sick to his stomach. He immediately became vigilant, the hair on his neck rising as a concerned expression crept onto his face. "Why you want me to spy on the Leaf Village for you?" Just speaking those words out loud made him feel nauseous, but he could perhaps still salvage things. First off, Ken having bad intentions for the Leaf was in itself dangerous. Something that the Hokage and elders needed to be informed of as soon as possible. And maybe, just maybe, he could become a double agent for Ken and the Leaf, supplying Ken with some information while keeping the Leaf up to speed on all of his moves. If I play my cards right, I can help the Leaf while also becoming a perfect sage. Still, the fact that Ken had thoughts about the Leaf still put the Seinen on edge. Ken alone was likely enough to massacre a good half of the village before anyone even managed to intercept him, let alone stop him. Then there were the people by his side. Jiraiya's gaze stealthily landed on the first blade, the tall man who was standing by Ken's side. He was dressed in a similar fashion to Ken himself, just his mask was different. And the fact that he was carrying a gigantic spiky sword covered in bandages. That's from the swordsman of the mist. I guess he really is using them now. The Mizukage seemed adamant about getting them back at some point. I wonder what happened. Now that he was in a cautious state, Jiraiya immediately started thinking about any allies that could help the Leaf against Ken, who was likely going to prove himself a bigger threat than any other faction currently partaking in the Third Shinobi War. Thankfully, Ken decided to interrupt his thoughts after taking enough pleasure in his stress. Just to clarify, I don't have anything planned for the Leaf specifically. I just have some people I care about within it, and I would hate for something to happen to them. Jiraiya blinked a few times. The hell? Why didn't you lead with that? Still, he kept his mouth shut. His paranoia was still flaring up, telling him that Ken could still be lying. But what would he gain from letting his intentions be known? Then lying to me? It simply didn't make sense. Ken was a careful individual, and not making sense was simply not his thing from what Jiraiya knew. So, the Seinen decided to just listen to the blind assassin's words carefully. Something strange is happening in that village. Danzo seems to have some different plans compared to the Hokage. It's bound to escalate into an internal conflict depending on Hiruzen's actions going forward. I need you to be careful. Jiraiya rubbed his chin a bit, his eyes looking a bit uncertain. Danzo, hey. Teacher does sometimes butt heads with him, but do you think an internal conflict is around the corner? Seems a bit strange, they both want what's best for the Leaf from what I know. At that point, Jiraiya stopped thinking about Ken in a hostile fashion. If the assassin had wanted to harm the Leaf, he likely could have done it even without his input. Hell, there weren't that many people alive that could even fight Ken, let win against him. Still, Jiraiya wasn't sure what to make of Ken's sources. He needed a bit more information if he was to believe the blind assassin. Danzo had around him, and around all of his underground base, people that all bore a seal on their tongue, the same seal that was present on the people that attacked me when I was rescuing Kushina and Minato. But Ken didn't need any sources to know what he knew. His senses spread far and wide, he may have been blind, but nothing truly could escape his eye. In that instant, Jiraiya was petrified, reminding himself of how Ken had saved his top student and the Jinchuriki of the Leaf. He couldn't help but curse himself inwardly for even thinking that Ken was an enemy. If he wanted to harm the Leaf, then he sure wasn't doing a good job of it. In truth, the Seinen was still a bit unnerved that Ken knew so much about the Leaf's internal affairs. But for someone like the leader of the Dark Brotherhood, it also felt natural that he knew. Yes. I am talking to the Chiel man who took down the alliance of 4 powerful nations single-handedly, aren't I? Very well. In that case, I agree to keep an eye on Danzo for you, but I won't be divulging any internal secrets of the Leaf. Jiraiya nodded to Ken, taking the deal with a serious expression on his face. Good. The blind assassin nodded with a wide smile on his face, before continuing. Senjutsu classes start tomorrow at 10. Go sleep in the woods or something. Jiraiya nodded at first, before blinking a few times as his head snapped towards Ken. See classes? You mean there are more students? Ken's wide smile lessened a bit as he chuckled and answered with an amused tone. Obviously, I'll be teaching some children that are picked from the Dark Brotherhood. If you want to sleep within the compound, then you need to get rid of your headband, by the way, otherwise, you're sleeping in the woods. Jiraiya seemed to be wanting to talk more, but the first blade, Tasho, stepped out in front of him. Leader has had a long day. I'll take it upon myself to escort you out. The Seinen seemed a bit taken aback by the first blade's interruption, but he didn't feel insulted or anything. He merely looked back at Ken, thanking him for his time, and followed behind Tasho. What a strange man! Ken couldn't help but sigh as he remained alone in his office. I guess I should look into picking the children best suited for Senjutsu classes tomorrow. Short notice maybe, but all of them are prepared for training and learning new things at all times, so it should be good. Ken cracked his neck before searching his desk for a parchment paper and dipped his pen into some ink. He didn't need a list of the children and their abilities or progress, he already knew them all by heart, better than anybody else. Let's see. We'll start with just 10 for now. I hope they will enjoy the learning experience at least. Chapter 118, Mind Games, Motives, and Teachings. Jiraiya yawned deeply as he sat down cross-legged in the middle of a classroom. He couldn't help but be reminded of his time in the academy. Quite a while had passed since then, but the scene of a filled classroom was still on his mind. It was a shame, really. Many of those who had once been his colleagues were now already dead and buried. The life expectancy for shinobi was low, and it seemed to never be going up either. Still, at least his colleagues were still alive and well. His teammates. Tsunade was worse for wear, sure. She had lost the love of her life during the Second Shinobi War and was still grieving him. She was also constantly getting into arguments with Sarutobi over changes she wished to make, but Jiraiya tried to stay away from that for now. Orochimaru was just as usual, quiet and reserved. It was always difficult to tell what was on his mind. He was similar to Ken in that sense. The blind monster that had now become his senjutsu teacher had given him quite a bit of concerning information. Information that Jiraiya almost instantly delivered to the Hokage through his toads. He had yet to receive an answer, but he wanted to make sure that his teacher was up to speed on everything. And Ken himself seemed to be a credible source of information. He was, at the end of the day, the best assassin and bounty hunter in the world. His senses were almost never wrong if one went by reports. Still, the rumors about him not being all that friendly sure were right. I'm sure he has plenty of rooms, but he still left me out in the woods. For the Seinen, sleeping in the woods was never going to be comfortable, no matter how used he was to it. He would always prefer a warm bed and a roof over his head. Maybe even a nice woman to have by his side. Alas, he didn't expect to get such accommodations with the Dark Brotherhood, but he at least hoped for a bed. Still, classes sure are taking a while to start. Maybe the Seinen was just there very early, but that also felt strange since he was told the exact time that classes were supposed to start. He was sure he had come in time, a few minutes early in fact, but he had now been alone in that room for 30 minutes and counting. It could be argued that the Dark Brotherhood was playing some sort of mind game with the Seinen. Maybe they were trying to assert their dominance. But that wasn't really needed. Ken was already strong, and he didn't need to play around with such measly tricks. Jiraiya didn't know that, but although Ken didn't need to play those tricks, he was still prone to doing so. He was just petty like that, used to taking every opportunity to gain advantage in a situation. Jiraiya himself, although now technically working for Ken, was still an outsider. He needed to be shown that he was not important, that he was nothing within the Dark Brotherhood regardless of his status as a Seinen to the outside world. Ken had no way of knowing that the gallant Seinen Jiraiya didn't really think that highly of himself yet. He knew he still had a very long way to go. He definitely didn't dare to act out too much within the Dark Brotherhood and risk making an enemy out of Ken. Putting the safety of Konoha in jeopardy for petty squabbles wasn't his thing. Just as the Seinen was about to get up and go ask around, the children poured into the classroom. It was almost like clockwork, forcing him to sit back down awkwardly as they all settled around him, taking their seats with smiles on their faces while chatting and ignoring him completely. There was no hostility, no nothing. They were just children having fun. There were around 10 of them, both girls and boys. The youngest one seemed to be around 10, which was a bit surprising to Jiraiya. Ken may have absolute control over nature energy, but is it safe for young children to be training it? Jiraiya himself had started at around 13 years of age. Some could even say he was a bit talented in it as he could briefly enter an incomplete form of Sage Mode with the help of Ma and Pa. But his talent really was nothing to someone like Ken. Now that I think about it, it's very possible that the red dot started from a much younger age. Hell, if what I heard from the toads is right, then he likely hasn't ever been out of Sage Mode. The Seinen had obviously made sure to question Ma and Pa about Ken. He learned a lot, but he wasn't told everything, obviously. It was still enough for him to understand what type of talent Ken was. His report to the Hokage clearly made him out to be an unmatched inborn talent, surpassing even the likes of Senju Hashirama, the first god of shinobi. This became even more obvious after Ken's age was revealed to the world. This was a huge driving factor as to why Jiraiya thought it would be acceptable to request he become his senjutsu master. Jiraiya hoped to be able to get closer to the blind prodigy, to at least form some sort of bond. He knew that having an ally like Ken would help the Leaf immensely. But, even if he failed to build a proper bond, as long as he managed to learn under Ken, then he had a high chance of becoming a perfect sage himself, and that in itself was going to benefit the village a lot as well. After all, Jiraiya could still remember gaining control over that wisp of nature energy within him. Although the training didn't last so long that day, it still helped him improve the time he could spend in his incomplete sage mode by around 1 minute. It was astonishing really, he had struggled so much, yet that time frame hadn't budged at all ever since the Second Shinobi War had ended. Let alone reaching the perfect sage status, Jiraiya was still far off from properly using sage mode in actual battle by himself. He tried to train more after Ken left, to keep that feeling in mind. But he wasn't able to grasp it again by himself. None of the toads could replicate Ken's absolute control over nature energy, not even the great toad sage Gamamaru, who was the most in tune with it. Only one living being was capable of such a thing. And that was Ken. Now, as the blind monster finally entered the classroom, Jiraiya's thoughts were overcome with excitement. I'll finally get to experience that feeling again. The children also got excited. After all, they had all been selected to learn directly from their father. How could they not be excited? Morita especially was excited at being chosen. Even Tatsuksho and Yu were unsure of what all of them would get to learn now. But Ken had picked the children that were the most capable when it came to chakra control. Yu's entire strength came from her control, so she had honed it specifically so that she could manipulate her wires with maximum proficiency to perform her art. In Tatsuksho, there was no area that he did not excel in. Even without a leg, he was still the strongest among all of his siblings. Morita was not that far behind him either. Inferiority complex aside, he was NR.2 for a reason. He was already a skilled assassin, close to graduating with skills that would put most Chunin to shame. And Uemi, their youngest, was also among that group. She was certainly the most talented in that regard, even if she had yet to match some of her older siblings within the Brotherhood. The other 6 that were picked seemed to also be purely on the basis of potential. They were younger and less experienced. Ken also seemed to have picked someone that specifically had trouble controlling his chakra as well, which was quite confusing to Tatsuksho. It's safe to assume that father is trying to experiment and see how well people with different skills would react to his teachings. He's likely looking to teach what he's going to teach us to the whole brotherhood. Tatsuksho immediately noticed his father's intentions. And yes, all of the children within the brotherhood still called him father. Why? Well, he had unironically raised them. Who cares if he himself was young? He acted more like a father to them than any other adult who had been around. So, out of respect, they all completely ignored his age and continued addressing him as such. It was a complete relief for Ken, of course, though he didn't vocalize it. Hushed whispers filled the classroom as the children present excitedly discussed the upcoming lessons, all eager to find out what their father and teacher had in store for them. Jiraiya was obviously a bit taken aback by hearing all of the children call Ken, a 13-year-old child, father. But he didn't dare to comment on it in any way. Hush now, children. Ken's authoritative but calm voice was also somewhat surprising to Jiraiya. Especially the strange affection he could feel in the word children. It was clear that Ken cared for all of the students present. I am sure all of you are wondering why I dragged you here, away from your usual scheduled training. Ken crossed his arms as he spoke through his mask. He had decided to wear it as he didn't the children getting too distracted trying to catch a glimpse of his whole face throughout the lesson. Whatever it is, I bet it's going to be amazing. You clapped her and together, a sweet innocent smile spread across her lips as most of the children around her seemed to agree with her statement. Amazing indeed. Today is the first day in your training to become sages. Ken extended his palm towards the children, clenching it into a fist as his arm became larger and covered in scales. You immediately squealed. Her teacher's transformation was something she had wanted ever since she had first seen it in the courtyard on that faithful day. Ken shut her up by just angling his head in her direction slowly. You won't be able to transform the way I do. But you will learn to control the energy that I use to transform in such a way. You did let out a disappointed sigh at the first part, before immediately perking up again. Most of the class was too immersed in Ken's words to pay much attention to her. Jiraiya was the only one doing so, and he found her a bit unsettling. Again, he kept his thoughts to himself. But still. Will I have to sit through the basics again? I already know what nature energy is. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, no one cared that he already knew the basics. Not long after the lesson started, the blades also joined in, all sat at the back of the class and just listened to their master. Jiraiya was shocked to see them as well, and honestly, he was a bit intimidated by them as well. No one really knew how strong the three blades were. There was only speculation for the most part. But now that he met them in person, he could tell one thing. I don't know if I can win against any one of them. Even against the second blade, who was seemingly unknown, the Senin's instincts were flaring up. It was hard to quantify their strengths, but they still made the Seinen uneasy because of their fleeting presence, similar to Ken. Hell, even the presence of the children was somewhat fleeting. Especially for the older ones. This energy is simply called nature energy. It exists everywhere around us, every plant, every tree, is filled with nature's energy. And you will learn to harness it and use it to strengthen yourselves. The Seinen could only sigh as he realized just how long his day would be. Chapter 119, Coward's Desperation, Lecture and Private Lesson. While Ken was lecturing his students on the nature of nature energy, the rest of the world was still trying to comprehend the fact that Ken was a goddamned child. While it left many astonished and impressed, it also left many afraid. One of those many people was none other than Uehara Yu, the current leader of the Grass Village. He was one of the people who had faced the Red Dot a few years back alongside the Grass Village, spearheading his assassination at the request of a few more forces that had since decided to remain hidden. The Grass had suffered greatly that day, losing over half of its forces while also losing one of its greatest assets. The strawman Saburo. It was beyond unfortunate, or at least that was how Yu had painted the situation to his people. He didn't want it to be obvious that they were simply in over their head. All the signs that Ken was too much for them to handle were already there. You had just been too blinded by profits to realize that he was trying to punch through a wall with his head. But now? That wall had turned into a mountain, and Yu's head was still bandaged and bleeding. What is going to happen if we allow him to grow further and mature? Who could even stop him at that point? The Third Shinobi War was rough for the Grass Village. They had to cling tightly to the skirt of the Leaf Village, begging and praying for help. Thankfully, he managed to stay afloat, but in doing so he was now deeply indebted to the Leaf Village. More specifically, he was indebted to a certain man within the village. The man who had the most pull when it came to the Elder Council. It was surprisingly not the Hokage, however, it was none other than Danzo. The Hokage's right-hand man. And sincerely, having to owe that man anything at all was a lot worse than owing his entire life to the Hokage. But he had all but exhausted Hiruzen's goodwill already, so he had been left with no one to turn to besides Danzo. And all of that was because of one person. The Red Dot. How am I supposed to ever seek revenge in the future if he only keeps growing uncontrollably? It was already bad enough that he had enough power to slay a tailed beast and take on the Mizukage. So it was already difficult for you to think of a proper way to take revenge. But this most recent reveal made it obvious that, if he was having trouble planning something now, in the future he wouldn't even be able to stand straight while hearing Ken's name. At this rate, would it be more sensible to let go of this grudge? Would I be able to take that shame with me when I meet the ones he slayed in the Pure Lands? I doubt I'll even be able to pass on with all of that unresolved resentment. Yu's fists trembled as he tried to think of letting the matter go. He knew that he was dancing around starting a conflict that could very well end the flimsy grass village altogether. But at the same time, he was far too prideful to let go of the matter altogether. He was far too prideful to admit that it was his own mistake that had led the grass village to its current predicament. But although prideful, the elder couldn't help but admit to something shameful. He was also deathly afraid. Although the Red Dot had taken everything from him, he had killed many of his men, he had stolen most of their funds. Yu was still very much afraid. The scene of Ken cutting through men and women like they weren't even there kept playing in his mind. He kept remembering just how much they all tried to throw at him, how much they struggled to even trap him in place. But they had ended up being unable to even put a scratch on him. While he had killed half of them already. It was an absolute bloodbath and slaughter. Now, Yu didn't personally care about the people that had died. They were all merely tools for the village. But he couldn't help but be afraid. One slip up, one bit of bad luck, and he would have been one of the corpses shredded up on the ground when fighting the blind monster. Yu had no way of saving himself if Ken came specifically for his head. He could see no way out for him if push came to shove. His fear was so deep-seated, that even now when he knew that Ken was still in his growing stages, he couldn't bring himself to act. Not even now, while in a now-or-never situation. Thankfully, however, his courage grew with one letter. One message sent from an anonymous source was the catalyst for something big, and he wasn't the only one to receive it. All of the small nations that had suffered during the Third War and some of the large hidden villages received it too. It was an invitation. A war room. And the reason for that invitation was stated clearly. To get rid of a future threat. The cancer that rose in the Land of Iron, the Dark Brotherhood and its leader, the Red Dot. You didn't need another moment for confirmation. His cowardice was tossed to the side, as he now had a new pillar of support. And, if things were to not work out, he also had someone to blame. So he didn't even need to take accountability. Yes. Everything is coming together perfectly. The leader of the grass village laughed out loud with renewed vigor as he then quickly commanded his people to prepare for a trip. And to prepare for war. But Ken was oblivious to that. He had no way of knowing that he had attracted the attention of the wrong people with his identity being out. Hell, even if he expected it, he couldn't have foreseen such a powerful response. One thing was for sure. The hidden villages desperately wanted to avoid the rise of someone like the old god of shinobi, the first Hokage. Although that time was long past, the hidden villages still remembered how they were all once at the mercy of the Leaf Village and its god of shinobi. It was an elongated and forced period of peace. All out of fear of offending him. Although it was touted to be peaceful and prosperous, in truth, many villages had been harmed in that period. Many were forced to walk on eggshells for decades. It was humiliating, and a permanent mark in their history. One thing was for sure. They needed to stop another person from reaching that level at all costs. But no one would have had the guts to rise up against the Dark Brotherhood under normal circumstances. None of the hidden villages would have dared to start up the alliance against the Dark Brotherhood themselves. But Ken's appearance had thrown one person's plans out of whack. And it just so happened that said person could easily manipulate the leaders of the smaller hidden villages into coming together. By the time all of the respective nations had received their messages, Ken had already finished his lecture. The children of the Dark Brotherhood were all excitedly running out of the classroom, Tatsuksho included, though he mostly just hopped. They all went directly back to training after receiving the timetable for their new class. Their schedules had all already been changed to fit in those extra senjutsu lessons. So all they had to do was show up to class in time. And who exactly was going to miss Ken's teachings? No one within the Dark Brotherhood, that's for sure. Jiraiya was also still going to come to each and every lecture. At that point, there were only him, the Blades, and Ken in the room. The red dot had already taken his mask off and placed it within his coat. The Blades all seemed to still be discussing the subject matter, not paying him any mind. It was a bit jarring, as just earlier they had all kept an eye on him. Jiraiya could feel it. I guess they just didn't want me near the children. Well, I doubt they need to keep an eye on me when there's only Ken. He's the strongest one in the room. While it was true that there was no need for them to be cautious of Jiraiya, the Seinen still understood where their wariness was coming from. The Seinen slowly stood up and walked up to the podium in the classroom. He found it odd that he didn't already have a blade pressed to his neck, as he approached the podium. It wasn't normal for an outsider to casually approach a cage. Even if they were in a sort of business relationship, Jiraiya fully expected to be treated as an outsider now. But, surprisingly, Ken just turned his head towards him and smiled welcomingly. This encouraged the Seinen to step forward even closer to the podium where Ken was still standing and arranging some papers. But why? He can't read right. Upon closer inspection, the papers he was arranging were all empty, which made Jiraiya look like he had just bit into a lemon. He quickly shook his head, a smile reaching his lips as he opened his mouth. That was certainly a fine introductory lesson for the kids. The Seinen crossed his arms and spoke out in an impressed tone. He wasn't even exaggerating when saying that. Ken had quite literally explained nature energy better than the toads. Hell, Jiraiya started doubting what he knew about nature energy for a bit. Sure, Ma and Pa had likely told him most of what Ken had mentioned, but he had forgotten a lot of the stuff he hadn't been using. Like the fact that nature energy also somehow allowed a person to control their body to some extent. Well, he had never been able to use that much as his control over nature energy was damn near non-existent. It's nothing much. I'm sure you already knew all of that. I'm assuming you want lessons in private, right? Ken's smile didn't diminish one bit as he finished stacking the papers before placing them back on the podium. Ha, I'm that easy to read, hey? The Seinen couldn't help but smile sheepishly as he started scratching the back of his head. Yes. The blind assassin's bluntness gently washed over the Seinen like a shower of bricks. It ended up causing Jiraiya to blink a few times and laugh awkwardly. So, will you help me out here? I believe it's part of our agreement. Well, our agreement never specified a timeline in all honesty. I could technically let you learn alongside the other children and the Blades until they reach your level. Jiraiya winced when hearing the assassin's words. Was about to open his mouth and complain, now realizing that he had somewhat screwed over the negotiations. But Ken didn't give him the chance. But I will help you out. We can continue this in the forest. The blind assassin walked past Jiraiya, tapping him on the shoulder as he passed by and continued walking out the door. The Seinen blinked a few times before looking at the blind assassin's back. He then turned towards the back of the classroom, where the blades were still debating something. He nodded towards them before he ran away and followed Ken. Yes. I can finally get to experience that feeling again. His excitement reached the sky as he and the red dot left the compound. On the way, Ken had already placed his mask back on. He was more comfortable wearing it while outside of the compound anyway. Jiraiya didn't comment much on it either, he just walked behind Ken obediently until they reached a small clearing within the forest. Here is where we can train for the next few hours. Ken looked around the clearing for a bit and nodded. It was one of the places where he had trained Tatsuksho before. There were plenty of scars on the ground to show for it. The Seinen nodded and sat down in a lotus position. Let us start then. The Seinen shouted as he gripped his knees with excitement. Ken simply nodded and cracked his neck. Yeah. You aren't going to like this too much, but at least you'll make a nice guinea pig. Chapter 120, Special Training, Internal Affairs and War Room. Jiraiya's training started much like his past short session on Mount Maiboku. The nature energy bubble around him was just as thick despite the fact that the nature energy around them was considerably thinner. Well, at least that was what Jiraiya had thought at first. But after a few seconds, the nature energy in the surrounding area seemed to skyrocket. It wasn't long before the Seinen realized that the spike in energy was all coming from Ken. He alone was enriching the nature energy in that random forest and allowing it to reach the level of Mount Maiboku. Now, it wasn't exactly shocking that Ken was able to do that. His office was also pretty much filled with nature energy since he was there a lot. Many places that Ken frequented within the compound were the same. They certainly held more nature energy than places in other villages. But that was just the energy that radiated from Ken's body subconsciously as he blended into the environment around him. None of the places within the Dark Brotherhood compound were to the level that Jiraiya was feeling now. I guess it's something else entirely when he does it on purpose. It was intimidating for the fledgling sage, but he knew that it was certainly going to assist with training. The training proceeded the same way that Jiraiya was already familiar with. He was allowed to play around with a wisp of energy. Ken's palm was firmly planted on his back, encouraging him to experiment in safety. And needless to say, Jiraiya certainly felt safe. His teacher had absolute control over nature energy at the end of the day. It was completely different from his training with the toads, who needed a stick to beat nature energy out of him when he screwed up. Ken also had the stick tied to his belt, just in case. But Jiraiya was also well aware he could simply suck the nature energy out of him at a moment's notice, just like he had done in the past. Slowly but surely, Ken allowed the Seinen to experiment with more and more nature energy, to gain control over more of it in a perfect environment. Although the Seinen was supposedly talented, he was still starting to sweat when he felt that energy within him. It was just as violent as he remembered it. The only difference now was that it wasn't rushing into his body at great speeds and threatening to turn him into a motionless statue. Hours passed, and Jiraiya wasn't any closer to being able to control the blob of energy within him. Ken sighed as he eventually took his palm off the Seinen's back, extracting the energy at the same time. Jiraiya gave a long exhale, his entire body was filled with sweat, and his eyes were weary and tired. Next time you will try to enter Sage mode naturally, and I will help balance the nature energy with the chakra within your body. The blind monster's words echoed throughout the small clearing they were in. Ken slowly sat up and cracked his neck, his hair swaying from side to side as he then wordlessly walked back towards the compound. Jiraiya was left both breathless and speechless. He could have done that all along. Wouldn't that have been more efficient? But he didn't voice out his concerns. He didn't dare to. Ken was his teacher, and a student was not to object to the methods of his teacher unless they truly didn't respect them. He had learned that the hard way from Hiruzen, who struggled to discipline him properly his entire childhood. At the end of the day, Jiraiya had still managed to gain a lot more control over nature energy thanks to the current training. He still had a long way to go before he could actually control it enough to balance it with his own chakra, but he was still closer than before. And he was bound to get even closer as long as Ken kept training him. Needless to say, despite having to sleep in the woods, things were looking up for the Seinen. Not so much for Danzo back in the leaf. Things were still rather quiet. Hiruzen was still taking his time investigating after he was tipped off by Ken. In all fairness, it would take a while for him to actually start a formal investigation on Danzo. For now, he was just being cautious and keeping an eye out while the bodies of the would-be Jinchuriki kidnappers were still getting studied. Hiruzen did notice that the process was taking a lot faster than expected, and this made him even more suspicious. Danzo did have influence over most affairs within the leaf, and it seemed that he was, for some reason, delaying the results of the autopsy. I guess it's fair to say that they won't be accurate. I'd ask Tsunade to do it since I can trust her, but we aren't on the best terms currently. Tsunade was, by far, the best medical shinobi in Konoha, but she was currently still grieving the loss of both her younger brother Nawaki and her lover, Dan Kot. Besides that, the unfortunate and bloody death of her lover seemed to have made her somewhat afraid of seeing blood. Tsunade was traumatized, Sarutobi knew that much. Having lived through both the First Shinobi World War and the Second, he was very familiar with the feeling of losing someone dear to him. He had managed to get over his trauma in the end, but it had taken him decades, and his circumstances were very different. He had managed to bury himself in work. His duty to the village as the Hokage had kept him busy, and helped him cope with the loss. But Tsunade was not in a position where she could even work. A medic developing trauma that led to a fear of blood was simply unfortunate on all observable levels in Sarutobi's eyes. The worst thing was that he couldn't do much to help. Even worse, he was constantly fighting with her. She was trying hard to argue with the Elder Council to have all squads within the village include one medical shinobi, to avoid future tragedies like the ones she had to live through. But their current state of affairs simply didn't allow for such a thing. In the first place, medic nin were not that easy to train due to the stringent requirements in regard to chakra control. The Leaf Village could only really have enough to set up camps near the front lines of war. And even then, the medics were overworked and barely got any sleep. Only when the front lines got a bit more silent would they finally get to rest a bit. But even then they had to abide by strict schedules and still had patients constantly flowing in and out. It was true that things would become much better if a medic nin was included in all shinobi squads. It would certainly make things much better for their village, and lessen the casualties of war a lot. But they simply couldn't afford such a move. Not anytime soon. It was the type of move that Hiruzen would have to implement later after the war was over by emphasizing more medical training within the academy. For now, however, Hiruzen was stuck. He didn't know what to do. And that was when one of his other students walked in. "You seem quite bothered lately, teacher. Did something happen?" A pale man with black long hair flowing down his back, he wore a Jonin's protective armor, clothing similar to his comrade, Jiraiya. His eyes were golden and pupils slit, he had purple markings around his eyes and fang-like teeth. It was none other than Orochimaru, Hiruzen's most studious and observant pupil. He had just returned from the front lines with the Sand Village. The war was still ongoing, but he had finished his mission, so he was back to see if there were any other areas where he could assist. A lot is happening within the village, not just outside. I'm sure you are able to tell that something is up. Sarutobi just released a tired sigh, he immediately moved his hand and signaled the Anbu within the room to all go away. They immediately turned into blurs and left either through the window or the open door, which closed almost as if it was automatic the second the last of them had left. Orochimaru didn't react to that in any way, he merely smiled at his teacher and waited for more details. "I'm sure you've heard of the recent attempted kidnapping." The Hokage started off the conversation while taking a deep huff of his long tobacco pipe. Of course I did. It is one of the reasons I came back to the village with such haste. Especially since I heard that Jiraiya is also away now. Sarutobi smiled back at his student, his eyes filling with appreciation. You are always reliable, Orochimaru. The Seinen simply nodded to his teacher, his expression still calm and collected. So, I take it you believe someone within the village allowed that kidnapping to take place. The snake Senen's words were more akin to a hushed whisper as he looked at his teacher with slitted narrowed eyes. Sarutobi sighed, blowing some smoke out of his lungs as he rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. Not just anyone, but Danzo himself. I've had my doubts about his intentions for many years, we don't see eye to eye in many matters. But I never thought he'd be involved in something like this. Orochimaru's narrowed eyes widened a bit as he heard Danzo's name. His reaction was so small that the Hokage didn't even register it. He also recovered instantly, keeping his poker face intact. Would you like me to take a further look into this personally? Orochimaru immediately offered his assistance with a slight smile. Sarutobi was once again pleased with his student, but it seemed he had something else in mind. No, Danzo is smart. He likely knows something is up already, even if he doesn't believe I suspect him. He will always be on the lookout for people around me. And you as my pupil are likely one of the people he's most careful around. He's also already left the village on personal business. Hiruzen sighed deeply once more as he rolled his tired shoulders a few times. Orochimaru's thin eyebrows rose in confusion. Left the village? At such a strange time. I wonder what he's up to, it may be worth learning more about this matter. Still, there must be something I can assist with. Orochimaru continued showing a calm interest in his teacher's affairs. He showed his willingness to help. Well, there may be something. Say, I do remember that you've been dabbling in medicinal books. Would you be able to perform an autopsy and verify some bodies for me? Orochimaru merely smiled at his teacher's request. But of course. And while they were having that conversation, Danzo was already well onto his goal. The personal business he was tending to was nothing more than a large-scale meeting. A gigantic room, it was occupied by a large number of stone chairs which formed a circle around a huge clearing. On those chairs sat down the kage of most of the small villages in the vicinity of the Land of Iron and beyond. The Kazekage and a representative for the Tsuchikage were also present. Besides that, there were the heads of many clans as well. Every leader present brought with them at least one bodyguard as well, so the large room was filled up quickly. And among them stood Danzo, masked and with two of his root Anbu with him. All of them wore masks, even the Kazekage and the kage from the smaller villages. Of course, Danzo was still able to recognize all of them. And he was sure that they recognized each other. But the one that had called the war room meeting had made it clear. All of those that were present were to wear masks. No one, not even Danzo himself, had any clue who had called all of them there. Danzo just knew that one of his root agents had intercepted a message that was meant for him. It showed that the person sending that message had a lot of information on Konoha's state of affairs, and it gave Danzo a nice proposal too. Helping him cover up his most recent mistake, and helping him get rid of Ken, who was bound to become a headache in the future. Though he already was one. Of course, Danzo was no fool. He knew that something shady was going on. He had already been on the scene for decades. Still, his current situation made it difficult for him to refuse such an offer. And that was how he found himself there. At the creation of a large shinobi alliance, not as a representative of the leaf, but as a representative of the root, an organization he had created to protect the leaf from the shadows. But who was it? Who has the power and influence to convince this many people to gather up in one place? Just weeks before, they were all at each other's throats, yet now they are seemingly waiting together and considering an alliance. Danzo was pondering the identity of their mysterious host. Something strange happened. The entire room shook, and immediately everyone stood up from their seats and jumped back. The first thought in everyone's mind was that they had fallen into a trap. Danzo was still calm, however. He had expected something like that to happen. What he didn't expect was for a large pillar of stone to rise in the middle of the room. The earth parted as the finger appeared. It gave the leader of the root a very eerie feeling. He gulped as he then noticed something else. A projection appeared right on top of that finger. A shadow figure of a tall man with spiky long hair. But what stood out the most were his eyes. Oh God, his eyes! Just seeing them made the hair on Danzo's back stand straight. Those eyes were an enigmatic kaleidoscope of otherworldly design. The man's pupils, instead of conventional circles, were a haunting, ethereal fusion of concentric, interlocking circles that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. These ghostly rings radiated a pale, otherworldly violet hue, resembling the dim luminescence of a distant, dying star. And just as everyone in the room was taking in those details, their backs filling with sweat, a deep and aged voice sounded out from that figure. Greetings. It would seem that my appearance has startled you all. Suddenly, it all clicked to Danzo. I see. He gathered everyone here. To think a man with such power still existed in this world. And just like that, the host of the war room made an appearance. And the meeting officially started. Chapter 121, Suspicions, Lesson, and Trust. Ken cracked his neck as he stood in front of the classroom. The podium in front of him was filled with blank pages, as usual. They weren't blank per se, but nothing could be seen with the naked eye. This was optimal, as Ken had no eyes, naked or otherwise. But despite being empty, the pages were also fully written. Within Ken's mind were drawn countless theories about the ways he could go around to teach his students about natural energy. Plenty of thoughts and experiments he wanted to run were laid down on those papers. The reason why they were empty was quite simple. Invisible ink. Not just that, Tasho had gone out of his way to seek out and create a form of ink that could be felt when being infused with chakra. It was actually quite expensive to make, and chakra metal dust was used during the creation process, but it was a rather great tool. One couldn't really see what was written when the paper was infused with chakra, but they could feel it. A normal shinobi would still have trouble reading something through his chakra, but to a sensor like Ken, it was child's play. Jiraiya still didn't realize what was going on, so to him seeing a blind child sift through a stack of empty papers in front of a full classroom was still jarring. The rest of the children didn't seem to pay any mind to that anomaly, they just quietly waited for their teacher with smiles etched upon their faces. Jiraiya couldn't help but sweat at that scene. It honestly felt as if the children were well and truly brainwashed. He had yet to meet one of them that had any semblance of a negative emotion towards the Dark Brotherhood or Ken himself, and that was a tad concerning. To any outsider who hadn't spent enough time there, the young members of the Dark Brotherhood sure seemed to be brainwashed. No one could blame an outsider for making that mistake. Kazue had also thought so at first. But he did realize at some point that there was no brainwashing within the Brotherhood. They're just being treated well and are acting accordingly. That was the conclusion that the Uzumaki Seal Master had reached after all the time he had spent within the Brotherhood. Of course, Jiraiya didn't really think that Ken was the one pulling the strings in that sense. He may be strong, stronger than anyone here. But I doubt he is experienced enough to pull something like this off. Maybe one of the blades is controlling the organization behind the scenes. The Toad Sage's mind immediately went to the 3 blades that were present in the back. The first one was just standing in place, still like a pillar while observing the classroom through his mask. Although he was standing there, and Jiraiya could see him, his presence was fleeting, almost as non-existent as that of Ken himself. It was hard for Jiraiya to tell what was on his mind. The second blade looked a lot more casual. He seemed to be sipping on some tea. He had seemingly made a small hole in his mask for that specific purpose. He was sat down on one of the seats in the back, his figure smaller than that of the first, less eye-catching, but certainly still intimidating to Jiraiya. Although his presence seemed more pronounced, he also gave the Toad Sage a creepy feeling. The type that made one thing clear. I don't want to get involved with this one. The third blade was the most confusing, however. He was also sat down, his legs resting on the desk in front of him as his arms were crossed and head tilted backwards. He seemed to be snoring. I guess the one behind the brainwashing would either be the first or the second. Or maybe the third is actually secretly a genius as well. It's really hard to tell. As Jiraiya continued musing and trying to get a better read of the situation, the lesson also started. Last time, we talked a bit about the theory behind nature energy, what it is, how it functions and the effects it may have. The blind monster's voice was quiet and imposing, it demanded attention, and Jiraiya was immediately broken out of his trance as his eyes settled on the lecturing teacher. I'm sure that many of you have already tried it, right? To get a feel of the nature energy around you, to try and sense it. Although the lesson was directed towards the children, Jiraiya still couldn't help but pay attention. He had already agreed to attend the lessons, so he was going to at least try and make the most of them. Yep, teacher's description of this nature energy was really cool. The blood of the world itself, there's no way we wouldn't at least try to sense it. Yu clapped her hands, happily responding to her master/teacher. Many of the children present nodded at her words, Tatsuksho and Morita included. Ken had been quite blunt during their past lecture. He made it very clear that nature energy was far superior to chakra in terms of the raw power it provided its users. Although it was a completely different type of energy from chakra, and it couldn't quite be molded the same way chakra could be, it was still similar in many ways. And when it came to raw power, there really was no comparing the two of them. Many of the children had already tried to get a feel of it, all of them sitting down and meditating in their spare time. But none of you have made any progress, right? Ken crossed his arms and tilted his head. All of the children were quiet this time around, looking down in disappointment. All but one. I can feel it, Father. You have big energy around you. Bigger than everyone else. A little girl with her hand raised was the one to speak out. Her speech was a bit messy and her words a bit frantic. It was none other than Umabe, to Uemi, the Dark Brotherhood's youngest. She gestured with her hands as she spoke, raising them to the sky as she described the literal pillar of nature energy that was Ken's body. Now, if Ken had eyes, he would have been blinking in confusion at that. He hadn't expected any of the children to sense nature energy in such a short time frame. Jiraiya's eyes almost popped out of his head as well. He looked at the young girl with shock and awe. Sensing nature energy was no small feat. Countless others struggled for days on end to sense it when starting their sage training. And that was within the confines of Mount Maiboku. They were all training near the spring, where the density of nature energy was the greatest in the world. Holy! I knew that there were plenty of talents around in the Dark Brotherhood. But I didn't think there would be this many geniuses around. The one-legged devil and bloody princess were bad enough already. But it seemed that the Dark Brotherhood had caught a lot of golden eggs among their recruits. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel slight jealousy. That is interesting. In that case, you can come and stand beside me. Ken seemed to have wanted to say something more, but he ended up just shaking his head and smiling underneath his mask. Uemi seemed a bit surprised. But she didn't object. Her small figure walked up to the podium and she stood straight by her teacher's side. Ken didn't miss one moment as he gave her a hearty laugh and patted her head. Congratulations, Uemi. It seems you do have a knack for this. The assassin didn't hold back on the praises, gladly stopping his lecture for a few moments to put a smile on the little girl's face. Now, this action did stir a lot of jealousy within the other recruits present, more specifically you, but that was a story for another day. The recruits didn't get the time to be jealous for too long, as Ken's masked face turned back towards the classroom. Now, although Uemi has managed to sense nature energy on her own, I will still help all of you to sense it here today. At the same time, I will also make sure that you are truly prepared to learn senjutsu. Ken then grasped at the back of his head and cracked his neck. He let out a loud exhale. The entire room was excited, wondering how their teacher would help them. Jiraiya was also scratching his chin, studying the blind monster, trying to guess what he was going to end up doing. And that was when it happened. Ken raised one of his arms towards the classroom, his palm hung limply as his fingers all pointed towards the ground. And the moment that the blind monster's fingers pointed up, all of the people in the classroom felt it. They were unable to ignore it, anyone who had their eyes open could see it. A purplish aura extending from Ken's palm, a malevolent wave of energy pushed everyone back, all of the students covering their heads and taking a few steps back before kneeling down to withstand the pressure. The second the wave appeared, Jiraiya was already stuck to the wall at the very back of the classroom. He stuck to it like a frog as he watched the podium with terror in his eyes. He had jumped from his seat and onto that wall the moment Ken's fingers had pointed upwards. He sweated heavily as he realized that the nature energy Ken was exuding just felt wrong. It was almost perverted in a sense, it was no longer pure. Yu gasped in excitement, her hair fluttering in the wind as she stabbed her needle blade into the ground to hold on. Tatsuksho seemed to be able to stop himself by sticking to the floor with chakra, but he was leaning backwards while in a protective position. Morita was down on all fours, sticking to the floor with all of his strength as his cheeks fluttered under that pressure. Many of the students were using similar methods to not be pushed back too much. Meanwhile, Yumi at Ken's side also took a small step back, but she wasn't really feeling any pressure. It was obvious, the lesson wasn't for her anymore. Ken was going to force the students to get accustomed to nature energy the hard way. Even if it was an impure form, such brutal pressure would definitely open up their senses to nature's energy. She ended up smiling in amazement as she stood by her teacher's side and watched her classmates struggle. You have until the end of the class to pass by me and stand by my side. If you fail to do so, then you will return to your regular scheduled training. You may get the chance to return to Senjutsu training in the future, but you will be added to another batch after becoming stronger. Ken's words were like a bucket of cold water amidst a heat wave. Everyone was already stressed out due to the pressure, but hearing Ken's voice calmed them down greatly. And it also motivated them. They couldn't lose it. They couldn't lose the chance to be taught by Ken personally. Morita grit his teeth as he forced himself to crawl forward. He was the first among the students to take a step. Before anyone could even blink, a slight gust of wind passed through the classroom, and the first blade was already standing by Ken's side, his arms held behind his back as he stood there silently. Jiraiya's eyes widened once more when he noticed that. Not only at the fact that someone was able to withstand Ken's pressure so quickly, but also because of his speed. Ha! A loud yawn was heard next, as the third blade was seemingly woken up from his nap. He looked around confused for a moment before shrugging and walking forward like nothing was happening. He seemed to also not be in any rush. He just kept his hands behind his head as he yawned and walked through the pressure. He eventually reached the podium without any issue and just sat down by Ken's side. Seems like someone's been fed well. The second blade slowly put his teacup down as he also stood up. He then vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Ken as well. He seemed to have just used the body flicker technique. Holy shit! This place really is filled with monsters. Jiraiya couldn't help but sweat. He wasn't sure if the exercise applied to him as well. But he damn well didn't want to appear any weaker than the blades. So he immediately started running towards the podium as well. His speed was good, certainly not any lesser than that of the first blade. And he made it through the aura wave as he overcame his fear of it. He was a legendary son and for God's sake, he wasn't going to allow himself to be outdone by some masked wackos in a bounty hunting organization. In the end, the children also bore through the pressure. Their eyes were resolute, their minds fearless. After all, why would they ever fear their father? The trust they placed in him was greater than anything. So there was no need for any of them to worry about getting injured. So they just trudged ahead. Morita was first to reach the podium, crawling onto it and lying down while panting with a smile on his face. The next to reach it was Tatsuksho. He simply dashed towards it, flying through the air in a few straight angles before landing behind his teacher in a crouched position. Well, he was mainly supporting himself on his arms as his one leg was crouched down. After that, it was Yu's turn to show off her skills. She immediately used her sewing needle to extend a dozen or so threads onto the stage, and she pulled herself towards it using them. She did try to accidentally crash into her teacher, but Tasho fortunately caught her by the scruff of her neck and dragged her away to a corner of the podium, where he placed her down like one would a puppy. After that, the rest of the students also managed to cross onto the podium, although at a slower pace than their more talented classmates. However, in all fairness, many of them were situated more to the back of the class, which also made things more difficult for them. Overall, Ken was very pleased with the results of the test. Many of the children seemed now to be more aware of the nature energy around them. All of them could now, at the very least, sense Ken's aura even when he was not bothering to use it actively. Of course, this was as long as Ken wasn't bothering to hide it. Still, that was very good progress in itself. As for Yumi, well, she had just managed to become Ken's third personal disciple within the Brotherhood. Ken was going to be giving the little girl a lot of extra lessons, to allow for her overwhelming talent to bloom and shine thoroughly. Yes. Things seem to be going quite well. Ken couldn't help but smile as he finally reached his office after a long day. He sat down, and the second he did so Tasho was already entering his room, with a letter in his right hand. Master, it seems that we've received a request for help from a rather large group of orphans within the Land of Rain. More work, hey? The assassin just sighed as he slumped into his chair. Chapter 122, Request, Concern, and War Preparations. Well, calling them a group of orphans may be a bit harsh. But they do all seem to be teenagers, 15 and above. Tasho spoke out as he stood in place and waited for his master's orders. Ken just sighed and shook his head. Still. The Akatsuki, hey. Ken rested his legs on the desk in front of him as his mind started struggling to remember whether or not he had heard of them before. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't quite remember any mention of such a group in the past few years that he had been active in that world. They are seemingly a new organization, founded on the coattails of the Second Shinobi War, well, near the start of the Third Shinobi War in fact. Tasho had seemingly already done his homework. Having received that message right after the lecture and rushing to find out more about the Akatsuki as a group. It hadn't even taken him a full hour to reach out to his various informants and find out more about the situation in the Land of Rain. The Akatsuki were essentially an insurgent group that sought to end the warring period. At least that was their stated mission to the world. They were indeed mainly comprised of war orphans, so it was fair to say that their goal was likely genuine. But that was about where Tasho's knowledge of them started and ended. It wasn't like he had time for a thorough investigation for a random help request. But since he knew of Ken's stance regarding the war, he felt that it was worth bringing up the Akatsuki's request to him, since their views seemed to align to some extent. The blind monster listened to his right-hand man's short report. So what does their message even contain anyway? You described it as a request for help. Ken's intent was clearly portrayed through his words, at least for Tasho, who knew his master best. Although he was acting indifferent, Ken's interest was certainly piqued. After all, it was quite rare for a group of shinobi to be vying for the end of the war. Then there was also the fact that both the Dark Brotherhood and the Akatsuki seemed to be a place of refuge for orphans of war. Those two factors alone were more than enough to capture the blind assassin's attention. Well, they are specifically asking for an audience with you. They seem to have learnt that you aren't that far from their age and that you don't get involved too often in the wars of the shinobi. So they're looking for a helping hand with ending the war, hey. Ken tilted his head as he continued his subordinate's words without stopping for even a second. It was the only logical reason as to why the Akatsuki would contact the Dark Brotherhood. Although Ken hadn't expressed his will to bring about peace to the world yet, the Brotherhood was already notorious for staying out of the shinobi wars. Ken personally did get involved in one conflict related to the war, and did clash with the Mizukage and killed a Jinchuriki. But that was said to be a mission for a friend, the Reikage. And having the Reikage as a friend likely just meant that Ken had more influence in the world for the young leaders of the Akatsuki. Well, that is the gist of what I gathered from their message. So what is the plan? Will you be visiting them? Tasho nodded and crossed his arms. The same Hata behind him also wiggled a bit, awaiting Ken's response with intrigue. It's worth looking into at the very least. But I am afraid that the children may become a bit overzealous. Ken seemed to be a bit conflicted, causing Tasho to tilt his head slightly. And why might that be? Tasho crossed his arms and waited for his master's answer. The blind assassin didn't let him wait for long. I did just help them all become more sensitive to nature energy. I'm afraid they may start trying to absorb it on their own and without any supervision. Ken's sigh weighed heavily in the room for a few seconds. Tasho seemed to be thinking for a few seconds before he turned and looked at Ken. Well, they are much more well-behaved than that. They won't attempt something you specifically prohibit them from doing. They all listen to you and respect you. He was quick to come up with some sort of reassurance, but it didn't seem to be enough for Ken. Oh, I don't doubt that for 1 second. But they are also extremely eager to prove themselves. They all want my recognition at the end of the day. And just about all of them tried to sense it before that lesson even started. While I am here, I can sense them at all times, so I can make sure they don't try something stupid. Don't get me wrong, I trust you fully. But your eyes aren't as good as mine. Ken's speech came to an end on a rather sad note. But Tasho didn't seem at all discouraged. He was well aware that he couldn't possibly keep his eye on everyone in the compound like Ken could. He did think he'd manage with the 10 children that were taught, but he was still not 100% confident. One thing he learned from working with Ken is that he only really appreciated certainties, and he disliked lies. At least when he wasn't the one telling said lies. That hypocrisy was one of the few things that reminded Tasho that his master was still human, no matter how much his body morphed and changed throughout the years. That and the affection he showed to those he cared for. I apologize for my inadequacies. At that point, Tasho could only really apologize. He was supposed to be the second in command, but Ken really was the one that glued everything together. With him there, anything in the world could go wrong and they'd still find a way to fix it. Without him, things became a lot more difficult. He was a bit disappointed in himself. After all, his master was clearly intrigued enough about the Akatsuki to want to make a trip there, but he was held back by his incompetence. And then he finally got an idea. Well, it is possible that you can go out. For one, you can have Saburo pay special attention to those children. We can hit them with that stick you retrieved from Mount Myaboku if they really do try something. Tasho immediately started going through a few scenarios, trying to think of the worst possible outcome if Ken did leave for a week or two. The blind assassin himself decided to just silently listen for now. He didn't need to mention that even with Saburo, there was a chance that one of the children could sneak in some extracurricular lessons and turn themselves into statues. Tasho was already well aware of that fact. But it was another train of thought that gave the first blade some further reassurance. The more I think about it, the less of an issue I think this becomes. Lord Ken, you did already mention once that you are alive even if you are turned into a statue, correct? Ken nodded at the first blade's question. That is correct. But it's unlikely the same rules will apply to the children, or you for that matter. All of the toad statues within Mount Myaboku were dead. Yes, but the toad statues were there for years, decades, maybe even centuries. There's no way that a human could live for that long while unable to feed themselves or drink water. Tasho responded in a rather passionate fashion as the puzzle he was piecing in his head also started becoming clearer for Ken. So you're thinking that it's possible for someone that turns into a statue to survive? Ken started scratching his chin for a bit, also thinking of that possibility. In truth, it did cross his head previously, but he really had no precedent for it. He had no way of making sure. On one hand, he was the furthest thing from normal, so he couldn't use himself as a reference. What Ken didn't want was to test things out on his pupils. That was what Jiraiya was for, but outright turning him into a statue and possibly killing him could technically turn into a conflict with the leaf, so Ken had to refrain from that as well. Well, that's most likely the case. But we can't be so sure. At least not until you test it out. I know finding willing test subjects may be hard. But with your ability, do they really need to be willing? I mean, we do have a basement filled with imprisoned criminals, don't we? At that point, Ken just raised his head, scratched his chin and slowly stood up. I guess they don't have to be willing participants anyway. I'll just test out a few things on them before going. Thank you for opening my eyes, Tasho. I was too fixated on this. Ken then immediately walked towards the basement. As he did so, the meeting within the war room was still very much ongoing. The shadowy figure that appeared in the middle of the room had already calmed everyone down, and they were all back to being seated in their respective spots. So, the plan is that simple, hey? Danzo muttered under his breath as he rubbed his chin with mild interest. Together, the people in that room could rise up a force of around 3,000 elite shinobi, around 6,000 shinobi in total if they also decided to send out some cannon fodder. The plan was very simple. Hammer the nail that sticks out. An all-out assault on the Dark Brotherhood compound. Now, for someone who reportedly killed a Jinchuriki in one move, 3,000 was nowhere near enough. But as long as they got some heavy hitters, then they would be fine, at least they'd be able to keep Ken busy while getting rid of his associates. Of course, that was what the people in the room thought. But the one leading them, the man with the odd eyes and long spiky hair, had other plans. The plan is indeed that simple. I know what most of you are thinking. An all-out assault in foreign territory is never a smart way to go about things. This is why I have already sent some scouts there. They will find the best opportunity for the attack during the following weeks. Your only task right now is to gather your men and wait for my signal. When you receive it, advance immediately. The man's deep voice echoed throughout the room. The man's transparent figure shook slightly, causing the man to close his eyes for a second. It seems that this meeting will have to be cut short. Wait for my signal, we will strike at the most opportune time. And just like that, the heavy atmosphere in the room was lifted. All of the people present looked at one another, all of them narrowing their eyes through their masks. It seems we all have some preparations to make. As much as I don't like working with these people, the red dot is too big a potential threat to be ignored. And just like that, the stage was set. And the man that had pulled the strings, the one who possessed the strange eyes, was currently in a completely different corner of the world. A weak old man, his back bent by the weight of time, his hair bleached white due to age. His wrinkled face sweated a bit as he swayed to the side unsteadily. In that instant, another figure rushed towards him, catching him in an instant. A pale-skinned figure with green hair. It just silently helped steady the old man. At that moment, the old man's eyes transformed from their ring pattern to a simple three-tomo Sharingan pattern. The old man panted. Keeping up that illusion sure is tough. He sighed as his companion also laughed a bit. Maybe it would have been easier if you kept your eyes. You wouldn't have had to fake them at least. The pale humanoid figure spoke out, slightly chastising the old man, while also keeping his tone respectful. Humph, I don't expect you of all people to understand my vision. This is necessary, my plans must be seen through to the end. That red dot and his little ragtag group of orphans are nothing more than a momentary nuisance. The old man laughed a bit as he allowed himself to be carried over to a bed. Of course, sir. The pale humanoid spoke out as he helped the old man lay on that bed. At that moment, a fleshy tentacle extended from the shadows and connected itself to the old man's abdomen. Humph, we'll see if he is truly worthy enough to be compared to Hashirama. Chapter 123, Plans, Danger, and I Spy. Zetsu, a being spawned out of a mix of impure nature energy drained from the Gedo statue, the husk of the old Ten Tails, and Hashirama's cells. An entity that couldn't possibly be described as human, but had a humanoid shape. Its pale white skin also stood out, moss-like green hair making him even more recognizable. But Zetsu wasn't just one entity. No, the Zetsu were already in the hundreds, creations of the great Madara Uchiha from when he was still playing around with his Rinnegan and his dead friend's DNA. Now, the Rinnegan, the Eye of the Sage of Six Paths, was no longer in his possession. His plan was already in motion. The Eye of the Moon plan. The one way to truly achieve world peace in the eyes of the Uchiha ancestor. But why didn't the stone tablets ever mention anything about someone like Ken? The Uchiha stone tablets were what guided Madara's vision, even as his eyes were growing dim with age, and the light in his eyes slowly faded away, he still could see them clearly, burned into his memory. The truth of the Uchiha, the Rinnegan, the power he needed in order to achieve his ultimate goal of world peace. The tablets spoke of a prophecy that he was going to be the one to fulfill. A way to permanently break the cycle of hatred and give the world what it so badly needed. Peace. But that was still a long way off. Madara was still slowly putting all of the pieces on the table when Ken appeared. The red dot. A person who could only be described as overwhelmingly powerful, and due to his age, ultimately a danger to Madara's plans. It was impossible to fully convey the frustration that Madara felt when he saw how the destruction of the Uzumaki had failed. It was a rather important part of his plan, as the Uzumaki were always a pesky adversary with their sealing techniques, more specifically their bloodline limit was what made Madara want them gone. The adamantite sealing chains, a technique so powerful that it allowed even a weak member of the Uzumaki to hold down even the most powerful tailed beast, the Nine Tails. Of course, it was thankfully not as common as the Sharingan was for the Uchiha, otherwise, the Uzumaki likely would have already taken over the world. As a technique, it was simply absurd, which was why Madara wanted them gone for assurance that his plan had no chance of failing. Of course, his involvement in that matter was rather minimal, as the shinobi villages had their own reasons for wanting the Uzumaki dead. But now it had all gone down the drain. And Madara knew, even if he had no actual proof, that it was all the work of Ken. Too many coincidences aligned perfectly for it to be anyone else. Of course, Madara knew that even if he was to try and pin it on Ken, to attempt to make more villages go after him, he wouldn't succeed. The only villages left that were not part of the war room were a few smaller ones, the Cloud and the Mist village. The smaller villages couldn't matter less in Madara's eyes. They were nothing but cannon fodder in front of someone like the Red Dot. The Mizukage was genuinely terrified by Ken. To the point where he simply preferred not to get involved in the matter at all. Ken had also seemingly burrowed into the mind of the Reikage, to the point where Madara couldn't even come close to making him see the light. No matter how many anonymous messages he sent, the Reikage didn't take any one of them seriously. To him, the matter of his son's death was already over. They had found the culprits, and they had also found actual physical evidence of the crime. At that point, any attempt to link Ken to that crime would be seen as a ploy in the Reikage's eyes. At that point, Madara couldn't help but marvel at the mind that had thought out that plan. He was unsure if the Red Dot had acted alone, or if there was someone within the Brotherhood that was influencing their moves. But whoever had thought up that plan was surely going to prove troublesome in the future. So, it was decided. We need to get rid of the entirety of the Dark Brotherhood. Just to make sure no one will stand in our way. Madara already ordered one of the Zetsu to spy on the Brotherhood. They were very difficult to detect, after all, no sensor could find them at all as they didn't even have a chakra network. Unfortunately for Madara, his intel was not quite as exact as he would have liked it. He had no idea that Ken was not only a sage but also technically always in sage mode. The second the white Zetsu reared its head out of the ground a few kilometers away from the Brotherhood, Ken's face immediately turned in its direction and he tilted his head. That's strange. Doesn't feel human, no smell, no chakra. Feels more like me actually, but even weirder. For a second, the blind assassin pondered on whether or not to take action against the intruder. But after observing him slash it for the better part of an hour, Ken realized that it was more than likely a spy. Tasho, at some point, also realized that his master's attention was pointed somewhere. The first blade was, as of late, almost always by Ken's side inside that small office. He could easily tell when Ken got distracted. He had noticed Ken's behavior from the beginning as it had come while they were looking through some paperwork. Well, Tasho was looking, and Ken was just nodding to the reports. It didn't take long for the first blade to become curious. Did something happen, Master? Or, do we have any visitors that I am unaware of? Ken smiled a bit as he shook his head slightly. I'd say more in line with the second. An unannounced visitor seems to be a spy more specifically. Tasho immediately perked up. He tried to sense if anyone was nearby, but he found himself unable to. Don't bother. He seems to be impossible to spot with normal means. You may be able to do it in the future after you master Sage mode. Ken shook his head once more as his head turned in that direction once more. Should I go out and apprehend the spy, sir? Tasho's tone sounded as serious as could be. After all, the spy had managed to sneak past everything, every seal they had placed for protection and detection. It was certainly a matter of concern. Don't bother, he doesn't seem to be particularly strong. It doesn't even appear that our intruder has any chakra, which is likely how he snuck in. At that point, Tasho just scratched his head in confusion. In his mind, there was no such thing as a human, or being for that matter, without a chakra network. It just felt wrong. Still, wouldn't it be better to catch him so we can study him in that case? The million-dollar question. There was no doubt in Tasho's mind that Saburo would love to get his grubby hands on such a fine specimen. Bah, we'll get the chance to capture him or it. But it's not worth announcing the ones that sent him of our awareness. It would seem that a group, probably a quite powerful one at that, is planning something that's related to our little organization. At that point, Tasho's grip tightened on the papers he was holding, slightly crumpling them as his anger boiled. They had done their best to avoid offending as many people as possible during their work. Even when Ken handled personal matters, he always made sure to keep outside relations mostly positive with very few exceptions, like the grass and the rock villages. But it seemed that no matter how much effort they put into building their own piece of heaven, the outside world was bound to want to crush it into the ground. Don't get too discouraged. I am 70% sure that this is related to me at the end of the day. But it was only a matter of time before something like this happened. Whether it's now or in 2 years, it's all the same to me. Ken shook his head and pondered upon a few things. On one hand, it could be argued that revealing his age was what might have brought even more attention to the Brotherhood. But at the same time, he had already proven that he was a threat by breaking the Mizu cage and killing the Jinchuriki of the waterfall. It was only a matter of time before someone deemed him too much of a threat to keep around. The blind assassin didn't really have any idea of the forces on the other side. Whatever informants the Brotherhood had failed to notice anything off as of late. In the end, they were being dragged into a war. And they were being dragged into a war while blind. Tasho must have also realized that, as Ken could feel his emotions growing more somber every second. But at the same time, there was something both Ken and Tasho realized. Something that put the First Blade's worries at bay at least momentarily. The Dark Brotherhood can fight without sight. Our opponents, whoever they may be, better be prepared. Tasho, if you will, can you call the other blades here as well? Ken scratched his chin as he waved his first blade off. Tasho slowly nodded before getting up, then he seemed to tilt his head slightly as a sigh of frustration left his lips. I just remembered something. Saburo mentioned that he had to go out for a bit. He moved his main body to somewhere a bit further away to keep contact with the clones, so he won't be able to personally make it here. The first blade sounded a bit frustrated, both by the situation and the second blade's absence. Well, his clones are still around the compound, so he can still attend even if he isn't here physically. But why was he going out again? Ken shrugged off the first part but immediately became curious at the second. He didn't go into details. He just said he'd go out to meet with an old associate. That answer immediately felt off to the blind assassin. An old associate, hey! At that same time, in the middle of a forest within the confines of the land of Fang, the dim daylight couldn't even cut through the leaves as a masked human wearing a long cloak slid down into a small cave and walked forward. The masked human walked in a borderline mechanical manner, akin to a puppet on a string, but otherwise completely normal to the untrained eye. It walked through that cave without ever bothering with seeking a source of light. 3 minutes passed before it reached a wall, and that wall only opened when the masked man made a few hand signs and bit his finger, placing it on the rock in front of him. A hidden door slid open, revealing a dimly lit room, with a low table in the middle. Crouched down at that table was a noble-looking man, clothed in the finest of silk, also wearing a fox-like face mask. I am glad that you received my message. Strawman Saburo. The fox-masked man spoke out, addressing the strawman's clone in front of him. Oh my, if it isn't Lord Yu. It's certainly been a minute. The clone also addressed the man before casually sitting down in front of him. And so, a meeting between two former allies started. Chapter 134, Negotiations, Introspective and Trust. What is this about exactly, Yu? The strawman's clone took the honorifics out of the picture, deciding to get straight to the point with the current leader of the grass village. There were no amicable feelings in that room, just cold and dead silence. Ha, you haven't changed a bit. You seem to have expected that. He clapped his hands and smiled at his former subordinate's mannerisms. Get to the point, you have exactly 60 seconds that I am granting out of courtesy. Saburo spoke out in the exact same manner. Humph, fine. The grass leader huffed before leaning into the table, interlocking his fingers and resting his chin on them. I want you to help me and my associates with intel to help take down the Dark Brotherhood, your current employer. In exchange, the grass village and many other villages would be willing to support your ventures for an extended period of time. Yu smiled deviously as he watched Saburo's clone with great expectation. How much support are we talking about here, and what is that period of time? Saburo responded with the same cold tone, only taking a pause at first to think about the offer for a second. Well, as much support as I was providing you before at the very least. Financially speaking, you would also receive a bulk sum from the other parties involved in this. I can arrange that. The period of time we can leave as undetermined. But this all depends on the quality of intel that you can provide us. The clone shifted for a second, bringing a hand up and scratching its chin for a few seconds. In the end, the strawman just sighed and shrugged. Fine, sounds like a good offer. Now give me more details of the overall situation. I need to know what I'm dealing with if we are to strike any deal. The strawman ended up agreeing with the terms, finding them satisfactory after a few seconds of inward deliberation. However, he didn't agree to the deal itself yet. Instead, he immediately requested more information, which you didn't seem to be too appreciative of. Humph, don't worry your head over that. Everything is already planned. You just need to give us your knowledge of the Dark Brotherhood. Are you an idiot or do you take me for one? Tell me what assurance you have to take on the Dark Brotherhood, if not, stop wasting my time with this foolishness. Saburo coldly replied to the grass village leader, scoffing in disdain as he spoke. The deal sounded nice on paper, that was great and all. But at the end of the day, it was you who needed to convince Saburo, to impress him in some way to get him to agree to the deal. Just claiming that he'd get support wasn't going to cut it by the look of things. Tisk, fine. Peel your ears properly. The Dark Brotherhood is well and truly doomed. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Brotherhood compound, things were still ramping up. Tensions were high as Tasho wrapped his head around the implications of Saburo leaving at such a crucial time. What are we going to do, Master? That was his first question. Of course, he could think of plenty of ways for them to fight back in their current situation, but Ken's opinion and words were what mattered at the end of the day. In the first place, they had no idea what they were dealing with. And if Saburo had truly decided to cross them, they were at a severe disadvantage. Saburo, as the second blade, knew just about everything when it came to the way that the Dark Brotherhood functioned, from its structure to its actual power and even the seals that were placed in and around the compound. Hell, he was even well aware of the method of transportation that the Dark Brotherhood was using, the summoning and reverse summoning contracts. He had a lot of knowledge, and it could easily be used against them. Ken was also well aware of that, but he seemed a lot less worried than Tasho. There's no real reason to panic for now. We have no inherent reason to believe Saburo would betray our deal. We only really have speculation and worries. We don't even know if these people who are looking into us are planning something big or just scouting us out of curiosity. Ken slowly scratched his chin as he stood up and started pacing the room. It was true that they only had speculation, and they couldn't possibly draw a proper conclusion from just the appearance of the spy. However, Ken knew that the reveal of his age attracted a lot of bad attention. People who were afraid of his potential and even his current influence. Plenty wanted to get rid of him before he grew even further. Those were expected reactions. It was a safe bet to assume that anyone who looked into him was looking for trouble. After all, it was always best to assume and prepare for the worst in all possible situations. It was something that Ken had made sure to hammer in as one of the Dark Brotherhood's core principles. To always be prepared for the worst of the worst, to make anything else feel like nothing more than a slight breeze. One must build the sturdiest of walls even for what appears to be the smallest breeze. There were many ways to put it, but it was just one of the many ways that Ken made sure no one would start looking down on their opponents out in the field, no matter how much stronger they were. That core principle was also present in Tasho, who was Ken's very first student. This was also why he immediately thought of the worst when Saburo's absence came into question. Still, he has never been trustworthy, and he is always looking out only for himself. Who's to say he hasn't found a better offer with our current enemies? The blind monster could only smile at that. Tasho was clearly also driven by his dislike and distrust of Saburo. Ken couldn't really blame him. The second blade hardly pretended to be friendly with Tasho, not that pretending would have even helped much. But Ken didn't have that same prejudice against Saburo. You are completely right. In all but one aspect, Saburo is very trustworthy. Tasho was visibly confused by his master's words. He could only blurt out, how come?" At that point, the smile on Ken's face widened, his sharp teeth shining in the flickering light of the oil lamp on his desk. "You see, we treat trust very differently, you and I. You consider trust to be a sign of devotion, of closeness. I mostly agree with that, it is one's usual definition of trust after all. However, I see it a bit differently. To me, having trust in someone can also mean having almost absolute certainty that they will do what I think they will, or what I want them to do." The blind assassin continued strolling through the room at a leisurely pace, his voice quiet enough to sound like a whisper in the wind, but just barely loud enough for Tasho to hear it. Understanding flashed into Tasho's eyes, but Ken still continued. "Saburo is, as you've outlined, opportunistic. Selfish and incapable of forming human connections. He doesn't care for good, he doesn't care for bad, he doesn't care of either you or me. He only cares about what he wants, his goals and means to achieve them." Ken turned around and placed his hand on one of the walls. He gripped it lightly, his fingers slightly digging into it. The wall glowed slightly, and the wallpaper moved, shifting and flipping around to reveal a large blackboard. On it were countless crude but frighteningly detailed drawings, interconnected, countless threads stretched across that board. Each portrait had listed many attributes, writing so small that Tasho could barely see it with his naked eyes. The first blade could only wonder. When exactly had Ken even managed to put such a thing together? A collection of every person of interest for their dark brotherhood, their assets, everything they owned. It just felt surreal. Tasho had periods where he didn't always watch over Ken, but he never could have guessed what the blind monster was doing with his free time. Where did he get such free time anyway? He was training most of the time. I'm sure you are curious about a few things. But it's been quite some time since I've felt the need for sleep. Having that much time in the day makes one much more productive. It was only then that everything clicked for Tasho. Ken always, without exception, spent his nights in his office. He had a room, an official master bedroom within the same building. But it was simply collecting dust. How long has it been? How long has he been awake? Tasho's eyes widened as he came to that question. But Ken didn't let him dwell on it for too long, immediately continuing with his previous speech. I don't trust people easily. But my eyes never deceive me. Ken then pointed to Saburo's portrait. There were many traits laid out there. Words that Tasho didn't really know either. It was as if parts of the board were written in different languages. Saburo is without a doubt always going to do what benefits him more. Therefore I made sure to give him all of the benefits and freedom that he requested at all times, with almost no restrictions. Ken smiled as his fingers lightly dragged over the writing underneath Saburo's drawing. As things stand, even if he sometimes seems frustrated and unwilling to do things for me, he won't ever do something as stupid as to try his luck elsewhere. There is no other village or faction that would support him to such an extent. And he knows it. Tasho seemed genuinely surprised at the way Ken described the second blade's character. It genuinely felt as if his master had thought of everything, that his eyes truly could see all. But as the one that was originally meant to act as Ken's eyes, he still had trouble seeing it. He understood Ken's point, but he couldn't bring himself to ever place his trust in someone like Saburo. Someone who could turn at the flip of a hat. The pinnacle of inauthenticity. I know that this is hard for you to grasp right now. But in essence, Saburo will never betray us over some empty promises. He knows that his current arrangement is the best it could possibly be. He is smart but also predictable. I've met many of his kind, and I've danced with them plenty of times to know their moves. Ken ended up just shaking his head as he felt that his words weren't quite reaching Tasho. You'll have to take my word for it. But right now we need to focus on the outside threat. Something that Saburo will likely have more information on. You can call the others for now. Ken then walked over to another side of the room and pulled on a small scroll from his bookcase. Tasho heard a small click before he looked at the blackboard shifting back into a regular empty wall, showing only a painting or two, empty decor. Ken shook his head as he went back to his desk and sat down, slowly reaching for one of the drawers and putting his mask back on. It couldn't be helped that Tasho was overwhelmed, it was a lot to take in all at once. Still, Ken also trusted Tasho. And he knew that no matter what, Tasho would trust his words and judgment above all else. The first blade blinked a few times, before nodding and sighing. The more years I spend by his side, the more I realize just how much I can still learn from him. I understand. In that case, I will go call Akira and Saburo in. We will proceed as you wish. As he left the room, the first blade couldn't help but wonder. Does Lord Ken actually trust anyone? Chapter 125, Double Agent, Conflict and Planning. Ken sat down on his desk with his legs and arms crossed, his mask already on his face as he looked at the people who entered his office. The first one to enter was none other than the first blade, Tasho. Still dressed in his usual outfit, mostly covered by that long cloak and wearing his mask. Same Hado was tied to his back with bandages. The one that followed him was the third blade, Akira, the resident immortal of the Dark Brotherhood. He was dressed much the same as Tasho, the only difference being his mask, which had 3 lines in the middle, and the fact that he carried a different blade on his back. The Cubic Aribj, the self-regenerating weapon that had once belonged to Jzbwa, was now in the hands of the second blade, the person that had tormented him during the 7 hell trials and broken his will. Even if it was Ken who delivered the final blow, JZ had already resigned himself to his fate by the time the blind monster got there. After Akira came in yet another member, dressed in a similar fashion but also wearing a large straw hat that covered its head on all sizes. Its mask was simply white. It was one of Saburo's many clones. Even if the second blade couldn't attend in person, he could still be present and speak through his clone, so all was well. Still, even through his clone, the strawman could feel the tension in the room skyrocketing as soon as he stepped in it. It wasn't that surprising given the circumstances, but the biggest source of that tension was Tasho, the first blade. Ken was just sitting in the same position on his desk, unmoving. "So, what's all this about, boss?" Akira was the first one to speak up, directly addressing Ken whilst ignoring the tension in the room with great proficiency. "It seems that our Dark Brotherhood has attracted the attention of some rather suspicious characters. Someone is currently lurking the premises and looking at us from a safe distance." The blind assassin responded without even missing a beat. Akira merely smiled at that. The immortal went and cracked his neck while asking a very innocent question. "Want me to go cut them up?" But Tasho was there to discourage him. "No, we must proceed with caution. We can't alert our enemy that we are aware of them." The first blade huffed, almost as if he was saying something obvious. He didn't bother to remember that his first reaction upon hearing of the spy was about the same as that of Akira. "Hey, so something big is gonna happen then? Do we know anything about the enemy at all?" Akira scratched his chin and leaned on the long blade on his back. Its tip scratched the floor slightly, but no one told him off. "We do not. But we hope that someone will be able to help with that." As Ken spoke, he angled his head towards Saburo's clone, which had just been silently watching for a while. Nothing really escapes you, does it, leader?" Saburo's voice echoed in the office as he heaved a tired sigh. At the same time, back in that hidden location, Lord Yu had just finished explaining the situation to the strawman. "So, a gathering of hidden villages and organizations all striving to take down a future threat to their influence. All led by a mysterious figure that you cannot identify." Saburo repeated that briefly as his usually cold voice sounded thoughtful. "Hee. With the amount of power gathered, there is no way that the Red Dot or the Brotherhood can ever stand a chance. No matter how strong a dragon is, it can still be killed by an army of ants that's big enough." Yu laughed out loud as he imagined the figure of the bloody and beaten Ken on that battlefield. The grass village may have failed in the past, but with the powers they had now, it was simply impossible. Hell, even the god of shinobi would have had trouble dealing with that many shinobi. And the best of all? We also have the element of surprise. And with your help, everything is bound to go smoothly. After all, I am assuming that you are the brains behind the Dark Brotherhood's operations." Yu smiled behind his mask as he spoke confidently, especially on that last sentence. His confidence managed to somewhat confuse Saburo. "And what gave you that idea?" the strawman muttered under his breath. "Oh please! As if some 13-year-old kid would be able to come this far in our world. You sure snatched up a nice seedling and developed it nicely too. But you were reaching too far, I'm afraid. If you refuse this deal today, then I'm afraid you will be crushed alongside the Brotherhood. Unless you run away, of course." Yu spoke out with disdain, although, it was to be noted that he added that last part half-heartedly. It seemed that he was confident that Saburo would take his deal. You're right. It's been a nice experiment, but a smart man knows when to switch sides. I attracted too much attention. Saburo didn't bother correcting the grass village elder, he didn't care enough to do so. Still, in his mind, he couldn't help but curse. Control him. Yeah, right. Maybe in my dreams. Even if I integrated myself within the Brotherhood, I am still nothing more than a tool to that blind monster. If only he were as immature as his age suggested. Well, at least he makes for a reliable business partner, one that I would rather not lose any time soon. Ha ha ha. I knew it. You've always been a sly fox. You laughed out loud, even slapping his knee. His entire demeanor just felt fake, as he had been acting all cold just earlier, but it seemed that having Saburo confirm one of his theories put him in a good mood. The strawman pondered, he seemed to be deeply thinking about the proposal. This made you smile, and then he decided to put one last nail in the coffin, something that he believed would help seal the deal nicely. Besides, rumor in the shinobi world is that the red dot is quite upright, isn't that true? You may be manipulating him into accepting your inhumane experiments for now. But can you be sure that you'll be able to do so in the future? You grinned behind his mask, knowing that he had likely hit a soft spot. And in a sense, he certainly raised an interesting issue for Saburo. Even if he hadn't manipulated Ken into helping with his experiments initially, would the blind monster always be willing to support his experiments? It was indeed true that he seemed to be developing more of a moral compass as the years went by, but this was the first time that Saburo seriously considered the possibility of Ken wanting to alter their deal. Silence stretched in the room as Saburo now seriously considered that possibility as well. The silence didn't seem to be something that you liked by any means. He coughed awkwardly a few times as he awaited the strawman's response. Very well. I accept your terms. Let's talk more about the plan of action. Back in Ken's office, Saburo smiled as he finished telling Ken and the other blades more about the forces that they were up against. This doesn't sound too good. Tasho scratched his chin. Things certainly sounded bleak. But there were plenty of silver linings. For one, the attacking villages no longer had the element of surprise. That factor was flipped on its head thanks to Yu's stupidity and Saburo's loyalty. They also had a lot more power than the other side knew. Ken himself was growing stronger with each passing day, and the children of the Brotherhood were nothing to scoff at either. And finally, Saburo's actions gave the Dark Brotherhood a rather special opportunity. In this case, we can help our enemies plan a spectacular attack, can't we? Ken smiled widely underneath his mask as his thoughts eventually wound up to that conclusion. Saburo himself couldn't help but smile. Spectacular indeed. After all, who is better than us when it comes to planning an attack on the Dark Brotherhood? Saburo spoke out, spreading out his arms in a theatrical manner. Akira laughed a bit. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. The mad immortal grabbed onto the hilt of his large blade as he pointed it to the ceiling. Behave, Akira. But this is certainly looking possible. With some luck and careful planning, our Dark Brotherhood might just survive this tribulation. Tasho wasted no time in berating the second blade for almost stabbing the ceiling before he crossed his arms and spoke out in a calm tone. The tension in the room had lessened greatly, and now, everyone was focusing on one thing. How shall we proceed? They had plenty of opportunities and a lot of possibilities. Saburo could suggest any plan to you, and the grass village leader was sure to pass it along like an obedient puppy. You surely believed that he had gained an asset that assured the destruction of the Dark Brotherhood. And he surely was going to try and arrange a meeting with the War Room again and announce his progress. It wasn't long before the upper echelon of the Dark Brotherhood came up with a proper plan of attack. Unfortunately, it seems that we will have to postpone Senjutsu training for now. But it's time to get the show started. Chapter 126, The Sage, Departure, and Intel. Jiraiya sat down in a meditative position in the middle of a clearing. He sat on a large rock somewhat close to the hollowed-out trunk of the tree he had decided to rest in. He tried his best to sense the nature energy around him. He wasn't trying to draw it into him but to control it. He was failing miserably, as nature energy, much like churka, was almost impossible to control while outside of the body. A regular sage could infuse their attacks and jutsu with nature energy, but they couldn't actually manipulate the nature energy outside of their body. Ken seemed to be the only exception to that rule, and now Jiraiya was also doing his best to break out of the mold in some way. But he was unfortunately banging his head on a wall by trying to replicate his barely human senjutsu coach. In the first place, it was awfully arrogant of him to even bother trying. He wasn't even considered a perfect sage by the standards of the Toads yet. It would take a miracle for him to be able to replicate even a small percentage of Ken's mastery and control. It was never a fair contest anyway. Ken had been manipulating nature energy all of his life, constantly. Almost 14 years of constant nature energy manipulation. They were living in different worlds entirely. Maybe I'll be able to do it in the future. Who knows, as long as I keep studying under him, everything might just work out. The Seinen had a long road ahead of him. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be a straight road. But for now, the fledgling sage could feel progress right up ahead. And all of a sudden, he no longer felt like stopping. Instead of just observing the energy around him, he started drawing it in. His mind entered a zone, one in which his focus was entirely directed to that nature energy. And slowly, he gathered it, with practiced ease, he felt his body slightly shifting, growing stronger as it absorbed that energy. He had finally done it. The first time in his life that he had reached that state unaided by others. In the past, he had a lot of issues attracting the nature energy, but now it all seemed to flow naturally. It was the first time in his life that Jiraiya felt that powerful. It was a feeling so strong that it could get someone drunk. Excitement overtook him for one moment, and it all came crashing down. He felt the energy within his body go wild, and like many times before, the nature energy from all around him rushed into his body, just like before, uncontrollably. Even though he wasn't using any toad oil, the nature energy from around him seemed to be attracted by the energy in his body. Too much, far too much for him to control. But if he moved and broke his concentration, then the balance would shift, and he'd surely become a statue. Worst part? There was no one there to help him. In those few seconds that he struggled, Jiraiya couldn't help but curse at his own stupidity. Ma and Pa had warned him endlessly that he was to not practice on his own, that he was not yet prepared. In that instant, just as he felt his body transforming and gaining frog-like features, a large hand grabbed his head and gripped tight, taking away his breath instantly. The Seinen opened his eyes in shock. He looked at the figure in front of him through the gaps between his fingers. A tall man with an arm that was bulging with muscles, covered in scales, a palm that was as large as half of the Seinen's head, fingers wrapped around his head. It was obviously Ken, or the Red Dot. The child that just so happened to be his current teacher in Senjutsu. Just as quickly, Jiraiya could feel the nature energy within him get snatched away unceremoniously. He felt that large hand let go and immediately rolled backwards a few times, taking a few deep breaths and clutching at his chest for a few seconds. I'd appreciate it if you don't try to kill yourself in the future. You're not yet ready to enter sage mode by yourself, especially not in this area. His teacher's voice sounded out in that small patch of forest. Thanks. But what's wrong with this place? I've never been able to attract that much nature energy by myself before. Jiraiya muttered as he tried to get a better grasp of the situation and his surroundings. This place and all areas surrounding it are marred. The nature energy is very different from the one on Mount Myaboku or other areas. It's due to it being filtered through me for a long period of time. It's easy to attract and hard to control for others that aren't me, or at least that seems to be the case. You're lucky I always pay attention to my surroundings. And that I rarely sleep. Ken shook his transformed arm and it turned back into the arm of a human without much issue. The blind assassin then cracked his neck and sighed, allowing the Seinen to take in his previous words. I guess I should have expected something like this to happen. Nothing about you or around you will ever be normal, I guess. Jiraiya laughed a bit as he slowly stood up, finally regaining his bearings. In his mind, he was also considering the blind assassin's last sentence. He rarely sleeps, huh? Is that why he's that much more mature than someone his age should be? Even then it's pretty odd to consider. Sleep is rather essential for a human to function properly. Although the world they lived in had yet to study the medical benefits of healthy sleep, they still had some basic understanding of the concept. Well, their understanding came from a rather obvious place. Namely, sleep deprivation was oftentimes used as a tool to torture prisoners to help get information out of them. Jiraiya had seen it with his own two eyes, how someone who hadn't slept in around 7 days. The man was already showing signs of going crazy. So he had a good example of how lack of sleep could look in someone. But no one had bothered to look into the benefits of getting enough sleep. The Senen's thoughts wandered for a second or two, as he blinked and wobbled a bit, slightly dizzy from the sudden lack of strength in his body. He had just experienced the strength one would have as a perfect sage after all. But it was stripped away in an instant when Ken touched him, leaving him feeling feeble. Now that we've got that out of the way. Ken clapped his hands, breaking the Senen out of his mindscape and bringing him back to the real world. Yes, sorry for going behind your back and trying this. It could have ended real bad. Jiraiya only now realized just how badly he had screwed up. He hadn't just endangered himself, but also Ken's relationship with both the Toads and the Leaf Village. After all, if Jiraiya was to die while under Ken's tutelage, it wouldn't end well for the blind assassin at all, and he'd surely get blamed for it. Let's not dwell on it too much. But never do that again, summon Ma and Pa at the very least next time. Thankfully for Jiraiya, Ken was willing to forgive and forget. Sure thing, teach. The Senen then eyed Ken suspiciously before crouching down. Is something the matter? It seems like something is on your mind. It wasn't hard for the Senen to notice that Ken had something to say. Even if he hadn't spent that many days near Ken, he was good at reading people. A lot is about to happen within the Brotherhood, and it seems that we will have to postpone our senjutsu lessons. Ken crossed his arms and also sat down in front of Jiraiya. That's kinda vague. I'm assuming it's an internal affair then. The Senen sweated a bit as he scratched the back of his head. I guess you could call it that. I have to leave the compound very soon to meet a potential future ally. The blind monster sighed as he spoke, his head turning slightly as he seemed to tilt his head to the side. Ken smiled silently as he felt their little spy arriving on the scene and listening in on their conversation. It's awfully bold of him to come so close. Do they not know that I am a great censor? Or, I guess they are just confident in their abilities. Oh, I get it then. I can stick around in that case. I don't have much to do back in the Leaf. Things have been strangely silent with the war lately. Jiraiya just shrugged, he wasn't against spending a few weeks in the wilderness. Hell, he could even spend that time with Ma and Pa, continuing his training from before. Well, you can certainly do that. But I have a task for you. Ken's hand reached into his coat, and with a sleight of hand, he took out a small scroll. I have a message for Lord Hokage. I want you to personally deliver it. Jiraiya blinked a few times and held out an open palm. Ken placed the scroll there unceremoniously and grabbed the Senen's wrist tightly. You seem like a kind man, Jiraiya, a bit perverted, but kind. You can open it. But only when you are halfway through your journey to Konoha. Those strange instructions made Jiraiya blink a few times. He was certainly curious, but at the same time, he also realized that he wouldn't get any answers from Ken regarding the scroll's contents. So, he just nodded and decided to set out. Right away. Well, I'm rested enough, I guess I'll go back and see how my little students are doing, and deliver your message of course. Jiraiya grasped the scroll and slipped it into his sleeve as Ken let go of his wrist and backed away. Jiraiya then rolled his shoulder and turned around, heading for Konoha right away. Of course, we shall meet again after a while. Who knows, I may come to you myself. Safe travels, Jiraiya. Ken gave the Seinen one last smile and waved at his back. Same to you, Ken. The Seinen turned around and waved as well with a large and toothy smile on his face. After that, the fledgling sage took off like the wind, using the body flicker technique. At that point, Ken simply cracked his neck one last time. And also took off into the forest, away from the Brotherhood. A few seconds after that, the white Zetsu that was watching also smiled. So he really did take off, hey? I guess our new intel provider is the real deal, that grass village nobody sure is pulling his weight. Better report this back to Madara. The humanoid creature gave one last smile towards the direction that Ken had left, before slipping into the ground. Hee. He's sure to receive a warm welcome when he comes back. Chapter 127, Land of Rain, Special Eyes and Recognition. The sky cried with drops of rain. The ground was barren and cracked, and the entire world seemed to have gained a gloomy atmosphere as soon as Ken stepped onto the land of rain. The blind assassin felt the rain hit his hair, he felt the droplets reverberating as they hit his mask. It was a rhythmic song, one that he had already gotten used to. Ken had always disliked the rain, as it bothered his sensitive ears at first. But now he was more than used to it. His senses weren't even dulled by it, although it still could help others hide their tracks and scent. But even with that, the droplets of rain couldn't ever wash away the smell that tingled at the blind monster's nose. Blood. Soaked into the earth, not allowed to go dry due to the frequent rain. It wasn't difficult for Ken to realize that he was dashing through a battlefield. He could have gone via air too, his wings gave him that option, but he also didn't want to make his departure from the Dark Brotherhood too conspicuous. Even if it was part of their plan, they couldn't quite make it that obvious for their enemies. After all, Ken had always made an effort to travel stealthily, to attract as little attention as possible. Clouds weren't always going to provide the blind monster with a perfect blanket, and Shinobi always had a keen eyesight. Overall, it was much easier to hide among the vegetation, and he was also a lot more familiar with it. But it seemed that even if he hid well, he was still being tracked. That spy, there were dozens just like him stationed throughout the forest as I traveled. Hiding in the ground, in tree barks, everywhere really. They didn't notice me, at least I don't think so, but they clearly know where I'm going. I guess Saburo did his part well, but they still need some time to gather their troops. The executives of the Dark Brotherhood, namely Ken and the Blades, had speculated that their opponents would make a move right when the blind monster was going to return to the Dark Brotherhood. Still, it was surprising that their enemies had stationed so many spies along the road. I wonder how many of these things there are. They still didn't feel human to Ken. They felt about as human as he did, but somehow even less, as not one of them even had a chakra network. At least it's doubtful that they are strong. Physically they should be decent, but I doubt any jonin worth his salt would have trouble against them. Even if they had physical strength, it didn't mean much unless they also had more tricks up their sleeve. Ken also had that advantage as a child over the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He was physically stronger than most of them, but he hadn't yet gotten accustomed to the way that shinobi fought, and he had almost died because of it. Of course, that wasn't the only time he had almost died in his career. But that was when he had been the most unprepared for it. One thing was for sure. Physical strength alone won't get you very far. I wonder if they have any other tricks up their sleeve. There were many variables at play. For one, what if they could also transform? Ken's transformation awarded him with quite a few things, like his claws and tails. There was also the fact that he could manipulate his size at will. But the thing with his transformation was that it relied on him sealing off his tenketsu, stopping the flow of chakra in his body and limbs, or at least thinning it out considerably. The things following him didn't even have any chakra. Going by what I know, these things should just be statues. We'll have to capture a few of them to study for sure. Now that he was on a mostly open field, Ken realized that the spies knew of his location, but at the same time, that was also good. This way his enemies knew that their intel was correct. Ken was always thorough when traveling, yet at the beginning of his journey, he was very much willing to sit by the fire and eat with travelers. He didn't care if anyone saw him with the exception of his targets. That had only really stopped after the hidden villages started annoying him, constantly trying to recruit him and whatnot. It's actually a shocker that it took them this long to act out against me. I guess they were too busy biting at each other's throats. It was a shame that his piece of heaven had to be threatened so often, but it was also inevitable. Whether it was today or tomorrow, the Dark Brotherhood was bound to face adversity. But that was what they had been preparing for anyway, so all was well. But for now, the blind monster was going to forget about the war and plotting. Currently, in his mind, he thought only of his goal within the Land of Rain. Meeting the Akatsuki. It was undeniable that they had caught his interest. He now also had the perfect excuse to interrupt the Senjutsu teachings and meet them. They were residing within the Land of Rain, they were considered an insurgency, fighting to help the people of their land against the injustice of war. Honestly, the more Ken had heard about them, the more he wanted to meet them. Of course, he wasn't expecting them to be completely altruistic or anything of the sort. He had already gotten used to being disappointed by shinobi, so he didn't set his expectations too high. But they were still higher than usual. Eventually, he reached their camp. An assortment of tents at the bottom of a small ravine, and some caves also seemed to be dug out. Ken stood at the extremity of the ledge. He was crouched down and observing the rather small group that was resting below. There were only around 20 people from what Ken could feel. All of them seemed to be quite average in strength. Everyone in the Akatsuki seemed to be wearing similar clothes too. To Ken, it felt like a zip-up robe. Most of them were also wearing forehead protectors, signifying that they either were or used to be shinobi. But 3 of them, whom Ken assumed to be the leaders, were the strongest and most noteworthy. They stood at a small table with some papers on it, underneath a wooden roof. They, alongside everyone in the camp, were around Ken's age. That is to say, teenagers. 2 of the ones at that table seemed to be capable enough to be called jonin. At least that was the vibe that they gave off to the blind swordsman. They were likely going to be stuck at that level for a while without proper guidance. Still, for a boy and a girl in the early stages of life, it was remarkable. The teenage boy was dressed like the rest of the Akatsuki. He seemed to have spiky hair that was raised up to the sky. And the girl seemed to have a flower stuck to the bun that was to the side of her shoulder-length hair. Those were about the most remarkable features they had, at least from Ken's senses. But one of them was somehow even stronger than those 2 put together. His chakra reminded Ken of the Uzumaki. It was extremely vast. His hairstyle was quite simple as well. His right eye was covered by hair, reminding Ken of how teenagers back in his old world used to style their hair in order to appear mysterious or something. But he didn't spend much time dwelling on the hair. No, he was focused on something much more. Catching the teenager's eyes. I have never felt anything like this before. Those eyes gave Ken an odd feeling, intimidating even. They seemed to contain powers that he knew nothing about, powers great enough to make him reconsider ever facing the wielder of said eyes. This feels far more powerful than the Sharingan. It almost feels unnatural, yet not at the same time. I can't quite put my finger on it. Ken mused over that feeling for a few good seconds. And in that time, it seemed that the one wielding those eyes spotted him as well. The blind monster could feel those eyes on him. It was almost as if they were looking at his soul. Good thing he isn't participating in the upcoming war. Ken sighed as he took a step off the edge and immediately plummeted towards the earth, much to the shock of the people below. And just as he was about to hit his landing, the one with special eyes moved his hand, pointing his palm at Ken's airborne body. The blind assassin felt a powerful force pluck him from the air and towards that open palm. Manipulating gravity. No, is it space? Hard to tell. Ken resisted that pull with all of his might, twisting in midair and flipping over the special teen, grabbing his extended wrist in the process and pulling it up as he landed behind him. Most of Ken's upper body was shrouded by the shadow of the wooden roof over their heads, obstructing the dim sunlight. Ken's movements seemed to be too fast for the other two teenagers to follow, but as soon as he landed they acted. Almost as if on cue, both of the teenagers that had been idling by the side of the strongest rushed at Ken. The boy held a short blade to his throat, and the girl pointed what felt like a paper kunao at his heart. "Let go of Nagato, right now!" the boy shouted as he prepared to cut into Ken's neck. Meanwhile, the one with powerful eyes, Nagato, stood still with his wrist still firmly in Ken's grasp. The blind monster could feel cold sweat rolling off of the boy's temple. "Konan, Yahiko, calm down, put your blades down. He's not an opponent we can fight right now." Nagato still didn't turn around as he addressed his two friends, whom Ken now also knew the names of. "Hey, what are you talking about, Nagato? Your technique worked on him, that means we have nothing to be afraid of," Yahiko commented while tightening his grip on the tanto that he held to Ken's neck. At that time, Nagato couldn't help but feel fear. He gulped a bit internally. He could have easily ripped my head off as he passed by me just now. What an outrageous monster! His fear was well warranted. No one had ever managed to resist the pull of his technique before. No one up to this day. The worst part was that Nagato could tell that Ken had done that with pure strength, a lot more strength than a human had any right to display. So, Nagato was well aware that a monster was figuratively breathing down his neck while towering over him. Thankfully, however, he managed to calm himself down slightly. The Akatsuki hadn't offended anyone yet. Nothing to the point where they would gain such powerful enemies. He had also managed to catch a glimpse of Ken's mask. And a glimpse was all he needed. He responded to our call for help. Ken seemed to be able to feel Nagato's hand relaxing, so he simply let go of it and took a step back. Konan and Yahiko immediately got in between Ken and Nagato. The boy with the special eyes immediately turned around and patted both of them on their shoulders, almost pulling them in an awkward hug as he gave everyone present a shaky smile. "If my eyes do not deceive me, I believe that he is our guest. The red dot." Nagato looked in between his two friends as he broke the news to them. Ken also smirked underneath his mask as he took a few steps to the side, essentially stepping into the light. "Your eyes are keen, young man." Nagato was it? The blind monster smiled as he internally vowed to remember that name. Yahiko and Konan seemed to freeze in shock almost immediately. Both of their mouths hung wide open as they realized what they had just done. Did we just try to threaten and kill one of the strongest people alive? Also, it's the same person we are supposed to be begging for support. It was a horrific realization to come to. Nagato couldn't help but laugh awkwardly when seeing their stuck expressions. They may take a few seconds to recover mentally from this. But to answer your question. Yes, my name is Nagato. Sir Red Dot, it is a great pleasure to have you here. Although Konan and Yahiko were stun-locked, Nagato was still there to awkwardly but enthusiastically greet their guest. "Oh please, call me Ken. I do not care to hear my nickname in casual conversation." And on that note, the diplomatic talks between the Dark Brotherhood and the Akatsuki started. Chapter 128, Master's Master, Motivated Youngsters, and Off to War. Ken sighed as he sat down at the table of the Akatsuki. Things had calmed down significantly now. Yahiko had to go and calm the other members of the Akatsuki down too, since they were all rather disturbed by the commotion. They were currently waiting on him to continue their meet and greet. Nagato seemed to be more than welcoming to Ken, though he was still acting a bit awkward. Konan was acting quite guarded from the feel of things. It was also surprising to hear that it wasn't Nagato who was the leader of the Akatsuki, but Yahiko. It seemed that while Nagato was the strongest, he lacked the most basic qualities of a leader and hated public speaking. Somewhat of an understandable situation to Ken. Nagato was still very much a child, a war orphan at that from what the blind monster understood. It's safe to assume no one in his family awakened the same ocular power. I doubt they would have become victims of war if that was the case. Ken couldn't quite put his finger on how Nagato's power actually worked. He had barely been able to resist the pull, it got stronger the closer he was pulled. He didn't actually resist it in reality, he had only really readjusted his trajectory and used to pull to jump behind Nagato at that time. He had done so smoothly, but he still almost broke Nagato's wrist by mistake. The power to attract people and objects. Why haven't I heard of such an ocular power before? Ken's information networks weren't really the best in the world, sure. But he still relied on rather reliable sources. The Guild of Information Brokers he employed gave him updates on the ninja world and on its many clans. But not once did he receive a report about a clan with such a power. It was similar to how he hadn't ever received a report about someone with powers like his. Well, besides the Grey Fox. But that was also him, so it didn't count. It must be some rare bloodline mutation of sorts. If that's the case, then it's unlikely that just pulling things is its only ability. The thought was certainly concerning, but it was also very curious. After all, if its pull was so strong as to actually have Ken barely breaking out of it, then how strong were the other abilities? The blind assassin mused for a second before focusing all his attention on the matter at hand. Yahiko seemed to have finally returned, and now all three teenagers seemed to be looking up at him to start the conversation. I guess I shouldn't expect teenagers to be accustomed to political talks. Letting me control the conversation in their own territory doesn't give off a good first image. Yahiko seemed to be the most upbeat and would have likely started the conversation had things been different. But he was likely a bit stressed by the fact that he had just held a blade to his guest's neck. Nagato seemed a tad too socially awkward to start up the conversation again, and Conan was still too guarded. Since we are all here, and there are no other distractions, I suggest we start with introductions. And so, Ken crossed his arms and decided to take the helm of the conversation. All right. Yahiko seemed to finally recover, coughing into his fist before giving Ken a wide smile. I am Yahiko, leader of the Akatsuki. To my right here is Nagato, and this here is Conan. Yahiko reintroduced everyone present. Nagato just smiled and waved, while Conan nodded towards Ken. It seemed she decided to drop her somewhat hostile behavior. At the end of the day, it was the Akatsuki who requested the Dark Brotherhood's assistance. It is a pleasure, my name is Ken, people call me plenty of things these days, but you may just use my name. The blind monster nodded towards the trio before turning his attention to their table, where a parchment was laid out with a kunai stabbed somewhere on it. All three of you are quite skilled. Did you have any formal training? Ken asked while scratching his chin. Well, we did have a master for a while. Conan gave a short answer while looking away for a second. It was Jiraiya, one of the three Seinen of the Leaf Village. He was our teacher while he fought in the Land of Rain. Nagato didn't seem to have any qualms about telling Ken the truth. Jiraiya? Hey, quite a funny coincidence. Ken couldn't help but smile as he remembered the perverted sage. Oh? Did he also teach you at first? Yahiko seemed excited at the prospect of having the same master as someone of Ken's reputation. No way. I am his teacher in Senjutsu. Ken's answer was like a bucket of cold water dropped on Yahiko's head. The trio blinked a few times, not quite sure how to react to the fact that someone a bit younger than them was the teacher of their teacher. Ken didn't seem too interested in continuing that talk, however, so he decided to just jump onto the main point. So, what is the reason for calling me? Is it just to establish contact, or something more urgent? Ken tilted his head to the side and spoke in an even and monotone voice. The three teenagers looked at each other and silently nodded to one another, seemingly coming to a silent agreement. Well. It's more about gaining your cooperation for our future goals. We don't have much to offer, Hell, we are barely scraping by ourselves right now. Yahiko sighed in regret as he looked at Ken and spoke out with honesty. His tone was so truthful that it shocked Ken. There was no way that someone as inexperienced as Yahiko could have faked it. It was impossible to fake. In truth, I don't want the other members to hear this, but we may be in way over our heads here. We want to bring peace to our land of rain, to give it a chance to thrive in peace. But it seems near impossible to do with what we currently have. Yahiko continued speaking with honesty, even sounding regretful and slightly downtrodden. Well, who could blame him? They sure had a lofty goal for a gathering of teenage war orphans. Yet, they have a noble goal. There really are more like him, hey. It immediately reminded the blind monster of Minato. Both Yahiko and Minato seemed to share those characteristics. Altruism and honesty, both traits that Ken respected deeply. These were the traits that Ken was shown from a young age in that world. Displayed by none other than the samurai who had given their lives to raise him for nothing in return. It was a nice reminder that there were still people like that in the world. That there were more of them than Ken had initially thought, and that they were fighting their own battles. But they were unfortunately such positive traits that could be easily taken advantage of in the world of shinobi. That's why we need the backing of a force like the Dark Brotherhood. Even if it's in the future, with your help we may be able to finally allow our land to breathe. To give its people the peace they so badly need and deserve. I know I am asking for support while providing little to nothing in return, but please. Please help us. Yahiko bowed his head as he spoke out with raw emotion. Ken couldn't help but smile underneath his mask as he felt both Nagato and Konan bow by their friend/leader's side. It was a rather heartwarming scene. At that point, Ken had a few options. But in the end, no matter the motives, it all came down to two distinct choices. Either to help the Akatsuki or not. There were many things to consider for the leader of the Dark Brotherhood at that point. Ken was no longer making decisions just for himself after all. Should the Dark Brotherhood really be getting involved in another nation's struggles at this stage? It was a tricky question. They were about to go to war after all, they needed all the resources they had. But at the same time, this war should get rid of most of our enemies, both hidden and not so hidden. After that, we will be able to do as we please. If the Dark Brotherhood could repel such a powerful force, not one of the leaders in the elemental nations would dare to even get close to it with bad intentions in the future. Besides, there was also another rather important point. They aren't asking for immediate support. They just want some help and to have our backing. Yahiko and the Akatsuki weren't exactly asking for anything in particular either. Even if Ken just said sure we'll support you and then left without any further contact, they wouldn't even be able to complain. In the first place, Ken had made the mistake of thinking that some type of negotiation was going to happen when he had first arrived. He wanted to treat it as a usual diplomatic discourse. But that wasn't what was happening at all. It was just a heartfelt request for aid from a group of orphans in need. And how could Ken ever face the children in the Dark Brotherhood if he turned down such a request? I don't want to live this life of mine with any regrets. So the answer is obvious. The silence had stretched for a good minute, and during that entire time, the three teenagers in front of Ken hadn't raised their heads. They were clearly growing anxious. They hadn't expected Ken, someone their age, to have such a heavy atmosphere. To them, he seemed even more intimidating than Hanzo the Salamander. They had hoped to be able to speak freely with the leader of the Dark Brotherhood, to approach him on even ground. But it seemed that the rumors about him being a cold and callous man in the body of a teenager were true to some extent. Or at least that was where their thoughts were going before Ken opened his mouth again. All right, raise your heads. I'll be honest with you brats. Ken kept his arms crossed as he addressed the three of them with a straightforward tone. The three of them raised their heads finally, all looking at him with a mix of anxiety and hope. The Dark Brotherhood is going to be busy in the following months, we won't have much time to receive your requests for help if they do happen during this time. but we can certainly provide you with the backing you need. Food, clothing, money, we can spare some resources. Ken sighed as he tilted his head to the side, not caring for the roller coaster of emotions he was putting the three teenagers through by phrasing his response in such a way. However, they seemed beyond elated when hearing the last part. Gaining the support of the Dark Brotherhood and Ken was about the same as gaining the support of an entire hidden village to them. It was monumental. To the point where Yahiko and Nagato were even tearing up a bit. Konan seemed to be holding it in, but she was also certainly moved. But Ken didn't even give them time to recover before he reached his hand into his cloak and took out 3 scrolls. These should contain enough money and food to last you for a while. If you need more, feel free to reach out, but again, we will be busy. At that point, the 3 teenagers all got up with smiles and teary eyes and started thanking the blind monster while bowing even more. Thank you. Thank you. We were so worried. Thank God. All of them seemed to be having different thoughts, but for the most part, all of them felt a deep sense of gratitude. And as a rare occasion for Ken, he didn't plan to exploit that gratitude in any way. Instead, he remembered the words of another man that he had grown to respect. From now on, you don't have to be worried anymore. If you are ever in trouble, know that you may find safety in the Dark Brotherhood's shadow. Just like the Daime of the Land of Iron had told him once. Certainly a poetic way to look at it, but Ken liked it that way. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan seemed to like it as well. Their eyes shined with happiness as they seemed to be growing more and more excited, likely thinking of how the rest of their members would react to the news of their new sponsor. Now then. I should pack up and take my leave now. Here, you can take this. He threw another small scroll on the table. You can use it to summon a bat. Her name is Kaya, and she likes carrots. She will be our point of contact from now on. Ken gave the teenagers an okay sign, ignoring the flabbergasted looks they were giving him. Oh, okay. But are you leaving already? You can stay for a bit more, get to know the others as well. Nagato decided to speak up this time. His nature certainly seemed more timid, but he seemed to want to befriend Ken nonetheless. Unfortunately for him, Ken had other plans. I can't stay for long right now, I have to return to the Brotherhood soon. It has been a pleasure speaking to you all. Ken cracked his neck and waved at the 3 of them as he turned away. The teenagers seemed a bit overwhelmed by this, and in the end, they only did one last thing. Truly. Thank you for everything, Ken. They waved at him as he disappeared from their eyes, leaving them just as quickly as he came. In the end, the blind monster had left quite an impression on the youngsters. Their meeting was short but memorable for all 3 of them. And Ken also now had a good impression of the Akatsuki. He hadn't expected to meet such a good bunch. He smiled as dashed away, his mind focusing on the road ahead. Now then. I guess it's time to wage war. Chapter 129, First Attack, Monstrous Opposition, and Dance. Tasho and Akira both sighed as they looked over the vast expanse of forest and snow in front of them. They sure chose a good season for this stupid attack. I hate the cold. Akira, the second blade, shivered slightly as he sat atop the closed gates of the Dark Brotherhood compound. Standing by his side, Tasho couldn't help but shake his head. The weather wasn't that bad a few weeks ago, but I guess winter does have its way of surprising people at times. The first blade spoke out while observing the forests in front of him with an indifferent gaze. I mean, you think seasons would be more predictable, but I guess lately everything has been unpredictable. It's jarring to see snow fallen on green leaves, but a sight I've grown accustomed to. Tasho's posture didn't change at all as he addressed the second blade who sat by his side. He seemed to be both relaxed and wary at the same time. Both of them were wary to some degree. It seemed that they were expecting something. Something big, which could happen at any moment. We do have the advantage of knowing their next moves. Akira said as he slowly stood up, noticing the trees in the distance shaking slightly. Yet they have the numerical advantage, and the power advantage. Tasho seemed to also notice the movements, the same hata on his back wriggled in happiness. I don't know about that last part. Our leader is pretty strong. Akira cracked his neck and took out the decapitation carving knife from a seal on his wrist. Well, they also have that. Tasho cracked his neck as he looked at a gigantic figure appearing in the distance, toppling all of the trees around it. Both of the blades swayed slightly as they looked at it. A red-furred and green-skinned gigantic gorilla with 4 tails. It roared loudly, shaking the forest around it as fires started to spread everywhere around it, the temperature in the air rising just from its presence. The 4-tailed beast. I guess Iwagakure is going all in. Tasho slowly grasped at the wriggling handle of the same hata, behind him countless shadows blurred, spreading out in every direction from the compound. As if that wasn't enough. Akira then looked to the side, slightly behind the 4-tailed beast, another one rose from the foliage. A gigantic white horse with a dolphin's head. It has 2 pointed long horns to the sides of its head and 3 shorter horns in front. Its most telling features were the 5 tails wriggling behind it, lashing out and snapping parts of the forest around it. Both of them are here. Akira muttered while shaking his head slightly. He narrowed his eyes as they seemed to glint with anticipation. Do you think we will be able to take them on? The second blade continued speaking while already stretching. It was more of a rhetorical question. It didn't really matter what his chances of taking on the tailed beasts were. That was also true for Tasho. Their job was to stall them, not to outright defeat them. The armies of the allied villages are likely hiding behind the tailed beasts for now. The first blade spoke as both he and Akira stared down the tailed beasts fearlessly. Both the 4 and 5-tailed beasts seemed to move in unison, all of their tails pointed to the sky as mana gathered at the tips of their tails, forming a gigantic ball in front of their mouths. The gigantic gorilla had a ball of glowing red chakra, it seemed to be smoldering the atmosphere around it. Meanwhile, the horse seemed to have created a ball of compressed steam, which was also radiating enough heat to rival that of the apish 4-tailed beast. They really do want to just wipe us out, it seems. Tasho shook his head as he raised his hand. Tailed beast lava bomb. Tailed beast steam bomb. 2 monstrous voices thundered through the entire mountain range as their heads snapped in the direction of the 2 blades. The 2 gigantic obs of power immediately compressed and started barreling forward, rolling and burning every tree that stood in between them and the Dark Brotherhood compound. At that moment, Tasho waved his hand and tilted his head. Then, both he and Akira cut their thumbs with the nail of their index finger and tapped the ground at their feet at the same time. Summoning, Triple Rashman. Summoning, Triple Rashman. At that moment, 6 demonic gates rose from the ground to meet the attacks of the tailed beasts, as both of the blades braced for impact. An A-rank defensive jutsu that they had managed to scavenge off of a dead body which was found decapitated at the bottom of the sea. The jutsu was high in chakra consumption, but also extremely powerful. The tailed beast bombs collided with the first gate and passed through it without any issue, seemingly melting it on impact as both Akira and Tasho started sweating. The same was true for the second, and third, they were melted almost instantly on impact. Only on the 4th one was there resistance, but all it took was a few seconds of the chakra orbs pressing into the demonic gate to melt through it. And on the 5th one, they stopped completely. But that was nowhere near the end of it. In an instant, both the lava and steam orbs started expanding rapidly. In an instant, they engulfed everything that the tailed beasts could see from a distance. It was a raging storm of lava and steam, sure to melt through anything and anyone that was still within the Dark Brotherhood. KEH. Mission successful. The Jinchuriki of the 4-tailed beast, Arshi, muttered as he slowly prepared to transform back into his regular form. But another voice stopped him. No way. It was his companion and fellow Jinchuriki of the rock village, Han. The usually silent man was also in his tailed beast form. His gigantic horse body was constantly emitting a layer of steam which threatened to melt the skin off the bones of everything that came close. Despite that, his voice sounded strangely perturbed. "Hey? What's happened?" Rashi muttered as he turned his gigantic gaze to what should have been the ruined remains of the Dark Brotherhood compound. As the steam and smoke died down, the two of them could clearly see a thin red barrier had appeared between the 5th and 6th Rashomon. The red light seemed to be in the form of a square which completely engulfed the entirety of the Dark Brotherhood. "Shit, a ceiling barrier!" Rashi shouted as he turned to his companion, only for his eyes to widen. Before they had even realized it, they were also engulfed in very similar formations, although at a much smaller scale. Rashi banged on the walls of the prison he found himself in with overwhelming force, but all of his efforts yielded nothing. The 4 Red Yang formation. Back on the intact gate of the Dark Brotherhood compound, Tasho couldn't help but sigh in appreciation. The 4 Red Yang formation was the gift of the Uzumaki clan, and it was certainly a powerful technique. Despite tanking 2-tailed beasts simultaneously, the barrier didn't even budge or shake. The only problem was that it did require 4 people with cage-level chakra pools to raise and maintain it, making it quite literally the most taxing barrier formation ever. Now such a restriction meant nothing to the Uzumaki, as all of them were insane in chakra levels. But things were trickier for the Dark Brotherhood. In no way did they have 12 cage-level people on their side. But with a rather smart and innovative use of the chakra-draining seal, they at least had 12 pillars that could uphold the formations. The ones around the tailed beasts weren't as strong nor as large. They were also somewhat misshapen, but that was because the pillars holding them up were made up of several kunao buried into the ground. The proper seals were placed on said kunao, and they were powered by the chakra of the students who had created them. They did require a lot less chakra thankfully, but the one around the compound was a complete barrier seal cast in a wide area. It also needed a longer time to cast, which was why Tasho and Akira needed to buy a few precious seconds for it. "Ha! I can feel my chakra getting drained. Here's hoping we can at least maintain this for an hour." Akira mumbled a bit before sitting down in a meditative position, cracking his neck and focusing on recovering his chakra as it was being drained. Even so, all of the collective chakra of the Dark Brotherhood has gone into this. Let's just hope that Saburo's intel is correct. Tasho shook his head before also sitting down and doing the same as Akira. The second blade tapped a seal on his wrist and took out a few food pills, before moving his mask slightly to the side, placing them in his mouth and chewing. "At least I won't be getting hungry anytime soon." The immortal smiled and eyed the struggling tailed beasts in the distance as the 6th still intact Rashomon gate disappeared. "If you do go hungry, please bite the faces of our enemies and not mine." "Thank you." Yeah, stop yapping so much about it, it only happened once and it was just some random bandit." Akira seemed to take offense to Tasho's words, but the first blade only shrugged. "If you followed your diet plan properly, that wouldn't have happened. If you like talking shit so much, why don't I shove a funnel deep into your stomach so you can shit through it, hey?" The two continued their banter while the army of shinobi banged at the formations they had created, trying to free the tailed beasts. They were unsuccessful, to say the least. Things were going to plan for the Dark Brotherhood, at least for now. Ken was also already halfway there, he was almost past the land of grass, right at the border with the land of waterfall. He sighed as he smelt the opposition ahead. He climbed up a large hill, and on the other side was a gigantic lake. Ken could feel countless shinobi within that lake lying in wait. He could also feel a few rather specific chakra signatures, significant ones actually. A few cage and a tailed beast. That's it. Ken shook his head as he spoke out loud to nobody. But he was sure the little spies that had been following him around heard his words. It was almost as if he had triggered an earthquake. In an instant, countless figures rose from within the lake. How the hell did he spot us? As expected of the world's strongest bounty hunter, hey? Even if he's a kid. Many shinobi voiced out their frustrations as they stepped onto the calm lake and stared at Ken with narrowed eyes. "This is where you die, you abominable brat." Lord Yu was in the middle of the lake too, speaking from behind the army of shinobi as he hoped to finally see the death of the one that had caused the grass village so much shame. "Oh, some old nobodies among you all too. So strange. Still, none of you have the right to step in the same arena as me." Ken shook his head before turning his masked face to the sky. What was the point of bringing so much cannon fodder over, Onaki? In the sky, the legless figure of a small old man lowered from above the clouds and huffed. "Tisk, don't get too complacent. Today is the day you die, Red Dot. You and the Dark Brotherhood you worked so hard to create." Onaki huffed in rage as a few figures appeared by his side. One was a tall man with spiky hair, he seemed to be floating on black dust. Or was it sand? Ken didn't really know. The other figure seemed to be a monk of sorts. Ken could clearly feel a tailed beast within him. The three of them didn't seem to want to attack right away. "Using the cannon fodder to tire me out, hey? How useless. I guess the show is starting, hey?" Ken sighed and tapped the seal on his wrist, taking out a large and bulky sword. The Hiramekarei, or the twin sword. A large blade with legendary chakra conductivity that had two hilts. The blade glowed an eerie blue as Ken decided to use its most important abilities. Shape-shifting. In an instant, the blade started to shrink, and before everyone's eyes, the previously bulky double-edged sword turned into an exceedingly long one-edged blade. A long dachi, something that was certainly more in line with Ken's style. The shinobi looking at it couldn't help but gulp. It looked like it could cut through scores of men with just one swing. "Let's see how well the lot of you can dance." Chapter 130, Struggle, Combination Jutsu, Entailed Threat. Ken cracked his neck as his now thin blade shone a dangerous sparkling blue. It became even worse when the blind monster grabbed the second handle of the blade and separated his long blade in two. He held them with their tips slightly above the ground and pointed to his sides. They were both just as long, slightly thinner than a regular katana. Lightning rolled off of both of them as Ken's chakra charged and unleashed their full potential. The aura surrounding them felt dangerous to all of the shinobi that now faced him, but not one of them seemed to hesitate, all of them raising their weapons and preparing their jutsu. Their leaders had made it clear to them, that Ken was a danger to their villages, to their loved ones, and to their livelihoods. They needed to make sure that he was going to die there, and if they needed to give their lives to tire him down, they would do so without hesitation. If their lives could whittle down the monster in front of them, then it would surely secure a better future for their villages, right? At least that was what they kept telling themselves. Those were the words that kept repeating in their minds, on and on. It was an endless loop of affirmations that was not even entirely their own. Which was why Ken could sense it. The fear that seeped deep into their bones. They were just shinobi, doing what they were told was best, following orders blindly. But that didn't mean they fully knew the situation or understood why they needed to now face their deaths, therefore they couldn't help but feel fear. At least the majority of them were like that. There were also a few who were so brainwashed that their fear was overwhelmed by their pride. And they were the ones to attack first. Charge! The shinobi, although only a small percentage of the army, still numbered in the hundreds, and Ken sighed and simply cracked his neck when sensing them. He jumped once, twice, then dashed forwards as well, at speeds far exceeding that of his enemies. His elongated blades cleaved through scores of enemies, a blue aura of lighting extending from them with each slash and cutting them down before they could even scream out in pain, split in half while shouting in pride. Swords broke, blood spilt, and the blind swordsman gripped both of his blades harder before immediately raising them over his head in a cross shape. That sudden move blocked three masked shinobi that were trying to cut him in a downward motion with short blades. Sparks flew as the blind monster smiled underneath his mask. The ground behind him broke at that moment, with two more shinobi rising from it, their blades already pointed at his back, aiming to stab through his heart. Ken's leg immediately shot to the side, aiming a backwards kick at one of their arms with his heel, knocking both of the assailants' blades to the without even turning his head to them. Then the blades of the shinobi he was clashing with finally seemed to have had enough. They all snapped, and Ken's hands turned into a blur as his blades cut all of the shinobi in halves as if with scissors. Shit! Fire release, great fireball technique. One of the shinobi to the side spat out a ball of flame large enough to completely engulf Ken. But the blind assassin casually swiped one of his blades towards it, splitting it in half with a wave of blue aura while his other blade decapitated the two men who had tried to stab him in the back. Shit! Don't use fire. You'll create a smokescreen. Remember, he doesn't have eyes, he doesn't need sight. One of the shinobi around them shouted out in a panic when noticing the slight steam that rose from the remains of that fireball. HOH! So they did their homework, hey? Ken couldn't help but tilt his head slightly, both to express his emotions and to dodge a kunai that whizzed past his head. The dried up grass around him still burned from the fireball, but it likely wasn't going to spread too far. Wind release, air bullets. One shinobi to the side tried to use a jutsu as well, likely wanting to fan the flames in hopes of burning Ken even slightly. But he had found himself a bit too close to Ken. Before the first air bullet even left his mouth, his head was cut off as Ken dashed towards the shinobi once more. Earth release, rock grasp. Just as he decapitated a few of them, the earth rose and formed hands at his feet, gripping tightly and trying to hold him in place. But that was never going to work on someone who was permanently in sage mode like Ken. With his absurd strength, the blind monster completely disregarded the earth's bindings, breaking them without even trying and continuing with his carnage. Wind release, vacuum blade. Immediately, a swordsman approached, an actual challenger. A man wielding a katana infused with wind dashed in front of Ken and clashed blades with him, blocking both of Ken's blades with his own as the ground underneath him broke from the pressure. He seemed a bit more skilled than the rest, his blade sparking with a whitish aura while both of his hands trembled on the hilt, trying to not be pushed back by Ken's blades. The two of them were in a deadlock for a second, as the shinobi did his best to essentially hold back the monster they were facing. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. To the side, several shinobi used that strength to form an attack. They molded the water in the lake behind them into dozens of small dragons, which immediately rushed towards Ken. And just as the dragons were about to reach him, he immediately tensed up, putting more power into his hands. The other shinobi's arms seemed to break in an instant as the deadlock fell apart. Ken's blades then moved madly. Dragon Twister. With the two blades firmly in his grasp, the blind monster spun at a speed large enough to create a tornado so large that it reached the clouds. Plenty of people that were around him got caught up in it as well, and the water dragons seemed to get absorbed into it as well, managing to do no harm to their intended target in the end. The tornado ended not soon after Ken stopped spinning. It was already self-sustaining, but one downward slash using the momentum he had gathered from spinning broke it apart in an instant. It also created a flying slash that split apart the earth and segmented it greatly, making the battlefield even messy than before and even trapping some shinobi in the rubble. Bodies also fell from the skies, crash landing onto the ground. Some died, and some managed to break their falls. Some even got rescued by the Kazekage, it seemed. The Iron Sand user had a limited storage of sand, however, so he could only help so many. To the side, a group of shinobi had finally finished their hand signs and completed a large-scale jutsu. Earth release, sandwich technique. Ken's head turned to his sides as gigantic walls rose from the ground and threatened to crush him. They were so big that Ken could feel them spanning hundreds of meters. It seemed that the shinobi were very serious about trapping him there, even if for a while. Or maybe they actually thought such a thing could crush him. Unfortunately, much to the surprise of the shinobi that had used that jutsu, Ken made no move to rush out of it or block it. Instead, he dove headfirst into one of the walls as they closed shut with a loud bang, creating a shockwave that blew away all of the dust that had gathered. Shit! He's gone into the ground. Sensory shinobi, try to track him down. Dust arose all around them as the gigantic dome of the earth stood there unmoving, all of the shinobi tensed up as they could only gulp and wait for their opponent's appearance. Those that had sensory abilities tried their best, but they couldn't possibly find their world's most infamous assassin so easily, now could they? Keep your eyes peeled. He'll strike at any moment. The shinobi shouted as more and more of them stepped onto the already bloody shores of the lake. But as one lucky shinobi stepped onto the shore, he felt the waters behind him shift. Looking back, his gaze was filled with horror as he looked back. He's on the lake. Everyone's heads immediately snapped towards the middle of the lake, where Ken's figure stood silently, his two thin blades now steadily fastened onto his back, underneath his cloak. His presence was so fleeting that he blended in between the panicking shinobi who were still hesitant to face him. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. Ken's voice sounded almost regretful, it was also quiet, as only a few of the shinobi around him had heard it. Instead of facing off against the powerful assassin, they all immediately turned their tail and ran, jumping from wave to wave as the waters rose while Ken made some hand signs. Stop him! Some cried. But it was already too late. Ken brought his hands together one last time just as a few kunao and flaming shuriken were about to reach him, and in an instant, a wave of water rose up all around him. The shinobi watched in fear as the wave around Ken grew and grew, before suddenly rushing outwards, taking an odd shape. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. The wave turned into an army of small water sharks that tore into the hundreds of shinobi still around Ken. Blood smeared the waters and limbs flew everywhere as now even the people above realized that they needed to get involved. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. From above, a gigantic white pillar rushed towards Ken, aiming to interrupt his technique. The blind monster had already expected it, so he rolled off to the side, blending into the water as the Tsuchikage's jutsu formed a large empty space in the middle of the lake. And what happened when such a space was created in a body of water? That's right. A whirlpool. A sizable one at that. It immediately seemed to be undoing Ken's gigantic shark waves, and the shinobi that stuck to the water seemed to be able to resist its pull by running away constantly. Ken smiled underneath his mask as he made a few more hand signs. Combination jutsu, 1,000 feeding sharks whirlpool. The blind assassin shamelessly decided to combine his jutsu with the whirlpool that Onaki had created, causing the small old man's eyes to widen. Sharks immediately formed in the water and started spinning in the same direction as the whirlpool, strengthening it and making it larger and larger. Shit! Everyone get away from the lake! The Tsuchikage spat out that order as he considered sending another dust release to undo that combination jutsu, but he knew that at that point, Ken could just continue using the whirlpools to his advantage. And if the situation were to turn into a battle of endurance, Onaki was unsure if he would win with the absurd consumption that came with dust release. In the end, he was forced to watch as hundreds upon hundreds of men were shredded apart by water and sharks and the entire lake became a death trap. Shit. The shinobi that were on the shore all seemed to take a step back, unsure what to even do at that point. So that's the power of the strongest bounty hunter. Shit, and he's still so young. Many voiced out their concerns. Now even the more brainwashed shinobi were starting to have doubts about their chances of even tiring out the monster they were tasked to deal with. They had started with close to around 2,000 shinobi from different villages. Now they were down to less than half of that. Their fighting spirit had also dwindled significantly as they now looked at Ken, who was seemingly unaffected by the whirlpool, just sitting on one of his sharks near the middle of it, spinning in place. The lake had mostly turned red in the blood of their comrades, and it was only a matter of time before they joined their friends in the afterlife if they actually tried to go after Ken again. Shit. Seems he's very proficient in water release. We need to get rid of that source of water. The third Kazekage scowled as iron sand rose around him, forming spikes and pointing at Ken. But before he could attack the blind monster, the Tsuchikage raised one of his arms and waved it dismissively. Don't bother attacking him there. Despite his demeanor, he spoke in a frustrated tone. He then turned towards the monk who was floating on some sand to the side. Oi, Jinchuriki! Get rid of that lake! Onaki shouted that order coldly. He then signed to the shinobi below to not act and rush into the waters anymore. As you wish. The Jinchuriki smiled before his eyes changed color, turning from blue into a deep yellow as sand started coming out of his body. Ken turned his head towards the sky at that moment, feeling the surge of chakra and shaking his head. The Jinchuriki is finally joining in. Hey! Chapter 131, Sea of Sand, Difficulty and Quick Exit. Get rid of the lake, hey! The Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast sighed before seemingly choking on sand. The sand cloud underneath him immediately started growing bigger and bigger while the Tsuchikage and the third Kazekage flew to the side, not wanting to get caught in what was to come. A beastly roar came from the skies as the Jinchuriki's figure expanded rapidly, quickly turning into a behemoth of a beast. Ken tilted his head slightly as he felt the one-tailed beast manifest into the world, much less controlled than the Jinchuriki he had previously met. The roar sounded completely inhuman, and the blind monster couldn't help but find the appearance of the one-tailed beast amusing. A gigantic raccoon with a gigantic spiky tail that felt like it was made completely out of sand. Its tail seemed to swing around wildly, even trying to attack its allies, the two Kage. Both of them seemed to be expecting something like that to happen. It became rather clear to anyone paying attention that the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast didn't have much control over it. Ken assumed that the lack of control didn't have much to do with power and more with the temperament of the tailed beast. After all, it couldn't have been less controllable due to its power. This one seems a bit weaker than the others I've felt. Ken couldn't help but comment while the shark-like water around him continued shredding up the shinobi that had been caught in his whirlpool. Despite it being hardly controlled, it still seemed to single out Ken in the middle of that lake, its eyes widening slightly before narrowing in anger. Ken felt confused for a moment, before shaking his head. I guess it's not a fan of my existence. An abomination spawned from father's nightmares. My esteemed self shall be the one to get rid of you. The beast spoke fluently, its speech only slurred by its beastly growls. Ken just shook his head. You aren't the first one to try. But fine, give it your best shot. Ken cracked his neck and slowly crouched down, preparing to lounge at the sand monster. Be buried in a sea of sand. In an instant, all of the tailed beast's chakra moved, and out of its tail spawned a torrent of sand so large that it seemed to completely stomp out the lake that Ken was crouching on. Most of the shinobi on the sidelines seemed to have already started fleeing from the vicinity of the lake, already expecting such a thing to happen. Ken wasted no time in growing his wings. They batted once, sending him flying backwards. He crossed the distance from the middle of the lake to its shore in a split second, not even being clipped slightly by the torrent of sand. The lake was immediately submerged in sand, but the torrent continued, inundating the surroundings and forcing Ken to fly upwards. Despite feeling weaker in chakra, its abilities seem more annoying to deal with than those of the seven-tailed beast. I didn't want to waste too much chakra here, but getting rid of these. Ken lamented as his body transformed, scales growing all over his body as his muscles twitched and grew thicker, his entire build turning sturdy. Steam came out of the corners of his mask as he huffed some hot air into the wind, ignoring the sand that was constantly surging towards him. It enveloped him fully at that moment, forming a gigantic cocoon of sand around him. Cheers erupted from the surrounding shinobi as they witnessed the monster that had shredded their comrades apart finally losing some ground. But their cheers turned to silence swiftly, as all of the sand around the blind monster was blown away, all seemingly done in a single whip of the tail. Tisk, sit still and die. The giant raccoon groaned in frustration as its sand seemed to compress underneath Ken, forming two gigantic compressed hands that grabbed at him from both sides. But the blind assassin was not about to just sit there and allow himself to get caught so easily. Sand was annoying to get out of clothing at the end of the day. His wings flapped once more, sending him flying upwards with a shockwave large enough to slow the hands down enough for him to slip through the fingers just as they clamped shut. Ken's claws retracted a bit as he reached for his back, drawing out his two long blades. By manipulating his tenketsu, he allowed a strong flow of chakra to bleed into both of them through his palms, activating the reserve of chakra within the blades and imbuing them into a thick aura of lightning. But it seemed that the tailed beast had expected that. A ball of chakra was already at its mouth, the sand from all around them seemed to be attracted to it like a vortex. Die, you little worm! Sandy-tailed beast bomb! Ken's upward momentum was already far too much to be stopped quickly, but it wasn't as if he hadn't been expecting such a thing to happen. Without any fear or hesitation, he placed his blades above him in a cross shape, his muscles bulged once more as he swung them with all of his might, twirling in the air as he sent 2 aura slashes at the ball. Sparks flew, the clouds parted and thunder bellowed as the criss-cross slashes clashed with the tailed beast bomb. The mass of chakra was heavier than a mountain and more volatile than any explosive known to man, but this wasn't the first time he had clashed with one. Even if the one he had destroyed previously with his sword slash was incomplete, he still had experience and knew how to deal with them. Nature energy was the answer, of course. The wild raccoon's eyes widened as it realized just how much nature energy those blades were laced. Its body immediately seemed to part ways around the slashes, allowing them to pass through its body. Ken couldn't help but tilt his head at that. Its body. Is it not a fixed form? The assassin cut through the air a few more times and sensed the giant raccoon part of its body several times, allowing them to pass through. Ha ha ha! Stupid human! You won't be doing just as it started to gloat. It was forced to shut up as Ken immediately turned his body into a bullet and slammed into its back with overwhelming force. The tailed beast was sent barreling towards the ground, crashing in a gigantic cloud of dust and sending any shinobi that was still nearby flying. So it can only do that for attacks it's aware of. Thankfully it's far from the fastest enemy I've faced, the Seven Tails had it clearly beat in that department. Ken cracked his neck and spread his wings as he lamented the tailed beast's strange abilities. The blind monster then brought both of his blades together, they immediately started morphing into a much thicker blade. Ken grasped the handle with both of his hands and just as he was about to give it his all and finish off the tailed beast, he was forced to dodge to the side. A white cube immediately swallowed up his previous location. Tisk! How much longer, Kazekage? Onaki scowled as he flew around Ken hastily, his eyes not leaving Ken at all. I'm almost done. The Kazekage shouted as his hands moved in a blur, looking as if he was about to finish a few hand signs. Ken certainly noticed that he immediately turned his head towards the Tsuchikage, who flinched. At that moment, the blind monster dashed backwards, twirling in the air as he reached the cage within a second. The Tsuchikage had seemingly noticed his move already and was preparing an attack to intercept Ken, but he was not going to make it in time. The Kazekage also tried to muster his own defense. A wall of iron sand tried to stop him, but it was no match against the assassin's chakra-covered blade. The spiky-haired Kazekage was immediately bisected, his torso flying off while his legs remained on the cloud of sand. Ken then flapped his wings off to the side, but as the Tsuchikage had already been preparing the attack for a while, the blind monster didn't manage to fully dodge it. He sacrificed his right wing and arm in order to get away. Ha! Final! The Tsuchikage didn't even get to be happy for more than 1 second. He watched on as his opponent's flesh twisted in an inhumane way, and how an arm and a wing seemed to regrow almost instantly. The absurdity of Ken's regenerative ability stunned him for a moment, which was certainly enough for the blind assassin. He dashed towards Onaki, but he was forced to stop in mid-air with a scowl, swinging his blade down at a gigantic sand nail which was stabbing at him. Sparks rose as the assassin's blade clashed with the nail. But they didn't last long, he cut through the blackened sand without much issue. Forgot about me, punk. The one-tailed beast was still alive and kicking, although Ken had used plenty of nature energy in his earlier kick. It didn't seem to have taken much damage. In the first place, tailed beasts were usually annoyingly durable. He had managed to kill the seven-tailed beast when using all of his energy and without being interrupted, and he didn't have the luxury of that in his current fight. You lot are proving more trouble than you're worth. Ken muttered as he turned his large blade back into his two thin longer ones. This tailed beasts. Its attacks are either fast and pointed or slow and abundant. What an annoying raccoon. He pointed one down at the one-tailed beast, and the other at Onaki, who narrowed his eyes. It seems that I won't be able to avoid getting injured while fighting you two. Ken gripped both of his blades as he realized that he was now likely in the most difficult fight he had ever been in since coming to that world. And yet, he didn't feel any panic, nor did he feel stressed. He was more than accustomed to the odds being against him. But, just like in his old life, he was going to pull through. The blind assassin's lips turned upwards underneath his mask. He turned his head towards Onaki. But then his grip on his blades loosened, his ear trembled slightly and his nostrils scrunched up. Really? Right now when I'm getting into it? It seems that I must cut our time short, gentlemen. And beast. Ken then returned the blades in his hands to their usual look, before placing it on the seal on his wrist. What's that supposed to mean? Onaki scowled. His mind was still stuck strategizing ways to completely envelop Ken in an attack. After all, regeneration just meant Onaki needed to not leave him anything to regenerate. Not much, see? Ken just waved at him, and just as a few more nails of sand flew towards him, a cloud of smoke engulfed him. Onaki's eyes widened, as he watched the gigantic nails of sand pass through the smoke and blow it away. Revealing nothing. Shit! He's escaped. Chapter 132, Disappearance, Confusion and Filth. Tisk, to think he'd disappear just like that. Onaki scowled as the smoke that had enveloped Ken cleared. By his side, black sand twirled and came together to form a figure. A tall man with spiky black hair. It was none other than the Kazekage. It might be for the best. The man who had seemingly just returned from the dead seemed quite shaken. Of course, you'd say that. You seemed content with hiding around in the sand like a rat after your clone got killed. Onaki scowled once more, this time towards the Kazekage. Don't judge me too harshly, Onaki. I've had my doubts, but the red dot is certainly worthy of his infamy. The Kazekage clenched his fist as he spoke. He seemed to be sweating heavily as he looked down at his bleeding arm. Even with the substitution jutsu prepared ahead of time, I still almost died. His speed is simply unbelievable. What an absurd monster. The Kazekage was one of the very strongest in the shinobi world. One of the great Kage. And even he only barely escaped death in a brief confrontation with Ken. Well, welcome to the current world. There's a reason why so many of us came together to bring him down, third Kazekage. Onaki shook his head and crossed his arms. The Kazekage could only shrug at that point. It's possible that he's more absurd than we expected. I'm pretty sure he turned his head towards me whilst I was still in hiding. Even stopping my heart momentarily, not breathing and stifling my chakra flow was not enough to go unnoticed by him. The Kazekage decided to no longer speak about that, however, not wanting to dwell on it for too long. I guess I now know why the Mizukage didn't want anything to do with this whole operation. I'm regretting joining it myself. Still, it seems our intel on the Red Dot and the Dark Brotherhood's plans was quite thorough. That Grass Village informant seems to be worth his salt. Onaki muttered as he looked below. The one-tailed beast was already retracting into the body of its Jinchuriki, the flimsy seal reactivating itself after a set period of time. Indeed, honestly I have my doubts about our chances against that monster now. But the plan might still just work. The third Kazekage could only sigh after contemplating the situation a bit. His hopes were on their plan to succeed. Reverse summoning used in such a way. It's certainly ingenious, although a rather large waste of chakra to use it on a battlefield. Onaki stroked his beard as he remembered the explanation he had received regarding the Dark Brotherhood's means. Maybe so, seems they have plenty of monsters in that dark brotherhood of theirs. The Kazekage crossed his arms and looked at the place where Ken had vanished. Onaki seemed to be thinking about something for a few seconds before he looked at the Kazekage and smiled in a shrewd manner. Doesn't matter. I wonder how confused the red dot is going to be when he realizes that he's not been summoned to the right location. Underscore 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 underscore. Ken landed on the stone floor upright. He cracked his neck as his senses adjusted to his surroundings, and in an instant, he felt several spikes stabbing into his body from all sides. It wasn't that the attacks were too fast for him to dodge, but that they had likely started before he had even gotten reverse summoned in that strange place. The blind monster growled as he felt himself being strangely immobilized by the spikes. It wasn't long before he realized that all of the stakes that had stabbed into him were adorned with ceiling formations. They weren't as powerful as the ones used by the Uzumaki, but there were numerous, compact, certainly the work of a bright mind. Ken could only really move his mouth slightly, every other part of his body was completely immobilized. Keh. A dragon trapped in a cage like a rat. A sinister voice sounded out in that cave. Ken recognized that presence as one of the beings that had been spying on him throughout his journey. But he realized that it wasn't quite the same, it seemed to have something else attached to it. A blob of consciousness that Ken couldn't quite put his finger on. Seems Saburo did indeed betray us, Figures. And what are you exactly? Ken tried to shake his head in regret but was unable to, so he ended up only slightly gritting his teeth. You can call me Black Zetsu. You were a tad too trusting of the strawman. An ambitious man like him would normally dread working under anyone. When promised true freedom he readily accepted. Ken scowled slightly when hearing that. Tisk, I gave him more than enough freedom. Seems like I'll have to rethink our partnership going forward. The blind monster's voice was carrying a powerful intonation. It was enough to strike fear into the heart of any regular shinobi that he would have run into. But the thing in front of him was no regular shinobi. Going forward? And what gives you the confidence to escape this place? It's a prison specifically made for you, with your specifications in mind. Saburo, the little snake, was crucial in the creation of this cage. Ken couldn't help but smile slightly underneath his mask when he heard that. Oh, that's cute. You think I've shown him everything that there is to know about me? In an instant, Ken's already transformed boy started shifting unnaturally, and some of the seals around him seemed to start malfunctioning. It seemed that the very nature of Ken's being was shifting, and Black Zetsu couldn't help but narrow its eyes. I guess sealing him isn't going to be so simple. We don't have access to any powerful sealing technique, unfortunately. The strongest genjutsu we have at hand is also visual in activation, which is next to useless in this case. The parasitic being couldn't help but scowl at the trapped monster's confidence. Even if you hid some of your capabilities, you are not going to make it in time. The Dark Brotherhood will be a thing of the past by the time you manage to free yourself, and we will only have you to deal with. Ken could feel rage bubbling up inside him. In his mind the image of the ones he cared for appeared. He couldn't bring himself to imagine them dying. He couldn't accept such a fate. After that, all of our combined efforts will be enough to either permanently seal you away or kill you outright. That is if I am unable to kill you myself by that point. Black Zetsu then plunged a wooden stake into Ken's heart. Or at least tried to. The wooden stake cracked and bent and splintered against Ken's scales, making the blind assassin scoff. Pathetic. The blind assassin's cold voice washed over Black Zetsu, sending a few shivers down its spine. But it composed itself almost instantly, even scoffing in the process. Black Zetsu then brought out a different tool, a long special kunao, which he then imbued with chakra and once again stabbed towards Ken. You can gloat all you want. But we were expecting tough scales. The kunao's tip struggled against the blind monster's chest, sparks rose and eventually, after a few seconds of applying constant pressure, the parasitic entity finally drew blood. Try your worst. But you better pray that you kill me in time, otherwise, I will make sure to end you and everything you care about." Ken didn't even hiss from the pain, his calm words seemed to unnerve the being slightly. Even in this situation, he clings on to hope. What gives him so much confidence? By Saburo's words, there was no one besides the immortal that we needed to concern ourselves with. The parasitic being was quite confused at that moment, trying to think of any factors that they might have overlooked in their planning. But nothing really came to mind, which prompted Black Zetsu to just shake its head and plunge another long kunao into Ken. He didn't take out the other one, to prevent the blind monster from healing. But even piercing his skin was difficult due to the toughness of his scales. Thankfully, the body of the Zetsu it was occupying was stronger physically than others. Even then, trying to pierce Ken's skin felt like he was trying to pierce a stone wall with a screwdriver. "Seems like this will be fun," the Black Zetsu lamented as it continued taking out various tools. Meanwhile, at the Dark Brotherhood compound, things were not going quite as they were expecting. The two-tailed beasts seemed to have finally escaped from their misshapen ceiling formations. It was supposed to be nothing more than a temporary prison regardless. Now all of the chakra of the Dark Brotherhood was being finally focused on defending just the compound. Tasho and Akira both stood on top of the main gate, both preparing for the worst as they had not received any word from their master. "Wasn't it time for him to get summoned here?" Akira asked as he watched the two-tailed beasts wreak havoc on the mountain range that surrounded their brotherhood. "I have a bad feeling about this." Tasho mouthed off before looking down at the center of the compound, where all of the pillars of the formation, the children, were sitting in meditative formations. The first blade's critical eye couldn't help but notice one of Saburo's clones heading for the middle of the village, an action that immediately aroused the suspicion of the already distrustful man. "Akira, watch the gate." The first blade spoke out, tapping the third blade on the shoulder before dashing towards the middle of the village, turning into a blur in the process. His eyes narrowed, as he felt more of Saburo's clones heading for the middle. A concerning sign. There was no reason for Saburo to do so, none whatsoever. And it wasn't long before one of the clones took out a blade, and stalked closer and closer to one of the meditating pillars. "Shit! Seems like my worries have materialized. I need to protect the children." But Tasho wasn't the only one paying attention. In an instant, that clone was slammed into the ground at inhuman speeds. Kicked by a masked teenager with only one leg. "Tatsuksho, the one-legged devil. What seems to be the matter, Mr. Second Blade?" The NR.1 prospect of the Dark Brotherhood looked at the surrounding clones with a cold smile. He slowly tilted his head as a cold and deadly murderous intent exuded off of him. He was initially supposed to be one of the pillars but decided to leave that duty to one of his other siblings, deciding to take it upon himself to defend them to his death. Change of plans. "We need to take down the barrier." One of the stronger clones stepped forward, instantly deciding on a course of action. "Oh? Is that so? The teacher did mention that there won't be any changes. And to be wary of you, just in case." The veins on Tatsuksho's neck bulged slightly as he slowly unsheathed the tanto on his back. In an instant, countless projectiles were fired towards the pillars from all sides. Tatsuksho couldn't help but sweat as he realized he couldn't block every single one. But he wasn't alone. More and more of his siblings jumped in, faceless masks surrounding the clones in their entirety. Unseen and almost impossible to detect, many banded together to form a circle around the pillars. And the rest were all already standing with their blades at the necks of Saburo's clones. "These clones are all mostly disposable. But I guess I had underestimated how well trained you all were." The strongest clone present spoke in a rather monotone voice. Its body then seemed to shift in strange manners. "This clone, however, is not something that you children can deal with. A patchwork of the Swordsman of the Mist, one of my finest works of art. Besides..." He then quickly made a hand sign, choosing to sacrifice his weaker clones as all of the children either stabbed them in the neck or beheaded them. "Shit, get away!" Tatsuksho spoke out as most of the clones turned out to have explosive tags on them. The tags sparked and explosions ate at the entire square. But they then vanished in an instant, catching even Saburo off guard. "Oh. So you're here." The strawman's clone turned to the side and slowly stepped back, eyeing Tatsuksho, who had already drawn the same hata. Although the same hata didn't like fire nature chakra, the first blade still forced it to eat up the explosion before it killed any of the children. "I knew trusting you was a mistake. I guess Master cannot be completely right at all times." Tasho shook his head and slowly rested the wriggling same hata on his shoulder. "I never did see you in a fight, now did I?" The strawman clone ignored the first blade's comment, instead slowly raising its hands and preparing to make a few more hand signs. "Let's see how well you fought." The clone continued speaking but was swiftly cut off as both of its arms flew off. "Shut it!" Tasho stood behind him, towering over him, the same hata quickly munching on the clone's dismembered arms. The first blade cracked his neck, as the strawman clone slowly fell forward, pinned to the ground by the enlarged and wriggling handle of the same hata, completely unable to even move. "As Master's first student and most trusted right-hand man, I shall take it upon myself to rid the Brotherhood of your filth." Chapter 133, Betrayal, Sinking and Help. Saburo's clone's mask broke as he also felt his legs being swallowed up by the same hata. "Tisk. So you were hiding your strength." The strawman scowled while his eyes landed on Tasho. "I was merely following my master's teachings. A good assassin always keeps his cards close to his chest." Tasho shook his head as the same hata chewed on the clone's flesh with glee. "Haha, too bad your master couldn't follow his own teachings. He attracted too much attention with his actions, this could have all been avoided." The strawman's dismembered clone seemed to gain a bitter tone as it spoke about the leader of the Dark Brotherhood. Tasho didn't seem to get offended when hearing the traitor badmouth Ken. "Well, it was certainly an effective strategy in terms of forcing our true enemies to rear their heads. Like you did. After this is done, our Brotherhood will be able to roam freely, without any worry about snakes like you lurking in the shadows." The first blade shook his head before swinging the same hata down on the clone's back. "Children, immediately undo all seals on you that are connected to the second blade and his clones." Tasho then turned to the children and nodded at them. "Way ahead of you, sir. I already told all of our siblings to do so when killing his first clone." Tatsuksho waved at the first blade with a smile underneath his mask. Plenty of his siblings had gotten injured due to Saburo's explosive clones. Tatsuksho himself was safe, and he had even managed to pull away some of his siblings, but without Tasho's interference, some of them would have surely died. But it wasn't like this was the first time Tasho saved them. He was the one to bring them all within the Brotherhood at the end of the day. Then it should be fine. Hunt down all of Saburo's clones that are within the barrier, and form a defensive line around the pillars of support. Tasho waved his hand around and ordered the children with a stern voice. They all nodded and blurred away, Tatsuksho included. Only a few of them remained around the pillars. What a goddamned mess! The first blade then vanished, dashing towards his master's building. His mind was reeling, trying to understand the extent of Saburo's betrayal and the full scope of what he was truly capable of. In his mind, he couldn't help but worry, Saburo could still interfere with the barrier they had set up even without killing the pillars. Thankfully the children acting as pillars are all instructed to block off their contract seals, otherwise, Saburo could have destroyed the barrier without any issue. Ken had made sure to take many precautions to ensure that the pillars of support for the barrier around the Brotherhood were not going to be disturbed. He had even instructed all of them to remove any seals that would allow their siblings to draw chakra from them. The pillars were essentially only supposed to draw chakra from others through seals and nothing more. If they were to be interrupted, then the last line of defense of their Brotherhood would also fall. Akriya, the third blade, was surely already also helping in hunting down the other clones that were somewhat scattered within the compound. Saburo was a skilled shinobi, but when splitting his consciousness between many clones at once his skills became dulled, which led to even the children being able to deal with the clones. The only real problem was that they could coordinate like no other shinobi squad in existence, and that the more of them died, the harder they became to kill. Tasho knew that the children would handle everything within the compound, so the most difficult part would be up to him. The laboratory. It was likely deserted by now, but Tasho was sure that was where the bulk of the clones were located. There were around 65 of them in total from what I remember. I should expect at least 20 of them down there. The original likely fled long before this happened. I just hope Ken is not in any immediate danger. Fighting ensued and embroiled the entirety of the compound. Tasho felt the earth rattle as jutsu of all kinds erased the houses they had worked hard to build. But it was nothing to worry about. A house could be built back up from its foundation. And the Brotherhood's foundation was the children and Ken himself. As long as that foundation survived, then the Brotherhood was bound to thrive once more. Tasho passed by 2 other clones on his way to the laboratory. They seemed to still be idly guarding the entrance. They weren't able to react in time, both of them getting decapitated as soon as the first blade passed by them. The laboratory was about as empty as he expected it to be. Or so it seemed. Tasho received a strange premonition before raising his same hata above his head. He blocked a hand that had been grabbing at his head, and a strange seal spread on the living blade. Crimson seal, hey! Tasho muttered before flinging the clone to the side of the room, smashing him into the wall before shaking the same hata slightly. The seal was undone rather quickly, not that it would have done anything to the same hata, as it required the victim to have a human-like chakra network in order to work. But the failed ambush wasn't really concerning to Tasho. What felt more concerning was that he was now completely surrounded from all sides by masked clones. I guess I wasn't the only one hiding things. Seems you've made more clones than reported. I knew your clones felt weaker than usual, maybe you're spreading yourself out too thin. Tasho scowled while the same hata twirled around him and bared its teeth. Of course I am. This is a special occasion. It was difficult enough to create this many clones away from the red dot's gaze. I need to make use of all my resources to make sure everything goes well. One of Saburo's clones spoke with calm as the others seemed to be preparing for a fight, making hand signs and preparing jutsu which Tasho mostly recognized. Nothing will be going well for you. The first blade brandished his living sword while speaking in a calm manner, not letting his frustration and worry affect his thought process. Many of the clones around him were amongst the strongest that Saburo had, and as the weaker ones above ground died off, the ones he was now up against were going to be both stronger and more difficult to deal with. But that wasn't the first precarious situation that Tasho had found himself in. Even as all of the clones around him formed a frying line of various jutsu, he stood calm. It seemed that Saburo's arsenal was rather expansive, ranging from fireballs to dragon bullets to water dragons and even wind blades. They all rushed towards Tasho, filling the room with light. The first blade only gave the strawman a composed sigh before gripping the living blade in his hand. Like a snake, the same hata coiled around Tasho's body, absorbing all of the attacks with glee before spreading out once more, lashing out in a circle and slashing at all of the closest clones in the same swipe. But Saburo was clearly prepared for that. All of the clones took a few steps back, crowding the room a bit while Tasho let go of the same hata and did a few hand signs of his own. I may be outnumbered. But you've not made the smartest move in choosing to fight me in such an enclosed space. The first blade spoke out as he finally finished his technique. Wind release, great vacuum wave. The first blade took a deep breath. In an instant, Saburo's clones felt like they were suffocating, as all oxygen in the room vanished. Then, with a huff and a scowl, Tasho immediately started exhaling. The air came out of his mouth like a concentrated stream of pressure. The first blade then immediately spun around while continuing to exhale. The same hata immediately ducked as waves of sharp air cut through the entire room. Saburo's clones acted quickly too. Some rose earth walls all the way up to the ceiling, but they were swiftly crushed by the air pressure. Some had also tried using fire-style jutsu, but due to the low oxygen, they were mostly unsuccessful. Libs flew around in that enclosed space as the vacuum wave washed over all of the clones. Some were cut in two, some were simply left with an armless. Air quickly entered the room again as Tasho's attack also struck down the sturdy door that had closed behind him. All in all, only around 10 clones had been lost, and more were injured and missing limbs, but at least the first blade was successful in his task of thinning the herd. Tisk, and here I was hoping that you would go down easily. One of the clones spoke out with a spiteful tone. In an instant, the ground under Tasho's feet broke, and 3 pairs of hands reached out to grab at his feet. The first blade immediately jumped, the same hada rushing into his hand as he swiped at the clones that had tried sneaking up on him once more. "You'll have to try harder than that," he shouted as he cleaved apart the clones underneath him. Only one of them managed to substitute, not losing its life in the process. Saburo seemed to be getting even more annoyed at that point, and some of his clones immediately started preparing for a combination jutsu. Tasho noticed that and immediately dashed towards them, only to be stopped by 4 different clones, all brandishing different blades. They all clashed with the same hada together, crossing their blades and stopping the first blade in his tracks while some others tried to stab at him from behind. But the same hada wasn't a simple blade, it immediately expanded and twisted to block the attacks coming from behind its user. The blade moved in an unnatural manner, immediately starting to shred apart the blades that had been stuck in between its scales. Tasho then swiped his elongated living blade, forcing all of the clones to take a step back. "You're right. It was a mistake to fight you here. How about we take this outside then?" In an instant, 6 different clones tapped the ground at their feet. "Earth release, moving earth core." 6 voices could be heard all at once as the entire room started shifting unnaturally. Tasho scowled as he tried to brace himself as best he could. Earth-style ninjutsu of such scale in an underground setting could only really mean one thing. They were trying to make a cave-in. But the worst part was that Tasho could see how they were first making the laboratory's insides bigger. "Shit, don't tell me." Tasho immediately felt his entire body shake, as the walls, floor, and ceiling around him filled with cracks. Saburo seemed to almost read his thoughts, as he gleefully started laughing. "Indeed. Why don't we bring the Brotherhood down a few pegs?" Tasho immediately dashed at the clones performing the jutsu, but he was already far too late. The cracks spread and expanded, and before he even made it to them, the ceiling started collapsing. "Shit! The Brotherhood is sinking." Outside, the effects of Saburo's actions could clearly be felt. Tatsuksho panted a bit as he took out his tanto from the skull of the last clone he had found in the compound. He and his siblings were hard at work, hunting down the one that had betrayed their trust. What they didn't expect was for the ground underneath their feet to break. In an instant, the entire Brotherhood seemed to collapse. The children acted quickly, jumping off on some buildings while doing their best to try and remain above ground. The one-legged assassin then looked at the sky, only to notice that it had lost its red tint. "Shit! The barrier's fallen." The earthquake and sinkhole had certainly managed to disturb the pillars, causing them to lose concentration. The 4 red yang formation was both powerful and complex, and the children acting as pillars were not yet at the level of mastery where they could maintain it during such chaos. Saburo would have known that as well had he ever bothered paying attention to the children. Had he done so, then he could have sunken the Brotherhood from the beginning, and not even sacrificed as many clones as he did. Regardless, now things were taking a turn for the worse. Tatsuksho shouted for his siblings to prepare for the worst, but he realized that they didn't have enough time to set up another barrier. Back at the front gate, Akira slowly sat back up. He had returned there after taking care of a few clones. And now that the barrier had fallen, he had a bigger threat to address. "Well. Shit!" he uttered as he stood in front of 2 enraged tailed beasts brimming with power and bloodlust. The monsters wasted no time at all, both pointing their tails to the skies as two gigantic spheres of chakra gathered above their mouths. One's chakra took the form of condensed steam, the other's took the form of pure magma. I can't let that hit the Brotherhood. The third blade clenched his fists before turning into a blur. He dashed into the forest in front of him, his aim set. In an instant, the two-tailed beasts fired off. Tailed beast lava bomb. Tailed beast steam bomb. The two-tailed beasts repeated their attacks from earlier. This time, there was no barrier stopping them from erasing the compound in its entirety. But just as they pointed their mouths forward, a figure appeared in front of them. They both immediately recognized it as the third blade, currently in midair and finishing up a jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. In a desperate bid to stop the tailed beast bombs, Tasho threw himself in front of them and released a gigantic wave of water, using up a lot of chakra to spit it out of his mouth in hopes of combating the tailed beast's attack in any way. Even more steam appeared as the gigantic wave Akira spat out flooded the forest in front of him and made contact with the pressurized steam and magma. In a few seconds, the water he was spitting out was overwhelmed purely by the massive force they were up against. And in the end, Tasho was forced to block those two-tailed beast bombs with his body. He gritted his teeth and spread out his arms, preparing for the worst. And just as he closed his eyes, he heard a loud shout. "Yeah!" The third blade immediately opened his eyes, only to see two gigantic purple octopus tails deflecting the tailed beast bombs into the sky. "Eight Tails Hakubi Jinchuriki Lord Killer Bee is here." Akira sweated as he looked behind him to see a gigantic singing octopus with a set of burly arms and an ox head. Instantly, the third blade's eyes lit up. And before he could even think, a flash of black lightning appeared at the corner of his gaze, and the five-tailed beast seemed to be struck to the ground, on its head landing the figure of a dark-skinned burly man with long spiky white hair. It took a second, but Akira did recognize him eventually. "The third Reikage. How dare you pieces of trash try and attack our ally?" The burly man glowed with a dark aura around him as his voice thundered throughout the entire battlefield. Akira couldn't help but smile. Shit! This might just be doable. Chapter 135, Tailed Beasts, Perspective and Assistance. Killer Bee roared in his tailed beast form as his tail smashed around the battlefield. Slight burns covered his gigantic body as he constantly clashed with the four tails magma-covered body. "We won't win anytime soon at this rate." Killer Bee narrowed his eyes when he heard the voice of the tailed beast that resided within him. Having to face off against a tailed beast would never be easy. The fact that Bee wanted to end things quickly didn't make things easier for him. Jiki, the eight-tailed beast, was also seemingly not that excited about having to take on and kill one of its brothers, but it was still cooperating with Bee. There was also the fact that Jayaki was special. For a tailed beast, its tails dictated the amount of chakra within their bodies, their raw power per se. So Jayaki surely had more power than its four-tailed brother, Son Goku. But that wasn't truly the case. Each tailed beast had its chakra nature and specific unique traits. Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, had absolute dominion over sand, and the ability to turn its body into sand at will, making it a dangerous opponent despite having the least chakra among them. Matatabi, the two-tailed beast had control over and had its body completely covered in blue flame. It was something she could use both defensively and offensively to great effect. So on and so forth. Son Goku, the fourth-tailed beast had absolute control over magma, and it could also completely cover its body in magma, making it hard to get close to, and hard to fight. While its magma wasn't as hot as the blue fire of Matatabi, it was still difficult to deal with, and it seemed to almost cling to the body. In a way, things had a way of evening themselves out in the world. Jayaki, despite having a lot more chakra than Son Goku, didn't really have a distinctive trait besides its control over ink. It was still a powerful unique trait, sure. It could be used in many ways, but it wasn't all that great offensively or defensively for that matter. Ink was good at blinding others, and taking them by surprise. It was how octopus also used their ink in nature. But Jayaki and Killer Bee both knew that such a thing would never work on Son Goku, who was already well aware of said ability. Bee couldn't even make proper distance and pelt it with tailed beast bombs, as now Rashi was surely going to constantly close the distance between them to keep up the advantage. We're in a bind, can't deny, partner, oh my. Stuck in this place, searching for a way to end this fool EY. Bee's melodic voice sounded a bit distraught. He knew that even if the rakeage finished his opponent quickly, he wouldn't be able to assist much. As a Jinchuriki, Bee had a bit more stamina than the rakeage. Although the rakeage was still monstrous, traveling for a whole day at full speed and then fighting a tailed beast was sure to drain him quite a bit. To make matters worse, they had no way of knowing when or if reinforcements for their enemies would arrive. After all, if so many villages had formed such a large alliance to go after the Dark Brotherhood, they surely had sent a lot of people to go after Ken too. But Bee wasn't all that worried for the Red Dot's safety at first. After all, he was well aware of how powerful their blind assassin friend was. But the problem to him was that there were people in the alliance who should have also been aware of Ken's power. Like the Tsuchikage. They surely got plans, no lie, they're prepped for him. What's your take, Jayaki? Let's vibe on this, it's grim. Bee's inner rapping voice didn't stop, even as he wrestled with Rashi, clashing tails and blasting away magma with the shockwaves from his other tails. He was also trying his best to attack as many shinobi as possible. After all, many had started heading for the compound already, which was concerning, to say the least. There were still too many of them, at least a few thousand left. Most of the corpses scattered around were mere cannon fodder, so things were still not looking all that great overall. If I were to take a guess. They're likely planning to seal him. Whether or not it'll work, I can't say for sure. Jayaki also mused in the middle of combat, trying to understand what exactly the alliance they were fighting was after. I doubt their success, Ken's strong without a doubt. But let's put that aside, no need to pout. Focus on this fool here, let's take him out. In an instant, Bee started to shrink, reverting to a form that only showcased 6 tails, a pair of powerful bone horns, a visible spine and a purplish cloak of thick churka covering his body. Rashi seemed to be trying to grab him, but Killer Bee managed to punish himself a bit to the side using his purplish tails. He rolled on the ground and looked up with a grin. In an instant, a gigantic red-furred tail quickly tried to crush him from above, and Bee immediately dashed to the side, scowling as his body moved at speeds much greater than most could follow. But Rashi seemed to still be able to follow him. Lava release, rapid-fire magma bullets. In an instant, magma formed at Rashi's gigantic mouth, and he started spitting blobs of magma at Bee. The blobs flew so quickly that they seemed to almost melt through the sound barrier. Bee seemed to be rather calm as he danced around the battlefield, avoiding the bullets with relative ease. He didn't flinch even as he felt some of them pass by a few centimeters from his skin. After a few seconds of dodging and dashing backwards, the 8 tails Jinchuriki stopped and smiled. Immediately, a hail of magma blobs headed his way, aiming to engulf him and burn him to death. But Bee's churka moved much faster, forming a cocoon of tails around him. Magma splashed everywhere as they came into contact with Bee's chakra appendages. And as soon as the hail stopped, Bee's tail unraveled violently, sending that magma flying around everywhere. Rashi was already dashing towards him as that was happening. But his eyes widened when he saw the violet ball of chakra already gathered at Bee's mouth. Bee swallowed that purplish orb instantly, as his throat and chest swelled up unnaturally. Shit! Was all that Rashi could say as he immediately felt his entire gigantic body being engulfed in magma. He was still dashing towards Bee, so he wouldn't ever be able to dodge. Tailed beast bullets. In an instant, a hail of smaller-sized balls started being spat out by Bee. They immediately came in contact with Rashi's torso, head, neck, arms, and legs. They caused several explosions, shockwaves washing over the battlefield and uprooting whatever overturned tree was still around them. Magma also splashed around as the blast from the miniature-tailed beast bombs sent it flying everywhere. B scowled as he quickly started preparing another attack. Earth release, Earth and Stone Dragon. But before he could gather enough chakra, a dozen or so voices rang out in unison from the side, and Earth Dragons immediately rose from the ground. They twisted and turned like snakes before barreling towards him and aiming to catch him in their sharp jaws. B scowled as he jumped up towards the sky. In that instant, 3 of his tails grew bigger and swiped the Earth Dragons away, forcing them to crumble in broken stones and shotgunning them back towards the shinobi that had intervened in his fight. He then immediately turned towards the Rashi, but all he saw was a gigantic magma-covered tail crashing down upon him. He was immediately sent flying into the ground, breaking the earth underneath him. The earth deformed and formed a creating a localized earthquake that forced some of the Anbu and shinobi still around to jump away from it. Tisk, to think you'd do something as stupid as looking away. Rashi smiled, his gigantic body slightly bruised from B's previous attack. Unlike B, he wasn't going to be making the same mistake. He planned to give him no time to rest at all. Lava release, Land of Scorched Earth. In an instant, the ground a kilometer around them turned to magma as he smashed his gigantic fists into the ground. It bubbled out of the ground and Rashi started punching at the crater where B had crash-landed. The 8-tailed Jinchuriki had once again formed some sort of protective barrier using his chakra tails, but Rashi was now punching through them with pure strength. Lava also gushed out of the earth right underneath B, causing the 4-tailed Jinchuriki to smile. Die, you bastard! He smashed his fist once more into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and volcanic ash all around him. He smiled widely in his tailed beast form, as he pulled his arm back. His smile immediately turned upside down as he felt his arm immensely lighter for some strange reason. And he immediately gazed at his fist, only to notice that it was missing. How strange! I don't remember our land of iron condoning such a conflict to happen in our territory. Rashi sweated a bit as he gazed at his right shoulder, only to see a familiar and rather infamous figure. A rather tall man, with long grey hair caught in a ponytail and a pointy short beard. His body was adorned in greyish samurai armor. One of the man's hands was on the sheath of the katana on his waist, while the other was on the handle. He seemed to have just sheathed his blade, and it seemed to be a regular-looking katana, but it gave Rashi an ominous feeling. Mifune, the beheading general. He immediately swiped one of his tails towards the samurai. The samurai just jumped away, causing the 4-tailed Jinchuriki to hit himself in the shoulder. Rashi flinched a bit, but that was honestly the least of his worries. He immediately turned around, and his beastly eyes widened. Just outside the range of his scorched earth technique, he could see the bodies of beheaded shinobi piling up, as samurai with chakra-imbued swords cut through their bodies and jutsu alike. Thousands upon thousands of samurai poured from the foliage, their footsteps seemed to quake the earth as they made a mad dash towards the unsuspecting shinobi. It was a bloodbath. Is looking away from me truly such a wise plan? At that moment, Rashi immediately shrunk into his smaller form, and he felt a gigantic blade pass right above his head as he was shrinking. Tisk, Jinchuriki and their annoying tricks. Rashi reverted into his real body, appearing more human now, only that he was covered in a thick magma-like chakra that glowed red, and 3 furred tails sprouted from his tailbone. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki couldn't help but sweat a bit as he looked at Mifune with a bit of fear in his gaze. Shit! They said that the land of iron wouldn't interfere, that this would all be done too quickly for them to react. What the hell is this? Mifune alone was a big issue for Rashi. The beheading general as he came to be known in the shinobi world. Mifune was said to be on par with some of the great Kage. Hell, he had even faced off against Hanzo the Salamander, survived and won his respect, something that not many people could claim to have achieved. Hanzo was someone said to be on par with the current god of shinobi, one of the strongest men in their era. Maybe Rashi could win against Mifune alone. But their army was already quickly getting dismantled by the Land of Iron's samurai. They were specifically trained to deal with shinobi, and a lot of jutsu were ineffective against them as their chakra blades could slice through many without even stopping once. Shit! If our reinforcements don't arrive right now, we're all going to die. Rashi gulped a bit as he eyed Mifune. The general simply sheathed his blade again and tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes. Ha! To his side, another figure stepped up, a battered and bruised Killer Bee walked out. His chakra cloak had waned quite a bit, showing his real body underneath. Only 3 tails were formed on his back, no longer looking as solid as before. Big thanks for your help, I was caught off my guard. But with your support, we're gonna rise hard. Crush this fool. Ree. B immediately made the devil's horn sign with his hand and pointed it to the sky. Despite his burns and injuries, he seemed quite energetic, making Mifune sweat a bit. Is he singing? Is this what the kids are into these days? I should do some research into this, but that's for later. You're welcome, Jinchuriki. We don't usually work together, but you see, the Dark Brotherhood is our ally. We can't afford to lose them as they are detrimental to the Land of Iron's prosperity and stability. You moved quick, like a lightning bolt's chime. Did a bat signal your folks ahead of time? B continued rapping as he asked a rather pertinent question, making the general raise an eyebrow. So the cloud was also contacted, hey. Indeed. Yesterday a bat came by Lord Diame's castle, carrying a message about such a disturbance, so we prepared in advance. We know that Lord Ken uses bats as his summons, but it doesn't seem to be his handwriting. Nor the writing of anyone we could recognize. Mifune nodded as he looked at Rashi, keeping the Jinchuriki in check with his gaze alone. Mifune didn't give too many personal details about why the Land of Iron decided to act. He didn't want to reveal the fact that the Daime had personally ordered him to move most of their forces with just an anonymous message that Ken and the Dark Brotherhood might be in trouble. And it wasn't just because Ken was a dear friend to the Land of Iron. After all, Yu was still within the Brotherhood. If even a hair on her head was harmed by the shinobi that had invaded their land, then the very next second would be the start of an even bloodier affair. The Land of Iron would wage war against all of the lands that were even so much as suspected to have been part of the alliance that formed against the Dark Brotherhood. Mifune had no doubt in his mind that the Yuichi would break the natural reputation of the Land of Iron in the blink of an eye if his daughter was harmed in any way. Hell, Mifune himself wouldn't even protest, he'd be in the front lines in seconds, with no hesitation. Thankfully it seems that the shinobi haven't reached the compound yet, so you should be safe. I haven't gotten to explore further ahead, but I think someone's stopping them. Well then, seems someone wanted us to come here and help. Let's deal with the fool in front of us first. B nodded to Mifune before turning his attention back to the Jinchuriki that had almost gotten the best of him earlier. Rashi just gulped as he realized that things were about to take a turn for the worse. Chapter 136, Surprise Attack, War of Titans and Capture. Onaki felt an odd premonition as he flew towards the Dark Brotherhood's compound. He, the Kazekage and the one-tailed Jinchuriki were all flying at a similar pace, heading for the same location. Below them, the shinobi that had survived the encounter with the red dot were dashing through the forests, jumping from tree to tree while struggling to keep up with the Onaki and the rest. Overall, they still had a sizable force with them, 2 powerful Kage and a Jinchuriki that was difficult to kill. So why exactly did Onaki feel uneasy about the whole situation? Well, it was all going smoothly in his eyes. They had successfully held up the red dot, making enough time for the sealing formation to be completed. It was an arduous task, and it wouldn't even have been possible without the help of the trader that the grass village had contacted. But that man, the second blade, gave Onaki a bad vibe to begin with. Would Ken have been that easy to fool? Was it truly that easy to have one of his closest associates be turned against him? It was just difficult to believe. And even without that worry on his mind, there was also the fact that their entire operation was bound to be noticed by the other nations that hadn't taken part in the alliance. They were hopefully going to be done long before any nation had the time to respond, but there were too many factors that could go wrong. There were way too many ifs and buts for his liking. He had already been screwed over once for not considering such things after all. And eventually, his greatest fear materialized. Just as they were creeping a bit closer to the land of iron, he smelled something strange. Sulfur. Not a small amount, it was extremely noticeable to his trained nose. The Jinchuriki at his side seemed to have noticed something as well, as his gaze turned to panic whilst he gazed down. Onaki reacted just as quickly, immediately looking down and shouting, "Explosives ahead!" Onaki immediately stopped flying forward as well, noticing strange objects peeking through the clouds. Carried by a strong breeze were paper bombs attached to makeshift parachutes. The Kazekage and the Jinchuriki both stopped as well, and a large cocoon of metallic sand immediately formed around them all, including the Tsuchikage. In the very next second, explosions rang out through their surroundings. Onaki scowled and covered his ears as he felt them ringing. The metallic sand held strong, they were safe, but the people below had likely been affected slightly. More were bound to have noticed something strange though, so Onaki was not all that concerned. They were all trained shinobi at the end of the day. Still, who the hell would prepare such a strange attack? The cocoon of iron sand retracted into the Kazekage's clothes. The Jinchuriki seemed to have grown a single tail of sand, barely sustaining a half-transformed state while preparing for confrontation. As they had expected, most of the shinobi below were able to survive the attack. Now that didn't mean they were unscathed. Rather the opposite, many were now injured. Tisk, we're surrounded. Onaki scowled as his greatest worries materialized. All around the clearing created by the explosions were thousands of shinobi, all of varying ages and statures. The still recovering Alliance army was caught in the middle of that gigantic clearing. And as the shinobi surrounding them closed in, Onaki's eyes widened. Shit! In an instant, a gigantic snake barreled up towards the skies, its snout pushing directly into the unsuspecting Kazekage at breakneck speeds. The Sand Village leader barely had the time to react before he was sent flying further away from his associates, that gigantic snake disassembling into smaller ones as soon as the Jinchuriki tried to claw at it. Onaki was about to shout some orders, but a gigantic staff parted the clouds and speared towards him, forcing him to fly to the side and sending the slower Jinchuriki flying. The first tail Jinchuriki recovered quickly, but was immediately kicked away by a gigantic frog, which jumped towards it like a bullet. The staff seemed to then become smaller in size once more, returning to its user's hands, a person that needed no introduction in the dust release user's eyes. Even he is here. Onaki scowled as he then looked down onto the army of the leaf. Countless shinobi rose from the ground and from tree trunks, all wearing the symbols of the leaf. Ho as nibble as always, Onaki. The Tsuchikage's mustache stood straight as he heard that voice. He gulped as he looked to the side to see the current god of shinobi. A rather average height middle-aged man with a pointy brown beard. He wore a black jumpsuit, with a green gauntlet that covered much of his right arm. He also wore an armored hood with a bandana-like forehead protector over it, tied with two long straps that were currently billowing in the wind. On his back was the title that he held with pride. Third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was currently leisurely floating on a yellow cloud in front of Onaki. It was a strange technique that seemed to allow him to fly at great speeds, as he had closed the distance between him and Onaki in mere seconds. Few had survived after seeing it, but the Tsuchikage still knew the name of that technique. The Nimbus Cloud. It was a special release wielded by the Hokage's summon, the Monkey King Inma. The skies around them seemed to be twisting unnaturally as well, as the Nimbus Cloud was also known as the King of Clouds. It gave its user absolute control over all clouds in their surroundings. What is the meaning of this, Hiruzen? Onaki asked as his gaze was now fixated on the god of shinobi. He couldn't afford to look away for even a second and give orders to his people below, who had surely entered a struggle already, judging from the trembling earth and explosions that were ringing out. Well, you lot weren't exactly as careful as you should have been. The forests have ears, and your attack is a prime moment to help shift the balance of this war further. Hiruzen didn't bother hiding his intentions at all, smiling as he watched his students taking on the Kazekage and the Jinchuriki in the distance. Tisk, you opportunistic old fuck. Don't think this is going to end well for you. Your Leaf Village had no ties to this war, you've done a great job of putting a target on your back. Should have stayed quiet like you did when the Uzumaki were attacked. Oniki still tried to dissuade the god of shinobi, wanting to avoid another dangerous fight if possible. But the Hokage wasn't budging, instead he seemed to become even more motivated. Now. This battle may not be directly related to our village. But Danzo decided to overstep his boundaries, and therefore turned this into an internal affair of the Leaf Village. We can't, in good consciousness, not get involved. Hokage shook his head while sat on his yellow cloud, his scroll-like STFF resting on his shoulder. Oniki could only scowl and internally curse at the situation. He had somewhat hoped that Danzo was there secretly on the Hokage's orders at first, but it was clear now that it had been wishful thinking on his side. Let us stop wasting any more time. I have some paperwork to handle after this. The Hokage then stood up, prompting the Tushikage to fly backwards and immediately bring his hands together. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. An orb of light formed in the middle of the Tsuchikage's palms. That orb then turned into a pillar, and it immediately shot towards the Hokage, who still smiled leisurely. Without any effort, the nimbus cloud at his feet pulled him to the side, dodging the pillar of death milliseconds before it erased all of the clouds in his previous location. Expand, Inma. Hiruzen's expression turned serious as he thrust his staff forward. In an instant, the summoned beast-turned weapon expanded exponentially. It expanded at wild speeds, cutting through the air and breaking through the sound barrier as it seemed to want to crush all of Oniki's bones in a single move. The Tsuchikage barely managed to pull himself back in time to allow it to pass right over his face. He didn't have time to move to the side this time, as the staff grew exponentially thicker as well, hitting him directly and sending him flying towards the ground. The Tsuchikage immediately twisted and turned in mid-air, stopping himself from coming in contact into the ground, only to look up and see nothing but the gigantic tip of Hiruzen's staff. Oniki braced himself and roared, as the staff crashed into him and subsequently crushed him into the ground, breaking everything underneath and quaking the earth below. Hiruzen stood on his staff with a serious look, his eyes narrowed as he then immediately jumped to the side, a gigantic white pillar engulfing the entire staff and shooting towards the skies, disintegrating everything in sight. On the ground, Oniki's battered figure panted as he looked up at the remains of the staff, only to watch them turn to smoke. Just a clone, hey. The Rock Village leader already knew that it wouldn't ever have been that easy. Hiruzen was an excruciatingly difficult opponent, hell, he wasn't known as the god of shinobi without good reason. After all, not even his teacher, the second Hokage, had been able to claim that title after the first had passed away. Earth release, Titanic Golem technique. Oniki shouted as earth unfurled from all around him, all twirling unnaturally and coming together. All of the shinobi nearby were swept off their feet, many were forced to flee as a gigantic figure rose out of the earth, a gigantic earthen golem with arms as big as its torso, and legs as large as Shikaku. Ho ho! And what do you plan to do with such a slow construct? Hiruzen sneered when seeing the gigantic golem soar to the skies. It was certainly large, and surely powerful. But its speed was a weak spot, to the point where even the people below were able to dodge its footsteps. Oniki seemed to ignore Hiruzen's words, as the gigantic construct's arm moved to the side and swiped towards the floating Hokage. Hiruzen looked at it with a disappointed gaze, the cloud underneath him shining slightly as he prepared to dodge. Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. The entire golem seemed to shift unnaturally once more, and Hiruzen's eyes widened as he realized that the gigantic hand was already almost making contact with him. Immediately, the nimbus cloud soared, but it was already too late. The Hokage was struck directly, barely managing to raise Enma in time to cover his face with it. He flipped in the air many times, and the Tsuchikage followed through, his fist already covered in a thick layer of sharp rock. Earth release, pointed fist rock technique. Onaki's now enlarged punch was heading directly for Hiruzen's head, but in an instant, the Tsuchikage felt something touch his torso. He looked down to see the tip of the Hokage's staff. Hiruzen's body was bent unnaturally as he thrust his staff into the smaller man's torso. Onaki didn't even have time to blink, he was immediately hurtled away as the staff expanded in the Hokage's hand. He crash-landed into his golem, he spat out blood as he felt the rocks break on his back, more and more pressure was being applied on him, all until he eventually passed right through the golem. Expand, Inma! Hiruzen's voice shouted once more, this time the staff started growing wider. In an instant, right before Onaki's eyes, the entire upper body of the golem was broken and scattered, as Inma grew to an unprecedented size. Rocks shot everywhere, countless pieces of rubble falling on the shinobi that had been fighting below. Onaki crash-landed into the ground once more, this time he panted and slowly closed his eyes, feeling many bones in his body cracked and broken, especially his ribs. Lord Tsuchikage! A voice that sounded almost too friendly and concerned sounded from the side. The Tsuchikage's gaze immediately turned to the side, his eyes widening as he stared directly into those of the one that had called out to him. Onaki immediately recognized him as Fugaku Uchiha, the young head of the Uchiha clan. He immediately wanted to avert his gaze, but it was already too late. The Tsuchikage's frustration grew, he internally screamed as he felt his consciousness shifting completely, being taken to a completely different place. The speciality of the Sharingan, one of the many things that made its users so dangerous. Ocular Genjutsu. Mission accomplished. Fugaku coldly stared at the Tsuchikage. The Hokage quickly landed right by them, smiling as he did so, only wiping a bit of blood away from the corner of his mouth. Good job, Fugaku! Hiruzen smiled as he immediately called on his Anbu, who almost seemed to blur into existence whilst surrounding the Tsuchikage. Take him away, break his arms, he'll make a fine prisoner to keep the rock at bay. The Hokage waved his hand, and the Anbu grabbed Onaki and dragged him off, making sure to break his arms and fingers and gag him as they did so. Are you sure it is wise to not kill him directly? Fugaku asked as he gazed at the backs of the Anbu retreating in the distance. The rock is sure to blow a gasket if we do kill him, I'd rather use him to negotiate a period of peace instead. This will do more good for the village overall. The Hokage didn't bother hiding his plans from the Uchiha leader, who seemed to nod at his words. I see. It seems I still have a lot to learn. Fugaku sighed as he nodded, somewhat admiring the Hokage's foresight. You are barely 20 years old, Fugaku, you have a lot of time left to learn. Hiruzen merely smiled and tapped him on the shoulder as he passed by him, before stepping back on his nimbus cloud and going to assist his students. We've successfully stopped them here, as instructed. I've done my part, I just hope Ken's plan can succeed from this point onwards. Chapter 137, Capture, Plan and Tracking. Ha! Ha! What the hell? Black Zetsu felt the body of the white Zetsu it possessed becoming tired, something that was completely mind-boggling. At that point, he had been torturing the blind monster for around 2 hours. And, during that time Ken had not made a sound of pain, not even the slightest hiss. Ken only really made any sounds when commenting on the torturer's skills and sometimes even giving him random tips. It was genuinely infuriating for the Black Zetsu to have to listen to all of that. It was true that it wasn't a torturer by profession, sure. It was too busy being the plotting consciousness of a ghost from the past. But the torturer still knew that what it was doing was supposed to be inflicting pain upon the blind monster. Hell, the entire point was to kill him in the first place, but nothing was working. Stabbed through the heart? It would close back up as soon as he pulled back the rod. And it wasn't like stabbing Ken through the heart was an easy matter either, as it took genuine effort for the body of the white Zetsu to pierce the monster's scales. Black Zetsu's only real peace of mind was the fact that not many of the seals had broken since the beginning. Some seemed to malfunction, but the main ones that were keeping the blind monster in place were active and working as intended. Really, that man, Saburo was it? To be able to create something to hold down someone of Ken's strength in such a short time. He's worth keeping an eye on in the future. Black Zetsu continued to stab into Ken's body, piercing it more and more. He had tried going for the head and piercing the brain too, but that seemed to be a whole lot more difficult to do. After destroying the mask, Black Zetsu found out the hard way that Ken had no holes in his skull that led directly to the brain. His nostrils were too thin for him to pierce through as well. There was also the fact that the brain seemed to be no different from the heart, and it healed just as quickly when injured. That coupled with the fact that Ken's skull seemed to be much thicker than that of a regular human led to Black Zetsu simply giving up on piercing the blind monster's brain after a while, and focusing on other vitals. You seem to be quite frustrated. Are you running out of ideas perhaps? Ken's voice rang out in that large chamber. His eerily calm tone was concerning, but then again, it hadn't changed much through the whole ordeal, so Black Zetsu had gotten used to it already. Tisk, don't act as if you've managed to break any seals in the time I've been squandering. Plan B will soon be on its way, and if that fails too, then that fool, Onaki, should hopefully be able to do the job as long as you're incapacitated. Black Zetsu shook its head before slowly turning around and looking at its table of tools. Ken was right, it was indeed slowly running out of ideas. Sure, stabbing him through the heart till he died was an idea, but how long was that going to take? Did Black Zetsu have the time for that? No, he didn't. Oh, that's right, Onaki. How come you didn't allow him to do this in the first place? I'm sure his methods, that weird jutsu of his, would have been more effective than whatever you've been attempting. Ken's disimpassioned tone seemed to continue getting on Black Zetsu's nerves. But the fact that the blind monster was nothing more than a rat trapped in a cage made Black Zetsu more comfortable. Tisk, the Sand Cage and Jinchuriki were unwilling to face you alone. They didn't want their losses to be greater than. Black Zetsu seemed to instantly stop, a thick stone door opening on the side and showing a white Zetsu entering the room, panting. The white Zetsu didn't even get to finish 2 words as its head turned to mush. A gigantic tail stretched above Black Zetsu's head and piercing the newcomer instantly. And in that same moment, the parasitic entity that was Black Zetsu felt a bone-chilling fear as it heard the entire formation behind him crack and break like glass. His eyes widened as he felt a gigantic hand grasp his neck from behind. No way. No fucking way. That barrier was standing strong just seconds before. Black Zetsu's mind raced, trying to understand how Ken had managed to break out instantly. I guess the time has come, hey. Ken smiled as he tilted his head, smiling at the parasitic being he held in his hand. What have you done? Nothing really. It's just odd of you and your little alliance to think that the Dark Brotherhood didn't have any allies. By now, the Cloud should have arrived to assist with the Brotherhood, the Leaf should have intercepted the party that attacked me. And finally, the Uzumaki should have already crushed the other reinforcements that were heading for the Dark Brotherhood. So the wait is over. How did you know? Abu the Zetsu's eyes widened as it felt Ken's hand tighten around its neck. Its eyes widening were also out of realization, as its mind seemed to instantly connect the dots on everything. Shit. The formation broke instantly, almost as if someone had made it weaker on purpose. All of our information was leaked. Those fools from the grass village ruined everything. Saburo was never to be trusted. Just as the parasitic being came to that realization, Ken snapped the neck of the white Zetsu it was inhabiting, before dropping its lifeless body on the ground. The assassin stood there for a few seconds, before turning around and whistling, leaving through the opened stone door with a smile on his face. Out of the shadows in front of him stepped out a cloaked man wearing an empty mask. Everything proceeded smoothly, leader. It was the voice of the second blade, ringing out from the puppet he controlled. Of course they did. You did a great job, Saburo. Ken smiled and patted the clone on the shoulder, gleefully acting as if everything was already over. Things had gone perfectly according to his and Saburo's plan. Ken was sure that Tasho and the others were going to feel a bit betrayed at not having been included, but he needed the white Zetsu spying on the Brotherhood compound to be fooled without any shadow of a doubt. He was sure that they would understand his reasoning. With Saburo, it was easy to fake betraying the Brotherhood as he had absolutely no emotional ties to anything and anyone within it. He had done his best to make it believable, despite aiming to not kill any of the children at Ken's orders. After all, it wasn't as if the children could just get lucky and win against him, a seasoned elite jonin who had surpassed most of the kage of the smaller villages. He was also the one tasked with contacting the Dark Brotherhood's allies ahead of time and informing them of the situation. Ken had placed a lot of bets in that situation, but he trusted his chances at each and every one of them. The Reikage was sure to come to the Brotherhood's assistance, same for the entirety of the Land of Iron, that much was not even a question. The more difficult allies that Ken had were the Leaf and the Uzumaki. But the Leaf was involved through Danzo already, so Ken safely assumed they would get involved. It was still a stroke of luck that Lord Yu of the Grass Village managed to recognize him in the war room due to their past dealings, and that Saburo had managed to finagle that information out of him. As for the Uzumaki clan, well, their gratitude for the last time Ken helped them was still extending quite far. Their leader had even requested a meeting with Ken after he had found out that Ken had saved his daughter. No matter how much the Leaf had tried to cover up the incident, they couldn't quite stop Kushina from telling her brother whilst he was visiting. All in all, it made for a rather safe plan, despite its projected risks. It was nothing, sir. I just hope we didn't go too far. I wasn't sure about destroying the compound itself at first, but I can understand why you would order me to do so. Saburo sighed a bit as he realized that the rebuilding efforts would set him back in his research slightly, but it was a small price to pay in his eyes. It made everything all the more believable. They didn't suspect you for one sec. Ken stopped mid-sentence as he tilted his head and turned his face towards a wall, seemingly looking through it. It seems the rat has also escaped in the meantime. Ken's senses extended far. He had felt the parasitic being detach itself from the body it had been inhabiting and sink deep into the shadows. You think you can sneak away after spending that much time near me? It was at that moment that the second part of Ken's plan was put in motion. I hope tracking that rat achieves the results that you envisioned, leader. Saburo said as he nodded towards the blind monster, who took out a spare mask from the seal on his wrist and put it on. With enough luck, I may actually get to the one behind the scenes in all of this. You can start assisting the Brotherhood with the cleanup in the meantime. Saburo's clone bowed towards Ken one last time before both of them vanished. Ken was off to track Black Zetsu using the mark he had put on him. And Saburo was off to get in touch with the Brotherhood. The blind monster soared through the skies, and an ever-present smile resided underneath his wooden mask. He reveled at the fact that he was now one step closer to his plans. Taking down the mastermind behind the attack was a must. After all, someone with the resources to contact so many village leaders and convince them to band together was going to be an obstacle in Ken's plans. Revealing my age was enough to make all of the snakes poke their heads out from the grass, but the spider that clings on the tree and just observes is always the most dangerous. By now, all of the snakes had their heads cut off, so all that was left was to rid the spider of its legs and break its head. Hours passed as he flew at his greatest speed to keep up with the strange parasitic shadow. The Black Zetsu, as it called itself. It seemed to be extremely fast, but Ken was still able to track it down. It was a special being, a blend of strange chakra and nature energy, unlike anything that Ken had ever felt. It was almost similar to the White Zetsu, but not quite, almost as if it was of a different wavelength. But it wasn't like all nature energy was the same. after all his was different compared to that of the toads as well. But thanks to being able to observe the unique form of the black Zetsu for such a long time whilst it was struggling to kill him, Ken was now able to trace its steps effortlessly. And it eventually entered a crack in the ground, one which led to a large cave. Ken tapped on the outer wall of the cave silently, feeling the vibrations within the earth as he pressed his ear to the stone. He could feel plenty of odd things inside, but he needed to first address the most important part. The old man was now conversing with the black Zetsu. The cave entrance was completely covered up with rock, no human was likely going to be able to break it without alerting those inside. But Ken was still going to try. He dug his hands into the ground, his claws turning sharper, more monstrous as he dug through the earth whilst making as little noise as possible. Eventually, he dug a hole through the roof of the cave and landed right in between the old man with spiky hair, and the black Zetsu which had taken over the body of another white Zetsu. He sniffed the air a few times as both the old man and the Zetsu seemed to jump away from him. Fuck! Black Zetsu muttered as it slowly stepped back. Meanwhile, the old man's eyes narrowed as he also stepped back, albeit slower than the Zetsu. Ken could feel a familiar energy in his eyes. The Sharingan. This seems more interesting by the minute. Let's see what the spider has to say for itself. Chapter 138, Ghost of the Uchiha, Hopeless, and Plans. Madara took a few steps back as his mind almost instantly filled with not-so-kind thoughts towards Black Zetsu. That idiot didn't even realize he was being followed. Madara wasn't scared of Ken. Sure, the little beast was powerful, but Madara had fought and defeated stronger foes in the past. In Madara's eyes, he was only maybe a bit better than the likes of the third Raikage. There were stronger shinobi before him and there were going to be stronger shinobi than him in the future. So Madara had no reason to feel trepidation when faced with him, hell, had almost even defeated Hashirama in his prime, despite losing due to a backstabbing. However, the Uchiha ancestor didn't hold that against his friend/arch-nemesis. It was his own fault that he allowed such a thing to happen. They were shinobi at the end of the day. It was his past as a great shinobi that allowed him to not feel any crumb of fear even when faced with someone of Ken's stature. What an interesting development. An Uchiha plotting behind the scenes, I wasn't expecting this. Ken tilted his head with a slight smile underneath his mask, his pointed and spiky tail seemed to twirl around behind him as he did so. Madara gave the bulk Zetsu behind Ken a quick look, before closely staring at Ken's mask. The second Ken cracked his neck, the bulk Zetsu behind him dashed at his exposed back. And the very next second, Black Zetsu realized that it was staring at the ceiling of the room, as the head of the Zetsu it was controlling rolled on the floor. Shit! None of the Zetsu here are strong enough to even react to this monster's tail. Ken didn't even turn around as he flicked the tip of his bloody tail towards the ground, forming a nice red line on the dusty rocks behind him. That was quite tasteless. The blind monster shook his head and crossed his arms, tapping on his forearm while seemingly expecting something. Meanwhile, Madara was sweating a bit as he realized that the 3-tomo Sharingan he was sporting could barely even follow the monster's movements. I am truly in no state to fight him, am I? I guess the rumors were true. You still haven't introduced yourself, old man. Ken's calm voice broke the Uchiha ancestor out of his musings, its calm cadence held a veiled threat underneath it. The assassin was not asking for Madara's name, he was demanding it. Madara could almost feel a growl coming from the blind monster's throat as it spoke in cold command. Now, had he been back in his prime, this type of development would have been exciting for him. He quite liked Ken's guts, all things considered. After all, Ken was a man/child who was not at all afraid to break the mold and seek out his own answers to the problems of the world. Madara could very much respect that. The only problem was that Madara couldn't quite figure out what the blind monster's goals actually were. None of his actions pointed towards a specific path. At some point he chose to stay uninvolved in the shinobi world, at others he hunted down specific shinobi and even tore rifts into the alliances taking part in the Third War. It was honestly jarring, and the Uchiha ancestor hadn't planned to get involved too much in the world at that point. Ken's entire existence was both unexpected and a mystery. The tablet hadn't spoken anything of this. It provided me with a blurry outline, and a way forward, but nothing ever mentioned him. As expected, ocular genjutsu doesn't do anything to him. Madara's thoughts were once again interrupted, this time by a loud and sharp sound. Ken's tail snapped, whipping at the ground behind him in a threatening manner. Madara sighed as he realized he was pushing his luck. My name is Madara Uchiha. And it seems that we were fated to meet this way after all. Madara coughed a bit as he introduced himself, his gaze then trailing towards the black Zetsu, who was currently seeping through cracks in the stone, likely going off to possess another white Zetsu. Madara Uchiha? Weren't you supposed to be dead? Like a few decades ago. Ken tilted his head as he tried to remember the recent history of the shinobi world. It was true that it was feasible for Madara to have lived that long, people had lived longer at the end of the day. But it was recorded that Madara was killed by Hashirama in the Valley of the End. It was a rather large piece of news as it had weakened the Leaf's fighting force quite a bit. Some villages had even tried to take advantage of the situation at that time, but even an injured Hashirama was too much for them to handle. The fact that the Leaf was still filled with powerhouses certainly helped as well. But one thing was for sure. Madara was pronounced dead, confirmed by the god of shinobi himself. Humph, for a blind man, you believe what is written down with too little skepticism. Madara sighed and decided to not treat Ken as he would a child. Doing so was likely going to cost him his life. Whilst he wasn't afraid of death, he had yet to complete the first part of his plans. Well, there wasn't much else to go off of. You're dead to the world and have been for decades without trying to make your presence known, so I'm assuming you're just a ghost now. Ken's scales seemed to recede into his body as he confirmed that. Madara was a legendary figure, sure. But the person that Ken standing in front of Ken now could truly only be described as a ghost. The Uchiha ancestor was truly nothing but a shadow of his former self. Ha! Quite a rude way of putting it, but not wrong at all. My bout with Hashirama left me quite destitute. By the time I recovered fully I was already old, and he was already gone. Madara himself was not offended by the insinuation. He also didn't feel offended when he saw Ken return to a more human form. He realized that his only chance of surviving against Ken was to try and talk him out of killing him. If Ken was a regular kid then that would be quite easy for Madara to do. But things weren't ever going to be that easy for him, were they? Interesting. And why exactly would someone like you be conspiring to get rid of me? Ken stepped heavily on the stones at his feet. The ground around him cracked and a stone rose out from behind him, forming a small stool. Madara sighed in relief as he turned around and noticed a stone rise behind him as well. At the very least Ken seemed to be curious enough to indulge him for a bit. To put it simply, I saw you as an obstacle, a factor that I couldn't account for and that could interfere with my plans. Madara was currently debating whether or not he could try to get Ken to join his plans. To make him believe in the Eye of the Moon operation and the opportunities it offered to the world. But the ghost of the Uchiha was still very much unsure whether or not Ken would agree with his ideals or point of view. And what might your plans entail, and how was I interfering with them whilst minding my own business? The blind monster seemed to yawn a bit at that news, likely already expecting something of that nature. He had expected to draw out all kinds of people and make them rise up against him, each and every one of them with their own reasons to want to take him down, and all of them related to his age/talent. Not wanting him to grow into a future god of shinobi the likes of Hashirama, not wanting him to grow stronger and pose a threat to their respective, and so on. Essentially he expected many rats to be afraid of what he could grow into. But he also expected the one pulling the strings to have different intentions. Ken could feel it, despite being uneasy, the old man in front of him didn't even have a modicum of fear inside his body. Even though his muscles had withered and his skin had wrinkled, his spirit was still that of one of the greatest shinobi to ever live. My plans are not something I ought to go into detail right now. But I will say that my end goal is to achieve world peace. The blind assassin tilted his head in confusion upon hearing that. It felt just a tad bit too convenient to him. So we have the same goal. For someone aiming for world peace, he sure was comfortable rallying entire villages against me just because I could potentially stand in his way. Doesn't sound like the quintessential pacifist. Then again, neither am I. That's an interesting end goal, one I can certainly get behind in fact. But how do you plan to achieve it exactly? Ken decided to show his interest, hoping to learn a bit more about the ghost of the Uchiha's plans. Madara seemed to become a bit more uneasy when asked that, his old eyes narrowed as he scanned the blind monster from head to toe. I guess it's worth telling you. I've concluded that the only way to truly end the cycle of hatred is to get rid of hatred altogether. I plan to put the entire world underneath a genjutsu, to let everyone live the rest of eternity in suspended animation whilst fulfilling their greatest desires and wishes. Ken immediately sighed upon hearing the details of that plan. Immediately, the only thought in his mind was quite judgmental. So he's given up, hey. If the only solution to world peace that Madara could see was to manufacture an artificial reality, then he truly was going mad. But at the same time, the blind monster could sympathize. No matter how much he thought it out and strategized, he simply couldn't imagine a situation where they could achieve such a thing as eternal peace. Even his plans would only work as long as he or his ideals were alive and his influence could spread. He was going to try and force the peace to last longer even after his death, but it wasn't going to last forever. Much like Hashirama, Ken was going to create a period of peace. Just that, a period. A future untainted by the greed and want of the warmongers that seemed to so often take the thrones of their respective countries. He hoped to create a period much longer than that of Hashirama, to give the world a true taste of what could be. And in doing so, Ken hoped that the world would allow that taste to linger and that they would strive for it in the future as well. That was Ken's goal. But Madara seemed to have different plans. I see. You have completely given up hope that humans would be capable of maintaining peace by themselves, right? The blind monster slowly shook his head as he spoke, making Madara scowl. Tisk, hope? There is no such thing as hope in this world. You are still young, but I'm sure you've seen it. Or felt it rather. The despair that embroils the people of this world. I know we can put an end to all of that. With your help, I can do it much sooner. Just think of all of the miserable lives that you'd be saving. Madara extended his hand towards Ken, a smile appearing on his face as he hoped to be able to reel Ken in with his pitch. But that hand was never taken, as Ken sighed and Madara felt his body becoming lighter. Hey! Madara felt cold at that moment. Looking down, his eyes widened to see that his hand was completely missing, and there was a blade stuck into his chest. He wasn't surprised, no, he had somewhat followed Ken's movements with his eyes. But it still felt unreal. He had done so much to extend his lifespan, to see his plans to the end. But now, that he felt his heart stop beating, it all became clearer to him. It's a shame that I wasn't born earlier. I'm sure you would have been fun to assassinate when in your prime. Ken said as he turned around and walked away, leaving the old man to fall to the cold stone floor. Madara's last moments were filled with despair, but also jubilation. Yes. There's still a way. Just wait. You will live to regret this day. The ghost of the Uchiha swore with his dying breath. The blind assassin didn't even turn around, taking his words as nothing more than the ravings of a madman. The dead are supposed to stay dead, but I guess I'll see you in the Pure Lands. Maybe. Maybe I'll even achieve what you had strived for, but more naturally. Only time will tell. Ken shrugged, before stepping heavily on the ground once more. This time, everything around him fragmented, the cave walls shook and quaked and the ground underneath him gave way. In an instant, a cave-in happened, and Ken could feel all of the Zetsu below getting squashed. It seems Black Zetsu slipped away while I was talking to Madara. I'd track him down, but I don't have any way of sealing him right now. He's not exactly a tailed beast, nor is he a human. I'll have to look into that and hunt him down one day. But it might be easier to just wait for him to rear his ugly head again. Ken vanished as the stones from the ceiling fell in his previous position. He reappeared back in the clouds, his wings already unfurled. Now then. Time to head back home. Chapter 139, War's End, Execution and Arrival. Ha! Roshi sighed as he felt the blood leave his body. His vision was blurry already, around him only the smell of ash and blood could be felt. He had lost all of his limbs, his chakra had almost run out. But he was still alive, somehow. This bastard sure put up a fight. Mifune huffed by his side as he swiped his blade towards the ground, splashing some more of the four-tailed Jinchuriki's blood on the burnt ground around them. Yeah, he did, but he played weak, what a tool. Took him down, made him look like a fool. High five for the win, we stay cool yo. Killer Bee raised his palm towards Mifune, who looked at him incredulously, not quite sure how to respond or what the young Jinchuriki was trying to accomplish. Bee himself seemed to skulk and turn away after being ignored, merely mumbling a few sentences before starting to write up some new verses in his notebook. Mifune took one more look at Roshi, who was currently coughing up some blood and ink. Killer Bee had managed to drown him in ink at some point during their altercation. Although ink release wasn't powerful, it was still quite useful if the opponent was caught off guard. Both Mifune and Bee had worked in unison to dismember the four-tailed Jinchuriki, who was now just a small step away from dying. Both Bee and Mifune had various burns scattered on their bodies. Parts of the samurai general's armor were also melted off, and fallen on the molten ground at some point. Roshi had truly put up a great fight, no matter how much Bee mocked him in his rap. In the first place, Roshi was one of the strongest Jinchuriki when it came to destructive power and combat ability in general. His lava release was something that very few could fight. To the point where Mifune was unsure if he could have won had it not been for Bee's interference. But they had also gotten over the fight without gaining too many injuries, much to both Bee's and Mifune's surprise. Roshi was more focused on stalling than on killing them. Despite taking every opportunity he could, he didn't go out of his way to create said opportunity. He was clearly waiting for reinforcements, but that wait was for nothing by the look of things. Even though their fight had stretched out for around 2 hours, there was not even a sign of any reinforcements coming in. Instead, Roshi got a front row seat to watching the army he had come with get systematically dismantled by the samurai of the Land of Iron and the members of the Dark Brotherhood. It seemed that the Blades of the Dark Brotherhood had also watched over all of its members and the samurai, involving themselves only occasionally to minimize casualties. Things became even more unfair for the shinobi when the Third Reikage recovered enough to join back into the fray. And in that moment casualties on their side were no more. All in all, the samurai had lost very few people, warriors that had met their end in battle, a true honor. There were also a few hundred or so that were injured to varying degrees. That was inevitable, however, since the samurai had a very close quarters style of combat while the shinobi used plenty of long-range attacks. In an open field, the samurai still had a bit of a disadvantage, but they still prevailed. The Brotherhood had lost none of its members, but most were injured, and the majority of the shinobi were either dead, dying, unconscious and dying, or incapacitated in some way. And Roshi was now also counted among them. Shit! Roshi could barely muster up the energy to curse his own fate. He had been one of the people against the invasion to begin with, but orders were orders. And because of orders, he was now going to die. And the only thought in his mind: I don't want to die this useless death. He wasn't scared. He wasn't feeling afraid. But he felt as if his death was simply in vain. Son Goku within him was also already tired. The ape-like tailed beast only silently listened to its Jinchuriki's dying internal struggles. But what else was there even left for him? His best friend, Han, had also definitely died. Rashi hadn't gotten to see it with his own eyes, but at some point, his friend's steam had died down and vanished in the wind. You have the right to despair, Jinchuriki. I doubt you were the one to start this war after all. But we are the ones to end it. Mifune took a step forward and grasped his katana with both hands. Rashi's tired eyes trailed over to the beheading general, and it only took a second for him to understand the man's intentions. I guess this is the end. It was an honorable bout, and thus, you have earned my respect. I will give you a swift end, befitting of a warrior, something I do not believe many shinobi are worthy of. Mifune raised his katana over his head and prepared to swing down, only closing his eyes in prayer for a few seconds. Killer Bee decided not to interfere in the matter. His fight with Rashi was already over, so he decided to run off to the third Reikage and regroup instead. I hope. Rashi started speaking, some blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he struggled to spread his lips wide open to show a crazed smile to his executioner. I hope you burn in hell. Before he could even finish that sentence, the beheading general's blade came right down on his neck, sending his head rolling off on the burnt ground. Humph! A shinobi till the end. Rest in peace. Mifune didn't let his execution be affected by the Jinchuriki's disrespect. Instead, he sheathed his blade and started heading for the remains of the Dark Brotherhood compound. By the time the samurai lady reached the compound, a commotion was already starting up. Mifune arrived to see a rather odd scene. The first blade held out a giant spiky blade to the neck of a man who was adorned in an attire very similar to his own. The third blade was also behind that man, with his regenerating blade resting neatly on the other side of the man's neck. The man in question wore a mask with two red lines down the middle, and Mifune recognized him as the second blade. You have some guts coming back here, you traitorous bastard! Tasho muttered as he watched Saburo's clone with a hostile gaze. Now, I believe I have already explained the situation. Lord Ken had requested that I specifically make it look like I betrayed the Brotherhood to help with his scheme. Saburo's voice was calm despite the circumstances. The second blade seemed quite unbothered, he was acting with great poise and composure in Mifune's eyes. As if we'll believe any of your bullshit. Akira, the third blade spoke out as his hands seemed to twitch in excitement. The madman seemed to barely be able to contain himself from just decapitating the second blade right then and there. You don't have to believe me. The second that our leader returns, everything will be made clear. Saburo stated with his arms crossed. And that is the very reason why we haven't killed you yet. But well, I guess we can also explain the situation to Lord Ken with just your head present. Even if it's just a clone, you must be running out of them, right? At some point, we'll manage to kill the original too. Tasho's living sword seemed to tremble in excitement much like the third blade. But just before the first blade could act, he felt his living blade stop in its tracks, and he could see sparks rising up. Now, let us calm down and take a few steps back. Mifune had immediately stepped forward and stood in between the blades. The general's katana was firmly blocking the same hata, and his hand was firmly gripping the edge of Akira's regenerating blade, which was seemingly cracking under his strong grip. Tasho's eyes narrowed, realizing that Mifune had moved faster than he had expected. Akira also blinked a few times, realizing that he was a bit too famished to follow the general's movements. I guess he's the strongest samurai in the land of iron for a reason. General Mifune, this is an internal matter of the Dark Brotherhood, I only ask that you do not interfere. Tasho pulled the same hata back and allowed it to rest on his shoulder. Akira did much the same, circling around a bit while whistling and choosing to stand at the first blade's side. Mifune sighed when hearing that, his hands were a bit tied in a sense. He didn't wish to overstep his boundaries and get involved needlessly. But at the same time, he hoped to not see any more blood be shed on that day. It's not that I wish to get involved, but if we are merely waiting for Lord Ken, then I do not wish for the situation to be this hostile. Enough lives have been lost today, and I don't want any more to be snuffed out needlessly." The old general's words seemed to resonate with some of the people listening. The third Reikage, for example, who just wanted to rest now. But they didn't seem to do much to placate the first and third blades. "I understand your words, but I do not feel safe leaving that thing run around freely. Please step out of the way, Sir Mifune. This is the last time I ask politely." Tasho's tone was threatening, but even then Mifune refused to budge. "First blade, I ask that you see my reasoning. Nothing good will come from the two of us crossing blades." Mifune was still hellbent on trying to mediate the situation. It also helped that Tasho was not quite confident in facing the old general. Akira was also almost famished at that point, so he wasn't going to be of much help if a fight broke out. In the end, as the strongest samurai, Mifune's power was much greater than that of Tasho. Tasho could be called an elite jonin by that point. Some could even say that he was close in power to a leader of a lower village. But Mifune had tussled with the strongest of the world, he was on a different playing field. That didn't mean Tasho wasn't going to at least try. But just as he took a step forward, his ears perked up, and his head immediately turned to the sky. In the distance, he could see a dot, the figure of a strange being, its wings spread out widely as it flew through the clouds. From seeing it, it only took a few seconds for that figure to appear right in front of him, the ground fragmenting underneath him from the landing, as a cloud of dust also arose. "Seems I was a bit late." Everyone could hear the sounds of bones crackling and shifting places, of muscles moving around underneath skin. And from the cloud of dust that had arisen, stepped out the figure of none other than Ken. Mifune sighed when seeing that, deflating slightly as he did so. The general may have been the strongest samurai in the Land of Iron, but it was no secret that Ken held the title of strongest swordsman. Intact and unbothered by the obvious tension in the air, he stepped up to Tasho and Akira and patted them both on the shoulder. "Good job, you two. You did more than great." Ken's voice sounded quite proud, and Mifune behind him had already sheathed his katana. "Humph, about time you came." The Reikage huffed as he shook his head. He was also preparing to jump in and stop a conflict from happening. Killer Bee seemed to still be stuck on writing lyrics, although he did wave at Ken, who unfortunately didn't see it. I got a bit held up. But it's fine. Now then, I guess I should explain the situation, right? Chapter 140, Trust, Friendship and Third Phase. Seems things are pretty lively here." Ken cracked his neck as his wings vanished and he took a step forward, stopping right in front of Tasho. "Lord Ken, I believe you may be able to clarify things here." The first blade sweated a bit as he looked at his master. His tone was uncertain now. At that point, he didn't even need to hear Ken's words to know that Saburo had been telling the truth. Otherwise, Ken would have already long since decapitated the strawman. "Well, it seems everything went according to plan." Ken then patted the first blade on the shoulder and smiled underneath his mask. The first blade blinked a few times before nodding. "I guess we'll continue this talk later." Still, to think that he'd do such a thing without I need to get those thoughts out of my head. Akira seemed to be a lot less bothered by it, simply shrugging before going off on his own, likely to find some food. Unlike Tasho, he didn't feel as if he had been betrayed in any way. He was merely following orders throughout the war, and he also didn't hold any grudges against Saburo, as he assumed the second blade had been doing the same. He had suspected at some point that Saburo wasn't actually betraying them. Especially when seeing that the children could actually defeat him so easily. He was well aware of the second blade's limitations, and he knew that controlling multiple clones was strenuous. But having spent more time in Saburo's lab, he also knew that the limit of clones he could perfectly control was staggering. Only a few of the children really had any hopes of fighting him, especially his stronger clones. Only Yu, Tatsuksho, and a few others really. Welp, at least everything worked out fine. The third blade shrugged as he walked over to the ruins of the Dark Brotherhood compound, heading straight for the pantry, or what remained of it. Whilst that was happening, Ken had already turned towards the guests of note. Namely Mifune and the Cloud Duo. The samurai general had already walked over to their side, not wanting to involve himself in an internal matter of the Brotherhood any further. The blind leader walked forward to them and greeted them jovially, but not before he waved at Saburo to go and start helping the injured. The second blade nodded and vanished, and around 20 clones appeared on the battlefield and started helping with the many injuries. 10 were focused on the injuries sustained by the children in the Brotherhood, and the other 10 were helping the medics that the samurai army had brought. The Reikage and B were both doing quite well. The Jinchuriki's natural healing was enough for the injuries he had sustained to get better within the next few days. And the Reikage was really only a bit tired. No one capable of actually injuring him had shown up. Maybe Han could have stood a chance had Akira not executed him in cold blood, but that was simply fate. Meanwhile, Mifune had sustained a few burns. They were certainly going to heal, but some were also likely going to scar. Especially a burn he had sustained from taking a magma punch to the cheek. Alas, Rashi had also lost an arm to injure Mifune like that, so the general deemed it a worthwhile trade. His beard had been slightly burnt, but he was otherwise fine. Such injuries meant little to a seasoned warrior, nothing that would make him stop fighting. He was going to be fine after a few weeks of healing. Gentlemen, I thank you all for showing up right in the nick of time to help my brotherhood. The blind assassin finally greeted the three with a deep bow. While doing so, he also took off his mask and placed it somewhere within his cloak. All pretense was lost in front of them, and Ken wasn't about to pretend that they hadn't been crucial to his success. Had it not been for them, the plan he had chosen to go with wouldn't have worked at all. And, all that he cared for would have died if he had tried to attempt to go through it. It is only natural. Mifune nodded, his eyes glancing to the side for a few seconds, watching the children of the Dark Brotherhood, but likely only staring at the figure of you. The bloody princess hadn't gotten injured much throughout the conflict. Only a few scrapes and burns. But her body and clothes were still completely covered in blood, and it certainly wasn't hers. Needless to say, she was living up to her nickname. Seeing her safe made Mifune feel at ease as well. But he also sighed as his eyes rested back on Ken before they hovered over to the Cloud Duo and back to Ken. His message was quite clear for the assassin. But Ken wasn't willing to talk about matters later. I'm sorry for endangering you. I hope you and Yuichi will find it in yourselves to forgive me. Ken bowed once more toward Mifune, not bothering to hide his connection to the Land of Iron from the Reikage and B. The Reikage specifically raised an eyebrow, as he recognized the names that Ken had spoken. Well, it would have been odd if he didn't. Going into the territory of another country and not even knowing the names of its rulers would have made him seem like a joke of a shinobi. He endangered you, the princess of the Land of Iron. The Reikage's eyes then slanted over to the members of the Dark Brotherhood, before landing on the figure of the bloody princess. His eyes narrowed once more as he looked at her blood-soaked blonde hair flutter in the wind. Don't tell me. The Reikage gave a shaky smile as his mind put the pieces together. He had his suspicions in the past. Many had their suspicions. In fact, there were several reasons why people called her the bloody princess after all. But he didn't expect to get actual confirmation from the lion's mouth. I see. So you trust the two of them? Well, I will choose to trust your judgment, as you've yet to disappoint us. Mifune looked to the side at the Reikage and B, before sighing. As for your apology, I accept it. I think Yuichi may be a bit mad at you for now, but I can handle his tantrums. He knew what type of life lady you would lead by your side. This is merely one of the risks. Mifune sighed once more as he crossed his arms and shook his head. Ken nodded and turned his head towards you for a second. This may be a bit more serious than a few tantrums, Mifune. It would be a shame to lose you now. She's very talented, and her talent has yet to even bloom properly. Mifune blinked a few times when hearing Ken's words. It was as if he was hearing the words of an old master talking about one of their most treasured students. Sometimes it's hard to remember that this man is actually a child. Not that I will ever be treating him as a child, that would be disrespectful to him and his accomplishments. The general smiled a bit as he thought of that before he opened his mouth and waved off Ken's concerns. I wouldn't worry about that. I will personally resist such a thing, but I doubt it will come to that. Yu herself would protest leaving this place vehemently. Yuichi may be able to duke it out with me, but he'll fall on his knees the second Yu looks at him with those puppy eyes. The general seemed amused just thinking about it, and the blind monster also couldn't help but smile as he imagined the scene in his mind. He then turned to the cloud duo, who had been uncharacteristically silent throughout his conversation with Mifune. Now then, Lord Reikage, Killer B. It seems I've gone and done it, I owe the two of you a lot. The Reikage immediately waved his hand dismissively. Bah, don't worry about it. You've helped us plenty of times in the past. There are no favors between friends. The Reikage gave the blind assassin a wide smile as he spoke. One that Ken ended up returning. Indeed. I feel a bit bad now for always taking payments when helping you though. Ken sweated a bit as his smile shook slightly. The Reikage laughed out loud when hearing that. Ha! Don't worry about it. I was the one hiring you instead of asking you for help as a friend. I treated things like a transaction, so it is only fair that you saw it as one. The Reikage shook his head as he gave the blind assassin a complex gaze. I wouldn't say that. You've always made your intentions clear and always worked hard to maintain friendly relations with me and the Brotherhood. I've done a shoddy job at reciprocating this at times, but I plan to change that from now on. Ken's answer seemed to be quite pleasing for the Reikage. It was certainly a step forward in their relationship, but that was to be expected. I appreciate that. But still, who would have thought that the bloody princess was an actual princess? I had speculated what ties you had with the Land of Iron plenty of times, but could never quite put my finger on it. The Cloud Village leader seemed to glance towards Mifune for a few seconds before turning back to Ken. Well, it was a rather closely guarded secret. But I figured that there was no point in keeping it any longer. At least not from you two. The blind monster tilted his head to the side as he spoke. His nostrils then flared a bit, as he turned his head to the side and smiled once more. It seems that he's the last one arriving. The assassin leader muttered as he crossed his arms. Oh? We're expecting someone else. The Reike and Mifune both looked in the same direction Ken had looked towards. B did the same, although he still wasn't contributing much to the conversation. In the distance, everyone failed to see anything specific. B was the first to notice it among the three of them. A yellow cloud. He muttered as he spotted something within the sky above, shrouded by the other clouds in the distance, yet moving towards them all the same. HOH? So it was him. The Reikage's mood seemed to sour for a few seconds, his smile turning into a scowl as soon as he recognized the technique. Mifune didn't recognize it, but he did spot the cloud, which was flying towards them quite quickly. It eventually reached the cloud right above their heads, and that was when it started to descend. B and Mifune both jumped backwards a bit, neither of them aware of what exactly was coming. The samurai general even had his hand on the hilt of his blade, just in case. Ken and the Reikage didn't react much though. They stood completely still as the cloud landed right near them and dispersed in seconds, revealing a rather familiar figure. A middle-aged man with a pointy beard, wearing a pair of sandals, a black jumpsuit and an armored hood with a bandana headband tied around both his forehead and the hood. Everyone recognized him instantly, even if they didn't know his face, they knew the words on his back. The third Hokage. B and Mifune muttered at around the same time. The current god of shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had made an entrance. The general sighed and relaxed his guard a bit when he noticed that Ken was completely calm. Ho, it seems that I've arrived a bit late, Hiruzen muttered as he wiped the dust off his shoulders and looked around the battlefield at the scattered corpses of shinobi. I'd say you arrived just in time. Ken nodded towards the Hoka. Inwardly, he felt his mind jumping around in jubilation, as it seemed as if all of the stars were aligning. Time to get onto the third phase of the plan. Chapter 141, Story, A Bold Proposal and Three Corners. Seems that plenty of characters have appeared. I do feel a bit strange being the last to show up. Sarutobi sighed as his sandals touched the ground. He eyed all of the people present, and it was about who he had expected. Mifune was a representative of the Land of Iron since the entire conflict had happened in his territory. The Raikage and Killer Bee, since their relationship with the Red Dot and the Dark Brotherhood was said to run quite deep. Finally, Ken and his associates, although most of the Dark Brotherhood were busy either tending to their own injuries or helping the samurai who were injured. Let's skip the fake humility, Sarutobi. It doesn't matter if you got here first or last. The Raikage seemed to be quite accustomed to Hiruzen's antics. It was true that the third Hokage was always polite, but the Raikage had learned of a different side of him during the many battles they had fought. Behind that polite and gentle exterior was a calculating and shrewd mindset that easily rivaled that of Danzo. It was a prerequisite after all, the job of a Kage required a certain degree of finesse. As tactless as always. The Hokage shook his head with a wry smile before continuing. But you are correct. The only thing that matters now is, why exactly did you call all of us here, Ken? With his question, everyone's attention was now turned back toward the young leader of the Dark Brotherhood, who just continued to smile. You didn't need me to come here to help defend the Brotherhood if Mifune and the Cloud were here already. So what exactly do you have in mind? Mifune, the Raikage, and Bee all looked at Ken with the same curiosity. Within Killer Bee, the Eight Tails, Jayaki, was also observing the situation with quite a bit of intrigue. I wonder if he ended up confirming more about his existence. B. Try to get some private time with Ken after this is over. I want to have a word with him. B sweated a bit when hearing his beast companion shout in his mind. He could only sweat and not internally at that, most of his attention was still fixated on Ken and his upcoming words. The blind assassin seemed happy to have all of their attention, and he finally clapped his hands, allowing his smile to die down. To think I made it this obvious. I was wondering if I should wait for one last person, but it seems that they may be taking a bit longer than expected. Ken's head tilted to the side as he released a tired sigh. I would have preferred if the Uzumaki to be here as well, but whatever. They are in cahoots with the leaf, so this should be good enough. Optimal conditions for my proposal anyway, no need to delay it. Before I confuse you with my plan, I believe it may be better for me to share my story with all of you, my goals. Ken's serious tone was only further emphasized by his stony expression. Normally, the Raikage would have told just about everyone to jump straight to the point, but he didn't dare to be that rude towards Ken and risk ruining their friendship. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was similarly a bit frustrated internally. The Raikage was one of his bitter rivals at the end of the day, and having to meet him on cordial terms felt quite odd with the ongoing war. But he was also intrigued. After all, Ken's past and motivations were still a mystery to the world at large. Mifune only nodded and waited patiently. He knew that Ken was not prone to sharing too much about himself. Hell, there was a reason why Ken hadn't even shared his age with his students in the Brotherhood at first. But why did he share his age with the Cloud in the first place? What exactly compelled him to do so? The old general looked over at the Raikage and Bee, his eyes narrowing slightly. Was it because Ken's friendship with them ran deep? But it wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say that Ken's friendship with the Land of Iron ran deeper. Hell, he was basically family in Yuichi's eyes, and Mifune himself considered him one of their most trusted and capable allies. There must be something more to it. Mifune's tired eyes scanned the battered field, the mounds of corpses that had gathered. And at that moment, something in his mind seemed to finally click into the right place. The feeling of finally placing the last piece in a puzzle. But before he could even think his theory through, Ken started speaking once more. You see, I've had a rather limited childhood. Always running around and fleeing authorities. I guess you could say I was a mountain child. The blind monster's tone seemed quite melancholic as he remembered his past. A melancholic smile seemed to surface on his face too. My parents were deserters. Bounties were put on their heads because they refused to die in a war that had nothing to do with them. In doing so, they lost their honor, their families, and eventually their lives. Mifune looked to the side a bit as he remembered more about the mountain hyenas, the people Ken called his parents. They were by no means despicable in his eyes. Daisuke had been quite a reliable man up to that point at the end of the day. And the group he led weren't criminals in the samurai general's eyes, just slippery and clever. The old general didn't hold any anger at their betrayal, but the law was still the law. They had to set a precedent to prevent more deserters in the future. As I traveled the world, I couldn't help but run into conflict more and more, furthering myself into the shinobi world without even explicitly desiring to. I needed eyes, so I built the Brotherhood. I needed ears, so I built connections with the underworld using my rising reputation. I needed stability, so I sought out the Uzumaki and learned Fuinjutsu. I needed limbs, so I befriended powerful allies, both knowingly and unknowingly. Ken smiled as he recounted his story in a very abbreviated manner. He didn't go in depth, but at the same time, he said just enough to allow the people listening to build an image in their minds. With every step I took, I ran into more and more war. Each time I fought to achieve what I set out to do, and each time I succeeded. I created a safe haven for me here, within the ruins that lay before your eyes. Ken pointed towards the remains of the Dark Brotherhood compound. Mifune's gaze softened, studying the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but feel that it was tragic. As your eyes can observe, the world is insisting on dragging me into its wars and misery. No matter what I did or would do, someone would always find something to latch onto, and war would happen again. The orphans of war that I adopted are bound to be plunged into more and more conflict and war as time passes. The Cloud Duo and the Hokage seemed to feel quite a bit of pity towards Ken's story too. But they, especially the Reikage, seemed to feel quite a bit of rage towards the circumstances. And upon feeling their emotions bubbling, the blind monster realized that it was time to reveal his goal. To strike whilst the iron was hot, so to speak. That's why I gathered you all here. People I've forged alliances with, people I've realized would be sympathetic to my cause. The assassin's serious expression broke for a moment, as he smiled and looked to the side. It seems that the last arrival is also here now. In the distance, a flashing red figure in the distance. The Hokage also smiled upon seeing it, slowly taking a step to the side as the figure approached them at great speed. HOH? So he's supposed to be that one last person, hey? The Reikage gave Ken a trembling smile as the figure in front of them became clear. A middle-aged man with long flowing red hair, dressed in a grey jonin vest soaked in blood, with black trousers and sandals. On his chest was the large symbol of a whirlpool, and on his head was the forehead protector with a similar symbol. On his back were two bloodied blades, alongside something that seemed like a barrel strapped to his back. Wow! Seems I've missed quite a lot. The newcomer looked around with a placid expression before his gaze finally rested on the Cloud Duo, the Hokage, and Mifune. The Reikage looked to the side and scowled, averting his gaze as he recognized that man instantly. Uzumaki Yorihiko. The current leader of the Whirlpool village and head of the Uzumaki clan. You've missed out, but not on as much as you'd think. I was just about to get into why I called you all here. Ken smiled and crossed his arms. Yorihiko nodded and slowly unstrapped the barrel from his back and dropped it on the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. It's been a while since we've talked in person, but I couldn't refuse an invitation from you. Some rather unsavory figures around, but I admit I am also quite curious as to what's on your mind. Yorihiko commented as he gazed towards the Reikage, who continued to scowl, this time meeting the Whirlpool Cage's gaze defiantly. Don't get too cocky, yeah, the Reikage spat out with disdain, but was interrupted by the booming sound of Ken clapping once. Everyone's attention was finally back on the blind monster, who seemed a tad disappointed. I get that not everyone here is in good relations with one another, but please let us keep things civil. There has been enough bloodshed today. The assassin spoke with his arms crossed, his voice monotone and devoid of emotion. The Reikage sighed and mumbled an apology, whilst Yorihiko shook his head and continued paying attention to Ken. My goal is simple. To prevent what has happened today from happening again anytime soon, I want all of the people present here to form an alliance. Ken heard a few confused hus and doos, before the information sunk in properly. Wait, what? The Reikage's eyes widened as he glanced over at the Hokage and Yorihiko, who seemed to be raising their eyebrows in confusion. No offense, Ken. But the Cloud and the Whirlpool are not in the greatest of terms. The Uzumaki clan leader shook his head with a strained smile. Same for the Leaf Village. Herzuin added to that as his expression remained unchanged. His eyes narrowed at Ken, however. Mifune remained silent, merely observing the situation whilst stroking what remained of his half-burnt beard. It is true that your villages are at war. But do you three wish for that war to continue endlessly? What exactly would you even achieve from that? Yorihiko, the Cloud took part in the alliance made to ruin your clan, but they were just a group amongst the many that had gathered there, and they didn't even reach the shores of the land of Whirlpool. The Uzumaki clan head scratched his chin as well, slightly tilting his head to the side as he gazed over at the Reikage one more time. Meanwhile, Ken continued. Hiruzen, the Leaf, and the Cloud both took plenty of damage throughout this war. There shouldn't be much animosity at this point unless you feel the need to spill more blood needlessly. The Hokage was not as silent as Yorihiko, however. It is true that both sides are losing in our conflict. But that does not mean that we would be prepared or willing to become close allies. Ken seemed a bit disappointed to hear that, but he also seemed to have been expecting it. I am willing to act as a mediator amongst the three of you. This alliance isn't something to help us fight against the world. It's meant to give the world a chance to rest. At least while the people here are in power, it would give our respective villages and the people of our lands some time to breathe. A period of peace, so to speak. Ken's words seemed to resonate with both the Hokage and Yorihiko, who looked at each other for a second. The Reikage himself didn't seem to be against his idea. Only he knew how much his people had suffered due to the ongoing war. He had also grown tired of it now. He liked the rush, he loved to fight. But he was always going to put the needs and wants of his people first, and he knew they needed peace. The Land of Iron is also willing to act and mediate between the nations within the alliance. And his words essentially sealed the deal for all of the cage present. They all looked at the usually silent samurai, as he took Ken's side without even the slightest hesitation. In the end, they all nodded and agreed. They still gave each other not so friendly looks, but Ken was sure such things would be fixed with time. And so, the Three Corners Alliance was formed. An alliance consisting of samurai, bounty hunters/hired assassins, and shinobi. But there was still one more issue left to address. And the Reikage was more than willing to be the one to point out the elephant in the proverbial room. Okay. So all of us present here will work together from now on, to ensure each other's prosperity. But we don't hold the final say in war decisions. So, what about the actual nobility of the lands that rule over us? Chapter 142, The Daimi Issue, Board and Package. What about the actual nobility of the lands that rule over us? The Reikage's voice was followed by silence. Everyone looked over at Ken once more, awaiting his answer. No one present thought for 1 second that Ken hadn't already made plans on how to convince the daimyo of each land. The royal families were, at the end of the day, the ones that called the shots. The hidden villages were all in the employ of others. There was no way that the blind monster hadn't taken that into account. The hidden villages are employed by the noble families, true. But we also now have plenty of leverage. All of us together should be more than enough to have the same influence as the old god of shinobi. The assassin crossed his arms as he brought up the only person that he achieved something similar to what he wanted. Senju Hashirama. By far, the man was considered the most powerful shinobi to date. Under him, the world flourished for quite a few good years. And it was purely because of his strength. No one dared to cross the leaf, and when Hashirama declared that he wished to end the warring period, none of the daimyo dared to go against his wishes purely because of his strength. And no one dared to start wars during his time because they knew he'd get involved. Hell, he was strong enough to capture and give out the tailed beasts to the other villages as well, hoping that they would serve as a deterrent after his demise. But even with the tailed beasts, literal weapons of destruction with personalities, no one dared to start fighting while Hashirama was alive. Only after his death did the era of the shinobi wars start properly. It was the return of the warring states almost, just with a lot more structure. But structured chaos was not that much better than regular chaos, and suffering was still all around them. That might just work honestly. Herzuin muttered as he took a look at everyone who had gathered. 3 of the strongest shinobi alive, 1 of the strongest Jinchuriki, the most powerful assassin, and the strongest samurai were all present. It's a bit brutish, forcing peace onto them using our strengths and influence. But as long as we work together it shouldn't be much of an issue. Lord knows my people need some peace as well. Yorihiko hummed as he seemed to agree with the Hokage wholeheartedly. It's still odd to think we'd be working together. But it's true that there is little we can't do if we put in enough effort. The Reikage seemed to agree, becoming rather excited as he flexed one arm with a smile. And Killer Bee behind him seemed to be getting quite hyped as well. Yeah, we unite, take command. They'll bend to our will, can't withstand our might, the rapper immediately started spouting off, gaining a strange look from everyone present. The Reikage sighed in concealed disappointment before shaking his head and returning to his thoughts. The others acted similarly, but B was too busy to notice the tough crowd as he took out his notebook and started scribbling some more sick verses. Lord Yuichi and the Land of Iron can also help pressure the other noble families. It may strain some relations, and risk affecting our usual neutral stance, but I believe that Lord Yuichi will be willing to lend us a hand at the promise of peace. The beheading general's statement was quite outstanding to all of the cage present. Mifyun's position was indeed different than theirs, but they still assumed that Mifyun answered to the daimyo at the end of the day. Only Ken didn't react much, as he was already well aware of the state of affairs within the Land of Iron. Mifyun and Yuichi were essentially family through anything other than blood, and the daimyo had absolute respect for the samurai general. If they are willing to go all in, then I might as well join them. The leaf will benefit a lot from this period of peace anyway. The Hokage pondered for a few seconds before deciding to reveal his cards as well. We can force the hand of Iwagakure and the Land of Earth to join our alliance in exchange for us returning Oniki alive. They are in a very precarious position seeing as they've lost both of their Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. They do not have the capability to refuse our requests now. Herzuin smiled as he remembered the broken figure of Oniki being carried away by his Anbu. It was a shame that the Kazekage and the one-tailed Jinchuriki had gotten away. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were both strong, but they weren't enough to deal with either of them currently. By the time Hiruzen had arrived to help, the Sand Leader and the tailed beast were already leaning on their hind legs, retreating. Neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya was fast enough to keep up with them properly over a prolonged period of time. It had turned into a chase for a bit, but the Hokage gave up on it, not wanting to risk his life needlessly by cornering the Sand Duo alone. He could have brought either one of his students on the Nimbus Cloud, but even then the fight would have been risky and prolonged. The Sand Duo weren't that important anyway in Hiruzen's eyes, and he knew that his side had already won the war. Crafty fucker. I'd love to see Oniki's sorry figure and kill him with my own hands. But using him as a bargaining chip might be even more humiliating. The Reikage both praised and cursed at the Hokage. Not that uncommon between the two of them, and everyone seemed to be too busy thinking about the implications of what the Hokage had said to notice their small exchange. Not only that, but the Mizukage will definitely agree and join us as well. Not that he'd have much choice. From then on it's bound to just snowball. Ken scratched his chin with a confident smile as he thought about the most important figures in the world and how they'd react. The sand will also keel over. They've not even recovered fully from the Second Shinobi War yet. The Hokage also seemed to gain a cheeky smile on his face as he realized that the concept of peace was within their grasp. They were going to do it. They were creating a period of true growth and prosperity for the world. Ken's plan was looking more and more as not only possible, but easy. The game board was set up in such a way for their team that they essentially had their opponents in checkmate from the start. Mifune couldn't help but sweat a bit as his eyes traced over to the blind assassin that had made all of that possible. Is that why he announced his age after all? Was this your plan all along? The samurai had already pieced it all together, well, most of it anyway. From the people present, he was the closest to and knew most about Ken. He realized it now, but every minute detail of the war that had just occurred seemed to have lined up favorably for Ken and his interests. It wouldn't have been far-fetched to say that he had been behind the war itself happening, right? Well, it would have been. The entire compound was destroyed, and a lot of things that happened couldn't possibly have been under his control. But Mifune still got that strange feeling in his gut, that he and the other people present were not actually players in the game, but just pawns on the board. It would have been an upsetting thought for most. But Mifune saw no issue in that. If Ken's plan was going to be of help to his people, then he truly didn't care that he was a pawn. He would fully accept his position if it granted his people peace. He was sure the others would agree as well if they came to the same realization that he did. But there was no way that Ken could have accounted for that. I'm starting to question myself more and more. Ken, you are certainly our greatest ally, and I trust your judgment at the end of the day. But God, I wish you were easier to read at times. Mifune internally sighed as his gaze turned to the side, and he started to pay more attention to the conversation happening around him once more. Perfect. In that case, we can start as soon as we all get home and get some rest. The Dark Brotherhood does still need to handle rebuilding itself. Ken nodded at everyone present, his smile almost contagious as he then craned his neck towards the barrel that Yorihiko had brought with him. By the way, what's the deal with the extra baggage? His question seemed to take the Uzumaki leader by surprise a bit. Yorihiko glanced over at Hiruzen for a second before shaking his head. Well, it's official business of the Leaf Village from my knowledge. The Uzumaki leader spoke with a rather careful tone, clearly not willing to divulge more about the situation. Ken simply nodded, understanding that it wasn't something for Yorihiko to divulge in the first place. Well, at this point the Leaf's business is your business as well. And since you are involved in this matter, you deserve to know. The Hokage seemed to sigh, as his expression turned quite grim. He walked over to the sealed barrel and undid some of the seals around the lid, opening it up with a slight hum. Steam came out of the barrel before it shook and toppled over. The Hokage's expression seemed almost regretful as he shook his head and turned it slightly to the side. Out of that barrel crawled the limbless figure of a man. He had short, disheveled black hair, he was missing one eye, and all of his limbs were severed. He wore grey clothing, well, the remains of a grey yukata at the very least. From the smell, Ken could safely deduce that most of the blood on Yorihiko's jacket and blades was from that man. And he could also recognize his chakra signature. Danzo Shimura. Seems like he finally stepped over the line, hey. The Raikage scoffed when seeing the man. Ha, ha. Danzo breathed slowly as his eye adjusted to the light, and his gaze finally fell on the people observing him. He already knew everything was over, so he wasn't shocked or startled upon seeing Hiruzen. He knew things had gone awry ever since the groups he and some other smaller cage led were intercepted by the Uzumaki. It wasn't long before they were captured either. Danzo was relatively strong, but he was a far cry from Yorihiko, who didn't even need to use the adamantite sealing chains against him. As you can see, or feel, I guess. My old companion decided to go rogue. You were the one to bring this to my attention discreetly back then. He has brought shame onto our village, so he will be punished properly, though it looks as though he has already been punished quite a bit. Herzuan couldn't help but wince a bit when seeing his old friend and comrade in such a state. Well, he did try to put up a fight, and I didn't want him struggling too much during the sealing process. Yorihiko simply shrugged unapologetically. No, you handled it well. But I will take it from here. Hiruzen walked over to his old friend and patted him on the shoulder before pushing him back into the barrel and setting it upright. I still need a bit more time to find out the true extent of his crimes. His roots ran deep into the Leaf Village. He always acted for its benefit, but I believe his desire to be in control overwhelmed his reasoning as of late. Hiruzen seemed to have quite a lot to say. His gaze was complex and the emotions within him ranged from sadness to anger, to apathy and sorry. A jumbled mess, as some could call it. It was clear that Hiruzen was the sentimental sort, but he was still very well composed. Thank you for quenching my curiosity. Ken slowly nodded towards Hiruzen, who slowly raised and harnessed the barrel on his back. No problem, we are all allies now. We shall speak again soon. The Hokage nodded as a yellow cloud seeped from the bottom of his sandals and slowly lifted him off the ground. Yorihiko, are you coming with me? The Hokage said as he turned to the Uzumaki leader. The two were headed in the same direction after all. And the Uzumaki leader agreed, only looking towards Ken one last time. We shall catch up at a later date over a cup of tea. Till then, do take care of my son. Yorihiko shouted as he jumped on the Nimbus cloud. He then nodded towards the others present, specifically Mifune, as he was still not in the mood to act friendly with the Reikage. Well, me and B can stay and help you rebuild for now, we still need to rest and recover some chakra before we get going. The Reikage turned towards Ken with a smile as soon as the two had left. That would be greatly appreciated. The blind monster nodded once more, smiling as he did so. The Reikage laughed a bit, turned around whilst grabbing B by the collar and started walking towards the remains of the compound. My samurai can also help set up temporary residences for the children. Mifune looked towards Ken, his gaze a bit complicated, but at the same time also composed. Thank you, you are reliable as always, Mifune. We do have plenty of work ahead of us. Indeed. But things are looking quite hopeful, aren't they? Yes. They certainly are. Chapter 143, Reconstruction Process, Spreading False News and Trust Issues. The samurai and the Cloud duo did indeed help the Brotherhood with housing. They were by no means a professional construction crew. But they did have a lot of hands in the form of the samurai, and a lot of strength in the form of B and the Reikage. They ended up using a few of the cut-down/collapsed trees to build dozens upon dozens of cabins upon the scorched earth in front of the collapsed compound. The cabins were built on the crater where the tailed beast bombs had first clashed with the Rashomons that the blades summoned. The crater was of course filled using a few earth-style jutsu. The blades and the children helped with that, but once again, the Reikage did most of the work, as most of the members within the Brotherhood were too tired. He didn't outright specialize in earth release, but he still knew a large variety of jutsu, as any respectable Kage would. Ken also helped in that aspect, as much like the Reikage, his knowledge was sufficient to assist with putting out the fires within the forest and filling in craters. The samurai also helped with the clean-up process, they dealt with the corpses and carted them away for incineration and proper burials. Despite their overall distaste for shinobi and their endeavors, they still respected the dead, which was also why the shrine that Ken had built for his fathers had remained untouched for all that time. The samurai that had passed were also carried away, but a bit more ceremoniously. They were, after all, samurai who had served their country with their lives on the line, and dutifully followed orders until the very end. The epitome of what all samurai aspired to be. It was only natural for them to receive the greatest honorifics and burials as heroes. Their families were also to be heavily compensated and set for life. But that was business that Mifune was going to deal with after his return. For now, the wood log cabins were put together with concern for longevity and sturdiness. They were quite simple, but Ken had already arranged for a large construction team to arrive and help them rebuild. Cleaning up the debris was rather labor-intensive, but it was all done within 3 weeks. They had even managed to scavenge a lot of doors and furniture from the collapsed buildings, which was going to be quite useful. And it was at that time that Mifune and the samurai that remained also departed. The Raikage and B also left, of course with a promise to stay in contact. Their Three Corners alliance was still very much active and on the table. It was only a matter of making it official and known to the world. But what the world learned about first was the details of the war and assault on the Dark Brotherhood and their compound. It helped further cement the Dark Brotherhood as an entity on Par, if not greater to than the 5 great villages. It also became a well-known fact that they received help from the Land of Iron, the Cloud Village, the Leaf, and the Whirlpool. The Whirlpool and the Cloud were no surprise to the world, as Ken was touted to be quite close to both sides. But the Leaf took many by surprise. Upon investigation from the Daime of the Land of Fire, more details were revealed. And the Information Guild, which had agents all over the world, was also able to pick up on the matter. They, like always, profited a lot from spreading that information by giving it to the highest bidder. In the end, it became known within the shinobi world that the Leaf was involved due to one of their own getting involved in the assault. The Leaf took it upon themselves to assist the Brotherhood to prevent a larger conflict from occurring between the Leaf and the Dark Brotherhood. At least that was the explanation that was provided to the Daime of the Land of Fire. As they had not yet decided to go public with their alliance, it was only natural for Hiruzen to make up a cover story for his and the Leaf's involvement. It was also technically true, as one of the biggest factors in his decision to mobilize so many people was because he knew Danzo was involved. That and the fact that Jiraiya had pleaded with him to assist the Brotherhood. The Seinen had even gone as far as to claim that, if Hiruzen was not going to do anything, then he was going to go rogue and help them himself. Of course, the god of shinobi tied his student upside down and essentially grounded him, but he still took his student's opinion into account. Jiraiya was, at the end of the day, a perceptive person. He had a talent for understanding others, which was why Hiruzen trusted him to start building on the Leaf's information network. Joining the Three Corners Alliance was a bit of a jump in the Hokage's opinion, but it was also felt necessary at the time. The Whirlpool Cage had likely felt the same. After all, had they refused, the alliance would have still happened. The only difference was that the founding members were going to be just from the Brotherhood, the Cloud, and the Land of Iron. Those 3 parties were already more than enough to pose a significant threat to any other nation. The Three Corners Alliance would have still been, in fact, powerful enough to pose a threat to every nation even if they were to somehow scramble and band together. So, instead of being swept up and forced to agree to the terms that the would-be alliance wanted like the rest of the world, it was much smarter to just be part of the founding members of the alliance. That way, at the very least their opinions mattered, and the safety of their villages was assured. That was exactly why Hiruzen didn't feel any resentment towards Ken, who was the obvious mastermind behind everything. Much like Mifune, the Hokage realized that Ken had decided to reveal his age knowing that it would come back to bite him. After all, the blind child assassin could have simply kept quiet until he grew to the point where no one in the world would have even dared to face him. But no, he had taken the opportunity to bait out his enemies and used the situation to get rid of many of them in a manner that was both decisive and gave way to the formation of the alliance. Hiruzen felt a bit of disappointment in himself that he hadn't managed to untangle the webs before reaching the remains of the Dark Brotherhood compound that day. He, and everyone there, had essentially gotten played by Ken. The best part? The Hokage couldn't even be mad about it. Even if he knew the truth, and that he had been essentially manipulated, he still couldn't hold any resentment. It was, at the end of the day, only going to benefit the Leaf. Yorihiko had also likely reached a similar conclusion. Hiruzen knew the Uzumaki clan leader well enough to understand his thought process. At this point, we just have to wait for a bit for things to settle down. The war has already slowed down due to all sides being exhausted, so there is no hurry in that regard. The only reason it hasn't been declared as over already is because the noble families won't agree to ending it so easily. In the end, the Hokage decided to simply call on his shinobi to play defensively from that point on. Yorihiko and the Reikage did the same, but at a different pace so as to not cause the world to suspect that anything more was happening. To prevent even further discussion, the Cloud and the Whirlpool even decided to stage a few small-scale conflicts, and only reported fake casualties on paper. They knew that they weren't going to have to keep up that facade for long, so they didn't fear any future investigation by the nobles of their respective lands. And whilst that was being set up and happening, Ken was still in the process of rebuilding the compound. He had achieved a lot in that war, not only in terms of getting rid of future nuisances but also forming the alliance that was going to be crucial in achieving his end goal. Other than that, the invasion had also served as a good test for their defenses and preparedness against real conflict. And Ken was rather pleased with the results. Not only had their barrier plan worked out, but it had worked out spectacularly. Saburo reported that, by his calculations, had he not interfered in breaking down the barrier himself, the opposing army would have never managed to break it down before Ken arrived. And under normal situations, Ken would have simply been summoned within the barrier too, so really, it was a complete success. The children had also performed beyond all expectations. Ken had already made arrangements for Saburo to break the betrayal facade early if any of the children were in true danger, but it wasn't even needed. Instead, it seemed that all of their training had paid off. And even the most careless amongst them, like you, had taken the situation with absolute seriosity. The member with the biggest kill count was, predictably, Tatsuksho. The one-legged assassin relied on his speed a lot and could use a bit more mastery over more ninjutsu, but his results were still astounding. He had incapacitated or killed between 200 to 300 shinobi, and those were just confirmed numbers. Morita, the second strongest amongst the children, had barely gotten to around half that number before he was injured a bit and tired out. Yu herself only managed to get around 30, which was a bit disappointing to her, but she did help the younger siblings a lot. Children like Yumi were, after all, not allowed to join in the fight too actively. The older children formed a protective circle around them for a while, and Yu was part of that circle. They needed to hold that up until Tasho showed up to help them. And then the Reikage also appeared. From that point on, none of the younger children were in any danger at all. Even when resting, the Reikage plucked off plenty of heads at speeds that the children present could barely even comprehend. It was safe to say, however, that the largest kill count belonged to the tailed beasts. They used large-scale moves with reckless abandon, and many died just because they found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. This was, of course, all compounded into results by Saburo, who was observing the ongoing situation whilst hidden with a few of his clones. Some of his clones were hidden underground all across the battlefield, prepared to jump up and help the Brotherhood if needed. And some of them did die to the tailed beasts as well, which was regrettable. But the strawman was more than okay with losing all of his clones. Especially since he was delivered with a lot of materials/corpses to mummify and use to make new ones. Ken was, quite pleased with the metrics received, as some would expect. It allowed him to understand more about the way that tailed beasts were used in the field and the dangers they possessed to people who weren't him. Though that was only natural. They were considered weapons of mass destruction for a reason. But it was rather ironic that they caused more damage to their own people than to the enemy. As Ken looked over those metrics and statistics within the wooden cabin that now served as his office, he couldn't help but raise his head towards the door, which opened up in the next second. Tasho. Great to see you. Well, not see exactly. But you get my point. Ken nodded toward the first blade, who walked over, pulled up a wooden chair, and sat down right in front of Ken's desk. "We need to talk, sir." The first bald spoke in a resolute tone, causing the blind monster to just sigh in contemplation. Figured this conversation would come at one point or another. No point in postponing it. "Of course, as always, speak freely." Ken nodded and crossed his arms, leaning back into his chair as his hair pressed against the torn cushion of the backrest. "Well then. Would you mind telling me why exactly you didn't trust me or Akira enough to let us in on the plan you concocted with Saburo?" The first blade got straight to the point, causing the blind leader to sigh once more. "Sometimes I wish that he liked beating around the bush, it'd give me more time to think about things. It wasn't about trust here, Tasho. It was merely about efficiency and risks. Telling the two of you ran us the risk of your acting not being as realistic, which would have definitely alerted the ones watching the Brotherhood." Ken decided to be straightforward as well. His reasoning was simple after all. But that didn't mean Tasho had to like it. "Sir, with all due respect. I trust you with all of my soul. You are the sole reason why I was able to put my life back together, to put my talents to good use and give my existence meaning. I understand not trusting Akira to act accordingly, as he is a bit mentally unwell. But why couldn't you trust me?" His concerns were also quite well founded. Tasho had been the one closest to Ken for the longest time. He was Ken's first official student, the very first member of the Dark Brotherhood, and the first blade. He was the first to comprehend and master Ken's techniques, and he was the one to pass on that information to the children with varying degrees of success. He had done a lot for Ken's sake, and he had not compromised one bit to ensure that the best outcome was achieved for his master. So why? Why does he trust Saburo more than he trusts me? But as he thought further and spoke more and more, he couldn't help but feel that he was also blowing things out of proportion. He felt as if he was cornering Ken, and acting too childish, unbecoming of someone in his position. But he couldn't help it, for the first time in years, he felt helpless, outside of the circle. A circle that he had helped Ken build from the ground up. It simply didn't feel right, even if Ken's reasons were sound. Ken's senses seeped deep into the first blade's soul. He felt the raging emotions within him, the frustrations, anger, hurt and also envy. Ha! The blind monster could only sigh, cursing himself internally for not taking Tasho's feelings into consideration with his plans. The blind monster had done a lot to distance himself from emotions when planning things. He had done his best to avoid doing so after the situation with the 7 swordsmen. He knew that nothing good came out of it. But it seemed that by mistake, he had stopped considering not only his emotions but also the ones of those around him. As we grow, we learn. I guess I still have plenty of growing to do. The silence in the cabin seemed to be unnerving. Tasho was starting to feel more and more frustrated and anxious, so Ken decided to finally speak up after thinking things more thoroughly. "Tasho." The first blade's ears perked up for a second as if he was startled when the silence was finally broken. "I am sorry." But Tasho was certainly not expecting an apology right off the bat. "I didn't take your feelings, or the children's feelings into consideration. I went ahead with a plan that put everyone in danger. Even though I had made preparations for their safety, I still did everything without your, or their knowledge, so the distress you and the children felt is very much real." Ken's voice, for the first time in a while, sounded a lot less robotic, and a lot more human, and Tasho's eyes couldn't help but widen as he continued to listen. I will try and work on this, to prevent such a thing from happening in the future. I am still new to this, to having a family that you can trust fully." Ken's life was a rather tumultuous mess after all. And whilst it was true that in his current life he's had a family for a few years, he had never quite opened up fully to anyone. Not even to the ones that raised him. He was starting to open up, but then they died. And he retreated back into his shell. It was the children of the Brotherhood, Tasho and Akira, bonds that he had made, which were slowly prying him out of that shell. Keyword, slowly. After all, what were a few years compared to the decades he had spent deprived of all genuine human connections in his past life? You are right, you of all people did have the right to know. And from now on you won't be kept in the dark about anything else. The first blade couldn't help but tremble slightly when hearing those words, his eyes also felt watery. But he refused to cry. He didn't want to appear weak, not in front of his leader, not after hearing his honest words. He didn't want his tears to blur the sight that was in front of him. The sight of Ken, the leader he idolized so much, admitting to his faults and pledging to improve himself. I accept your apology. After taking in that scene for a few seconds, Tasho finally spoke up again. The children weren't upset at you in any way, they trust you completely. I was just being irrational. Tasho's shoulders seemed to sag for a second, as his tone became a bit dark. Despite being moved, he still felt as if he had acted in an unbecoming manner. Now. Let's not call your very real concerns about my trust issues and misgivings irrational. You are fully in your right to be mad at me for what has happened. Ken sighed once more as his finger slowly tapped on the arm of his chair. Thank you, sir. For everything. Tasho nodded before turning around. I will go and attend to the children as well. Please take care. The first blade nodded and started walking off. Ken only nodded back as he watched the man leave the room, and close the door behind him. And as soon as he left, Ken slowly rested his head on his desk. What a mess. Maybe catching a wink of sleep would help. It's certainly been a while. Chapter 144, Time to Rebuild, Progress and Plans. The months rolled by, and everything moved swiftly enough. The Dark Brotherhood compound was already well on its way to being rebuilt. Ken's 14th birthday had also come and gone, with little reaction as no one in the Brotherhood knew when his birthday was. The father's age was a bit of an awkward subject for some of the children. Even if he took the role of a father and all of them saw him as such, knowing his age was likely breaking the illusion in some way to some of the children. At least Ken thought so, which was why he kept his birthday on the down low. Thankfully, the Brotherhood no longer had any urgent matters to attend to. For the most part, the compound was rebuilt, at least to the point where the children gleefully moved back into more permanent residences. Construction crews were still working on a few buildings, like the library or the leader's office, which was now designed to be a completely separate building from Ken's and the Blade's sleeping arrangements. It was decidedly that way, as Tasho saw it fit to structure the compound a bit differently. Other than that, the children that had been injured had also recovered. The situation had made Ken realize that the Brotherhood was still lacking dearly in something quite crucial. A healing division. But he was going to have to iron out the details of that at some other point. For the most part, all operations were successfully restarted. Uzunaki Kazue, Kushina's brother and Yorihyako's oldest son, had also returned. He was understandably quite disappointed to have missed out on the war, but it couldn't have been helped. No one had bothered to inform him, and he was too preoccupied with spending quality time and getting to know his sister. But now that he was back with the Brotherhood, he started his lectures once more, continuing to teach the younger members more about Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya, the Toad Seinen, had also returned. Just in time for Ken's Senjutsu classes to start once more. Ken did consider kicking him out at one point, as he was technically no longer needed as a spy within the Leaf Village. But he did hear from the Hokage about the Senen's assistance on the Leaf helping the Brotherhood, so he decided to just teach him Senjutsu earnestly for the time being. In the end, Jiraiya's progress was still admittedly slow. Meanwhile, the most talented of Ken's pupils in Senjutsu was still Uemi. The little girl was already a more perfect sage than Jiraiya, she had achieved that in under 2 months in fact. The Toad Sage was understandably very disappointed in himself when he noticed that Uemi had overtaken him, but in the end, it only motivated him to put more work into his training. Overall, he was now upgraded from a forest dweller residing outside of the Brotherhood to having a dormitory within the compound. His contribution in convincing the Hokage to help the Brotherhood and subsequently join the alliance was something that Ken's lack of eyes clearly recognized. Of course, Jiraiya's residence within the Brotherhood came with a rather heavy set of rules. Including, but not limited to, not having any access or line of sight towards the bathhouse during the girl/female bathing hours, and not being allowed near them during training in general. Jiraiya was quite offended at the insinuation that he'd creep on little girls, but he didn't argue as he understood that the first impression he had left on Ken was not going to vanish easily. Thanks to Sage Mode, Yuemi had managed to reach a level that was slightly above most of the other children, easily raising her to the upper top 10 of all recruits in the Brotherhood. But people like Morita, NR.2, and even you, now NR.3, could still dispatch her quite easily due to a difference of skill. Tatsuksho, the one-legged devil, was still the NR.1 among the recruits, and Ken was already considering that it was time for him to be promoted to a blade. Well, simply promoting him won't do. I guess we should do another ranking tournament, with the winner being promoted. This way everyone feels like they have a chance. In truth, Ken did have high expectations of the others as well. He knew that many, especially Morita and Yu, would try to find some creative strategies to take down Tatsuksho. He was looking forward to seeing their skills on display. Still, it was going to have to wait for a bit. First off, it was finally time for things to settle down in the shinobi world. The Three Corners Alliance was going to make itself known to the world, and they were to put an end to bloodshed. Ken knew that he was entering a different warfare now, a political one. But he had already prepared all of the weapons and the smoking guns needed to put the world at a standstill. Now, prolonging that standstill was the actual goal, but the blind assassin knew that he'd have to take things one step at a time. And now was the start of the first step. Ken slowly dug his index finger's nail into his thumb, made a few quick hand signs and slowly placed his hand on the table. Summoning Jutsu, he whispered as a cloud of smoke appeared in front of him. From that cloud of smoke emerged a larger-than-average bat. Its eyes flickered a bit as it slowly shook its entire body and got used to the natural energy-filled air around it. Lord Ken, thank you for calling upon us, it has been a while. The bat had an aged voice. Upon closer inspection, it was also rather wrinkly and had a thick beard, larger than its entire body. An elder bat that went by the name Koromaru, his wrinkly body was quite fat, which led to it just being called the Great Round One by the others. Ken smiled as soon as he sensed the bat land on his desk. It hasn't been that long, but I want you to send that message to the others as well. Oh? Things are finally moving along then. Koromaru gasped for a bit before giving Ken a sharp-toothed smile. He didn't need to be told exactly what message to deliver, as it had been drafted beforehand. It was simply announcing to the other members of the alliance that they were going public. All of the members were going to be taking very specific actions right upon the announcement. It was all to put pressure on the noble families of the elemental nations. Yuichi, the Land of Iron's daimyo, had already agreed to personally help with the alliance. It seemed that Mifune had the power to convince him, as he had said. Either that or his interests and desires aligned with Ken's goal as well, which was why he was very much on board with it. The very first thing that would happen was the Land of Iron breaking its renowned neutrality and getting personally involved in ending all of the conflicts in the areas surrounding its territory and sphere of influence. Yuichi was also going to send a delegation to each elemental nation declaring that the war was to come to an end at the behest of the alliance. He was going to be the alliance's representative to all of the noble families. Naturally, it was only a matter of time and preparedness. Ken smiled a bit as he knew that everyone was ready and itching to end the war properly. Their alliance was already starting to become prosperous for everyone involved, which helped improve relations between the Cloud, Uzumaki, and Leaf as well. They were a long shot from being on friendly terms, but at least they were not at each other's throats. Understood. Other than that, there is something else that needs your attention. The elderly bat spoke in a relaxed voice, but Ken could tell from its tone that the situation was quite serious. With a slight smirk, he decided to do his best and guess at what that information may be. Let me guess. Hanzo the salamander is growing more and more uncomfortable with the Dark Brotherhood-funded Akatsuki within his midst, right? The bat smirked, leading Ken to realize that he had hit it square on the money. It wasn't long before Kaya, the bat he had left with the Akatsuki, had reported that Hanzo's forces were scouting out the group of orphans with rather unfriendly eyes. Not long after the war, Ken did good on his promise and started supplying the Akatsuki properly, with both money and necessities. The problem came due to the fact that Hanzo was not quite appreciative of what was essentially an insurgency of rogue shinobi. It was a lot worse when, upon observing the Akatsuki for a while, he concluded that they were receiving funding from an outsider. That always spelled trouble. Hanzo would normally have simply attacked them preemptively, nipping the problem in the bud and killing all the Akatsuki including its leaders. But not long after he found out about the Akatsuki having a sponsor, he received a letter from none other than Ken, explaining the situation. It had claimed him down a bit, at least made him hold off on taking them out just yet. Especially since Ken had described the Akatsuki as just a group of war orphans building a home for themselves, and not an insurgency. Now the validity of Ken's words was still up for debate in Hanzo's eyes, but at least he could rest easy for a while. After all, what kind of scheme would it have been if the secret supporter of the Akatsuki contacted him directly? The support for the Akatsuki kept rolling in and the group continued to grow bigger and bigger. Ken, out of respect for Hanzo, explicitly held back in supplying the Akatsuki with weapons and techniques, but the Akatsuki was seemingly still growing stronger even without that. Now that they didn't have to worry about food and basic needs, they had all the time in the world to acquire techniques themselves and grow stronger. A few months was all that was needed for them to become a force significant enough to make Hanzo want to once again get rid of them, it seemed. Or at least that was what Kaya's latest report that Ken was hearing currently was saying. I guess I will have to pay the Land of Rain a personal visit once more while the wheels are turning and the Three-Corner Alliance is being announced. Ken then dismissed Koromaru, the old bat, and slowly stood up. He slipped his mask back on and slowly walked out of the door of his office, running directly into Tasho, who was currently wearing a more casual attire. His face was uncovered, but the same hata was still on his back. "Master, are you going for a walk?" The first blade quickly saluted Ken and bowed slightly. The blind assassin simply nodded and shrugged. "Something like that. Going for a short stroll in the Land of Rain, Hanzo needs a talking to before he does something he'll regret." Chapter 145, Ending Wars, Political Power and Hanzo's Plight. As soon as Ken left the compound, the founding members of the Three Corners Alliance all received the blind monster's message. And in an instant, the world learned what truly went down a few months back at the Dark Brotherhood compound. The foundation of the Three Corners Alliance came as a shock to many, but surprisingly, some people were expecting something like this to happen. For example, the Mizukage seemed to have anticipated more occurring during the war on the Dark Brotherhood. He already knew that Ken was not one to go down easily, and he somewhat expected him to defy all expectations. So the foundation of the Three Corners Alliance was something that he had subconsciously prepared himself for already. What truly no one was prepared for was the demands that the Alliance made. They were quite simple, and could be spelled out in very few words in fact. "End the Third Shinobi War, or we will end it for you." It was quite literally a declaration of war against the entire world. Requesting the nobles to take action and stop the war at the threat of facing the full strength of the Alliance. The most shocking part of the Alliance, however, was not the shinobi villages that hated each other coming together, but the Land of Iron deciding to give up on its neutrality and join in. The samurai were a significant force that could cause waves throughout the elemental nations. The world at large figured that the Land of Iron saw the shinobi world's conflicts as beneath them, and didn't get involved for the most part except for a few skirmishes. But now the tides were shifting, enemies were becoming friends and the once neutral powers of the world were being forced to take a stance. The daimyo of the Land of Iron also acted on his promise, sending several delegations to the nobility within the elemental nations. All of the nobles and leading figures of the world were now forced into a bend or break situation, and the Three Corners Alliance was not at all willing to compromise. They had little to no leverage, as it wasn't just one hidden village rebelling. They couldn't deprive all of the members of the alliance of their livelihoods. In essence, things were much worse for the land of fire, lightning, and whirlpools, as they had essentially lost all control/leverage over their respective hidden villages. The moment depriving the hidden villages of financial support could no longer be used as a weapon, the nobles of each respective land became more alert. And in just the span of a few days, the nobles all came to a unanimous decision, which was to adhere to the alliance's demands, but also make an official request/demand which they expected to be respected in exchange for their cooperation. It was very much expected of them to try and at least retain as much of their power as possible, so it was not surprising when they requested the alliance to not be allowed to gain any new members or ally itself with any other hidden villages. It was essentially the other lands scampering to not fall into the same trap as the lands of fire, lightning, and whirlpool. In the few days that Ken used to travel towards the land of rain, the situation had already mostly concluded. The Three Corners Alliance didn't need any other members anyway. They were set to be the strongest organization/alliance in recent history and for the foreseeable future. This was true both in actual strength and in political power. Now, when it came to political power, the nobles could maybe find some ways to pressure the alliance in the future. But when it came to actual potential battle power, it didn't matter how much time the world had to catch up, there was no way for them to do so within the lifespan of the alliance's founders. One could easily imagine that every nation within the continent was affected by this, and the Third Shinobi War immediately ground to a halt. Troops were called back, truces were signed and battlefields were left barren and abandoned. Even so, the damage that had been done would be felt for many generations to come, and it was only a matter of time before war broke out again. Even now, with their newly attained peace, the members of the Three Corners Alliance knew better than to consider all of their issues gone. They still had a lot to deal with, even more so than before as they now had to wrangle new political enemies. But at least their people could rest easy. But another effect of the war ending was that people could now focus more on internal matters fully. So Hanzo's full attention was now on the Akatsuki. The salamander was not exactly well known for his patience. But he was not stupid. He knew better than to cross the Red Dot and the Dark Brotherhood. He understood that Ken's intentions were not to fund an insurgency within his nation. But the truth of the matter was that the Akatsuki was a very politically charged group with a strong anti-war ideology. It went very much against Hanzo's own ideology. Hanzo was an old war dog, it was all he knew. To him, war, as well as conflict, was something that was both unavoidable and necessary for the world to keep going forward. He was surprised by the Three Corners Alliance too, but at the same time, he expected the peace they enacted to be temporary. Nothing more than a large band-aid on the bleeding gash that represented the greed of the world. So, letting a group like the Akatsuki grow, and allowing their ideology to spread as they helped the civilians around them, was a bad thing in Hanzo's eyes. At the end of the day, he needed to act before they became a bigger pain in the neck for him. And if he handled things right, then he could also avoid getting in trouble with the Dark Brotherhood. He had to take care of things discreetly. I doubt it'll be too difficult. They are just a bunch of orphans anyway. That was the salamander's train of thought at the time. And so, he gathered a group of his most capable Anbu and sent them after the Akatsuki. He didn't need to get personally involved with a group of orphans, and the less personal involvement he had in the matter the less could be linked to him. But what he didn't expect, was to see the heads of his men laid out on a table in front of him. All of them lined up, their faces expressionless. It felt unnerving, almost as if they had yet to even realize that they had died, yet their remains were already cold. But Hanzo was not exactly perturbed by their heads being on their table as much as he was about the man who delivered them. The intimidating masked man sat with an authoritative and imposing presence, his frame cloaked in an air of calculated menace. He sat down backwards on a chair, his arms resting on the back of the chair, his nails tapping on the wood rhythmically, sharply. It was hard to tell much from his features, but seeing his mask was all that Hanzo needed. And he already knew that he had messed up. The red dot. To what do we owe the pleasure? He crossed his arms and greeted his visitor with a neutral tone, ignoring the heads of his subordinates with practiced ease. He was currently in his typical attire consisting of a loose wetsuit-like outfit typical of his village, accented by bandages wrapped around his wrists and lower legs, with a sleeveless jacket and standard shinobi sandals. On his head, he donned a dark hat that also displayed his village's mark, and his lower face was mostly obscured by a helmet-like respirator, which he used to keep his own poison suppressed, as his very breath was poisonous to others. Despite the situation he found himself in, he was not quite as worried as one would expect. In the first place, the people he had sent were Enbu, they were told to dress as civilians, so they were quite literally impossible to identify. Hanzo the Salamander. It's an honor to finally get to meet you in person. I was on an assignment and figured I'd drop by. Ken's voice was equal parts neutral and cold. His presence was, however, still very much accentuated. The rhythmic tapping added a sense of urgency and panic into the room, to the point where even the likes of Hanzo was slightly affected, though not visibly. Well, it's nice to finally make your acquaintance in person. But I do feel the need to ask. What exactly is this gift that you've brought me? Hanzo nodded towards Ken, his voice remaining the same as one of his hands gestured towards the heads resting on his desk. Oh. I figured I'd do you a favor and get rid of some spies. I was visiting the Akatsuki, and these people were suspiciously strong whilst in civilian disguises. They seemed to be aiming for the Akatsuki for some reason. I know they aren't your men since you wouldn't want to harm the Akatsuki. So I got rid of them discreetly, and came to inform you of the situation. Ken shrugged a bit as he spoke, recounting the events that had transpired in little detail. There was no need for him to go into detail anyway, what happened was clear enough. Hanzo could feel a vein on his forehead bulge as he realized exactly what Ken was doing. He's doing me a favor, hey. The salamander had essentially left himself open. Ken being with the Akatsuki was something he had clearly not accounted for. He figured the red dot was a busy individual, especially with the announcement of the Three Corners Alliance. But it seemed that Ken defied all of his expectations. Because of how the blind monster had discovered and presented the situation, Hanzo was essentially left with only two options. One of them was to come clean and incur the wrath of the red dot because of his intentions with the Akatsuki. He had chances of surviving Ken's wrath, but he would most definitely end up in bad relations with the entirety of the Three Corners Alliance, which didn't bode well at all for him. And the other option was, "Thank you very much for bringing this to my attention. I will make sure to personally look into this matter. As the leader of this village, I must apologize to you." Was to take the hit straight on the chin. Accept Ken's assistance in the matter and essentially owe him a favor. No, all is well. I just hope such a thing won't happen again. I trust you to look after the Akatsuki, they are merely a group of youngsters after all. Ken smiled underneath his mask as he spoke, his tone took a light note as he slowly stood up and stretched his back. Of course, the Omegakure does owe you quite a bit for your assistance in this matter. I will make sure that no such thing will ever happen again. Hanzo continued to keep himself composed as the red dot continued to stretch for a few seconds before turning around and walking towards a window. Good. I appreciate your cooperation, Hanzo. Unfortunately, I must go, as I was merely passing by anyway. I will check in from time to time, I will bring more tasteful gifts next time, I promise. Hohoken gave a hollow laugh as he bid his farewell. He tilted his head towards Hanzo one last time before turning into a blur and vanishing from sight. The moment Hanzo felt his presence fade, his face contorted into anger and frustration. That couldn't have gone worse. No, I can't afford to think like that. Hanzo shook his head in the end. Ken was not the type of entity that he could afford to offend. He was not stupid enough to attempt to end what a coalition of hidden villages couldn't have. Hell, he was lucky enough when he decided not to respond to any of the messages relating to the war room. The very least he could do was to try to make the most of the situation. If I can't get rid of the Akatsuki, I can at least try to hinder them discreetly in some way, maybe try to drive them away from my territory. But for now, I have to lay low. In the end, Hanzo decided that the best course of action was to wait. And while he was coming to terms with the new situation he found himself in, Ken was headed elsewhere. His direction was for the Leaf Village. He was aiming to meet with a very important figure residing there. One that was, in his lack of eyes, even more important than the Hokage. Chapter 146, Leaf, Information Guild, and Requests. Ken whistled cheerfully as he walked through the streets of Konoha without any issues. Getting inside undetected was not as difficult as one would think, especially with the reverse summoning scroll he had left behind there. That, coupled with the fact that Ken was now familiar with the Fuinjutsu formations that the village used for defense, helped the blind assassin easily infiltrate and blend into the crowds. He took off his mask, let down his bangs to cover his lack of eyes, and cut off some of his hair, making it slightly shorter, only reaching up to his upper back. Instead of his usual clothes, he also opted for a more casual pair of loose black trousers and sandals, coupled with a tight-fitting white t-shirt which hugged his muscles very closely. His mission in Konoha was not quite official, and he didn't really wish for his presence there to be known by the Hokage or anyone else for that matter. He only had one target in mind. A man of great importance. More explicitly, he wanted to meet that man, and finally get acquainted with him. The leader of the world's greatest information guild, the originators of the Universal Bingo Book. The Information Guild was by no means a regular organization with a leader. They were more of a coalition of groups coming together with one goal in mind. Absolute monopoly over the flow of information in the world. And they were successful for the most part. To the point where even the information networks built by the hidden villages had to bend to their will to exist. Their venture was very successful, and their main source of income was selling the latest information about a specific faction to the highest bidder. Their way of business went unobstructed for a very good reason. They had money. The Information Guild was comprised of businesses and business owners all over the world. Together they amassed a lot of influence, to the point where there was no one nation willing or capable enough to take them down. At the end of the day, money was a resource that all hidden villages needed to survive, and the only resource that made even nobility bend the knee. In short, by the time anyone thought to do anything about them, they were already far too big to fail. In this world, money speaks, it sets the rules, and it ultimately moves the world. The universal currency is already well established within the elemental nations, so even if one side won't accept your money for some reason, another sure as hell will. In the end, the one refusing would be the one losing, as they would also lose future business with the guild. To Ken, it was all a balancing act. He had managed to achieve a high level of political and physical power already, but what he wanted now was to achieve the last missing piece, or rather pieces, of the puzzle. Information and money. Well, it was mostly about the information, as the Brotherhood was quite profitable overall. And Ken knew that the man he was about to meet could provide him with both under the right circumstances. The Information Guild didn't have a leader per se, but they did have a figurehead. Someone who pulled the strings and acted as a mediator between all of the factions. It was one man that could be called a technical leader, though he wasn't one in name. The building he resided in was simple. A place mostly made out of wood and paper. The name of the establishment was written down on flaps of fabric at the front of the shop, in an ink so thick that even Ken could feel and read it. Ramen Ichiraku. A very unassuming place, a small ramen shop, quick and delicious, and rather well known to locals. Ken had spent plenty of years trying to track the man inside down. But he had never gotten far. Only recently was he able to finally find a crack in the Information Guild's network, and extract more information about their inner workings. It still cost him quite a sum of money, as he needed to grease the right hands, but it would all be worth it if he were to succeed. As the information he had received dictated, Ken proceeded to walk into the ramen shop whilst whistling a very particular tune. As soon as he sat down at the stool that was only 2 inches taller than the rest, he turned his head towards the middle-aged man who was dressed in a regular cook's garb. "What'll it be, sir?" The man, the owner of the establishment, asked with a welcoming smile. His features were still quite young, his eyes seemed to be closed most of the time. It was a bit ironic that the man whose eyes saw the most in the world, mostly kept his actual eyes closed. Ken didn't lament on that for too long, however, as he had a few more steps and instructions to follow. "Well, I'm still not quite sure, I am quite new to this place. What would you recommend, boss?" The blind assassin gave the owner a warm smile as he tapped a very specific tune on the wooden table in front of him. "Oh, a newcomer? I would recommend starting with the very basics. How about a regular bowl of ramen and some sake to start you off? Also, you can call me Tookie, no need for the honorifics, haha." The owner didn't react outwardly at all to Ken's signals and seemed to just continue the conversation normally. "That does sound delicious, boss. Say, do you have any Eastern spices on hand?" Ken also seemed to continue the conversation normally. He continued tapping onto the wooden table, this time changing the tune accordingly. "Oh, I think I do. But they're downstairs and quite hard to look through. You look like a strong lad, care to give me a hand?" Tookie gestured at Ken to come around the counter and follow him. "Sure thing, boss. As long as I get a good tasting meal from it." Ken laughed a bit. To an outsider, it sounded as genuine as could be, just a simple positive interaction between a ramen shop owner and a client. The shop owner nodded, then turned and smiled towards a teenage girl. He told her to keep up shop for a few minutes while he took care of things. After that, Ken followed the owner wordlessly, as the two of them entered a side room and started walking down a long flight of stairs towards the basement. As he passed through, Tookie pulled onto some of the torches. He did so in a sequence that Ken found hard to understand. It was a code of sorts, and it worked alongside a mechanism. He knew what the torches did, or rather, he felt what they did. He could feel a slight shift, as the mechanical contraption slid open a hidden compartment somewhere at the bottom of the stairs. Tookie was eerily silent throughout the walk, and the two of them eventually descended the stairs and continued to walk forward. Ken felt as he passed through the passage that had opened up, and he felt it close behind him, turning into a wall as two people behind him transformed into both him and Tookie and went back upstairs. Ken and the owner eventually reached a room with a table and 2 chairs. The room was filled with cabinets and scrolls, all likely filled with information from all around the world. The owner sat down in the chair facing the door, and Ken was prompted to sit down on the other, which he did. "Now then. Who are you exactly?" Tookie's eyes seemed to slide open for a brief moment, his gaze very much studying the man in front of him. "I am a friend, or rather someone that wishes to become a friend of yours, Sir Tookie." Ken slowly interlocked his fingers and rested his chin on them. "Humph, plenty of people want to be my friend. But they at least have the decency to introduce themselves." Tookie scowled a bit as his eyes closed, seemingly lamenting what to do with the strange man who somehow knew the code to get in contact with him. "I must admit, I very much dread introducing myself so early, as it will definitely shift the tone of our conversation. But I guess it can't be helped, I don't want you trying to get rid of me just yet." Ken sighed. He felt the mercenaries and rogue shinobi hiding among the shadows in the room. He felt them squirm slightly at his words, and without even wanting he had applied a bit of pressure on all of them. The blind assassin then slowly tapped a seal on his wrist, and a small cloud of smoke puffed out around his hand. He could once again feel the mercenaries squirm, prepared to jump at his throat at any second. But Tookie was still very much calm. But he was unable to keep his calm as Ken placed an object on the table. Something so recognizable that it made every mercenary in the room shiver. Toki's eyes widened as he looked at the symbol that had appeared more and more as of late in their information. An eyeless white mask with a large red dot in the middle. I see. It's an honor really, I've heard a lot about you. Toki shook his head as he regained his composure. Despite sitting in front of the strongest assassin in the world, he didn't feel threatened. After all, Ken had a very particular reputation. The people he targeted very rarely even knew they were a target before their heads flew off. This made Toki realize that Ken was not there with any bad intentions, so he signaled his men to leave the room immediately. They were useless anyway to someone like Ken. Toki was not the type of man to require fake comfort in front of great dangers. Ken nodded as he felt the mercenaries leave the room. See? The tone shifted quite a bit. Though I am glad that you had the best reaction possible to this reveal. This makes everything so much easier. The blind monster couldn't help but smile at the way things had turned out. He was thankful that Toki was a very calm and collected individual. But, if I may ask, why exactly have you sought me out right now? I doubt it's just to get acquainted. Toki seemed to be friendly enough, but also very much wanting to get straight to business. Well, I specifically want to form an alliance with you directly. I am willing to provide you with any support you may need, within the power of the Three Corners Alliance, in exchange for you supporting us both financially and with information. Ken immediately put his offer on the table, deciding to follow Toki and get straight to business. Oh? So you have the authority to speak for the entire alliance? Toki's eyes opened once more, studying the red dot with great interest. I am the one that founded it, the one that set the stage and made it possible. I also happen to be in good relations with most of the founding members, which gives me plenty of leeway. Toki's eyes narrowed for a moment at Ken's words, he seemed visibly conflicted. To think a 13. No, he should be 14 now. Still, to think that a teenager is capable of this much. It's better to keep him close in this case. Still, there are still some details to iron out. And what exactly would the support that the Dark Brotherhood requires entail? Toki's tone didn't at all give off his thoughts, it was as neutral as could be. Financially, we don't require much. We are rather self-sufficient in that sense, thankfully. In case of emergencies, we may reach out to you, but it's highly unlikely. Ken's tone seemed quite straightforward, one of the few times he could speak honestly. Very well, I can take your word for that for now. And I'm assuming you would want information about anyone looking into you, or you'd want to be informed if and when anyone is scheming against you, right? Yep, you assume right. I do have a task for you, but other than that, the support we require is rather minimal for now, as the dust has barely settled down after the last conflict, but it's good to have assurance. Toki nodded when hearing the red dot's words, it all seemed quite reasonable. And what may that task be? Oh, I simply want you to send me information about every clan you have available, nothing major, just basic information about them that's already public. I would also appreciate some DNA samples if possible for each of them. That's not exactly a small task. I'll see what I can do, bodies are still rotting on the battlefield, so we can scavenge and scour through those. Toki rubbed his chin as he considered the request quite seriously. The information part was simple enough, they had clean records of every clan that existed. But the DNA part of the request was the most difficult by far. Toki was still confident that he'd be able to get it done, however. And that was mainly thanks to the fact that Ken hadn't specified any time frame at all. The ramen shop owner was a firm believer in the fact that every problem could be resolved as long as enough money was thrown at it and enough time was invested into it. Well then. Are you willing to form this small alliance? Ken smiled as he felt Toki already musing over the request he had given him. His question was more of a formality at that point by the look of it. Of course I do. But I also have a small request of my own for you. Toki smiled as he reached under the table, he seemed to pull a string, and immediately a specific scroll was shot out from the shelves nearby and onto the table. Ken couldn't read it, due to his blindness, but Toki was more than glad to explain the contents. In front of you is the profile and description of a noble that has been quite nosy lately. He is a man who currently rules over a section of the Land of Fire. I ask that you get rid of him. Toki slowly unveiled the scroll and started listing some basic details of the target, information crucial for a quiet assassination. The information given was very detailed, extending as far as to mention the shifts and locations of the guards within the estate. The assassination would still be a complex one and had a high rate of probable failure if done by any regular assassin, which was why Toki was now reaching out to the best of the best. It doesn't sound too difficult. I can sneak in without much issue. Should I make it look like a suicide? No, a suicide sounds a bit inconspicuous. This is a man that's currently in the best position possible, leading a very fulfilling life. Toki scowled a bit at the last part. He seemed to somewhat disapprove of the noble's way of life. Ken just shrugged. It was the usual pig that used his money and position to do whatever he wanted to those weaker than him. Still, the blind assassin felt the need to continue with his idea. Well, a man that has achieved everything, and is in the best position, often doesn't have anything to look forward to in life. But fine. I will make it look like an accident. Any other requests? He still relented to Toki's specifications, as the ramen shop owner was the client in this case. If he didn't want it to look like a suicide, then it wouldn't. Well, I only have one more request. I want the man that leaked information on how to reach me dead. Toki's voice became a few degrees colder as he spoke that last request. Ken just nodded, already expecting something of that nature. That is only natural. I actually anticipated that you'd want to tie up loose ends, so I can assure you that he is already dead and buried. Ken smiled as he answered the last request. He had paid a large sum for the information, but he had only really paid the family of the informant for them to be able to continue with their lives worry-free. The informal himself was dead and decomposing as soon as Ken got the information he needed. In the first place, the Information Guild would have tracked him down and killed him anyway, as they didn't appreciate any leaks, especially ones of such magnitude. Very well. Toki smiled once more before sighing and continuing. I appreciate your cooperation. I will wait for the good news in regards to my other request here. Toki nodded as he watched Ken slowly get up and turn to leave. Good, I'll be seeing you in a few days. Ken nodded and immediately turned into a blur, leaving the village the same way he came in, using reverse summoning. Toki watched his back disappear with a conflicted gaze. The only thought in his mind being how exactly could a blind man see him at all. Chapter 147, Unfortunate Accident and Grasping Power. The Nobu family was closely tied to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. They resided over a rather wide region of both forest and plain fields. They were the main producers of grain and vegetables for the entirety of the Land of Fire. And their leader was none other than Kojiro. He had ruled over the Nobu clan for decades already. He led a rather easy life, and his hand could reach just about everywhere, which was why he was mad that he couldn't really get much of a lead for the Information Guild. Things could be so much better for him if only he managed to get them in his pocket. He had the money, he had the means, he was just missing a few pieces of the puzzle. The grand halls of the Nobu estate echoed with Kojiro's frustrated footsteps as he paced back and forth in his lavish study. Golden ornaments adorned the walls, a testament to the wealth and power he wielded. Yet, the one thing that eluded him, the Information Guild, gnawed at his pride like an insatiable beast. Seated behind a grand mahogany desk, Kojiro tapped his fingers impatiently, his mind concocting schemes to bring the elusive organization under his control. The Information Guild, a coalition of formidable factions, held secrets that could make or break nations. Kojiro yearned for that influence, for the leverage it would provide over his rivals and allies alike. His contemplations were abruptly interrupted by a soft, eerie melody wafting through the air. The room seemed to grow colder as the haunting notes reached Kojiro's ears. It was quiet, and one could easily mistake it as a wind chime. The grand curtains behind him billowed, most likely because Kojiro had cracked the windows leading to his balcony open. He did it to let some air in, but it also made the melodic sound louder. An unsettling silence followed, broken only by the creak of the door. Intrigued, Kojiro leaned forward, his eyes scanning the room. "Who's there?" he demanded, his arrogance momentarily replaced by a trace of uncertainty. The door swung open, revealing a stern-faced guard, his eyes avoiding direct contact with the noble. "Lord Kojiro, urgent matters in the courtyard require your immediate attention." The guard's tone was low and respectful. Kojiro, intrigued and somewhat annoyed by the interruption, rose from his seat. What could possibly be so urgent? "Speak quickly." The guard hesitated for a moment before responding. "A group of bandits has breached the estate perimeter. The gate guards are currently being overwhelmed. We require immediate assistance." Kojiro's frustration turned into a surge of anger. "Bandits? In my estate? Unacceptable. It was simply unheard of. Bandits? Since when did those dirty mountain dwellers dare set foot into his land?" He had heard of them becoming more rambunctious as of late, robbing more and more caravans. Was it possible that they had finally gone mad and decided to try their hand at attacking a noble family as well? Humph! Dirty fools! The noble huffed, some steam coming out of his nose. He immediately clapped his fat hands together. In an instant, 4 figures appeared in front of him, all of them wearing black jumpsuits, with their faces covered by masks. They were shinobi in Kojiro's employ, 3 of his strongest. "You lot, go and help those incompetent bastards at the main gate. If even one of those dirty bandits sets foot on my pristine red carpet, then I will make sure that your heads are on the chopping block next. Alongside the useless guards that I apparently pay for nothing." Kojiro shouted with vitriol. Spit came out of his mouth and dirted his messy beard as he waved his hand and shooed everyone in the room away. Currently, the problem he had was the eerie melody which continued to linger in the air. To the paranoid noble, it simply felt unnaturally rhythmic. Again, it was most likely nothing more than the wind chimes in the courtyard, especially since not even the shinobi he hired reacted to it in any way before they were sent away. With that in mind, he decided to just leave his guard down, and sit back at his desk, where his meal awaited him. Of course, it was only customary that food was to be present at his office at all times. Food was to be brought to him wherever he went, in fact. Yet another decadent rule born from the excess of wealth and affluence. As the stuffed pig sat down on his chair, as its 4 legs creaked under the pressure, his hands reached back towards the food in front of him. He grabbed a drumstick with a smile on his face, his greasy fingers tightening around it as he thought about which of his personal maids he would bed that night. It was then that it happened. It felt almost as if something had entered his mouth, too quick for him to react. In an instant, what felt like a chicken bone was stuck in his throat. The pig coughed and slapped his table, but for some reason, he couldn't make any noise. It was almost as if his hand was stopping each time before he managed to slap the table. The curtains behind him ruffled silently as he choked and tried his best to dislodge the bone from his throat, even going as far as to punch his chest, causing the fat on his body to ripple. But it seemed to be completely stuck there, almost as if it had been glued on the inside of his esophagus. Kojiro's eyes quickly turned bloodshot as he frantically looked for his personal guards, the shinobi he had paid so much money for. But of course, they weren't there. He was the one to send them away. And so, the noble's vision slowly turned black, and his body slumped to the side, falling off of the chair, but still not making any sounds, as a strange force seemed to have cushioned his fall perfectly. The fat noble's last thoughts were filled with frustration. The only thing he could think of was how unfair life was to him in his last moments. Despite having lived a life so privileged, his last moments were still spent in tears crying of unfairness. Alas, no one was there to witness his pathetic writhing mess. No one besides the man that killed him in the first place. The window, which had been cracked open slightly, now slowly closed. Almost as if it was done by the wind. And as the pig lay dead on the floor of his illustrious study, the courtyard and main gate of the estate were filled with the sounds of battle. It was only a matter of time before the experienced shinobi drove away the bandits from the estate, but by the time they won, they weren't even able to celebrate. After all, they returned to the man who was supposed to pay their salaries, only to find him already passed away, his face purple and tongue sticking out of his open mouth, eyes bloodshot and filled with dried up tears. Ken yawned as he waltzed away from the Nobu family's compound. He had no interest in the aftermath of his target's death, he had merely gone in and done his job. Tipping off a greedy group of bandits that the Nobu family was not well guarded and had a lot of wealth hidden inside of it was also extremely easy for someone like him. That was also especially true since the Nobu family had a lot of actual wealth, and their guards were not as numerous as one would think. The leader had either been skimping on the defense or banking on the 3 shinobi to do the job. It was the most simple end to the book's silent assassination. First, he created a distraction, then infiltrated the premises with the help of his target, then shoved a chicken bone down the target's throat sideways. With Ken's speed and body manipulation, he was able to do it perfectly. Making his hand smaller was also a parlor trick to him after all. Getting in and out of the place undetected was the actually difficult part. It might have been impossible even for anyone other than Ken, but those were just details of a past mission now, one that took less than 3 days to complete. The thing that took the most was getting there and attracting the right group of bandits for a distraction. Otherwise, it was a rather straightforward job. Regardless, Ken moved on ahead without ever looking back. Not that he could see much there anyway. With his mission done, he only really had one thing left to do. And that was to return to his employer. Getting to Konoha continued being easy for Ken as he donned his civilian disguise and reverse summoned himself into a dumpster. Sometimes I wish my sense of smell was not this dastardly good. The unmasked assassin scowled as he flung away a banana peel from his head and tried his best to ignore the smell of dung and rotten food around him. His entry into Konoha was maybe not the most pleasant one, but at least it was stealthy. He immediately made his way to Ramen Ichiraku, the bangs covering half of his face swayed from side to side as he made his way through groups of people without bumping into anyone. His very presence was unassuming, not even fleeting, just too average for anyone to care about. That was his way of blending in now, as at that point that lack of presence would likely attract more attention than needed. He could afford to make no mistakes when contacting Toki. It was a matter of professionalism first of all. And their meeting went similar to the first one. This time Ken acted like a customer who had been there once before and enjoyed the service. This time he once again asked for some more exotic spices, and the shop owner urged him to follow him to the back of the shop again. Everything went smoothly as they walked through the dimly lit network of corridors stretching from the unassuming ramen shop. And they found themselves back in Toki's office. This time the figurehead of the Information Guild sat down with a bit more leisure, his eyes a bit less questioning and hostile. Instead, a friendly and pleased smile was plastered onto his face. "I must say, you work incredibly fast." His starting words were just as friendly as advertised. "Any request you may have, I shall personally assure that it gets done per your requirements." Ken nodded at the ramen shop owner, his hair bobbing a bit as he did so. He offered his services personally, and his words made it clear that he had no plans of half-assing anything. His credibility was on the line after all. Indeed, you have proven your commitment. In this case, I shall prove mine as well." Toki then clapped his hands, and immediately a number of scrolls shot out from the shelves around them. Ken's senses flared up as around 10 scrolls landed on the table in front of him. "This is about how much we have compiled until now. These are more popular clans that are still very much active in the shinobi world. Information about them isn't difficult to find, and neither was a DNA sample." Ken nodded. He had already somewhat expected that the more popular clans would be easier to collect DNA on. But the Information Guild was large, enormous even. It was only a matter of time before they completed Ken's request properly. "Very well, I am also pleased with your progress. I would even dare say that our partnership is solid at this stage. If you find yourself needing my services again, you know where to find me. Same for completing the rest of my request. Ken slowly swiped the 12 scrolls on the table and stood up. He gave the Information Guild leader a toothy smile and extended his hand. Took a look at it for only a minute before smiling a bit and shaking it firmly. Good. We shall keep in touch. I'll send a few peddlers your way in the following weeks. Ken nodded at the ramen shop owner's words. His stay was a lot shorter this time around, as there wasn't much else to add to their current arrangement. Still, with this alliance secured, Ken was now able to grasp more and more power. It was only a matter of time before his goals fully materialized. Whether or not he could create a permanent peace, or just a very long-lasting one, was still up for debate. But one thing was for sure. There's no stopping me at this point. The daimyo better be prepared. Chapter 148, Time Flying By, Growth and Exams. The months rolled by once more. And they were quite eventful at that. The noble families leading the world had yet to respond or retaliate in any way against the Three Corners Alliance. But at least the war was over. Their agreement had come a bit too easily, and Ken was already preparing for his next steps. But he was in no hurry now. He wanted the peace to last, and the balance he had created, although sturdy, was also fragile in a sense. One wrong move from either side and the world would descend into chaos. There would be no winners. The blind monster didn't care about winning, he only really wanted the best for the Brotherhood at that point. He needed to give them more time to grow. Even more, now that the Brotherhood had grown. Yes indeed, recruitment started as soon as the new compound was built. They had more space and more houses. The Land of Iron was more than happy to chime in and help them expand. And before Ken even realized it, their compound was already twice as big as before. The leader's office this time was built into the side of the mountain that they used for training, overlooking the entire compound. At this point, it was fair to call it a small hidden village. It was only lacking in population. So Tasho got to work, reaching out to his usual channels to look into recruiting more children to join. Whether they were teens or pre-teens, it didn't matter anymore. Ken wanted the Brotherhood to grow, and as long as their recruits were willing to become stronger and join their family, they weren't going to be turned away. Spies did try infiltrating the Brotherhood, but they were at best chunin from other villages. Ken could very easily sniff them out. And by that point, Saburo and Tasho likely could as well. Akira definitely knew. But he didn't feel the need to do anything since Ken was still the best high-end security system ever. In the end, the Brotherhood started growing, and fast. In under 2 months, their Brotherhood had expanded to around 200 members. And that was without counting Saburo's clone army in the equation. The recruitment was much easier on Tasho as he had gotten some help from their allied nations. With their help, he was able to cover a much wider area in his recruitment. And with the war that had just wrapped up, it wasn't that difficult to find more and more war orphans and potential candidates. Now, neither Ken nor his blades were sure that all of the new members would remain by the end of the year. Not everyone in the current batch of children was going to be as motivated as the last one. There was also the issue of integrating them into their community. But that was solved easily as the children remaining from the first batch of recruits were more than welcoming. There was also the obvious fact that they all came from very similar backgrounds, which helped them relate to one another and get along much easier. Of course, there were the usual suspects who preferred to be quiet and closed off in their shells. But they were sure to open up one day with the right guidance. It was going to take time, but Ken remained confident that everything would end up well. Other than that, the Information Guild had already gathered the necessary assets to create a bloodline dictionary. It took a lot longer than initially expected. The closer they thought they were to the end, the more obscure clans they managed to find. The blind monster didn't mind the extra weight, he very much appreciated their efforts. After receiving their reports and scrolls, Ken handed everything over to Saburo, alongside a sample of his own DNA, and told the mad scientist to get to work. He had yet to hear results regarding that, but it had only really been a few weeks since that had happened, so it was to be expected. For now, there was not much else for the blind swordsman to do besides actually sleep for once. And it was a long sleep. Without even realizing it, he had managed to sleep for 2 days straight. Ken yawned as he slowly dragged himself out of bed. It had been quite a while since he had slept, and for some reason, he woke up feeling more tired than when he had gone to sleep. It was as if his body was begging him for more, but that was only the case for a few seconds. Ken breathed and felt more and more natural energy rush into his body, giving him his usual high. His body was already more than accustomed to it. His muscle fibers had already been strengthened beyond any human limitations. His mind was also different. Ken had already asked Saburo for a medical examination, and it was obvious from the scans that his brain was not the brain of a regular human. It had deformed in some way, seemingly more deformed. But his thought process didn't seem to be affected. Saburo had stated that any normal human would have either been dead or brain dead if their brains were to be deformed in that way. But to Ken, hearing such phrases had already become natural. At some point, he had realized it, but he was no longer a human. He had embraced his new form and body without any hesitation at first, but now that the Brotherhood was recruiting more and more children for him to look after, he was starting to worry. After all, there was always the chance that he would also lose his touch with humanity, just as his body was. How would he go about guiding others to being better humans when he himself was becoming less and less of a human each day? Ironically, at some point, the blind monster realized that his worries were rather moot. He had yet to fully realize it at that point, but his progression in his current life was mirroring that of his previous. That meant that, while his body was becoming monstrous, his mind was regaining its humanity gradually. He found in himself a level of empathy that he certainly didn't have in the past. He was still developing, sure, but the progress he had made already spoke for itself. He now had friends, family, and people he cherished. But despite all of that, he was still more of a monster than a human. In his past life, it was quite the opposite. He was human, skilled, but human. He couldn't fly, he couldn't grow scales or regrow arms. He was a mere human. But his mind had turned into that of a monster as he fully let go of any morals he may have had to pursue his passion. He cared for no one, had no relations with anyone, and even looked down on others for forming such connections. It was odd how both of his lives seemed to unfold in such a similar, yet fundamentally different fashion. In the end, the blind monster could only really go with the flow. He would continue to explore his own progress as he led the children towards not what was right, but what he considered right. His views could change one day, and when they did, he would look into changing the mindsets of the children as well. But for now, he had no reason to worry about any of them being too misguided anyway. The new recruits were still adjusting to their new lives, and they had barely even started training. And the old recruits were all mostly in their teens by now. Those that weren't still progressed quite a lot mentally, maturing a lot faster due to their environment and past. Their development was important to Ken, which was why he planned to do something he wouldn't have considered in the past. A joint examination of sorts. He had already contacted his allies regarding it as well. The Chunin exams. They were, for regular shinobi, an examination that allowed genin to go ahead into the next rank. The exams were swiftly approaching, and plenty of genin from all age groups were looking to join them. The shinobi part of the Three Corners Alliance already planned to hold their Chunin exams together, so it wasn't all that difficult for the Dark Brotherhood to join in. He was prompted to select 3 teams of 3 that he'd be willing to send over to participate. It was tough to pick and choose which teams would get to participate. So Ken decided to allow the children themselves to choose. That was the best and least discriminatory way to go about things. In the end, after quite a lot of back and forth, the children came up with 3 teams, all having one figurehead. One team was led by Tatsuksho, who was the obvious winner of the Seinen exams already in Ken's lack of eyes. The other team was led by Morita, a strong contender as well, and his teammates were also plenty skilled. Yu was also the leader of a team, although Ken was slightly worried about her going over and killing too many people and souring relations. But Yuemi was also in her team, and she was a lot kinder, so Ken was sure things would somehow balance themselves out. The Brotherhood's internal tournament was going to have to wait for now. But Ken was already looking forward to the performance of the children. He decided to also give out some rewards for the participants, all based on performance, of course. But Ken did let it slip that the top spots would receive special attention from him, and that the number 1 contender was going to receive one of the 7 swords that had formerly belonged to the Mist. The Chunin exams were only a month or 2 away, but the teams were already preparing for their departure, aiming to train on the way there. Ken was of course not going to go with them. He was set to meet them there when the time was right. He trusted them enough to allow them to travel alone through the surrounding lands. They all donned coats above their usual black training clothes. They put on white masks as was customary, and they also decided to wear some straw hats. Ken chuckled a bit as he realized that the children looked a lot like Saburo's clones now, just smaller. He did go to the gates of the compound to see them off with a smile on his face. "Take care of yourselves, remember to stay hydrated," Ken said as he slowly studied each child with his enhanced senses. Yeah, we know," Yu slowly stretched as she spoke in a bored tone, her voice slightly altered by her mask. Tasho gave her a dirty look, before turning his head towards Ken and smiling warmly underneath his mask. "We appreciate the concern, sir. Thank you for trusting us enough to let us go out. No need to thank me. If I managed to trust you to fight in a large-scale war, then I can trust you with this much." Ken crossed his arms and chuckled a bit as he waved towards them. Morita didn't speak much, he merely sighed and bowed towards Ken, silently thanking him for the opportunity as well. "Father, how much should we hold back again?" Yuemi, the littlest of the group, raised her head as if she was in a classroom. "As much as you want to really. Just don't kill anyone." Lame Yu seemed the only one disappointed by Ken's orders. "Deal with it." But the blind monster wasn't going to just bend the rules for her. Yu humphed for a second and seemed to want to talk a bit more, but Tatsuksho hopped over to her and gave her a karate chop across the head. "I'm sure she'll behave, sir. Please make sure our new siblings feel welcome in the meantime." "Of course I will. Now then, off you go." Ken waved them off one last time before they all nodded and turned to leave. The one-legged assassin slowly started hopping away with the rest of the group as well, ignoring the frustrated profanities of Yu, who was behaving in a very unladylike manner. Ken sighed as he felt them leave, their morale as high as could be. I wonder when they realize that the exams began the moment they stepped out of the compound. Chapter 149, First Stage, Obstacles and Last Hurdle. "This is so boring." Yu exhaled as her wires tightened around the neck of an unsuspecting victim. Blood spilled out on the ground, and the victim in question fell like a doll that had its strings cut. "What else would you expect? They're bandits." Morita scowled a bit as he retrieved his tanto from the chest of a bandit. "I expect them to put up a fight, maybe." Yu responded with a scowl of her own. Her condescending tone made it clear that she held no respect for the corpses that she had piled up dismembered. "Well, our training prepares us for much worse than bandits, so, understandably, this is easy." One of the members of Tatsuksho's team spoke up, his features hidden behind a white wooden mask, but his hair was short and spiky. Among his brothers, he was called Bull. Big Brother Bull more specifically. The most gifted amongst them when it came to physical strength, and also one of the oldest among them, having already hit 15. He was much taller than most, and his shoulders were broader than most adults as well. He still fell short of a few inches in comparison to their father/leader, but it wasn't like there wasn't time left for him to grow. He was ranked number 4 among the other children, right behind Yu, who was now firmly cemented on third place. Momo, a member of Yu's team, was the one to speak up now, her tone a lot more placid and calm. Her orange hair flowed down to her lower back. She was among the oldest girls in the bunch too, being around 15 as well. She was not as strong or as flexible as Yu, but she was a lot better with genjutsu than all of her siblings. Well, father would likely not even stop to fight with bandits. He's far too fast for some highwayman. Tatsuksho sighed as he slowly hopped over to his team and started helping them collect their projectiles. Father's speed is certainly great, but he may have stopped, even if just to observe the bandits or take them down. They were organized, a bit too well for random bandits. Yumi sighed as she closed her eyes slightly and pulled her hand out of Bandit's chest. Her strength was at this point a bit above that of Bull when she was in Sage mode. But she couldn't maintain Sage mode for more than 5 minutes. Surprisingly, she was able to enter Sage mode quite quickly as well, needing to concentrate on it only for around 1 minute. She had progressed a lot, easily able to use Senjutsu in combat consistently. No one that faced her stood much of a chance. But she wasn't the only one to notice how organized the bandits were. The bandits that had attacked them were not explicitly skilled, but they were numerous and seemed to move in proper formations. Even as many of them died, they didn't even break formation as one might expect bandits to do. The younglings felt that the situation was quite odd. This is intriguing. Morita sighed as he crossed his arms and looked around a bit. Then he seemed to notice something strange. He immediately crouched and picked up the dismembered head of one of the bandits. Say, why are all these bandits wearing headbands? Morita scowled as he studied the headband with curiosity. Some of the recruits had noticed during combat. Tatsuksho had noticed it as well. But Morita was seemingly the first one to bring it up. I mean, I thought they were disgraced genin or something. But now that I think about it, what's with this symbol? Tatsuksho picked up an armband with the same symbol that one of the other bandits was wearing. What? Are bandits forming a hidden village now? Bull chuckled a bit at the notion of bandits wearing headbands. But even he could think of a few theories as to why bandits could be coming together. For example, they could be trying to take advantage of the period after the war. Now, while the villages were still recovering, they decided to strike as quickly as they could. After all, things were about to change a lot. It was a lot easier for bandits during the war. They could move in smaller groups and still be safe. The shinobi villages that were tasked with keeping them under wraps were too busy killing each other. But things were already a lot calmer, so the bandits were likely pressured into grouping up. Hey, the symbol appears to be just a tree. There are 3 small kanji underneath it. Morita narrowed his eyes as he read out the words on the headband. Green Forest Alliance. His voice sounded just as confused as one might imagine. Everyone around him reacted in the same way, turning towards the corpses with a curious gaze. Only Yu's eyes flashed in recognition for a few seconds. She seemed to ponder upon it a few more moments before speaking up. Oh! I think I heard about this before. The bloody princess touched her chin with an index finger as her eyes trailed across the forests around them. You have? Why didn't you say anything? Tatsuksho and Morita both reacted accordingly. The others just listened to you silently. The bloody princess started explaining how she had heard her father mention something about them recently. The Green Forest Union. It was something that the many bandits of the elemental nations decided to do after taking inspiration from the Three-Corner Alliance. The outlaws from all over the elemental nations all seemed to gather together into a grand alliance. Their headquarters were already said to be located somewhere in between the land of hot water and the land of fire. However, they were yet to be located due to the current political climate. The bandits that the Dark Brotherhood younglings had just killed were likely nothing but a small group of scouts/highwaymen belonging to the Green Forest Union. You didn't know much more other than that. I hope we haven't started some war by killing outlaws. Bull looked at the broken corpses around them with slight concern. Every one of them had enough of war. Well, Yu was maybe more excited at the prospect, but she was not mindless enough to think that her desires were more important than the well-being of many. Although they were technically attacked first and just retaliated, they still killed every single one of them. At that point, Yu's style of killing had become quite well known within the Land of Iron, so the situation could be linked back to them. Well, my dad didn't seem all that concerned about them. I think they're not that great a threat for now. Overall, I wouldn't worry about them. Yu shrugged and slowly turned to continue her journey, obviously not concerned in any way about the wasp's nest they had technically just stepped on. Her lack of care seemed to rub off on the others around her. But Morita and Tatsuksho both shared a rather foreboding look. As the others were also continuing their journey, the duo seemed to have a silent understanding in that instant. Better to keep an eye out for them. Morita slowly shifted his mask to the side, then brought his hands together, swiftly made a few hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In an instant, a continuous stream of fire in the shape of a large sphere came out of his mouth. The piled-up bodies were engulfed immediately, and the smell of burning flesh immediately filled their surroundings. Bleg smells like burning pig. This stench better not cling to my hair. Yu seemed less than happy with Morita's actions, but Tatsuksho was quick to scowl at her. We don't want this to be linked back to us, Yu, deal with it. The one-legged devil started hopping away as well before taking one last glance at the burning pile of bodies to make sure they were all engulfed. But Morita had already made sure to turn everything to ash. The stream of flames only stopped when everything had turned to charcoal and crumbled even further. Soon after that, Morita turned to leave alongside his siblings. Unbeknownst to them, further on the side just in the clearing that they had passed, was a man shrouded in shadows wearing a fox mask. Slowly and methodically, he wrote down in his notebook. His notes included every action that the group had taken. Every word they spoke, every breath they took. Everything was noted down and graded. And it wasn't just for the three groups of the Dark Brotherhood. Each squad that was participating was being tracked in the very same way. Along the journey to Konoha were several obstacles set up by the Anbu. This particular one saw it fit to sell some prime intel about there being a secret cargo being ferried along on that route by a very rich and careful merchant. The Green Forest Union obviously took the bait. At least the group that had shown up did anyway. Regardless, the way that the Dark Brotherhood attendees had handled the matter earned them quite a few points in the eyes of the Anbu in charge of them. Especially since they were mindful of the Brotherhood and doing things for its well-being. He did contemplate deducting a few points from Yu due to her words and attitude at times, but her actions seemed to contradict them. Essentially, the girl liked to talk smack but was quite careful and methodical about the way she did things, so the Anbu ended up not deducting any points. Eventually, he closed his notebook and blended back into the shadows, following the group further through their trials. It was an arduous journey. Each squad from each village was strictly being scored under similar metrics during their travels. The genin teams of Konoha that were participating in the Chunin exams this year were also given missions further from the village for them to participate in the task. Their overseers were their jonin teachers, of course. Besides bandits, among the various hurdles they faced was the wildlife that was a lot more aggressive than usual thanks to the Anbu's interference. There were some scenes left for them to investigate, one of a broken-down carriage and some corpses. There were tracks leading into the woods, and towards a cave that was booby-trapped. On that hurdle, the Dark Brotherhood examinees once again proved their deductive strength and reasoning by simply stumbling upon the scene but choosing not to engage much with the tracks and simply continue on their way to their mission. They didn't follow the obvious tracks as it was none of their business. They were, at the end of the day, assassins with a task. And the Anbu leading them found that commendable. The most commendable was the fact that most of the members of the squads were just silently listening to orders from their leaders. Thanks to that everything went smoothly. Until they got to the last hurdle. As the group of 9 Dark Brotherhood recruits dashed through the forest, they immediately noticed a clearing in front of them, with a pebbled road. All of them appeared confused for a second. Morita immediately signaled for them all to stop, which they did. They then quickly checked their maps and tried to find their current location. Tatsuksho helped with that by jumping as high as he could and getting a good view of their surroundings. There shouldn't be any road here, Morsha muttered before looking at the road once more. It appeared to start from the forest, and it led to somewhere off to the side, just outside their line of sight. The group silently looked at each other, and they slowly crept up along the road, not quite stepping on it. And eventually, they ran into it. An unmapped village. Chapter 150, Village, Plans and Infiltration. An unmapped village. Tatsuksho eyed the structures in front of him with a weary gaze. In front of them stood what seemed to be a small gated community with a rickety wooden fence surrounding what looked to be a small village. Thatch huts and wooden homes built in the same place, spoke a bit about the history of the group that had settled there. The huts that were not destroyed meant that the people there had moved in not so far ago. They looked like structures one would use for a temporary home, and there were some wooden houses still unfinished. They were likely war refugees or nomads who decided to move into a remote region where not many were likely to pass to avoid carnage and contact with the outside world. But why would they set up a cobblestone road if that was the case? Not only was the road set up, there were also guards stationed at the gate, and patrolling the village. Despite that, it still felt strangely organized for just a group of nomads or war refugees. Their ideas of what the village was were all not quite fitting with each other. Their first instinct was just to waltz in and try to ask around for some information. But one train of thought did keep them from doing that. What if this is a trap of sorts? It all feels a bit too strange. Tatsuksho was the one to bring up that possibility, and immediately all of them became weary. Their journey to Konoha was already suspiciously eventful. They expected to mostly pass by trees and look at mushrooms in their journey. Tatsuksho also felt as if he was being watched at times, though he kept that part to himself. Is it possible that the Green Forest Union is onto us? Of course, the first thought that Tatsuksho had was not that the Chunin exam had already started. Instead, he assumed that the eyes he felt on him belonged to some skilled informant. After all, the scope of the Green Forest Union sounded quite large from Miu's explanation despite her lack of concern. It wasn't surprising for a large organization to have skilled people flocking to it. Tatsuksho was certainly strong, but there were many shinobi that could easily kill him under the right circumstances, and many that could evade his senses. I say our best choice would be to avoid this place. Yu also felt a bit unnerved by the situation. Her instincts were telling her that the village in front of them was not quite as simple as it looked. But at the same time, we have the chance to gain intel about a future potential enemy. This may be a place where the Green Forest Union resides. Morita seemed to also have made a connection between previous events and what stood in front of them. They had to weigh their options carefully in their current situation. After all, their mission was strictly to go to Konoha and participate in the Chunin exams held there. They felt the need to respect those orders. But at the same time, they felt as if they could bring something of value back to the Brotherhood besides their victory. What would please Father most? Was the question many of them were struggling to answer at that stage. At the end of the day, although older, they were still children looking to please their father. And their father happened to be a man who had just about everything. Strength, influence, money, information, allies. There was next to nothing that they could give him to catch his attention. Despite that, he always still paid attention to them. And they wanted to find some way to repay him for that. It was that wish which made them actually step into the village. One team specifically removed their masks and cloaks and donned civilian clothing before walking towards the cobblestone path. It was the team led by Yu, consisting only of girls. Yu wore a very basic medieval dress, with her long blonde hair flowing down her back, giving her a rather cute girl next door vibe. Yuemi wore a one-piece white sundress, her short black hair only reached up to her neck, and bangs covered her eyes for the most part. She currently looked like a prime example of purity. Momo was dressed a bit more like a traveler, wearing something akin to a merchant's coat and backpack. She looked like a peddler, which was also her cover at that moment. Another girl that was accompanying them was Naomi. She also had black hair, slightly longer than Yumi. Her features were rather sharp and well defined, and she had very noticeable freckles on her cheeks. She was around 14 and was essentially Yu's #1 fan within the Dark Brotherhood, taking after her in many ways and even trying to copy her fighting style to some extent. Despite only copying Yu, she managed to become number 10 rather easily. And she had squeaked a victory over her siblings to join the current expedition alongside Yu. Although she ended up being in Tatsuksho's team, she was at least able to join Yu in this particular mission. In her civilian outfit, she looked similar to Momo, looking like either a peddler or a peddler's assistant. Their team headed toward the village, and to make things less inconspicuous, the two largest among the guys also went with them. Namely, Bull, a muscular 1,84 meter, 6.0367 feet, teenager, who now dressed like a mercenary would, carrying various pouches and a rather large iron mace on his belt. His short black hair was covered by a leather helmet which cast a small shadow over his eyes. His only visible features were his nose, which was larger than one would expect, and a cross-shaped scar on his cheek. Otherwise, he had a sharp jawline and an intimidating air about him. Accompanying him was a slightly less muscular Akio. A 15-year-old with short brown hair that covered his eyes. He was lanky, only a few centimeters shorter than Bull, standing at a rather impressive 1,78 meters, 5.8399 feet. A silent and observing young man. He looked more gloomy and lifeless than Bull, but was a kind soul, and cared deeply for all of his siblings. He wore clothing similar to Bull, a leather helmet and pouches covering his lightly armored clothes. His weapon of choice seemed to be a sickle tied to a chain, which was currently hanging from his belt rather menacingly. He didn't have the same dangerous air about him that Bull had, but he made the people around him feel uneasy with just a look. And that uneasiness was likely well warranted, as the young teen was number 5 among his siblings. He and Bull were rather relative in strength. Akio and Bull were to act as guards to an otherwise oblivious group of traveling merchants. Their team headed into the village, while the others all started infiltrating the village through various means. Some chose to hop over the fence in the cover of the night, sticking close to walls and embracing the shadows as part of their bodies. Others chose to dive into the earth and emerge on the other side, removing any chance that they would be seen whilst jumping the fence. All of them were using the technique that their father had taught them. Their heartbeats were almost non-existent, suppressed within their bodies alongside Their chakra. It was going to take a highly skilled sensor to be able to sniff them out, and they were hoping that the enemy had no such person among them. Morita and Tatsuksho were the most skilled in that technique, so they trusted themselves enough to get a good vantage point at the gate of the village, where more guards were stationed. By the time the infiltrating squad rolled up to the gate, the moonlight was already shining dimly in the sky. "State your business." The wood-armored guards at the gate immediately stopped the group of peddlers. "Greetings." Bull immediately stepped in front, placing his fist into his palm and bowing slightly in a formal salute. The behavior of a soldier. His loud and brash. "We are a group of travelers looking for a place to spend the night." Akio was a lot more direct with their intentions, skipping over casual greetings instantly. His cold gaze swept over the gate guards. His glowing green eyes were only slightly visible through the brown bangs of hair covering the upper half of his face. The guards seemed to be rather uneasy at the sight of the two mercenaries. Momo waved for the two of them to take a step back as they seemed to be scaring the guards. With a swagger and a business-like smile on her face, she stepped forward. "My apologies for those two. They feel the need to speak out for us but aren't quite good at it. We here are a band of small peddlers currently heading for the Land of Fire. We happened to find this village and are wondering if it's possible for you to let us spend the night here." Momo made sure to turn up her charm. Despite her being a tad young, she was still very well developed. Most would not be able to guess her age at first glance. especially since she decided to wear padding for certain features for this particular mission. Men tended to be a lot kinder when speaking to women they found pleasing to the eye. She was the perfect one to lead their team to gain entry into the village. And her strategy seemed to work perfectly, as they were all allowed entry into the village. Bull and Akio were asked to give their weapons to the guards, however, which they did without much hesitation. They had spares and seals hidden within their clothing at the end of the day. They were all led by a few guards towards a larger building, which seemed to be an inn and tavern. Plenty of people were present, men and women of all ages eating and celebrating something. They all became quiet the moment that the newcomers came in. All of them looked towards you and her group with a questioning glance. Momo ignored their gazes for now and merely walked up to what looked to be the owner of the inn and lightly tapped the counter. "Hello there, how much for a night's rest for all of us?" Momo's tone was sickly sweet and friendly. Her demeanor made it hard for the inn owner, a burly man with a thick beard, to act intimidating to her. "Well, for the 6 of you it'll be around 6,000 ryu, we'll have to clean some of the rooms first though," the owner responded, stumbling over his words very briefly before regaining his composure. "That is just fine with us. We'll sit down and maybe order some food in the meantime." Momo reached into a pouch near her back pocket and placed a small cloth bag on the table. "That should be enough to cover our meals as well, we'll just take the house speciality." Momo gave the inn owner one last smile before they all walked towards one of the larger tables and sat on the uncomfortable wooden chairs. They all looked at each other for a minute and silently went over their thoughts. They all made very similar observations, which they discussed over hushed tones in roundabout ways. They spoke as if they were describing a place they had visited in the past, and how it was similar to the village they were in now. For one, the village they found themselves in was nowhere near built. There was a great imbalance in population numbers when it came to gender. There seemed to be a lot more men than women around, and they looked less than friendly. They were all seemingly workers, either tilling dirt and planting corp, or building homes. The guards were likely also workers, but they were taking shifts in patrolling the village and guarding the gates. There was only one entrance to the village, and despite their rather unfriendly demeanor towards travelers, they still seemed to have an inn and tavern built. A place with the infrastructure and amenities for travelers with residents that don't quite welcome them. Now that's certainly a bit suspicious. You couldn't help but tilt her head as she looked into an open window with curiosity. It could just be that they had gotten to the village before they built it, and they weren't quite prepared to greet travelers yet. But then why would they even bother building a road leading to their gate? Why would they start working on a road when the village itself was unfinished? There were too many baffling questions in Yu's mind. She needed them answered before she made any sense of the situation. But before she could think any further about that, she and her siblings were interrupted by a rather large group of burly men, the largest among them at least on par with Bull. There were around 20 of them, and they for some reason decided to crowd around the table that Yu's group sat down at. "Ahem. It seems that we have some fresh meat pulling up tonight, boys." The largest among them, likely their leader, spoke out first. "Fresh meat? That's no way to refer to a humble group of merchants." Momo scowled as she spoke, displeasure etched in her tone. "Ha, girl has a mouth on her." One of the men spoke. "Who cares about her mouth? Look at her body." One of the other men commented, gaining a few jeers from his fellow ape-brained compatriots. "Tisk! What an annoying bunch." Yu scowled as her ears perked up. She felt as if their jeering and laughter were grating her eardrums. "Damn, this one's got a mouth too. Bit less of a bust on her, but I'd still take her." The men quickly picked up on her speaking, quite ignorant to the expression that was growing on Yu's face. Her siblings noticed it though, and Bull immediately acted. Standing up and grabbing the leader by the neck. The leader didn't even have the time to react. One of his hands reached out to grasp at Bull's bulky wrist, but he didn't even get to squeeze it at all before he was sent flying across the room. Despite them being similar in size, Bull was far stronger than any normal human, and he was easily able to throw the leader across the room, causing some of the men who had crowded around their table to stumble and fall to the floor. "I'd appreciate it if you lot minded your own business tonight." Bull's voice sounded a lot deeper than the vast majority of grown men in the room. Before any of the men could react, Akio also stood up, walking to Bull's side and making it clear that he was not going to stand down in a fight. The girls pretended to be a bit scared by the situation, at least some of them did. Yu was just annoyed that she didn't have an excuse to kill all of them now. Bull's action had managed to save a lot of lives that night, as the Weidil workers had backed off to retrieve their leader. And they no longer bothered Momo and the others for the rest of the night. Before long it was time for them to go to their room. A large one with a tatami mat for each guest to sleep on. But before they went to sleep, they all huddled together once more, before opening the window to let in some air. That air in question came in the form of none other than Tatsuksho and Morita, who also joined the meeting. "Now then, what have you all found out?" Chapter 151, Odd Village, Encirclement and Escape. "This entire village stinks." Morita sighed as he sat down on one of the uncomfortable mats that were provided to the infiltrating team. His voice was as quiet as a whisper, clearly not trying to attract any attention from the outside. Bull and Akio both seemed to agree with him, silently nodding and looking at the wooden door behind them. It was not the type that could obstruct sound, although relatively new. It was clearly not built with that much care. This incentivized the ones inside to make as little noise as possible. Or at least it incentivized the ones that were there in secret to keep things quiet. That food was so good. Yu huffed as she rubbed her belly. Of course, none of them had actually eaten any food, they were just speaking amongst each other to avoid rousing any suspicions. They had sneakily sealed them in a small seal within their mouths and always pretended to swallow it. It could have certainly been a lot worse. Momo played along as she looked at the door with narrowed eyes. It wasn't quite clear before, but now it was obvious that someone was listening in on them. They could only notice darkness through the keyhole of that door, signaling that either the lights were turned off in the inn or someone was obstructing said light. It was not that late yet, and the people below were still making quite a bit of sound, so the answer was rather obvious. Unfortunately for the one peeping into their room, they could only really get a good look at Bull's cheeks, as he stood with his back to the door, covering the line of sight of anyone peeking in. The conversation that ensued was mostly written from that point, except for the disguised team carrying out a normal conversation to maintain their cover. Tatsuksho and Morita made sure to inform Yu and the others of what they had found. And they had managed to observe quite a bit in the time that their group was pretending to eat. For one, the patrolling guards were indeed very well spread out and structured through the village, to the point where it was hard to navigate it slightly. Any one of their weaker/less trained siblings would likely have not been able to sneak around that place undetected. But their structured patrols weren't the only thing of note. The most deafening and alarming thing was the absolute silence that engulfed the rest of the compound, the way that the guards wordlessly shifted their positions and almost robotically patrolled the same areas consistently. Tatsuksho and Morita could both swear that the men were constantly retracing their steps to the millimeter. It was simply not natural. Their consensus for now, especially after realizing that most of the other houses in the village were empty of both people and furniture, was that the village itself was fake. There was no village to speak of, there was only the inn, its regulars and its guards. This place is either a zone for some sick-minded experiment or a trap set up by either the Green Forest Union or a rogue group of shinobi. At the moment, they were more inclined to believe that they were dealing with shinobi, as the Green Forest Union was unlikely to have that many perfectly trained guards. But even then, they were left with a lot of questions. What exactly is the point of this trap? It was not only a rather obvious trap to even a less than adequately trained eye, but it was also full of some rather glaring flaws that gave away the fact that it was a trap. Not only that, but after Tatsuksho's and Morita's teams entered the village silently, the guards patrolling became more vigilant near the walls of the compound, making it more difficult to escape unnoticed. They could still deal with that, but it was just bizarre. It could be just chalked up to the guards becoming more vigilant due to the known guests now residing within their village, but even that felt too convenient. The guards became more vigilant the second everyone from their collective teams was within the village walls. It just felt fishy. So, what do we do now? Yu asked, her face contorting a bit as she wondered about simply giving up on the investigation and massacring everyone within the tavern and leaving. Well, I say we go to sleep, and we continue our journey tomorrow. Momo made a few secret gestures and gave her an in-character response as she then pointed to the window. Tatsuksho and Morita looked at each other, both understanding the plan for now. They both turned into blurs and vanished through the window, leaving behind no traces of ever having been in that room. Shortly after, Bull finally stopped leaning on the door and slowly walked over to his bed. Someone was still looking at them, their intentions unknown, but they paid no mind to that. As soon as they put out the lantern in their room and went to bed, the person looking over them also vanished. And the people that had been making a ruckus below became quiet all at once. Acting as if they were puppets on strings, they started moving in unison up the stairs and towards the room of the inn's guests. The inn owner didn't stop them, instead, his lifeless eyes continued staring at and wiping some glasses. The group of men and women that climbed up the stairs shortly arrived in front of the doors to the guest room, all of them crowded it for a few minutes before one stepped forward, placing his foot right towards the door and kicking it wide open. In seconds, the people in the hallway rushed into the room, their eyes darting around and their hands grasping at all of the sleeping residents. One of the larger men grabbed at the nearest person, immediately pulling up the blanket with force. But instead of a sleeping and defenseless young woman, he was now faced with a pillow that seemed to be made out of paper bombs. He didn't even get to make a sound as the entire room was engulfed in flames, and an eardrum-shattering explosion reverberated through the village. The entirety of the inn was engulfed in flames, its walls blown to splinters. In the distance, Yu and her team were all wearing the Dark Brotherhood garb, currently lying on some wooden roof tiles and looking at the scene from a distance. Surprisingly, none of the guards changed their patterns to check the site of the explosion as they had hoped. Instead, they tightened security all around the walls of the compound. At that point, they were left with only one path: regrouping and strategizing a way out. That was really their only choice. The guards seemed to be less than interested in the raging fire that was currently spreading in their village, and more interested in making sure that the perpetrators didn't leave. At that point, Yu gestured for the others to follow her, and they all dashed towards one of the empty homes off to the side. They managed to avoid the gazes of the guards, at least none gave any indication of spotting them. Inside that empty home, they regrouped with the rest of their siblings and decided on a course of action. I say we all concentrate our efforts to break through one point, Morita suggested as he crossed his arms and looked towards a window at the fire raging in the distance. How about we try going underground? Akio suggested as he remembered that some of their siblings present were relatively proficient in earth style. They're on high alert now. All it takes is a decently ranked shinobi to take notice of us, and we'd be left in a vulnerable position underground. The guards are still acting as if nothing serious happened, so I think escaping won't be as effortless as you'd think. Tatsuksho decided to give his 2 cents on that, quietly looking out for any other plans they could use to escape. They had the option of transforming into small animals and trying to go unnoticed, but again, a more skilled shinobi would be able to sense them whilst they were using transformation jutsu. It seemed more and more that their only option was frontal assault. Or at least on paper. I say we treat this as an assassination more so than a frontal assault. They're likely not sure how many of us there are, we can use that to our advantage. Yu smiled mischievously as she seemed to make up her mind on a plan of action. She quickly explained it to her comrades and they all prepared. Yu's team, alongside Bull and Akio, all walked out of the house with confidence, heading straight for the most obvious exit. The gate. At the gate, there were already around 6 guards gathered, and they soon noticed the group approaching. In an instant, a hail of kunao and shuriken flew towards the guards, who immediately jumped into action and started batting the projectiles away with their spears. One of the men also took out a horn and tried to blow on it, but a well-placed Momo made him drop the horn in an instant. Bull, Akio, and you all dashed towards the men, each brandishing a different weapon. Bull carried a large two-handed mace that looked like a large metallic ball stuck to a rod. Akio brandished a sickle connected to a chain that was tied up around his wrists. And Yu showcased her very own legendary blade, the sewing needle that had once belonged to Mist. The guards seemed to react accordingly, moving at speeds that far surpassed regular humans as they engaged the trio. The guards all swung makeshift spears, blocking or dodging the attacks of the trio with surprising ease. One of the bigger guards clashed with Bull, the wind from their clash sending dust flying all around them. Bull scowled and tried to apply more pressure, but the guard was more than prepared for that. He shifted his makeshift spear slightly, allowing Bull's attack to slip off to the side. What the guard didn't seem to expect was Bull to open his mouth and blow a dart into his eye. It was so sudden that he had no way of defending himself. Green veins bulged around his eye as he fell backwards, foaming from the mouth. Two more of the guards quickly moved to intercept Bull. But one seemed to fall asleep as soon as he stepped forward, courtesy of Momo, who stood back and kept things in check. In the meantime, Akio was also fighting a rather skilled opponent. His sickle had yet to scratch his opponent, who was consistently swaying away from his attacks and dodging constantly. The guard in question stabbed at Akio's head with a confident stride, only to be blocked by a rising length of chain, which seemed to wrap around his makeshift spear almost like a snake. At that moment, Akio pulled, forcing the weapon out of his opponent's hand while also pulling him forward, right into the edge of the young assassin's sickle. The sickle pierced right through the man's chin and out the other side. As he finished off his opponent, Yu also sighed and looked at hers. Two men had approached her, and now two men were ensnared in her wires. It wasn't even a fight, it didn't feel like one anyway. It was easy. Too easy. Just as that thought surfaced in her mind, she felt her wires being tugged. A tug was turned into a powerful pull, and Yu's eyes widened as she noticed that the men were actually using her traps to pull her closer to them. As if. She felt indignant, immediately digging her heels into the ground and clutching her wires tighter. She didn't stop even as her fingers bled. But her opponents were strong, much stronger than her. And they didn't seem to mind the cuts that were constantly forming on their bodies. Just as they were about to pull her into their spears, a few puffs of smoke appeared behind them, and they both felt blades entering their backs. Looking back in their last moments, they couldn't help but observe that some of the projectiles they had deflected before now turned into people. And those people proceeded to take out any other remaining guards swiftly. Yu huffed as she looked at the two men dying in front of her, behind them standing both Tatsuksho and Morita with rather serious gazes. "We'll talk about this later," Tatsuksho said before he gestured for all of his siblings to flee the scene. And just like that, they all ran towards the woods. As soon as they left, the people they had killed turned into puddles. And a masked man walked out of the village with a pen and notebook in his hands. A very good performance overall. Certainly far above expectations for regular Chunin. The Anbu proceeded to note down the grades of the Dark Brotherhood's competing teams before nodding and turning into a puff of smoke. From that point, it was the clear road for the Dark Brotherhood participants. Their next stop was Konoha, and the Anbu simply moved forward to await them there.